can't love war. Love war. I can't love you. I can't love. I can't love you. I can't love war. I can't love you. I can't feel love. I can't love you. I can't love war. I can't love you. I can't love. I can't love you. I can't love war. I can't love you. I can't feel love. I can't love you. I can't love war.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play.
far away from us. There's something better for us. Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better for us. It's not far away from us, not far away from us. There's something better for Oh, it's not far away from us. Look for the moon and cross your heart. There's something better
Beautiful Saturday here in Alpharetta, Georgia, as we get ready for the SCC group stages qualify into the SCC proper. My name is Finch, and I am joined here on the desk by Will, Gormizer, Newberry. Gor, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing good. It's Saturday. We had a lot of really good games yesterday,
We
and
did.
I anticipate to see a lot of really good games today as well.
I think so too, man. I mean, I really do. Yesterday surprised us a little bit. Remember, I think Hype Unit are the team that everyone would have expected to make it out of those
Yeah.
group stages in North America that wasn't quite able to make it. Of course, there were some adverse conditions for them, and they certainly put up a good performance. They didn't quite make it. I expect we'll see something similar here today as well. There's more good teams than there are spots
Yes.
available, right? So by just numbers, obviously everybody cannot make it. Here are your two groups. Just like yesterday, we're going to be sticking in Group B for today. Just because of the way the matches went, Group A didn't end up being all that competitive. I
Yeah.
think it was largely 3-0s the whole way. So we'll be following Group B today to see who can qualify out of that.
And what's weird is, in my mind, both groups have, essentially, on name recognition alone, 5 teams that are fighting for 3 spots.
Right.
Like you said yesterday, Hype Unit was taken out. And then you have to look at, like, history. Like, if I'm freshly forged, I may be sweating a little bit after
Maybe a bit.
yesterday just because you're just like, man, Hype Unit was the team, like, it qualified really early on, but freshly forged kind of struggled to get in when they finally were able to qualify.
Yeah.
And now there's the conversation of, like, hey, a team with huge names on it not qualifying. I'd definitely be a little quaking in my boots right now, and we'll have to see how they do. And I guess that second set, because they're going to be playing up against Poppies.
Yeah, I think so. That is a pretty big set here today. But this first one is just F6 up against 60. And I think
Yeah.
these two teams should have some names. I'll be honest, I'm not nearly as familiar with the just F6 boys as I am with 60. Those guys you should recognize as some
Yeah.
formal console guys.
You remember when I said there were 5 teams alone with name recognition?
Yeah.
Just F6 is the 6th team,
Right.
unfortunately for them. Like, they've got a lot of names. Obviously, we got to see them qualify. That's how I remember them right now, is what they were able to do a couple weeks ago. But 60, you've got Turtle, Rico, Dobson, Switch, Vaporish Ghost. Like,
Yeah.
you've got a bunch of console guys coming through who played really well in their qualifying week to get to this group stage.
Yeah.
And so you kind of expect them to come through. But just F6, like, they were kind of that dark horse. Like, no one knew what to expect out of them. And the fact that they're here and going to be able to potentially put up a fight, I think is going to be big for them. We're watching them 3 times today, so I expect at least one of them they have to be able to pull out some wins.
I'm expecting so too. Those picks and bans, though, for game number 1 are just about ready. And here's the thing. I know we're saying the just F6 boys, we don't recognize their names quite as much. The thing is, you get 0 points for name recognition,
Yeah,
right?
true.
There's no column where that stat shows up or where it matters. These guys could come in and absolutely prove us all wrong here today and get this win. I'm rooting for it, man. I would love to see it.
That's the glory of the open bracket
It
into
is.
into all of this, is the fact that it's like, yeah, okay, of course, like, you look at Freshly Forged, and it's like, if you don't know any of those players, then you're probably doing something wrong, or you're just joining us for Season 7, which is good on you.
Yeah, happy to have you.
But if you don't know anyone on Just F6, it doesn't mean anything about them. Honestly,
Right.
They could come through and be like, yeah, they've just been chilling since like Season 2 or whatever. They've been playing. They've always been masters. They just never made a team. And now they've come through and maybe they wipe the floor with every single team. You never know what to expect out of a dark horse like that.
Well, I like these bands here so far. Unbot saw a lot of value yesterday, as did Kamazot's. Got to get him out of there. But Gormizer, I got to put you back on your soapbox. Yeah, where's the Yamoja ban here at today? Jing Wei first picked overall instead of the Yamoja.
Man, Europe's on something different, huh?
Yeah, this does make some sense to me. There are a lot of teams, especially in North America, like you hear some rumblings about the SPL2, that really value this very safe Jing Wei pick that can build crit quite well.
Now, I know it's not the way you intended it, but the SPL2, when is that happening? Because as far as I know, we
The
still
sequel
only
for
have the
SPL2.
SPL. And so I'm wondering, like, the sequel, like SPL2, I don't know, Pro League Boogaloo, something more clever than that makes people laugh harder. But hey, she's been being hovered. This is going to be the question. If she gets locked in by 60 here, is the Jing Wei worth it, right? That's what this game is essentially
Yes.
going to have to be. And very similar to yesterday, I can't remember, I think it was Kamazot's got locked in. It was Kamazot's Merlin, where Shabalanke was the first pick, and it's just like, is it worthwhile? Like, did you get anything out of it? And I think that was Data Remember's like 0-5 Shabalanke game. The answer was no out of that. Now you've given up this Yamoja. In my mind, it immediately goes to, you need anti-heal. Maybe not as much, actually maybe just as much as you would need to deal with like a Vamana, except the problem is you're not dealing with like that one big baby, you're dealing with everybody on the team now.
Yeah, I mean, Yamoja just brings so much to the team. I think she's got great early presence with her ability to cast multiple casts of her ability a lot sooner than a lot of other people early on in the game. Obviously, River's Rebuke is a huge control tool in these fights too, and the heal and the shield on the top of that is pretty strong. So, Yamoja, you're going to get plenty of value out of that.
And you know what? I kind of hope the bands stay the same. I want to see Yamoja a lot today because her one can stun towers, and I just want to see it get used. It's never come up when I've been playing her to think I need to stun this tower and stop it. But imagine you're making that saving play. It's like, man, that guy's going to die if he takes one more tower shot. Boom, it's not going to happen. But I like the way they've gone with it back into it, where Bacchus comes through. Something very similar to yesterday when we saw the Vamana locked in. Bacchus has anti-heal inherently in his kit on his belt, so being able to kind of burp onto the Yemoja or any of the team, get a stun if your drunkometer is high enough, and you can just stop that healing from coming through as strong.
And Merlin should be able to pick up Divine Ruin and keep that applied pretty well, too. So they've already got some good tools on Just Step 6 to try and handle this. And obviously, the Serket with her ultimate as well, too, and that anti-healing should be strong. So this is a good draft so far in response to that Yemoja. Maybe a bit surprised to see this Baron Somdi here come out, though. I imagine there's going to be Baron solo at this point based on the rest of this draft. How do you like seeing Baron picked up here?
Honestly, it's the Europe special, right? I think we got to see it, what, twice or 3 times last week?
Baron
a couple of people will run it, and they run it really well. And it's got its pluses and minuses, right? It clears a little bit better than you're going to have out of Warrior because it's a mage, but they are nowhere near as tanky. So if they build it up, it's definitely something that transitions, I think, better into late game if they build that bruiser-ish route for their mage. But it's on shaky footing. If it gets kind of bullied at the very beginning by this Erlang Shen and the Cullen, then I don't know if it's going to be able to find legs to stand on.
Yeah, it could be a tough matchup. I think very likely like a Cullen will be bullying it around. Just F6 up against 60. Let's start up game 1.
Thank you, Finch and Goran. Way to open the day for myself, Dolson, and Aggro, who are calling the game with me today. They talk about the Baron so heavily, and that is, I agree with Gore, such a heavy European special. I think we saw none of it over in NA, and it's something we've consistently seen over the last few weeks here in qualifying. And they've done it well, a 75% win rate on Baron. It's a lot to deal with in that solo lane.
It is. If you can get out of the laning phase and get to the team fighting stage, he's a really, really potent god. He still has those big AoE team heals as long as you're hitting an enemy that really change the course of fights, gives you slow immunity if they have enough hysteria. I mean, there's a lot the Baron has going for him, but boy, can it be scary at times when you're playing that Baron. No mobility whatsoever in the kit. And it takes a little bit to get tanky enough to be able to withstand what you're going to face in that solo lane.
That's true, and so much of what we've seen out of the solo lane is you just kind of leave them on an island and they sit there and farm through the first however many minutes of the game. So I almost wonder if that lack of mobility from the Baron will maybe open up that short lane to more ganks.
I think that it certainly can, and Erlang Shen is a god that really punishes immobile gods pretty well already because of his the amount of CC that he has. You can use that route from a distance, and if you don't have a way to get out of it, you're stuck there until he gets it close to you, and then he taunts you, and then he knocks you up, and you're pretty much dead from that position no matter what. It's a matter of if those roots can turtle can land as well once he transforms.
Well, that's an early shell usage there from Switch, and you know we spent a lot of camera time in this long lane. It is the Vulcan that they send down there to try to go toe-to-toe with this Bacchus and the Jing Wei. Going to pair that with Switch on the Yemoja. That means they're going to send the Ull to that mid lane. You know, he's been poked out a good bit, ran, you know, heavier in the pots to keep himself sustained in that lane, but a kind of return to some mages going down into that long lane. But they have been bullied consistently in this early game.
And that's not what you expect when you've got a Yemoja on your side. Yemoja usually so good at providing kill pressure. Vulcan just not the god to do it with. And here's a gank onto Solo, but it's not the Baron getting ganked. It's the Baron getting help. And Soto's actually going to grab first blood. And this is where Baron can get past that weak part of the earlier game and end up making a huge impact. So get a little bit of help for himself. Nice steal by Dobson on that purple buff. And now Baron is in a position where he's not in nearly as much danger because he can just continually poke Turtle out.
Yeah, Turtle's going to have to come back to lane. And does that change kind of how you have to itemize if you're Turtle? So often, you know, you build into one of the two shields if you're in that solo lane, usually a physical versus physical matchup.
Yep.
Do you have to pivot into more of that magical defense earlier on?
Yeah, I think you do because Baron's poke potential is really good, and he's going to get a lot of CDR pretty early between what I imagine will be cooldown boots and then blue buff. That gives you 20% right away. And so it's pretty tough to stay in lane, especially as Kakulin, a god that doesn't have any innate sustain built into the kit. I think that you go for Runic pretty early, and it looks like he's doing that. He's got the Enchanted Buckler early on. That's going to turn from boots into a Runic Shield pretty early on, and then he's going to be in a much better position. But by that time, who knows how much damage Captain Odie's going to have online.
Well, a bit of a difference as well, relic-wise. That Looks like that's purification beads, although the timer, I can't quite see through it right there. It might be.
Yeah, I agree.
It is purification
beads.
beads. So
Yeah,
he did pick up beads and had to burn that early in on the gank, but that opens things up for Captain, elected to go for the teleport. That could be a big difference maker there as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Baron ult is something that if you don't have CC immunity up, it's pretty easy to pull someone in and immediately get them killed for it, pull them under tower. But Cullen has 2 forms of CC immunity as long as he's using his transformations well. You can ult in human form and then ult again in rage form.
Sure.
Little surprised to not see him go for the teleport, but I mean, I guess in theory it keeps you much safer, but to take that death early, use the beads anyways, and then get poked out again because Captain Odie used his ult as soon as he hit 5, as he should, knowing your beads are down and you're not 5 for CC immunity, that forces Turtle out of lane again, and that's a lot of farm that's getting lost underneath this tower. I mean, check out the XP per minute charts on the left side of your screen. Odie's up 100 XP per minute.
Yeah, where is he? Oh, there he is. All the way down towards the bottom, just next to the Vulcan, who's also been poked out. Dobson getting ganked here in the mid lane. Sotos is going to move forward, stunned up. And that's the Merlin getting his first blood in this game for just F6. Early impact from the Circuit.
Really good job by Sotos, both in solo and in mid now. You know Dobson's going to want to play up. You know he also wants to rush that Transcendence, so doesn't have a whole lot of mobility. At the time, certainly not able to match that of Circuit. And this is what Circuit jungle is really supposed to do. Get you ahead early because your ganks are nearly guaranteed basically everywhere you go with the amount of CC and damage that she has alone. And then you add in the displacement of that last breath. It's very difficult to get away a lot of times for a lot of these carries. So we saw Mollusk, I believe, play Circuit yesterday, and it just didn't have that early impact that I think you're oftentimes looking for from that Circuit. I like the way Soto's playing it so far.
And we sort of briefly touched just prior to that gank kind of the difference between the beads and the teleport. It keeps you maybe safe from death, safer rather, because you still die with it anyway. But that XP lead is just growing so exponentially here at this point. I mean, 1,700 total in the game, gold-wise as well, about the same amount. Most of that, I would say, is in that solo lane, a good bit maybe in the mid lane. Rico is going to burn his beads and get himself out to safety. So, you know, in some metas where we've seen a lot of blinks picked up, sometimes 3 on either side, lots of purification beads prioritized here, but Vaporish Coast turns around the damage. You might be behind on the Vulcan, but your burst potential is still there.
That was really well played by Coast, but kind of gifted to him by Rotwen. That's not the first time that Rotwen's had a pretty ambitious belly flop. It didn't get him punished at level 2 when he blinked in and went forward under the tower, but right there he gets punished pretty quickly. Coast still loses the beads, but I feel like you should just take the beads and take your win in that position. Getting Coast that kill is huge.
It feels like a bit of a lifeline down there in that long lane maybe for Vaporish Coast, who had been blinked out a good bit. Ultimate's kind of exchanged up here in the solo lane. This Baron does have plenty of damage and might have just enough once those cooldowns are back, but not back soon enough, and Turtle is luckily able to retreat back beneath his tier 1, but now you're really starting to see some of that discrepancy where so often solo lane is just kind of poking back and forth. This time there's real kill potential there.
And Turtle, again, has to go back to base and miss another wave of XP and gold to the tower. He'll probably get there for the Archer's XP, but probably not a whole lot of gold for him. The idea to go aggressive with the transform is kind of inherent for Cucullin. It's built into you, but when you're this far behind in your build, it's tough to really leverage that. And XP as well ends up being a really, really big deal. Net worth charts, Turtle all the way at the bottom. Captain Odie near the top. He's up 700, 800 gold in the solo lane. That's a substantial amount. And remember, Captain Odie didn't even get the first blood bounty. He got the assist on that first blood. Didn't even get the kill. He'd be up over 1,000 by himself if he had been the one to get the last hit.
And you kind of look at the net worth as well for Vaporish Coast versus Toddy, where so often in that early game it had been the Jingwei who had found most of the poke and most of the farm there, but a kill maybe pulls him a little bit back closer to even. Ultimate use, there is Sotos lurking over in the jungle, locks him down, and that's a dead Turtle one more time. Got to walk back to lane real slow this time with their second death in the back pocket.
Yeah, that's a really well-played gank by Captain Odie. That's how you use that Baron ult. The best Baron players know how to maximize the amount of time that you're pulling them in versus when you get the stun. Am I stunning the right person? Right there, you only have one option to stun, but he does it perfectly. gets the CC immunity out from Turtle, guarantees the stun, and as much damage as he can from the ultimate at the same time.
You can tell how confident Odie is feeling here, and for good reason. They get first tower in this game, 8.5 minutes in. The gold lead is extended to about 2,500 or so, 2.6K to be exact, and 3,000 now is where that XP is. And that's the big metric here. I mean, you never want to be losing in gold anyway, but when the XP is this discrepant, you're having a real tough time.
And it's not even just in the solo lane. In fact, it's better in the solo lane than it is in mid, because Dobson is 2 levels down to Remag Doku right now, which is not where you want your Ullr to be. Having Ullr be behind 2 levels, you feel like you're in a 5v4. Ullr is just not a god that performs well when behind. There are gods like Hun Bats. There are gods that just kind of do well enough when behind because they just have good kits that synergize even without a whole lot of damage. Ullr's really not one of them. Sure, you have the axe stun, but if he's not insta-killing you off of it, he's not that scary.
Gold Fury started up here for just F6, which is maybe going to move into range. Is some secure potential from
Watch
that
out.
Vulcan. It drops down. He gets the kill. Gold Fury still pulled here. Sotos has fallen. Gold Fury is now starting to regenerate health, so both teams pull off to the side. A great start here from 60. If you're able to disengage without losing much more, just F6 are going to do just that. They are somewhat low. Dobson is lurking around the right-hand side of this red buff, but the re-engage from Rotwin is there. Doesn't find the belly flop. Ultimate popped out from Odie this time, and it isn't going to find a stun this time around. Disengage now from Rico, but that's an airstrike up and aggressive. Switch ends up falling on the right-hand side of this fight. Toddy suddenly collapsed on by 3 members of 60. The final shot is there. Suddenly this Ullr is on the board with his first kill.
That's huge for Dobson to get something, but that play by Coast on the Gold Fury, and just a lack of communication by just F6. I don't know what went wrong there, but I know that they didn't reset gold with that Vulcan ult coming in, and they paid for it dearly.
Sotos maybe looking for a little bit extra here, grabs the stuns, gonna dash right back through. Dobson just needs one more tick, and it's there. Sotos drops the Ullr after a kill, a saving grace, a lifeline even for Dobson in that mid lane. He's ending up falling for his second time this game. Now it's a 3-1-1 Circuit.
And this is a really good example of how you transition a lead out of a side lane and bring it to the rest of your team. Now, it doesn't work out as well as just F6 would have liked. A little bit of a sloppy engagement by Gold Fury that doesn't go their way. But Captain Odie knows that he's so far ahead that he can afford to give up 5 waves, basically, on that right-hand side. He gives up multiple waves and the tower and is still ahead of Turtle. Even though, I mean, I know he got an assist or whatever, but overall, Captain Odie gives up a lot in that moment and allows Turtle to catch up a little bit. And Turtle does the right thing. He has to stay in lane. He's worthless in that team fight. He just doesn't do enough with his farm level. At least he's able to catch up a little bit. I think both solo laners do the right thing in that moment, but when you're asking yourself, you know, oh, I'm crushing it in solo, but the rest of my team isn't as far ahead as me, that's the way you get them as far ahead as you.
Aquan's going to look for the belly flop here just to the left-hand side of this mid-tier 1 tower and doesn't catch much for it. Odie this time, though, he's going to be the one getting ganked. He is on the back pedal. Immobility, maybe biting Baron this time. Grabs 1 stun with his ultimate and locks down Turtle. Looks like the disengage may be there, but Rico reverses, locks down Odie. There is some assistance coming in from just F6, though. That's the bash right on through from Turtle, grabs the kill. Not before rematch Doku answers back with 1 onto Rico. It's a 1-for-1 as we stand. No tier 1 tower to retreat behind. They will get out safely. Thought about a Gold Fury. We do stand at a 1-for-1.
Man, that's exactly what we should have seen happen to the Baron Samedi from minute 1. It's just you walk over and you Erlong pin him, and he has to blow his whole kit just to try and stay alive in that moment. Eventually he does die, but buys enough time for the rest of the boys to get over there. But that's really because of the lead that he had that he's able to live that long. If that were earlier on in the game, that would have gone much more easily in favor of 60. But with the lead that he had, I should say, not has.
Yeah, it's gone.
He's now about a level down to Turtle. That's what happens. These minion waves grow in XP and gold very, very quickly. So if you take a couple deaths back to back or are forced out of lane a couple times, you can lose your lead fairly quickly.
Yeah, look at that XP chart. 9.5 minutes. It was over 2,000, and now call it just about even with 180 technically in favor for 60. That's what it seemed like. It almost seemed like they were losing in a lot of these lanes, a lot of these situations. Porsche Coast comes to mind. But at least in that lane, they played it safe enough. He was able to rotate through, find a couple kills, maybe over-aggression from Rotwin here and there. but they've kind of taken these lifelines here and there and kept themselves in the game.
It's been impressive, and Coast deserves a ton of credit for that. He's made 2 big plays where he turns around the aggression from Rotwin and kills him, gets himself on the board, and then the Gold Fury defense by Coast. They don't steal it, but they nearly did. Coast has had a really good game, and that's no surprise to me. I mean, if you're familiar with any of these names on 60 at all, you've watched some SMITE console league in the past, and Vaporish Coast was the guy over there on the console. He was the premier European ADC on the sticks for a long time, and now his foray into the SMITE Challenger circuit, or attempting to make it into the SMITE Challenger circuit at the very least, is one that I think a lot of people are going to be very interested in.
Hey, you've made it to the group stages. Now you have to make it into the SCC proper. There's going to be a lot of close games here this week. I like the way Gormizer kind of prefaced the whole day, is that, you know, you can make an argument for all 6 teams in this group to maybe qualify through. So I expect a lot of close SMITE here throughout the day. Pivoting closer maybe to this Pyromancer, but Captain Odie was just looking for a route there and won't end up finding much. Both teams have kind of positioned themselves near this Gold Fury, but neither one has really made that full-blown aggression, except for the one that Vaporish Coast was able to turn around.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where both teams kind of realize, okay, just F6 probably realizing, you know, we're not as far ahead as we thought. We really thought we had this game in the bag, and then we make a mistake, and now 60's right back in it. And 60's realizing that they don't have to be too scared. They're right in it.
Oh, Odie, I don't think he escaped this one alive. You get some healing and maybe lock one down, retreats back almost, but not enough. Stunned up is Rico here, so at least you get a 1-for-1 trade, but Odie falls for a 2nd time this game, and Turtle finds another kill. So whereas early game he was 0-2-0, he's now found a couple of kills, and you call him in the lead.
That is. It's kind of crazy. Now, Captain Odie's still doing better in net worth, but now only up about 300 gold, so not even that much for him either. This was the game plan from minute 1. We've got Erlong Kakullen. How does Baron get that much of a lead in the first place? It's because Sotos does a good job of camping his lane. Turtle probably doesn't have the best laning phase of his life. And Rico was a little bit too preoccupied elsewhere on the map to give him some assistance. But now we're where we expected to be, a slight lead for Kakullen and XP, but I think that Captain Odie has already gotten a little bit of momentum, feeling like he's going to be able to do some good things in these team fights, and that's where you expect Baron to be better anyways, is once you start grouping up as 5.
We haven't had a great opportunity to kind of dive into the Guardian builds just yet. Gauntlet of Thebes, I think, tends to be that first item right after boots. But Switch has kind of foregone that. You know, Umoja maybe a slightly different style of playing Guardian, so maybe not super surprising that she hasn't gone for it.
Right, it's all about getting as much Omi as you can, as fast as you can. That's a huge deal for Umoja. And then the Talisman of Energy is an interesting one. It's good HP, some decent magical protection, and a passive that's probably a little bit undervalued. You get some really, really solid movement speed and attack speed, which matters a lot for Erlong Shen. And even a little bit for Kakullen. I don't mind it at all.
Finally a commitment to Gold Fury here. Vaporish Coast is in range. He played Spoiler last time. Switch is going to throw up the walls. Down comes crashing, some damage. Switch falls, though, to Sotos. And Toddy's going to be able to pull his way out of this one. So now you're missing Umoja in this fight. That's a big difference maker as Captain Odie hangs in the wings.
That was the only good ult Switch has had all game. It's just unfortunate that there was no one else there to help him. Coast had the right idea. Toss the ultimate from max range to get as much damage as we can, but Vulcan is just not that potent of a god in my mind right now. He just the numbers just don't add up to me to make him a top tier contender, and that's kind of one of the reasons why you have this really high execution ultimate. It's a difficult ult to get full value out of. That is the dream scenario for Coast, and at half health's a mage. That's just not enough. You can half health a mage with a lot of straight up abilities at this point.
Right. It seems like just F6 have been kind of opening the door for Vaporish Coast. Let's start up this Gold Fury. We're going to be grouped up very close. Maybe the ultimate is able to drop down for some good damage and miss the mark that time. Granted, you can't find a free kill for it every single time, but 60 were able to grab the oracles and have some deep ward coverage. But one more time, just F6 are going to pull out this Gold Fury, Switch back in the fight. Ultimate still available for both sides as now Remaj Doku is going to flicker his way backwards. Baron up into the ultimate is going to pull a couple in, and Toddy in the back line is going to start pouring out some damage as well. Turtle's got some good zoning going on. Odie locked down here, but is able to turn tail and get himself out of this one. Turtle wants a little bit more, though, as the blink on through. Yes, it is, into the back line. Rico has found a couple. Airstrike to get Jingwei out alive, but Rotwen, he's left in the fire. Turtle grabs himself the kill. That's 1 for 60 here in this fight. As the tier 2 tower, maybe his home base for Remach Doku, tries to burn away, but Dobson grabs the second kill in this fight for 60. Captain Odie is able to rejoin, though, gets the kill onto Porsche Coast. Dobson ticked away. Toddy now suddenly feeling aggressive. They have the numbers, but the health bar is not on their side.
Just a bit of an overextension here by 60. They get a fight that's going very well for them. A really, really good blink initiation from Rico after Turtle does a great job keeping everyone's attention on him. And then we start diving tier 2 towers, and that's just always going to be a recipe for disaster. The rest of the team a little bit too healthy, and now this might be a Gold Fury.
It's getting chipped away, only about 1,000 health there. Odie is playing zone right now. Dobson has to jump himself out. That's another Baron Zombie ultimate. Might even be able to get a kill for it. Dobson a little bit too close, so it's Gold Fury and a kill on the back end of what previously was a good fight for 60.
Yo, Dobson's got some beef with Switch. At least I would if I were in Dobson's shoes. Switch, a half HP tank, way, way healthier than me. Certainly able to tank that Baron ult. You got to do the get down Mr. President line and jump in front of that ultimate and stop it so that Dobson ends up surviving. Captain Odie clearly very comfortable on this Baron pick. He's played it really, really well so far. He's able to find that nicely.
Toddy suddenly a little bit nervous here. Does not have the airstrike to get away from that one, and Rico takes a free kill near that left side purple buff. So maybe a silver lining there. You lose Dobson. This Erlang Shen, he's starting to hurt.
He is, and that's not normally what you think of when you think of Erlang, like late game. It's usually an early to mid game monster, but Rico's build really lends itself to doing good work at this point.
Turtle's got a few kills under his belt, and suddenly he's starting to feel a little bit more confident for it. Doku is going to get a little bit of healing. River's Rebuke separates this fight, and Odie is locked into it. Baron Samdiel locks down Turtle here. Is there enough damage to finish him off?
Oh, yeah.
There should be, and Sotos gets the final tick. Down goes Bakul Cullen, but Porsche Coast has maybe found himself a free tier 1 tower on the left side.
Yeah, he'll get this one for sure, but it's going to take him a little bit. He's a Vulcan, not a traditional ADC. Turtle, you called it, maybe feeling himself a little bit too much, but you see the level to which Cullen can dominate in those moments when he has enough farm to actually do things. He's gotten a little bit and immediately forces back Doku. Doku just doesn't have enough pen. That would be the thing for me is if I'm in Merlin's shoes and I just get ran down and nearly soloed by this Cullen in a 1v3, I'm thinking I just need more damage to be able to kill him. He doesn't have that much HP to where Soul Reaver's really doing that much great work for me. So I'm looking for a 20% pen option as fast as I can. Likely going to be a Charon's coin with that restored artifacts.
Do you like what you've seen out of that Erlang Shen build so far? I think it was a stone cutting sword into a little bit of attack speed. I guess normally, maybe not normally, but we often see him in that solo lane, builds a little bit of hybrid tankiness, but the damage potential is certainly there.
Yeah, I mean, we had a whole year plus where Erlang was an S-tier jungler and support at the exact same time, can kind of do it all. This build lets him be a true assassin and just knock you down with those auto attacks really, really quickly. Crusher, great on the god. He procs it not that often as far as the damage from Crusher goes, but flat pen attack speed power is everything he wants, especially with this build. Stone Cutting Sword basically gives him some tankiness by stripping your procs away from you, so it's the best of both worlds. And then Atalantas make sure that you're not getting away from him no matter what.
Nothing else. Just F6 have great objective burn thanks to that Merlin in the mid lane, and they're going to pull themselves and take themselves a Pyromancer. So still, despite some sloppy fighting over near that Gold Fury for both teams, to be fair, you have about a 2,500 gold lead 21 minutes into this game. Couple people starting to knock on the door of that level 20 mark, but XP, I mean, 900 XP is not that massive in the grand scheme of things, and it's going to shrink up here and there. So the gold lead, the big differential here for Just F6.
Absolutely, and the gold lead is also not that big of a deal for 60. I mean, they're not behind full items at this point. I mean, that's 3,000 gold spread across an entire team. That's not going to be enough to finish a full tier 3 item ahead of anybody else. It should make sure that Just F6 has good ward coverage. That's usually, before you get like 5,000 gold leads, it's really just in your, maybe I've got an extra tier 1 item and we have better wards. And that's really what it's about for these teams. Just F6 doesn't seem to have that quite yet, but that's where they should be investing their gold lead.
We have seen a lot worse a lot earlier on this week. And,
oh, yes.
And up to this point in qualifiers, Turtle is going to tremble a couple underneath this tier 2 tower. 60, you can see them rotating towards the tier 2 tower as well, hanging near this blue buff, locked down, but that's Rotwin getting aggressive here, drops his ultimate, he's stunned up. Switch gets knocked back, pulled back in towards Baron, that's a dead Yamoja. Toddy will take that 7 days of the week. Switch goes down. That's a couple ultimates burnt as well from 60 as they're on the back pedal.
And Switch never even got that ultimate off. You got to at least do something in that moment, but ends up kind of getting caught a little bit low on Omi. Think he had enough for the 3 to try and get himself out, but I don't think that would have been enough distance anyways with how much hysteria he had built up. He was getting pulled in very, very quickly. Just a bit of an overextension. Switch, I mean, look, Yamoja, certainly one of the best gods in the game.
Yeah.
Switch has not impressed me on it so far.
Sotos is going to try to impress you here with maybe a kill onto Rico, but unimpressed aggro will remain as Rico is able to move his way out. Rotwin potentially a bit caught out here. There is some good damage from Vaporish Coast, but that's a tanky enough Bacchus with those extra procs that he's going to waddle his way back out to safety. I mean, Sotos, he's been effective early. He kept a lot of those leads going from the early game into the mid game, and now he sits at 6-1-4. A lot of the damage and a lot of the setup maybe rolls through that Circuit.
I agree. Yeah, I think he's had a great game so far, but look at this. What a call by 60. This is up to Captain Odie to sniff this one out, and even then, he's going to have to make an incredible play to steal it.
Something smells like it's wrong. Captain Odie senses that. River's Rebuke down. Captain Odie is not able to secure the FG this time and might even lose his life for it. A little bit more damage. Vaporish Coast finds the kill. Now 64, 5 members strong, are going to start to roll through this right side jungle. And I think Just F6 is going to try to disengage. Rotwin, he's going to have none of that, though. Dobson finds the second kill and the FG over to 60.
That's huge. Whoever made that call just got MVP for the set, because 60 is in a great position now in what was a very, very close game. They were frankly a little bit behind, but doing okay in team fights. That play is absolutely massive to sneak away a Fire Giant.
Soto sneaks away one more kill. Turtle falls down, but it's right side Phoenix under attack. And it's really only Toddy here that's in range. A couple rotating from the mid lane. Maybe going to flank around the backside of 60. Airstrike aggressively. Down they swoop. Dobson, the target of most of the damage here, but Merlin is going to do his best to turn some around. Doku, he finds one as well. Rico, he's in the back line, but Toddy's grabbed himself the double kill. Yeah, you get yourself the Merlin, but at what cost? The dashes through from Sotos. Rico is going to try to get himself out of this one as well. 4 down from 60, could be 5. Stun is not in, beads used from Rico. He's going to dash himself out, but you lose 4 members, only 1 Fire Giant buff remains.
Yeah, that's not exactly where you want to use that Fire Giant. I think 60 just played it a little bit too fast and loose there. It's honestly understandable.
They were feeling good.
They were feeling good. You get some momentum. These guys have played together for a while, at least in the case of Switch, Dobson, and Coast. They're feeling it. They're gassing each other up, and they don't back to spend any gold. They don't go for the Primal Fury. There's towers on the map they could have taken. And yes, that Fire Giant play is massive, but you end up basically a little bit better than where you were. You've got right side Phoenix down, which is an advantage for sure, but it's not as much as I think they could have gotten off that Fire Giant. They could have found themselves up 4,000 or 5,000 gold maybe without a Phoenix, and you could argue that the Phoenix is worth more than that, but I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that line of thinking. I think that 60 should have played it slower.
Massive becomes gargantuan if you're able to get the FG and the kill, and then maybe back, regroup, get yourself some other permanent objectives on this map, but instead, the too aggressive on that right side. Phoenix, I think great rotations from Just F6 around the backside of the 3 members of 60 that were still there trying to fight. So you do still have Fire Giant buff on Rico, if nothing else. That's a Primal Fury secured here from Just F6, so it's not necessarily the largest and scariest Fire Giant push that you'll see. Right side Phoenix did end up falling, so at least another thing in 60's side.
Now they're going to try and group up and get this tier 2 on the left-hand side, but Rico a little bit delayed on coming in. He might be able to find an excellent flank, kind of a la what Just F6 did on the right-hand Phoenix.
3 members of 60. Group into 4, but that's the jump over the wall for Rotwin. This tier 2 tower is about half HP. Could see a jungler 1v1 here. Sotos looks like he's fine taking that fight. I'm not sure he's happy about it after the end of it. River's Rebuke as well as Vaporish Coast drops the Vulcan ultimate there. Half health still on this tier 2 tower. Turtle, he's gonna stumble out a few, and health bar still melting from 60. So good defense here from Just F6 underneath their tier 2.
They've done a good job, but Rico's done a really good job of making sure that they get the tier 2 in mid. He forces out Sotos and then leaves his team and is able to rotate over and provide enough pressure just mentally on Just F6. They have to know that this Erlang Shen can come around the back, and even without his ultimate, he still has bees, he still has blink, he's still got plenty of CC. Yes, he doesn't have the taunt, but he still has a ranged root and a knockup. So he's going to do just fine when it comes to the team fight. Rico's had an impressive game so far in this Erlang Shen. Scoreline not nearly as pretty as that of Sotos. It took him a little bit longer to kind of get the ball rolling, but he's had nearly the same level of impact by my money.
Well, the lowly Fire Giant buff that was on Rico just falls off, which means about 45 seconds or so until the next one respawns. And I agree, you get the sense that that is going to be the next large objectives that these two teams start to pivot themselves around. I don't think Just F6 is going to be ready to give this one up for free.
No, I don't think so either. And even though Sotos is going to be here for the Pyromancer pull, this should be a reset real quick and buy what you need. With that Pyromancer buff, it makes it easier to reset here with less fear. But it's still a little bit scary knowing Fire Giant is about to spawn pretty soon. This could give Just F6 a little bit of more vision control than what 60 would like.
Yeah, can we get speedy enough back to the FG is the question. And I think well played by 60, kind of keeping a three-man presence around that Fire Giant, but not overextending. Things get dangerous even though they're quick coming back from base. If you lose one of the last 3 defending members on the FG for 60, things become a little bit more difficult. Rico may just move himself down this mid lane and let the rest of the team kind of skirmish around the Fire Giant.
I like this. There's no one on Just F6 that can 1v1 this Erlang Shen, and he can get this Phoenix pretty cleanly. So it's a matter of if 60 can put enough pressure on the team fight that Rico can't have the team collapse behind him, then this fight looks really good for them.
You can see how much respect he's demanding. 2 turn back to deal with the Erlang Shen. River's Rebuke up from Switch. Sotos, I'm not sure you win this engagement. Rico, he agrees with me. Remach Doku, though, gets the kill. On to the Yamoja. Just F6 is able to complete the FG. 5 members strong, 1 member down from 60 here. Airstrike aggressively. Vaporish goes, you're squishy, and Toddy thanks you for it. Down goes the Vulcan. 2 members down from 60. Could be worse here. Turtle is able to stagger out a few. Tier 2 tower will be a bit of a safe haven. Sotos elsewhere on the map does end up winning the 1v1 up against Rico. And now 5 members with FG, and it's only Dobson left alive.
That's backbreaking. That might be game here, Dave. They don't have a wave, which is the only thing that's making me think maybe it won't be, but they've got some pretty good respawn timers. Switch zone's way too far out and is able to get no help. The rest of 60 thinks, okay, we can burn fire without him here, but you don't have Rico or Switch with you. It's just those 3 members, and Rotwin jumps in and ends up stealing FG with the Intoxicate. That is tough. That's a tough play to lose. I understand the thought process that we have Vulcan ult that should be able to secure it, but Switch is a traditional hunter player. How much Vulcan has he really played? That Vulcan Secure is some of the best in the game because you actually get to launch your ultimate and then 3-1 all at the same time. The damage lands all at the same time, and that's like 3,500 damage on all at once. But it's a weird timing, and it's not easy to execute unless you played a lot of Vulcan. I just don't. Coast must have missed it. It's the only way they lose that fire.
There's maybe some poetic justice that it looked like 60 started the F6 vote there, but didn't go through. So still a chance to defend. There are still 2 tier 2 towers on the map that I'm not sure you go for broke defending those. I think Phoenixes are going to be a much safer haven. Primal Fury is up here for Just F6 to snag themselves. And that's a big flip in the game. It really felt. Huge. It's kind of that intangible. It felt like 60 were just sort of in control, and I guess the XP and gold differential chart would agree with me. Massive spike just a few moments ago. It seems like this is just F6's game to lose.
I completely agree. And 60 really had a lot of momentum. Rico is able to force Sotos out in the 1v1 in mid, nearly kills him. Sotos backs, then kills Rico. That's a tough position to be in, no doubt about it.
Now it's the left side Phoenix that is maybe being looked at here by Just F6. Maybe a last-ditch effort from 60. Sotos, I figured Rico was just going to free and clear win that 1v1 in the mid lane, but didn't happen this time. That's a big knock-up from Turtle. Maybe starts off this fight well. Just F6, they have to move themselves back here, but then they re-engage at the proper time. Turtle and Switch fall. That's Rotwin getting the kill on the enemy Guardian. 3 members left defending. Left side Phoenix going down. they might have the damage and the numbers to finish this game.
This should be game, Dave. I don't even know if I'd waste my time with mid-tier 2 in Phoenix because you've got not a lot of pressure on that right-hand side quite yet. Maybe this is the right call because just F6 just didn't do a good enough job pushing up those fire waves on the right-hand side. If someone had done their due diligence and pushed that wave as they were pushing on the left, this could have been game right here, but without that wave on right, might be a bit too risky.
Still 30 seconds, though, on both of those death timers from 60. Could be a free, maybe with a small price tag, middle lane Phoenix here. If they're able to get any picks on the end of it. Sotos wants a little bit extra. Vaporish Coast dashed on, but uses the Aegis to get himself out alive. Titan under attack. 3 Phoenixes down, just F6. Maybe waiting for those minion waves to crash in. 5 seconds remaining on both of the final 2 respawns. Titan in the waiting arms of just F6 to move in. Here's your engagement. 60 are going to try to save this game, but the Titan melts too quickly, and just F6, they take game 1.
Look, I mean, just a couple execution errors by 60 in the late game, but you got to give credit where it's due to just F6. They had control of that game early on. It was really just a sneaky fire call by 60 that got them back into it, but I think that the execution has to be better at a macro level from 60 going forward. Also, if you're going to get Yemoja, it's got to do more than that. Switch just was not impactful enough. When you get arguably the best god in the game, it's got to have a bigger impact than that. I just want to see a different draft in general from 60. It didn't like the Vulcan very much, and the Yemoja just didn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, swap around some lanes there. Small leads going back and forth. It was close, but a couple FGs. That secures just F6 game number 1. We're going to send it back to Finch and Gore to break this one down.
Well, just F6 were in control early, and despite that sneaky fire giant from 60, they are the ones that end up cleaning that win up. And honestly, it didn't look like it for a second they'd be able to do it, but a great play. And I don't know, man, I think Agger's being a little bit too polite at Gore. Switch has got to do way better than that. We have watched this dude play now for a couple of years in the console league. He's definitely better than that. That's not enough on one of the best gods in the game.
Yeah, when you get Yemoja, you expect. I expected a lot. He was 0-6. I'm interested to see what his healing numbers are going to be because, like, there's maybe something underlying that was working well for them. I also think that he, like, whether you want to argue it played for them or against them, I think there's something to be said that just F6 countered it really well. They recognized how big of a threat it was going to be. They looked into the anti-heal in their draft. They looked into targeting him immediately in a lot of these fights. And there were certain moments where, you know what, Switch just got caught out. Maybe he was pulled out, thankfully, because of Sotos being able to, like, isolate him. And he never got his feet on the ground. He was never able to run because he never got to learn to walk on this Yemoja.
No, you're right, man. And I want to give plenty of credit because I'm going to give 60 a hard time here for sure during this breakdown. But I want to give plenty of credit to F6 as well. Adi on this Baron Somdi kind of ran the solo lane throughout the early game too. Finally, I think like 17 minutes in, some ganks started to come his way to slow him down. But look at where Switch is here in this fight. You can barely see anyone else with the map being see-through from anyone else from his team. He's just too far forward. But I want to give credit to Adi and Sotos as well. I think they played really, really well throughout the early game.
All right, so I just want to highlight that. That slow motion was perfect. In real time, that happens in 0.1 second. Like you don't even, like, the damage in your human brain is the exact same numbers. Like, you just see them happen simultaneously. The fact that Bacchus was able to hit that just before that Earthshaker connected onto the Fire Giant is huge for them. And it's one of those things, because it was even confusing to watch, where it's just like, no, he used it around there. Maybe he missed. Like, how do you miss an ultimate that covers half the map, or at least what it feels like with Vulcan? And it just feels like a steal like that means a lot. I think it isn't necessarily the... Well, it is the game ender, right? I think if it goes the way of 60, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because we already saw one go their way and they played it too aggressive and ended up kind of losing it. I think there's a couple of moments from 60 where if they slow down that first Fire Giant, they get that Phoenix, or they just back off and go for some other towers, it goes differently. And I think if that Bacchus isn't in the right spot, right time, with a really perfectly timed ult, then I don't think they see an F6 win as fast. I still think they can close it out, though.
I still think they get the win, but maybe, as you said, not as easily. Let's
about
get into
10
the
more
picks and
minutes
bans for game number 2. There's some stuff now if you're on 60 to try and take care of. I do think that as much I'm giving Sotos some credit, he actually wasn't farming all that well. He did a great job getting tons of kills, but he was still a couple XP levels behind throughout the game. That was a bit surprising to me. So there's something to clean up on the side of just F6 2's moving to game number 2. We'll see which one of those two come better prepared in this match.
Hello?
Cupid. Gotta go.
I mean, he's there. You know what? I've been actually spending the last, 2 weeks thinking, what's a way to make Cupid, better? And it's one of those things. I love playing Cupid. I have a lot of fun playing him in my games as well, and, what he can do. But at the same time, it's always like, what will make him so that next pro team, like, that you see Zapman playing him in the Pro League regularly. Like, what can you do to get that happening?
Didn't counter his ult incredibly easily. That would help a lot.
Well, at one point I was like, man, what if you changed it so that full heart stacks is like ult was a stun instead of just a doubled mez?
That I can't just sprint out of easily.
And I said that out loud, and Hindu is just like, you have a cripple going into a stun, I am banning you from Gandazan. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. You know what? You're right there. But having him banned out, like, it's one of those things, something about Just F6, potentially they have something good. Maybe it counters something 60 are planning. But at the same time, it gives you a hands-down open pick for you to grab, so they get that Persephone for free.
They do, and this is a good look, too, because Dobson struggled on this Uller last game, right? You do not pick Uller. You don't pick anything to be down 2 levels, right? But especially not Uller. You pick him in order to establish pressure, and you should be building up a lead to kind of make up for some of his drop-off, a little bit of a drop-off in the late game. So this Persephone, I think, should put him in a better spot. They're going to pair that with the Xbalanque and the Kukulkan, try and get some pressure in solo. I don't know that I was super impressed by Turtle's Kukulkan play either last game. Some really weird rage transformations, but put him back on it because it's a strong
The
pick.
Baron really worked well against him. I was actually surprised with how incredible that was able to work it out. And like you said, like, ganks to the lane were very effective against Baron. They just happened about 10, 15 minutes too late compared to where they should have. They could have shut him down early on. And, well, this time they're going to shut him down in the earliest fashion. They're not even going to let him get into the game.
Banning him out is a good way to do that. Looks like the emoji's going to be banned this time, too, so we don't have to have any objections to how that one ends up getting played. Merlin comes back in. Obviously, this one makes a whole lot of sense, but I'm wondering where 60 can end up going in the jungle. Unbox and Dodgy banned, and now the Thor picked.
All right, I'm going to throw this out there. I don't want the Thor. I actually think Wheelish would be nice. I think she synergizes really well with the rest of the team, and I think it'd be fun to see her. I don't.
You would have liked it for just F6.
Yeah, for just F6. I think it would just slot in really well. I think Thor is going to give a lot more safe play than what you're going to have. Wheelish is definitely going to be, one, stylized. You kind of have to build around her to not make her work, but to make her function at the highest level. But Thor is going to be able to say, like, hey, I dunk. Like, I don't need you to knock someone up for me. I'm just going to stun on myself. Like, he'll do it all on his own. I just think she could fit in, and I like seeing her in, variety, spice of life.
Well, 60 locks in some aggression with their last 3 picks. I got to imagine this is Achilles support and then set jungle here from 60, because they are looking to just roll over Just F6. Only problem is, man, when you're trying to go into Bacchus and Vamana, that is not the easiest thing to do. Those guys can slow down aggression well.
I'm curious to see what Rico's going to do, because I think his presence on the map is going to determine, well, how much that Bacchus and Vamana are able to do, right? Yeah. If Vamana gets off early, if we see this going the same way Baron did, then I think Just F6 are going to be very happy with this game.
Yeah, there's not going to be any backline peel, as if you could peel Vamana anyway, huh? Game number 2 between 60 and Just F6. Let's get it started.
Well, it seems like a composition from 60 that is going to want to be aggressive and push into you. Maybe a composition from Just F6 that is going to be good at absorbing and turning around some of that pressure. I agree with some of what Gore and Finch were saying to kind of close off the desk there. We saw Odie on that Baron get such a lead in the previous game, and what he did with it, neither here nor there. But we have seen, I think, different shades of this Vamana, a fed one who just sits on your entire backline and they can't do anything about it. But also sometimes, if that's your only play style, you can get killed pretty easily.
Yes, very easily. And as soon as a Cursed Onk comes through, you're in a world of hurt pretty much every time you press that ultimate. But I don't know. I mean, Vamana just really strong right now. As Finch kind of alluded to, he's impossible to peel. If you're a backliner and Vamana gets on top of you, and how do you stop him from getting on top of you? It's very, very hard to get him off. You just have to kill him. It's the only way that you can do it. I wonder if they're going to be able, if 60's going to be able to keep him out of this game just by way of getting really ahead early on, because that's what this comp kind of needs to do with this Kukulkan support. This happens every single time Kukulkan's really good. He starts getting played as support. And I have never once thought, yeah, I love it. I never get it. And I swear it's because Kukulkan is fun and supports just want to play something fun.
All right, so you don't love it, but are you infatuated?
No, I'm not.
You're not even asked. Dinner.
No, I'm polite.
Sure.
To it, I'm willing to sustain a conversation, ask how Kukulkan support's day is going, and then I'm very happy saying goodbye and walking away from it.
Right. It's easy if the conversation isn't flowing. I'll turn around and walk away.
Oh yeah. And let me tell you, the conversation's not going to be flowing.
It's not really flowing all that well, as Vaporsh Coast has found himself half health already into this lane. Yeah, much more traditional kind of duo with the Bacchus and the Jingwei. I mean, I'm not even sure, because I, granted, haven't seen it all that much. What type of play style a Cullen support even brings to the table? I mean,
It's
you really
very
just
much-
waiting for that rage transformation?
Yeah, pretty much. You basically play solo lane just with less items and less gold and less XP. That seems worse to me. And maybe the argument is, well, we need the Achilles to get more pressure over there. Turtle struggled in the early game on the Cullen, but I feel like Achilles support has also been a thing for a while. That makes way more sense to me. Way more guaranteed CC and execute. It works.
Dobson locked off to the side. Sotos grabs the kill. Close, though. Nearly a turnaround from Dobson. That's 2.5 minutes into this game, and just F6's mid laner, Ramaj Doku, already has a kill on the board.
And Doku played really well with the lead last game. I thought his Merlin play was pretty solid. Dobson struggled last game, fell behind pretty early, and really had a hard time trying to catch up.
I'm going to put him back on traditional mid lane mage here. Rotwin, a little over-aggressive on that purple buff. Yeah, you get it, but you're immediately going to lose it. Vaporish Coast is able to clean up the first kill as 60 gets themselves back on the board, but the fighting might continue over here by the blue buff. Sotos has that early wall and trying to lock down Rico here. Enough damage spinning around. He might be able to turn it around. Sotos falls as well. Early skirmishes in this game, Ryan. And 60, they carved themselves out a 2-kill lead.
That was really well.
1-kill lead.
Yeah, 1-kill lead, but 2 quick kills for them, especially after that first blood does not go particularly well for them in the mid lane. Oh, hey, Bologna. Well, how you doing? Looks like Dobson just got a little bit too aggressive and walled off effectively by that Thor. But then we see the Cullen support do the Cullen support things. Switch runs it down on the purple buff, and Rotwin, again, a little bit ambitious on the purple buff secure attempt. He gets it.
He gets it, yeah.
Ends up losing his life for it. I gotta say, I'm surprised that Just F6 went back to the Bacchus support this game. I know Rotwin makes the big play stealing fire, but for the majority of the game was not contributing as much as you'd like your Bacchus support to do. It is an execution-heavy pick. You've got to be accurate with those belly flops, and I just didn't think Rotwin did a good enough job last game. Maybe it was just an off one, and I like that at some level at least, Just F6 are willing to trust their support and give him what he thinks he can play well on.
And maybe you're nitpicking, but when Vaporish Coast was on that Vulcan, it was some over-aggression at times from this Bacchus that kind of kept him in that one. So early on, Rotwin has found himself one death in the hole. So good job from 60 at least. You kind of shrug off that first blood, keep yourself in this game. Ramaj Doku, though, still has that 1 level and 1 kill lead on Dobson on this Persephone, and that can be suffocating. A Merlin that starts to get a lead is very difficult to lane against.
It is, because Merlin's early game is the weakest part of his game. His mana costs are pretty high. He doesn't have enough MP5 to stay in lane a long time, and his damage just isn't really there. So getting you through that part of the game very early is absolutely huge. As soon as you get to 3-4 items on Merlin, you're feeling good about where you are just about every single time.
Turtle feeling much more confident in lane this time, has carved himself out a 1-level lead. Interestingly enough, in the previous game, it was kind of beads for Turtle, and Odie had himself the teleport. This time around, both from base. Turtle grabbed himself the TP, but Odie has the blink this time around. Don't know how large of an impact that will have on this game or in this lane. That sort of remains to be seen, but at least a difference maker blink-wise. Maybe that's what you want to do on a Vamana, get into the back line as quickly as possible.
Exactly. As I said, once Vamana's in the back line, it's impossible to get him out. Blink gets you into the back line, no questions asked. You're able to get there really easily. So I like Vamana with Blink. Well, I don't like playing against Vamana with Blink. I like it for the Vamana player because it's very easy to then just save your dash for when you need it to get out.
That was some good chunk damage there from Vaporish Coast. Back onto the X-Baller on a traditional hunter here for himself this time around. Grabbed himself first blood, so a small lead there in this long lane. And we're approaching that point, and maybe have been at that point, where the Guardians have started to rotate out from the long lane, move themselves towards this mid lane, and it appears to be that's where most of this game will start to flow.
Definitely. I think that this pick for Vaporish makes me much happier to see him on the Xbalanque than the Vulcan. He's a really aggressive player by nature. He wants to get in the enemy's face and oftentimes wants to play Assassin Hunter, which is not always a particularly viable strategy, but on Xbalanque it can be. You turn out the lights and they don't see you coming from behind. You're able to put out a lot of damage very, very quickly. I think X-Ball is in a very strong state right now with how good Rage is. He's always good when Rage is good. So I really like him on this pick. and I think he's going to have a much better game than the Vulcan.
Looks like an early Transcendence pickup for the X-Ball, and Dobson's going to stay aggressive. Ultimate doesn't fully connect, but some good damage onto Rotwin, and he's able to finish it off, and down goes the Bacchus for the second time this game. So as in love with that Kilcullen Guardian support that we were, with a 2-level lead, granted Rotwin has found himself in the gray screen a little bit more than Switch so far this time. But that's sort of the shades of what we were worried about on this Bacchus.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what Persephone does as well, is the ability to follow up on anything from any sight line, and even if she doesn't land the actual cage, the cage will find its way. You know, those vines are alive, and life finds a way.
That's really poetic.
Thank you.
That just came to you?
You know, it didn't. It's actually a very famous quote by famous Pittsburgher, Jeff Goldblum.
Just to be clear, I knew that. I need to make sure
I know.
that, okay.
I know. No, I didn't know that, but
I need to make sure that I'm not suddenly the one
thought of as.
You turned that around real quickly and real well on me, and,
Thank you.
And I hate you for it.
Well,
but,
that's kind of something I bring to the table. That's what you got to read. Dulcet, I know you're still new around here, but you'll learn soon enough. You'll learn
me
soon
trying to be sassy against aggro for even half a second.
No, sir.
Immediately dunked on. That's okay.
It was really just I wanted everyone to know that Jeff Goldblum is from Pittsburgh. You know, we don't.
And you should.
The region discussion always was a big thing. Tom always a big fan of talking about who was from New York. I feel like I got to bring it to the table now. You know, I got to be talking about who's from Pittsburgh all the time.
Yeah, are there any famous Ohioans?
LeBron James.
There you go. All right.
Steph Curry. The end.
Fair enough. I'll take those two. Absolutely. Toddy is going to have to burn his ultimate and to not take a death there for himself.
There have got to be more people from Ohio that are famous, but I really don't know any.
Me.
All right. Yeah, of course. Chad, if you could have seen the look Dolson gave me, like, how could you forget this one? I thought it was going to be, someone incredibly famous that I obviously should have known. A true American hero that I can't believe.
Listen, point still stands. I don't know where you're going with this one.
Me, of course. Apologies, Dave. Apologies.
Well, I like the use to reground our conversation in some sense of SMITE reality. Toddy having to burn that airstrike defensively this time. So an attempted gank from 60 goes searching for a kill this time around, but Jingwei is not super sad about that. Yeah, you have to disengage, you have to go back to base, but the passive allows you to get back to lane really quickly, and kind of not surprising that she's in the current meta.
No, she's going to be good for a long time. Probably forever with a kit like that, honestly. She's been good forever with that kit. Is Rotwin in trouble again?
Here's Switch. Kilcullen support has found the knockup, and he's found the damage. Rotwin falls for his 3rd time this game. Dobson trying to get out. Soto says no way to that one. Toddy, you don't have your ultimate this time. Dash forward from Vapor's Coast, and that's going to be the final auto attack that he needs. 60, a much better start to this game. They're in the lead, 5-2.
Really nicely done. Dobson just gets Doku low, tries to make the hero play with the freehand ultimate. Doesn't end up working out, but got to respect the attempts, and then that kind of baits Rotwin in, and Switch is able to get him punished. Dobson was going to kill him without any help, but a really good wall from Sotos actually blocked the auto attack that was going to pop the seed that would have killed Rotwin. That sounds like a children's song somewhere along there, but it ends up nearly saving the support's life. At least Sotos is able to get a kill back and put Dobson down for the 2nd time.
Well, bad to worse across the map for Just F6. This Bacchus is a tough time. Of the 5 kills 60 has, 3 of them are onto Rotwin. He's keeping himself level relevant, I suppose. He's not, 2-3 levels behind that we've seen at some courses throughout this set. I mean, level 8 to 10. All right, so he is 2 levels behind as the Kilcullen is able to complete level 10. Big difference maker, though, in this one. The rotations have just been a little bit more effective from Switch, and as concerned as we were, and I think for good reason, Switch has made this Kilcullen support work.
He has, and it's played well. I don't know that
you're not excited that other people might get excited about playing Kilcullen support.
All I'm saying is that maybe, just maybe, with the way that this game is played out, Kilcullen isn't the reason that Switch is 2 levels up. It's the way that Switch has positioned himself, and you can play that. You could have gotten this way with just about any aggressive support. It just so happens to be Kilcullen.
I think that's fair enough.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think it's entirely fair. And we're also, we're approaching the point in the game where McClellan's going to find his impact one way or the other, and Odie is going to try to find some impact. Doesn't have his ultimate. Colossal Fury not ready, therefore he's going to get taken down, executed by Dirtle, but the crash comes down. Sotos is going to try to turn around some damage, does so here. Reinforcements are in from Just F6, and Rotwin's going to look to do something other than die so far this game, and is not going to find much else. Switch has transformed, he's going to tremble a couple. This one looks like it's going to disengage at a 1-for-1.
Switch needs a little bit of poke on the way out, but you get solo laner for solo laner. That favors Just F6 though, because Turtle is just worth more inherently because he's level 12. The Captain Odie's only level 11, though Turtle does have TP, whereas Captain Odie does not. Not that big of a deal on Vamana though, with that dash and having some of the best base movement speed in the entire game.
Well, and we've kind of left these two hunters out on an island, and I think Toddy might be a little bit sad about that one. He has that airstrike, but you can see the moment Vaporish Coast knows that that airstrike is down, he is fine taking this 1v1 engagement time and time again.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Coast is very comfortable on these hunters. He wants to play aggressively, and Xbalanque can do that pretty well. And he's top of the net worth charts right now. He's forced the Jingwei out of lane enough, and with a couple kills and a couple assists thanks to that global ultimate, he's going to climb up those net worth charts pretty well. It's been a good game for him so far.
I think you do have to be careful though. The rage now completed by Toddy, so synergizing well with the Jingwei kit. You might feel comfortable in the 1v1s, but you might not always win them if the RNG numbers aren't necessarily in your favor. Rotation here to the long lane. Rico about half health. Toddy's going to get aggressive, but the dash is in from that set to keep him alive. So no kills just yet on either side. Only ultimate used there is from Rico, rather the airstrike used as well, and it's going to be a Gold Fury pull.
Don't know if 60 really know this is happening, and I was going to say I don't think this is a great idea either way. With Switch on this side of the map, Coast healthy enough to get involved, and with that ultimate coming up, that's a risky Gold Fury pull. Wise of Just F6 to let it go. By the way, I did get G-chatted a famous Ohioan, and you got Neil Armstrong's not a bad one.
He's up there somewhere.
He's pretty good.
I'll take that.
That's a pretty famous guy. Not compared to all the people from Pittsburgh that are famous.
Right, I mean, but you know, it's one small step for man.
Right.
And I'm going to bail myself because I don't know where I'm going with that one. But it worked. It worked for the first couple sentences and then just kind of fell apart.
Oh, it's fine. You were close.
I was close. Just F6.
Listen, man, first set of the day, you know.
You're right. You got to work ourselves into it. You're with me on the third set of the day as well. So things are just going to get better and maybe worse here for Switch. Lights are out thanks to Vaporish Coast, but tanky enough is that Cohen, but being burned away. One final shot, and Ramaj Doku finds it. Dobson locks down one. Beads used, though, by Sotos to keep him alive. Dashes back to his hammer. So pivoting around that Gold Fury pays off, at least to the tune of one kill.
Switch falls pretty quickly and takes a little bit too long for 60 to try and respond, but this is risky. I mean, both Rico and Dobson right here on tower line.
Oh, Dobson, you're squishy, and you're going to get stunned down by Rotwin. Ramaj Doku is going to try to turn around the damage. Dobson just needs one more tick, but the range isn't quite there. Rico instead turns it around, might even have himself a double. He's getting aggroed by the tower, pulled back in.
Okay.
Good sidesteps, a double kill from Rico, but Sotos is able to come in and at least pull one back for Just F6, or for 60 rather.
That's a big kill onto Rico because he was going to get out of control pretty quickly should he have been able to stay up there. But really, you see the power of Set, man. He pops that Kingslayer, and it is hard to out-trade him as soon as he gets that going.
Sotos is going to move in. Toddy is very low here, but Vaporish Coast a little bit lower. Might be enough damage. Oh, the Aegis. I might save Sotos there. Well played by Vaporish Coast, but just too much damage on the turnaround from that Thor and that Jingwei.
If Coast uses beads right away, I think he kills Sotos in that instance, but he takes a little bit too much damage. He eats the full double tap. If he's able to just use those beads, and no surprise at all to me that Coast immediately tries to play that, just outplay his opponents and get the double kill by himself.
Right.
That's who the kid is. But you got to use those relics. I think he could have done it. Just no relic usage made it a lot harder.
He almost did it. The mechanical skill was there, but he does end up falling for the first time this game. Still at 2-1-2, so a great slash line for him. Thought he has kept pace, at least level-wise here, and now a couple stacks on that Rage. You know, despite some of those early engagements going for Vaporish Coast, this Jingwei is really going to start to hurt, and maybe hopefully a little bit extra here. Gold Fury pulled. Gold Fury taken down by Just F6. They start it, they finish it. They do lose one in the meantime, though, as Rotwin goes down. Up to the sky goes Sotos. Where does he crash? He's down into the back line. Dobson burns the Aegis to keep himself in this fight. Turtle, though, finds the knock-up. Sotos moving himself backwards. It's a 2-for-2 engagement, a 1-for-1 on the back line. Switch has found himself on Toddy. He's going to use those thorns just for a little bit of extra length in this one. Turtle, he gets the kill onto Sotos in the meantime, and here's that Colossal Rage ripping through from Odie. That's so much damage turned around onto him. I don't know if the active's going to keep him in this engagement much longer. As Rico, oh, he's not able to finish it off. Toddy gets the final shot there. Dobson looking for some ranged poke, and he grabs himself the kill as well.
Man, those crits, you were talking about the RNG earlier. I think Rico got a little bit unlucky in that moment, but a really good job by Rotwin in that fight. Doesn't get the ultimate off, or maybe it was just coming up off cooldown, but he actually eats that grasp of death coming from Dobson. That would have hit the entire enemy team. Maybe it steals Gold Fury. It definitely makes that fight a lot worse for Just F6, but Rotwin does the right thing. You just have to eat that ult as the tank that's zoning, and he keeps that fight going well enough for Just F6. They get the Gold Fury. They go basically even in the team fight. At least Captain Odie ends up surviving. That's big for them. And you look at the way that Turtle's building in particular, this is going to be a pretty easy team to just dive because everyone is fairly squishy. Turtle is going more damage. He's going for what I imagine is going to be Heartseeker in that 4th item slot. Doku should be pressing tab and looking at that Achilles and going, yo, dude, if we belly flop this guy, he insta-dies off of a flop because he has 0 magic defense right now.
Well, the damage has been good enough at least to secure himself 3 kills. Just F6, though, are going to secure the Pyromancer. This time, it seems like, you know, the kills have been going 60's way, but these neutral map objectives, Just F6 has just been a little bit better at securing. The Gold Fury pulls back the gold differential from what was hefty in the 2,000-3,000 range down to just a few hundred here, if that. So Just F6, I think, have done a great job of positioning themselves despite maybe a level and XP differential.
Agreed. I think that's what is going to win you way more games than getting kills, is getting those objectives, and Just F6 doing a good job of prioritizing that so far, but still 60 is right there with him. It hasn't been,
yes.
It isn't a huge differential by any means. By the way, surprised that Vaporish has no rage in the build. That's one of the main draws in my mind to Xbalanque, is that you get easy rage stacks no matter where the fight is going on, as long as you have your ultimate up and you use it. Surprised that he doesn't have it at all. Looks like, I mean, maybe he can go Rage Deathbringer from here, but feels like he might just be going for that pen build to try and kill Captain Odie.
And potentially late to get that Rage online. I mean, Toddy has had it for the last 5 minutes and has only reached those 3 stacks. So it takes a minute to get wound up, especially with kind of these small in-and-out skirmishes that we've had. Mid lane tier 1 tower, though, maybe the target of priority here for 60. Just needs a little bit of poke to take it down. Have been some other towers taken down. Not quite the, what was it, 5-minute, 2, 3, 4-minute, 5-minute tower, whatever it was in game number 1.
No.
At the hands over in that solo lane, thanks to Odie. So slightly different. 20 minutes in, this one's still very close. Could shift a little bit here as Dobson gets dove on, has the Aegis to keep him alive. Turns around, ultimate charge, beads out by 1. Doku solo there, Switch jumps in. Sotos in the back line, though, cleans up that Persephone. The stun wall is down, and he's going to get melted away just a little bit. That passive form still does plenty of damage. He's going to time out. Sotos is going to stay alive. You got a 1-for-1 kill here with Turtle not yet engaging.
Man, Dobson had so many plants, just couldn't find him. How about this? Turtle going underneath the tier 2. That lack of tanking is certainly on display.
Yeah, I saw a couple of those execute targets, and I was thinking maybe you stack the 1-2, but suddenly that tower starts to hurt just a little bit extra. So nothing to be found there. The late engagement not paying off, but also not costing him really much there. It is the mid tier 1 tower is really, I guess, the big differentiator in that fight.
Yeah, you're going 1-for-1, get the tier 1 tower. It's still a win for 60 for sure, but I feel like that could have gone a little bit better. Dobson had so many plants ready to go, and instead of just turning as soon as you die, you just can turn and pop all those, and they'll do good damage for you. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe try to get a little bit too cheeky with the way you wanted to play it, but either way ends up working out A-okay for the time being.
There are relics burnt from both sides on that one, both notably from Turtle. He tried to find something in that engagement, but both relics down for Doku here, and that could potentially be a difference maker as Primal Fury has started. Sotos is going to take to the sky just to play bit of a lighthouse up there and try to spot out enemies, and nothing to be found. So a free Primal Fury now taken down, and again, just F6. They started both the Furies and finished both the Furies. Fire Giant thought about. That'd be an interesting call.
Toddy coming in as well, but this time just F6, a little bit too wary of the potential. This happened to them in game 1. They don't get caught by the same game plan in game 2. That's good heads up and learning from what your opponents like to do.
They're going to end up pulling off of the FG. Switch very close to transforming there, and well vented to kind of keep himself out of that form, maybe sensing that a fight could be brewing up on this side. And with this positioning, you lose a fight handily right next to this Fire Giant. That is an FG to the other team.
Easily, and that's exactly, you mentioned Doku's beads being down and Aegis. That's exactly why 60 is setting up on this Fire Giant. They want a fight to happen if they can.
Well, they're setting it up and doing it. Half health on the FG and just F6. Sotos isn't in range to fight here, doesn't have his ultimate to close that gap either. Toddy is there, just poking away a little bit of damage. 60, they secure this FG, but do they win the fight on the back end of it? Switch transforms, but he's so low. Odie moves himself in, gets the kill, and he's found himself right where you want to be. He's deep in the back line as Dobson. He's going to throw out the ultimate as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far up to this point. You lose your Hunter and the Guardian if you're 60. Dobson poked down. Captain Odie not able to finish it off. Great body blocking there from 60. And you lose 3 all of a sudden if you're just F6.
Wow, what a fight by 60. They get fire and just F6. I mean, they had the right idea. Hey, this team likes to pull fire in risky situations. They're going to try and sneak one on us. Let's check it. Oh, yeah, they were trying it. All right, cool. They definitely won't do it again, even though we have no ward vision whatsoever. Let's just all back. You know, let's just back up and get our buffs. And only one member backed. That was Sotos, but that's a big one to not have at the very beginning of that fight. Just, I don't know. I don't know if they just didn't think that they would do it. I don't know what the thought process was, but clearly was not the right call to let 60 have that much space around fire.
It's tough to lose Toddy that early on as well if you're just F6. I mean, there was some good zoning in, but when your Hunter is the first person you lose in those engagements, especially one that now has a fully stacked Rage, Devourer's Gauntlet there to keep you in the fights longer, that's a brutal first pick, and things just sort of seemed to stumble out of control from then on out, and kind of pivoting to Vaporish Coast. We're surprised that he didn't pick up Rage as that 3rd or 4th item. He is foregone crit entirely.
Gone for the traditional pen build, the Executioner chin size, just try and knock down these tanks, and it didn't take him long to kill Captain Odie, but Odie doesn't have that much physical defense anyways, so I think Crit would have done largely the same thing with the ability to also insta-kill Doku or Toddy or Sotos in these team fights. Maybe it's because the Transcendence, it means that you need to get some lifesteal with Aussie or something like that. That's the way that Coast feels. Transcendence certainly feels good because it means that you get to keep that branching Bola up all the time.
Well, he will still hurt just plenty if an unmitigated target is just running at him, and Vaporish Coast is able to get off free damage like this tier 2 tower on the left-hand side. So exposed Phoenix now on the left. If you're just F6, maybe that's your defense here. They're just going to rotate towards this mid-tier 2 tower as well. Just trying to play slow and methodical. We got the FG buff, and we're technically in the lead. No need to force anything.
Exactly. This is a much better way to use your FG than last time we saw 60 get one in game 1, where they rush it. They try and get a Phoenix right away. They don't push up their waves well enough. They don't have a wave on this right-hand tier 2, but I don't think that just F6 is going to be worried about a tier 2 at this point in the game. This is give up territory and just sit on your Phoenixes and try and defend from there.
Yeah, full-blown Phoenix defense. Turtle mode, despite Turtle being on 60. Odie not wanting to step out, and right side Phoenix will be a bit of safety here for just F6. But they're just going to back off, and with a minute left on that FG buff, you get a few kills, 3 notably on the back end of that fight. All 3 tier 2 towers. And yeah, you have, Fire Giant for another 45 seconds. But now you're in the lead by 8,000 gold, 12,000 XP. You're just starting to pivot and maybe looking at FG one more time.
Yeah, only 30 seconds left in the buff. I think that the map kind of takes you there pretty nicely at this point because you just stay on this left-hand side, get your buffs, then we get Fury because that's up at about 15 seconds. Then we go over to the right-hand side and pull fire once again. And I doubt just F6 is going to try and make a fire defense at this point. Their defense on the Phoenix is pretty solid. They've got Jing Wei, who's very hard to lock down, who can get poked out and then be right back in very, very quickly. And then you've got Merlin, who is one of the best defenders on the Phoenixes because he's got good range, damage, and CC that he can put over a wall.
We were wondering what Turtle would maybe go for into kind of that hybrid defensive and its spectral armor to finish off his build. And certainly not a bad item buy when you're facing a crit build Jingwei on the enemy team.
No, because as soon as Jingwei pops that 2, that's 100% crit chance, I believe. So you end up guaranteeing to get crit. So both Switch and Turtle have picked this item up. And it's going to help, but especially in the case of Turtle's build, it's not going to do enough necessarily. He's still going to get killed in 5 to 6
it will
autos.
Hurt.
It'll still hurt, but it will hurt less, which is the ultimate goal, I suppose.
50% less, as a matter of fact.
But that's a mood right there. It'll still hurt, but it'll hurt less.
Fair enough. And that's about all you can hope for if Toddy is able to sort of free fire. And I kind of think back to that last Fire Giant fight. 60 did a great job of, I don't know if you call it mispositioning, but engaging immediately onto that Jingwei. That just made the rest of the fight so easy there for them. Ward coverage is there for just F6. They know this is going on. They elect to come out and maybe defend this one, but Doku still back in base at that right side Phoenix. Switch still playing zone. They have pulled off of the FG here out of the pit. Still attacking though, so they're just kind of taking free poke damage, just a little bit, not all that much. But Switch is going to be the one to move in and engage. That's a double knock up there. Dobson's ultimate goes just wide, chains in a few. Beads, relics, actives, all burnt here for just F6. Trembling, Switch takes so much damage on his engage. Down crashes Sotos, but the execute could be in if Turtle finds a shot, and down goes Sotos, but he's able to trade out one as Dobson into the passive form. Switch. Oh, Odie's not able to finish off the damage. Switch stays alive, but in the meantime, Toddy is found a kill on the back line of this fight. Airstrike flies through. Turtle finds his second of this fight, and so does Toddy. Vaporish Coast wants to take this 1v1. Beads out the stun, turns around the damage. Could be the double. Vaporish Coast, what a play. One man alive for both teams.
Yeah, that's the Coast I know. Who cares about peeling for the support? Captain Odie just loops around on Switch and gets the kill there. But Vaporish is dashing into the 2-on-1 in order to try to make a play happen. Just surprised that Just F6 is willing to be there at that fight at all. And 60, I think, just a little bit too antsy to take that fight. They had fire really, really low. And the way that Dobson is setting up these plants, Persephone can be phenomenal at securing Fire Giant if you just set up some plants all around the fire and then explode them all at once with that flourish. But you have to do it kind of late because you only want them at tier 2, not at tier 3, because if they're at tier 3, they hunt the enemy instead of going for the objective. But you can have phenomenal objective secure with Persephone, but Dobson's setting up his garden as a defensive tool. If he gets jumped on by Sotos, if Sotos dunks him and Dobson's standing on 5 tier 3 plants, Sotos gets legitimately one-shot by Flourish. It's just a difference of where he wants that prioritization because you don't have enough seeds for both. I think that I would be setting up around that Fire Giant to try and secure. 60 was in a good position to do just that, but it seemed like Switch and the rest of the team were a little bit more keen on taking the fight.
Deathbringer picked up 6th overall for Toddy here, try to mitigate some of that spectral armor the best that he can. Switch still playing that heavy front line as Rotwin moves in. Fire Giant taken very low here. Stunned out is Rico on the left-hand side. They're going to pull off of it one more time, very close to finishing it, realizing the fight may be more important. That's a stun onto Switch, half health on that Cullen. Fire Giant still pulled, but now regaining his health. Just F6 have a new air of confidence as they push in to this right side jungle.
Surprise as well, because neither Sotos nor Doku has any relics at all. Toddy having both is huge. And you know Vaporish Coast doesn't have beads, but Dobson's relics have just now come up. But Switch with an oddly timed back. This is a 5-on-4, though I don't know if Just F6 know it.
And they are going to start poking out that Fire Giant, neither team fully committing to it. It was very low a moment ago for 60, but they don't finish it off. Instead, maybe looking for an engagement. Just F6 do the same. Suddenly, there is some small poke back and forth. Rotwin looking for the jump up and down. Switch is going to be able to get himself back. Take this tier 1 tower, but Odie has found his way into the back line, whacking away at Dobson, who has to use the Aegis, but he's able to dash himself backwards. Captain Odie's got 4 men looking at him here, and he's going to run himself out of that one. Execute,
nice
body
block.
blocked out by Doku, takes a little bit of damage for his troubles, but health bars melting from Just F6. Switch pops those thorns, is moving in to the front line himself. Toddy poking away, plenty of damage himself. Vaporishkos finds the kill onto the enemy Hunter. Rico, he's found the second in this fight. Suddenly just F6. They've only got 3 members left alive. Make it 2. And suddenly Vaporishkos is starting to rip through the remaining members, and Rotwin the last man alive.
That's what you picked the Xbalanque for, and that's what Coast wants to do, is just destroy a team fight with a late game Hunter. The idea was solid, but Doku takes a little bit too much damage by stepping in front of Turtle. With Turtle's build, he has no Magil defense. He should be the focus every single fight. It should be any sort of CC on the Achilles into Merlin damage, and we're in a 5v4. You don't have to use even ult in order to kill him. And they just got, I think that Just F6 got a little bit too caught up in what was happening on these objectives, because I really feel like they had a really good opportunity to win this game right here.
And they do not, as 60 are able to tie it up here in this best of 3. We're going to a game 3. Just as promised, we figured this would be a very competitive group and a very competitive region. We're already going to a game 3, our first set into today.
Yeah, no surprise. I just feel like that fight goes as well as you could ever ask for Just
Absolutely.
F6. I mean, the Persephone ult is completely worthless, does literally nothing in that team fight. Odie's is pounding on Dobson. He forces him completely out of the fight. And then that Xbalanque ult, I think, really just confused Just F6 on where they needed to be, who they should be on. And then Kos and the rest of the boys just picked him apart after that.
Hunter's big difference makers in this one towards the end. Vaporishkos, though, he pushes 60 rather over the edge to tie this one up. So we'll go to Finch to break it down.
I'll be happy to. If you all are enjoying the quality of the games that we are watching right now, I don't mean to go all Dragon Ball Z on you here, but there is a level even further beyond in the SPL that's going to be starting next week. So make sure that you're checking that out March 14th at 3 p.m. right here on twitch.tv/SmiteGame or mixer.com/SmiteGame, wherever you feel more comfortable. Still Finch on the desk. I'm joined here by Gore Miser. And Gore, that game is kind of what we expected from this set. Right now, we're getting close.
Yeah, and it was really weird because a lot of things, I think, go right there for Just F6 even, although the things that started to fall apart, the Bacchus didn't work out nearly as well as it did in game 1, and now you're starting to wonder, like, okay, is this something that you should be going back to? Is it something that is working out for you? Rotwin played it really well, and then the opposite of really well, Vaporishkos goes pretty massive. The same thing for Turtle. Like, the two sides of the map, the sandwich bread of the team really kept things rolling for him.
I would say so too, man. I don't know. I think there's something about being the Chaos side support this set that's just not working. I mean,
It's bad luck, dude.
was really struggling in game 1, had a huge bounce back performance on this Kakulin. Rotwin played well in game 1, and then really struggled here in game number 2. It's just not working for one of these supports. It looks like one of these supports could be the focus, and someone's gonna have a bad game.
And I mean, it also has to be said, like, you look at it, and a lot of people were all like, I mean, we were ready to, I think Aggro as well was ready to discount that Kakulin. Like, we're just like, man, okay, yeah, that's probably not going to work out as well as you would like it to. And then it did everything you wanted, maybe even then some, from your support. And I think it also has to be said, the Vamana was something I looked at as potentially being something big. Didn't go the haste and katana that we're used to seeing. Didn't go for like a frostbound hammer.
I think he might have had haste.
He went for an Erendite later on in his build, which kind of caught me off guard. But I mean, fundamentally, same mentality. Hey, I'll chase you down, see where it comes from. But he just never got running at the same pace, really, that you want out of your Vamana. Couldn't stick to people the way he wanted to.
We have seen Vamana do really well, haven't we? And this was not quite up to that level. You saw it towards the end, though. Obviously, whenever it comes time to make the highlights, that's Vaporishkos' time to shine. I think when you're playing with Coast, all you really got to do is get my man to the point where he can carry, and then
he'll just do it.
Yeah, then he'll do it. But you got to get him there. He had a pretty good game throughout this time, though. He was aggressive, up by purple buff, trying to make some plays there and finding good kills.
In comparison to the Vulcan game, where he was just constantly getting pressured out. And I think that's going to be the difference, and it's the name of the game when it's just like, man, you're playing Vulcan, who, yes, we've seen work in the long lane. We've seen a lot of people be successful with it there, but not really recently and not too often lately. So you put him back on a Hunter, get him something where he's stable, and see what he does.
Doesn't even build crit. Can you imagine it in this day and age?
Let's
go ahead and go into the picks advance for game number 2. Game number 3, excuse me. We are in the decider match here between 60 and Just F6. Now, we're going to be following along with Just F6 pretty much all day long, I think, in game 1, set 1, 3, and 4. So we're basically going to get to see exactly how it is that their path is going to be moving in towards that qualifier. I'm pretty sure that if you win 3 sets, that is enough to get you in, right? And you might even be able to make it in with 2, but you want to be able to win that 3rd one. So this is pretty important. All of these sets are going to be important for Just F6.
Yes, and I think the same thing, like the best thing about it, and I actually really like this, we get to see every team in this group today.
That's right. We'll see
just
everyone
because of the way we're doing it. it's going to be just F6 versus the world for a lot of it, but getting to see the world is still really awesome. The second set, I believe, is still Poppies and Freshly Forged.
Yes,
but
which should also be a really good
gonna
set.
I was going to say it's going to be a 6 set, but just F6 are like weirdly good in a way. Like, and I don't mean to take it away from them, but it's just like when you look at the names and you're just like, I don't know as many of these people. Like, I've heard some of these names, or maybe I've seen them in games, but like they haven't really played at this competitive level before, putting themselves together on a team and being able to keep up right now with a team like 60, but maybe what we'll see later in the day is some of those other teams. It's big for them, and now they have the Camazotz, which in my mind is like the biggest enabler of, yes, I will just do it by myself. Whether you give it to the jungle or the solo, they will just do the thing.
Yeah, Camazotz is so hard to stop from doing the things that he does well, right?
Which is living and killing you.
Yes, making
really,
sure that
really long
your backliner
forever.
dies a lot of the time, and he's very good at that kind of stuff. One of the ways, though, to interact with Camazotz while he's doing all his stuff you can't interact with is with a Yamoja, where you can have those heals that provide that shielding. You can't really peel it off of him when he's in the bat out of hell. Obviously, you can't interact with him there, but you can interact with your teammate and try and keep him alive. I didn't see particularly impressive Yamoja play from Switch last time, though, so he's going to have to make sure he does something a lot better on it this time.
No, I'm interested to see how he turns it around, because a lot earlier where it wasn't necessarily, I don't even want to say it was his fault. I think he got caught out a lot, which might have been his positioning, but there's a lot of anti-heal on their team as well. They had the Divine Ruin, they had it built in with the Bacchus. Now that they don't necessarily have all of that upfront anti-heal, I think it might give that Yamoja a little more potency for the team. And as long as he's positioned properly, I think the shielding and the healing is going to be much different.
This is scary, though. I really like this composition from Just F6. The Ratatosker gives you a ton of early game presence. The Camazotz can seal it for you in the late game. And then you have this Khepri, which should be using Scarab's Blessing to make sure that even if a Thoth dive does happen, that he's able to live right on through it. I don't know how you're going to stop that artillery cannon in the back line.
Yeah, that's going to be very difficult. Like, I mean, Achilles, Thor can kind of get back there, and they
dive.
can stick on him, but I don't know if you're going to be able to take care of him and deal with that through like a Khepri. There's a lot of sustain for Just F6. I'm feeling good about him.
Yeah, you basically got to kill him twice with that Scarab's Blessing. Game number 3, the decider match. I'm throwing it over to Dave.
Thank you, Finch. Game number 3 to decide it between Just F6 and 60, and both teams have shown resilience throughout this entire set. Fire Giants made a big difference. Hunters in the last game, Vaporish Coast and Toddy in the big skirmishes, playing big difference makers as well. Vaporish Coast, the ultimate dagger into Just F6's lineup. But a difference, though, in the mid lane, I think, in this game, where the kind of usual suspects banned out. Merlin takes a back seat, Persephone as well. Scylla, fortunately or not, we don't have to dive into that. We have plenty already.
Why is everyone picking this character? It blows my
But
mind.
my point being, that's kind of that second wave of mages we've seen in the mid lane. And
Sure.
Thoth as well.
We see a lot of Scylla. There's no doubt that these players all must be seeing something different than me, because this god is just way overrepresented in my mind. But we've been on that soapbox a lot.
We have been. Poor
so.
Scylla has been berated time and time again. But Thoth, her lane opponent here, another god I would argue has kind of been in that second wave of, if the other 4 are banned out, we'll go towards this Thoth.
Definitely, and I think that he is a god that still does all the things that you don't want to play against. But look at this, Toddy going aggressive.
He's dropping down, blink forward from Rotwin. That's a good shell. It's going to save a Porsche Coast's life, but Dobson, you can't say the same for him. There was a gank into the mid lane from Sotos, so skirmish happening in the long lane, but kill happening in the mid lane thanks to an early game gank.
Ratatosker and killing mid laners at level 2, name a more iconic duo. It happens all the time. This god is just so good because he gets to get that Acorn too. It gives him the power of a mace, but more movement speed, and so it's really, really hard to get away from him. And he just has very impactful abilities at this point in the game. His base damage is really high. They all have good effects. You either get prot shredded or stunned or slowed, depending on what he goes for. So he does that pretty well most of the time.
We didn't get to quite capture it on screen, but we can take a look at the First Blood replay here and see exactly what happened. So actually not all that much of a gank. Relatively unsurprising, but a sudden blink forward.
Dobson had his one.
It's going to lock him down.
Yeah, Dobson didn't get his dash. So as soon as you know that, then you know that he's free pickings, even with that positioning. And good communication by Doku and Sotos. You could tell that that was premeditated. That would be first-degree murder if we were arguing this in court, because Doku dashes forward as soon as Sotos blinks in.
Well, we have it on film, so it's about as clear-cut as a murder trial would be.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. Yeah, it would be a messy trial, though. I mean, they always are. You know?
They always are. They're lengthy and drawn out, but Doku ultimately does get first blood on his hands and first blood in this game. So they're going to grab themselves a small lead there in the mid lane. I mean, there was a slight pivot because of the engagement down in the long lane, and there might be one here as well with Turtle trying to poke his way in, stunned out. I think they're just going to try to escape from this one. But this is Camazotz. He'll heal back up, and he'll be just fine. They could look for a little bit extra. He's already used his dash forward. Sotos, you just need a little bit more damage.
No.
You've aggroed the tower. He slides his way out. Close call there, but both get out alive. But we briefly brought up before the Hunter started skirmishing in the long lane. This Toth in the middle lane obviously got first blood, and for good reason, makes a big impact.
And it's only getting worse for Thoth. Thoth is who Scylla wants to be, honestly. I mean, it's the bad early game that transitions into a really, really hard to stop late game, except Thoth can do it from such a long distance and has such a long dash that doesn't require a double fire. Thoth is just the more consistent character, I would argue, in a lot of ways. It's hard to deal with Thoth come late game, and I think that he is a god that we should see more of. Mage has lost a lot of penetration, both flat and percent. Thoth has flat pen built in. That seems pretty good to me. You're going to be doing damage pretty quickly.
It doesn't sound bad
with that character, and again, he's got the longest range in the game as far as regular abilities consistently goes. So it only takes playing against a good Thoth once for you to go, man, I totally forgot how horrible this character can be if the other player is really, really potent on him.
That's punishing.
The problem is that at the most levels, those players don't exist. He's a hard god to execute with.
Well, at this level, you imagine Ramaj Doku to be able to execute at the highest level. We didn't even really get a chance to touch on this Camazotz yet. So often banned out for great reason. You see him in the jungle, you see him in the solo lane. Talk about suffocating to lane against. Free damage amplification if you catch those sonic waves that you see bouncing around. At self-sustain, nothing there is bad.
Yeah, his 2 scales at 130%. That's a big number. And usually that's what you want, are big numbers on your team. Camazotz does those well.
Abduct rather, pulls back Turtle, but up to the sky goes
Hello.
Sotos, who crashes his way down. Beautiful ultimate execution there. 60, they get the first couple of kills in this one. Doku is rotating over from the mid lane, over by the fire giant pit. Ultimate used. I'm a Monster collapses down onto Sotos. Suddenly things have gone from bad to worse. You get first blood, but suddenly you lose 3. What a fight there from 60.
Man, I don't know how Sotos has fallen so far behind. Ratatoskr is supposed to be the early game god, and the idea that it was really that he tried to invade blue, got poked out, then dove the tower, missed the 3, didn't get the kill, got poked out again, lost the blue on the invade, and that sets Rico up really nicely. But the initial decision making to not just take the fight mano a mano against Thor in the blue buff is what surprised me quite a bit, because he had full Acorn at that time. He's so strong.
He's going to try to become relevant here as he leaps up to the sky and might crash down onto Dobson. He goes. So Doku onto the board for the second time this game, and that's an execute effectively from Vaporish Coast with that airstrike, and back under the safety of his tier 1 tower he goes. 1-for-1 trade. But now you got your Hunter on the board for Vaporish Coast and a second kill for Doku.
But the problem is Rico is Thor, and Thor scales way, way better into the late game than Ratatoskr. These two characters always compared against one another because they both have ultimates that take them up into the sky and they dunk down, though that's pretty much where the similarities end. It's that Thor has so much more late game damage. His scaling is excellent. Adding that extra component to the ultimate made a huge difference for him. I think Rico is going to scale pretty well here in this game, and he gets to play much more aggressively at this point because of that range stun.
Yeah, you can sort of feel that confidence. Now Switch is in that point in the game where he's going to start rotating to this mid, hanging out with Rico a little bit more. You almost get the, and it's just that small example right there. I'm not sure Sotos is going to have a free uncontested clear unless Rico is elsewhere doing his own clear, because of just how confident he's feeling at 0-1-2, a 1-level advantage. It's going to be a tough game to get back into for this Rat.
You can still, I mean, here's the thing about Ratatoskr. At this point in the game, even though you're behind, level 6 Rat is still going to do a lot of damage in the early game. It's just the nature of the kit. So you can't let, if you're Sotos, you can't just say, okay, I'm going into farm mode. Junglers have that kind of gear that they switch into when they're behind, where it's I'm not showing up for your lane, so quit asking. I'm going to my camps and I'm farming them, and I'm gonna try and catch up that way. And it works for a lot of junglers, but Rat just really shouldn't be one of those. You should still be trying to leverage that really good early game kit where you can. Problem is, there's not a lot of really great spaces. I think that Solo's really the only one that you can gank effectively because you have Camazotz over there. Jingwei, you knock her up, she dashes away. I mean, you've got Dobson in the mid lane, but it's more likely that Rico's going to be around mid than around Solo.
Dobson's beads are down, so that window for a potential gank closing in the next 30 or so seconds. Soto's still staying aggressive, though. Maybe contesting this red buff. Vapor's Coast off to the side, blink forward, stunned down. Vapor's Coast dashes away, as you'd expect from the Jingwei.
And good patience by Coast. He gets stunned and says, all right, I'll wait until the stun is over. It's not a long stun. It just usually does a lot of damage. Not when Sotos is in this position. I know I said I wanted to see him play aggressively, but you have to play aggressively with a lot of wherewithal about how much damage you're actually going to do. You have to be realistic at the same time. That was just not a realistic engagement.
Well, at this point, effectively even across the board, save the jungle. Dobson and I'm a Monster. CC immunity is going to sidestep a little bit. Ultimate flies through. Isn't going to do too much here. Dobson, though, getting aggressed on get out of jail free card from Odie, who's not going to hit the final shot. And Dobson, final bit of mobility just to get him back beneath that tier 2 tower safely. Doku, a nice sidestep on the stun there. A well-executed gank doesn't result in the kill, but a 1v1 for Toddy on to Vaporish Coast is going to grab that Hu Yi his first kill of the game.
All right, so I'm just going to assume that Odie made the decision that he didn't want that kill.
Right.
Because he should have had it.
Right.
But then he would have died on the back end, so deciding that his life was not worth that of Dobson. I think that's a fair assumption to make, and that's the one I'm going to go with. But nice little backstep by Dobson. Doku thought he had him dead to rights, but even with that gigantic I'm a Monster model, Dobson was somehow able to squeak by that final judgment, and it ends up saving his life. But Toddy getting that solo kill on the Coast on the dual lane, huge, because this is a character in Jingwei that stays behind will stay okay when behind well enough most of the time, but Hu Yi pushes leads awfully well.
Well, the ganks continue. No airstrike from Vaporish Coast, but a dash backwards, well timed.
And that's why it's just not worth your time to ever gank duo as Ratatosker against Jingwei, because you knock her up and she just gets her long dash and you never get a chance to follow up on it. It's just if you're gonna pick Rat, you either have to pick Jingwei or ban it, because it really does take a whole lane away from you as far as where you have potential ganks, and you're not picking Rat to hyper farm to the late game, you're picking Rat to gank side lanes early.
Well, Turtle, despite being a level ahead, is going to take plenty of poke damage from this Camazotz. As Rivers rebuke from Switch to try to engage on this fight, Dobson tosses out the crush from over the Harpy wall, but this one seems like it's just going to fizzle out. I did want to touch quickly that there are lots of conversations. I know Doomorb has been a big mid-lane item pickup recently. Chronos Pennant has been a favorite as well, but Rod of Tahuti picked up first overall here for Dobson.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't like Chronos Pennant at all on Scylla. I think that
fair enough.
Scylla's not a character where you're killing someone with 2 rotations. You're killing someone with 1. Rico looking for Odie, but Odie sniffed it out and had the ultimate ready. So getting as much power as you can early, and Rod is certainly that, makes sense, but it's still very expensive. And now he's building into Book. Why not just start with the Book in the first place? That's what makes not a lot of sense to me. I think the Book build is just better on Scylla. If you're going Scylla, Book of Thoth, into Boots, into Poly if you're ahead, or Pen if you're behind is the way to go.
Turtle's going to have to use the ultimate to dash out Sotos. This could be a free kill here for you. Odie was tanking up that tower. Small bit of healing from Turtle, but not enough to keep him alive. Counter gank there from Rico, but I'm not sure he's going to look for much more. So down goes Turtle, as Just F6 are able to find a kill. Nice wall, keeps him in tower range, and he does end up finding the kill. What a sidestep, maybe misplay there from Odie. Stays in range of that wall. I'm a Monster crashes down. You're locked in place, but doesn't matter. The root is going to get it done for Dobson. So you trade out kills 2 for 1 across the board.
Now, I understand that I'd assume that dash forward was just a misclick from Doku, but Rotwin had ult. He's Kepri. Throw it on him, bro. He was walking. He turned his back and was walking away. That
Nah, I only saved myself, right?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a head scratcher for me. I don't know about all that one, Chief.
Well, and that keeps Dobson a little bit closer in that mid lane. Crush just for some peel onto the Porsche Coast, who is rooted down. That one will disengage there as well. And Gold Fury at this point in the game, Ryan, I mean, you're looking at almost exactly 1,000 gold lead. And with how close things are, the XP being the main differential, at about 3 and some change thousand there in favor of 60. Gold Fury could be a big turning point for one of these two teams.
I agree, and I think that Just F6 are the team that need it more because their composition, some would call it well-balanced because you've got a really good early game jungler in Ratatoskr and a really good late game mage in Thoth, and I just think it's a little bit too divided. I think that the Khepri in the late game is good, Ho Yi is fine come late game, Camazotz falls off a little bit, doesn't get to do as much nut stuff. Really, it's only their Thoth as the late game hyper carry. I think 60 has a much, much better late game draft. Yemoja late game is absurd with all the healing and the shielding. Jingwei, one of the best late game hunters. Achilles stays relevant because of the execute. Thor becomes a pretty good just one-shot jungler late game, and then Dobson is playing a very good late game mage. So Just F6, I think, need this more than 60 do.
We've seen some good and bad out of the Yemoja today from Switch. I would argue a much better showing here in the early game for 60. 0-0-5 now on that God. The Rivers Rebukes, I think, have done a good job of setting up some good fights. Looks like Tier 1 Tower in this short lane will be the first to fall in this game, so 60 are able to carve themselves out a little bit more of an advantage. And we haven't quite seen this Camazotz out-bully that we expect. And Captain Odie is actually going to blink forward, try to contest this blue buff. Not sure he ended up picking that one up. He did, so he picked up the blue buff for himself there. But we haven't quite seen this Camazotz just completely out-bully the Achilles like we might have expected.
No, and it's because Sotos got bullied out a little bit on that right-hand side early on. That set up Turtle. Really, that triple dunk by Rico was absolutely absurd by the blue buff, and that set Odie and Sotos and Rotwen behind off that play. And so Odie's still done a good job. He's still poked Turtle out, but he's not as dominant as you would really hope for with, again, one of the best gods in the game right now.
Not quite as suffocating as Camazotz. We have seen the potential, but maybe not there. Doku has Switch hanging out around this corner here. There is some support out behind him. And similar to how you don't necessarily want to get wiped right next to Fire Giant late in the game, with this Gold Fury first on the board, a big difference could it make if one of these two teams over-engages. There's still Turtle on his blue buff, so he's not here to fight, but Odie is rotating back through here. This could be Just F6 pivoting to the GF.
Dobson's got good steal potential, but this should be on Doku to secure it before I'm a Monster even gets close.
Turtle not here. 5 strong from Just F6. Gold Fury taken low. 60, they take it away. Just F6 start it. 60, they finish it off, but they might want the fight still. Just F6 up to the sky, rather, and Jingwei does the same. Bay Porsche Coast escapes, and in a 4v5 disadvantage, 60 steal away the Fire Giant, and that right lane is pushing as well.
Look, I mean, I'm a Monster's going to do more damage at this point in the game because Dobson has Rod and Soul Reaver. He spent nearly 6,000 gold on power items so far, so that's a lot of power that he's got in the bank. So then reset it if that's the game plan. If we are not using Final Judgment to secure gold, we should be resetting as soon as Dobson shows up. Or if we're trying to use Final Judgment to secure gold, Dobson just out-secured me, that's honestly acceptable as well. It's that's a pretty coin flippy sort of secure.
Right.
For Doku to charge the ultimate and then not fire it makes no sense at all to me. I mean, you've got to come in with every objective pull. Before you pull it, there should be a conversation had. And it's not even a conversation. Usually it's one person's job on your team to say, this is what we are doing on this objective. If this happens, we are doing this. If this happens, we are doing this. That conversation was either not had or not followed.
Right.
And neither one's good sign.
Well, literally every active in the game is available. Nothing burnt on that Gold Fury fight. Dobson has to use his Aegis here to stay alive, but Sotos is going to turn around the damage. Rico takes to the skies, and Anvil of Dawn crashes down, but no stun there. Still 3 members strong. 60, they do lose 1 member, so this is a numbers advantage for Just F6. Last time they lost to Gold Fury with the numbers advantage. This time they're looking towards this mid-tier 1.
Grouped up as 5. I mean, you've still got Kepri ult, so this is a pretty good position for Just F6 to be in now.
And Odie's going to dash into the back line. Rico taken low. Shell gives them a little bit of shielding and maybe makes Odie think twice as he bat out of Hell's his way back to the mid lane with the rest of his team. So 1 kill advantage is really all we find here from Just F6. Maybe a little bit of poke on that mid lane tier 1. 60, they're still holding on to that 3.3k gold lead and 6,500 XP.
They've got a great lead right now, and the XP really made a big difference in that last engagement in mid, because if Captain Odie is level 17, matching that of Turtle, he kills Rico there. Pretty much guaranteed in my mind, but just a little bit too far behind, doesn't have enough damage. Shell comes out for Switch, as well as the healing from the 2, the Mending Waters. That's really difficult to punch through. And Sotos has a little bit of anti-heal. Doku has a little bit of anti-heal. I think that Just F6 is doing a good job of respecting that healing output coming from Yemoja. It's heal and shield. You can only take care of one of those 2 factors. The shield is going to play no matter what.
With a Porsche Coast this time around, realizing that it's Jingwei, crit maybe makes more sense in that build, is going to go Blood Forged into Xe, but then Rage to follow it up. So that Jingwei will hurt just plenty in the right position there. Toddy, similar build though, but the Aussie has started to become a very popular first item for a lot of hunters.
It is, but I'm not a big fan of it quite yet. It's just not. You feel like it should be really good, right? I'm getting power, attack speed, pen, lifesteal. It's every stat I could ever want. But it's not a whole lot of those stats.
Right.
It's just a little bit. I just don't know if the power spike is good enough.
It's a little bit of a lot, and Rotwin is going to look to get himself out of this one. Ults himself. He's going to drop right back down, but you don't have much health there, and the last-ditch effort to keep himself alive doesn't work out. Doku burns the Aegis, but a double kill now for Turtle. That's a level 18 Achilles here with 3 kills to his name. Swooping in now is Odie, has the ultimate to get himself out. Huyi drops his ultimate as well. A couple swoops and a dash out. Achilles still has a cooldown on his ultimate should he choose to use it, but a blink back beneath the tier 2 keeps him alive. Huyi uses the dash, but a great block there from Switch keeps Odie locked in. Sotos is up in the air, but I don't imagine he looks for much more here. You lose 3 members in a tier 1 if you're Just F6.
Man, this is not looking good for Just F6. This Ratatoska early game got bullied out. Rotwin just has not been able to stay safe, and Switch has had a much better game on Yemoja. This is what Yemoja is really supposed to do to games in her current state, in my mind. Look at her player damage. She has as much as Remak Doku. Dobson has done 3k damage. It's just that she has so many buttons up all the time. That's before even talking about the amount of healing that she's done. So you add in both of those 2 factors. You basically add in 2,000 to that player damage. She's near the top of the entire list in terms of effectiveness so far. Then it's what sort of mobility has she added in? How many people has she walled off with that ultimate? I mean, this character is insane. And credit to Switch. I think that game 1, he did next to nothing on this character. Now, he's a major factor on why 60 is looking very poised to win the set.
And I think that's why yesterday Gore and I were baffled that in one of the sets she was neither picked nor banned. We were on the desk and we couldn't even converse about the rest because
it was crazy.
The fact that she made it through was so wild, but not here today. Switch has played her twice and she was banned out in game number 2 of this set. But 60 firmly in control here. They're going to grab themselves their second Fury of this game, as well as FG. This left side tower seems to be their target of aggression. Up in the air goes Rico, and you might not have to crash down onto Sotos. Maybe just to confirm the kill. Saves it, does crash down to the back line. Dobson confirms the kill onto Doku. As Rico has made his way down in that Anvil of Dawn, Sotos is going to make it out alive after it's all said and done.
Dobson just doubled his player damage. And that's what is going to happen, is that everyone's going to go, look, Scylla's OP, he just one-shot that guy. Of course he did, he's level 19 and he had no player damage before that. What do you mean?
Just F6, they want to take this fight. River's Rebuke is going to split it just a little bit. Ultimate used onto Rotwin himself as Sotos is able to move in and get the kill onto Scylla. So 55 seconds remaining. These death timers at 22 minutes. You might be in the lead, but you lose 1 member. You're behind for about a minute. So slight overextension there and a good engage from Just F6 finds him a kill.
Looks like that was really a lot of credit to Toddy right there because he got Dobson a little bit too low before and switched. He poked them both out. I believe that was him that set up for Sotos' dunk to insta-kill Dobson on the dunk down. I think that Sotos actually done the right thing. I think a lot of Ratatoskr players like to build tank because, oh, I'm not going to do as much in the late game. I'm not really a late game character, and that's true. And tank Rat works really well when you're ahead because your base damage lets you leverage that and just stay doing enough damage to kill people and make it really hard to trade you out. But when you fall behind, you can't build enough defense to stay relevant. Build damage. It's going to help you out more. Now, Sotos has split the difference a little bit. He's gotten pretty hybrid, both shields. And having both Rudic Shield and Void Shield on two characters that are going to be the exact same spot in the exact same team fight does feel like nails on a chalkboard to me a little bit. But at least it's not pure defense. We're looking at the silver linings here.
Right, it's small hybrid and maybe if stacked properly, could tilt the team fight in your favor. But you're going to need a little bit more of a tilt, probably a full 180-degree spin here for Just F6 to keep you in this one. Tier 2 tower under attack. And that's Toddy using his escape to do just that. Fire Giant up in a minute and a half still on 4 out of 5 members of 60. Oh, that's what we've seen. Blink forward from Switch. Rivers Rebuke is going to lock in Rotwin, who's not able to use his ultimate this time. And Rico slams down onto Odie. Suddenly 2 members are down. It looks like there's a disengage, but 60, they found a couple kills.
Good blink engagement by Switch. This Emoja has been a huge factor for them so far, no doubt.
This is right side Phoenix, chipped away. 3 members remaining on the defense for Just F6, and now there's a bit of disengage. We have seen teams stack up on this wall, and the moment the enemy team tries to step out of base, they get dunked on, but it looks like that will not be what happens here. You have 2 more open Phoenixes you can go for. Fire Giant buff, rather, just now falling off. Still 20 seconds on Odie. This Camazotz has had a rough game so far, to say the least. Now 60, they kind of control their own destiny, I think, in this one with Fire Giant up at 40 seconds.
Yeah, this is the garbage time, so to speak, where you just gotta walk around, clear your buffs, talk about what you want to eat after this, see what's kind of going on in everybody's life, and then oh yeah, Fire Giant's up. Now we can go and grab it. So now for Just F6, this garbage time is actually very important because they have to finish some really important items. Looks like both Odie and Sotos are working towards Heartseekers. They've got to try and split up and get enough farm to get those. Can we actually check Golden Hand for both Sotos and Odie? Okay, so Sotos is close. He's going to have to sell his Assassin's Blessing, but he'll get there at some point. Odie does not look likely to get there. He needs about 1,000 gold before he's going to be able to pick that up.
I like that hover from Doug. The Caduceus shield picked up from Turtle.
Yeah.
You talk about just base level healing and shielding from a Yamoja. That's just going to amplify it somewhat.
And it works well for Achilles as well, because when he pops that too, he gets a lot of healing himself. This is a really good item. We see it a lot on Camazotz in particular. Odie fell a little bit too far behind this game, I suppose, to really consider it. But I think that this item is very, very strong in the right hands, and I love it in this game. It helps the Achilles, it helps the Yamoja. It's going to even help the lifesteal from Vaporish Coast. Or no, maybe it's only a healing by ability, but either way, it's still a really strong pickup here.
Well, the fire objectives taken down relatively and completely uncontested. It is by abilities, as you point out. So mid lane Phoenix, maybe looking nervous. Left side Phoenix is as well. Primal Fury will fall. It's turtle time for Just F6. Maybe looking for a sneaky engagement for 60 as well. I don't think you'll find anything all that sneaky. Just F6 a little bit too nervous to even move themselves out of their base. How does that defense look, though, for Just F6? I mean, things are looking dire, but do they have a comp that can maybe get it done?
Yeah, I mean, Thoth is excellent on the defense. His poke is really safe from a distance. It doesn't clear the wave that well because you need to be a little bit too close, but you can poke frontliners really effectively, make it hard for them to get in there and engage. That's about it. Ho Yield is great, but it's limited. You're only using it once on defense.
Oh, we're going to get to see them try their hand at it now, and Turtle is just kind of brushing off a good bit of what Doku is trying to throw out at him, and it is a 4-1 split, as we've so often seen. They're going to send their Thor to the mid lane, but now Odie is there as well to maybe try to make it a 2v1, but you've left the numbers disadvantage along this left-hand side. Toddy drops down the ultimate for just a little bit of poke, and Turtle finds himself in the back line using his ultimate to disengage. Sotos, he drops down. Rivers Rebuke as well. popped now by 60 to maybe re-engage on this fight. Left side Phoenix has not taken all that much damage here. It's a 1 for none, so 4 members of 60 still going strong. Odie into that ultimate is going to save his life. Rotwin pulls him right on back, so the Khepri doing some good here for his team. They get the kill, burn the ultimate. They don't get this Phoenix.
Not yet, but they've got pressure on this right-hand side. That right side Phoenix is coming up. I'd actually like to see 60 rotate over to the right, going for this healthy Phoenix. A little bit risky, but that right side Phoenix is going to respawn. Fire minions are close behind you, and it's going to be very weak. I think it's a bit of a mistake, even in the 4v5, to let just F6 get that right side Phoenix up.
Okay, Porsche Coast will do so much damage to it if he's left unchecked. But I think to just F6's credit, they haven't let that happen. Rico has to use his ultimate up into the air and might end up looking for a side engage here. Instead, he's just going to move.
Good wall.
Side Harpies. Switch throws up the River's Rebuke. Phoenix has been left kind of unattended by just F6 here. Vaporish Coast has to use both actives to keep himself alive, and Airstrike moves him back to safety. So no kills just yet here, and Toddy playing safe as well. Fire minions pouring down the right lane. You don't need a god in that lane if the minions are just going to get it done, and it does end up falling.
I guess not. I mean, 60 does effectively the same thing, and that's just put enough pressure on the left that the right side goes down. That's just important that they get that left side down, and Coast doesn't have to back. He just sustains up with Fire Giant and that Blood Forge and is ready to go again.
3 ultimates ready for just F6, 2 and almost 3 for 60. Left side and mid side Phoenix still chipped away. Titan under attack by Fire Minions. Don't have to pull back for it just yet, but you might have to the more these waves pull down. Rico, he's going to take this mid lane Phoenix, get himself out to safety. Both of the junglers are going to look for a dunk here as Switch throws out another River's Rebuke. Down comes crashing, Rico rather, into the back line, so no engagement there, and Sotos does much the same. 2 Phoenixes down, Titan chipped away, left side Phoenix very low.
And those right side Fire Minions aren't going anywhere, Dave. They've been putting pressure on this Titan. Look at how long 60 sent here. This is just Yamoja sustain over and over and over again.
Rotwin one more time has to use that Khepri ult onto Odie, who's now been saved as many times by it. It looks like this is 60 saying, we'll take those 2 Phoenixes and we'll move ourselves backwards.
Fire Giant's gone.
Absolutely. You only really need one more push, and in the 45 seconds left, could be another uncontested FG. Fury will come up afterwards, so I don't imagine they go for that one. Take the Oracles, get some vision, and maybe move to the right-hand side.
With Fire Giant falling off, I mean, they've clearly had some trouble against that Thoth defense already. You saw the poke damage on a Switch, on a Turtle, and even on a Coast. Pretty easily landing for him consistently, so that's where Thoth is going to be at his most obnoxious, is on these defenses. Just really around Phoenixes. He's really good on the offense as well. He does the exact same thing there. His range is just unmatchable. No one's going to be able to match how far away Doku can poke.
Well, he's spiked up the damage charts on the left-hand side, and it's in large part and almost entirely in thanks to that they've been absorbing pressure this entire time. They are close by. Just F6 are close by if they want to move in, but I don't imagine they do. Maybe take this tier 1 tower instead. Odie makes me stand myself corrected. Sotos is up in the air, and Rico does the same. Not sure he'll look for a dunk. Deep in the back line, finds one, and it's Rotwin. Fire Giant re-engaged on by 60 here, and it looks like just F6 might try to contest.
He got Toddy's beads with that dunk, so that's relevant, but just F6 feel like they're not winning with 2 Phoenixes down, but 60's doing the right thing. Slow it down. No reason to rush anything here. Look at all the fire waves coming down the right-hand side.
Right-hand side.
Someone's got to answer those, and then if there are enough members of just F6 still around, we fight them then. Just no need to rush.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of slow burn. The minions, they do about a quarter of the damage to just F6's Titan here, so you have to pull back and identify those. It's going to be a much quicker objective, and the Pyromancer taken down by 60. You do see sort of similarities between the jungle play styles. Rico and Sotos both kind of leap to the air and look for an engagement in most of these fights, but still cautious from 60, realizing that this one fight goes wrong 30 minutes into this game, and you can lose.
You can. It's going to be difficult to lose because the waves aren't pushed up enough, and you'd have to go through fire waves to get to the Phoenix, but it's certainly a possibility at this point.
This could be a beautiful opportunity for an Anvil of Dawn to crash down. He finds Toddy. I'm a Monster combines. Well timed from Rotwin to save his Hunter's life. But this is the fight that 60 may have been looking for. Toddy, for just a bit more disengaged, drops down the ultimate, and Odie finds himself with 4 members of 60 looking at him. Sodos drops down. That's a 3-man knockup. Toddy was able to back himself off and get the kill onto Turtle, and Sodos does the same. A double kill from Dobson. You're looking at a 2-for-2, 3 men strong. You got Doku, Rotwin, and Toddy versus Rico, Dobson, and Switch.
Man, that was close, but Rotwin gets the ultimate off just in time in order to res Toddy, rather, and then he ends up peeling for him very nicely as Turtle overextends a little bit to try and get that kill. Toddy's able to turn that around, heal up. This is going to result in Oni Fury with that right side Phoenix respawned now for Just F6. They did a good job of contesting that fire and keeping the waves pushed at the exact same time. 60 wasn't able to find an opening to try and punish them for being so far up, and now you've got both Phoenixes up. As soon as you handle this Oni wave in the mid lane, that's an Oni fire wave, so that one's going to be really, really scary. But as soon as you take care of those, this game is pretty much even. Full build on both sides.
And the left side Phoenix that 60 spent so long trying to siege down, it was so low a few minutes ago, is almost fully gotten itself back up to full health, so not much to show for it on the left-hand side. Not a lot of vision either. 60 has that one ward just on the other side of the fire pit. That's about it. You will know Just F6 are somewhat in range, and I guess to your credit, or kind of to your point, this is something Just F6 will consider contesting.
Absolutely. I mean, they did it last time, and we're pretty close. The big thing is that Relics are still down for Sodos, but no Aegis up for Coast.
Time is here, the time is now. Wards for 60 spot out the offense from Just F6. Rico in the back line, Anvil of Dawn is up. Anvil of Dawn is down, and he's found 2 stuns. Turtle doesn't get the execute, and he has to move himself backwards. Suddenly Sotos has rejoined this fight, and River's rebuke from Switch is going to separate the teams. Just F6 do a good job of absorbing that pressure. 60, they're left licking their wounds.
But 60's fine with that because they've got the Emoja. They can sustain really, really well. Now, they took way more damage than that of Just F6, so Just F6 can stick around just
You wouldn't know it.
They're just healthier, but as you mentioned, not for long with the Emoja sustained.
Well, only ultimate is for Vaporsh Coast in this game right now. Double beads, or double relics rather, for both of the mid laners. Shell is up for both of the Guardians as well. Could end up playing a big role into this one. 60 move themselves forward. You've kind of lost now on both teams the big engage. You've looked for the Thor dunk and the Ratatosker dunk as a lot of engage for both sides, and you don't have that here.
No, but
now
Rico already has it back. I mean, he's
Yep.
got plenty of CDR in the build, 40% for him. He's capped on CDR. Same cannot be said for Sodos, and that's why he's still waiting on his ultimate.
That one is locked down. Big wave on the left-hand side, but might not matter if this fight goes
Great
the way
wall.
of 60. Rico is looking for the engagement. Odie backs himself off, comes crashing down as that Thor. There's the execute from Turtle. Cooldown reset. Sodos could crash down. Oh, he finds a big knock-up here in the FG pit. Just F6, they need to turn around some damage. They haven't quite found it yet, and there it is. Doku gets the kill onto Turtle. It's a 1-for-1. Solo laners down. Switch left disengaging, but it's Turtle and Odie who are your 2 casualties.
Sodos with a massive 4-man ultimate. That is huge. And then Doku's right there with the ultimate. Maybe a slight second too late, but it does the job because it hits Dobson as he's casting I'm a Monster. That was 1,000 damage on Dobson's head. That forces him back and makes it a clean 1-for-1 with both solo laners being the only ones to exit. I like the way that 60 has really found these engagements, though. They're going off Rico's ultimate nicely, and Turtle's always right there. They're trying to get that execute before Rotwin, where it doesn't matter if Rotwin's ultimate is even there, because Achilles' execute will go through Khepri ult and negate it entirely. That's the wombo combo that 60's trying to execute, but it's requiring Rico to drop the hammer in order to do it, which means it's costing him his escape, which makes it pretty tough to survive after the fact.
Well, Sotos, I think, really pulls that one back for Just F6. Could have been a 1-for-none, but a massive re-engage from that Ratatosker. Moving into this late game, there were some questions about how it would look, but the engage potential's still there on this Rat, and Sotos has made it look good. 4-2-4 now, 36 minutes into this game. Still Fire Giant will be the target of aggression from both these teams. Jungle fights abound 37 minutes into this game. 5 ultimates ready. Only active used for the mid laners is the Aegis from Doku, so that's something to be mindful of. Will have his beads. Won't be able to just completely shrug off and engage if 60 are able to find it.
It's just really hard to team fight against a Thoth because Coast has been pretty ineffective recently, but who is he supposed to hit? I mean, you've got Rotwen who's staying far back so that he can execute. You've got Odie who might go in for a second, but then immediately ult, so you can't be hitting him. Toddy and Doku are behind Rotwen, or right next to him at the very least. You don't have anybody to hit right now, and so it's really just Turtle and Rico that are kind of tasked with doing the majority of the damage.
Careful Doku, and Rico thought maybe for a moment about following that one up. Watch out for Sotos. He has used the Ratatoskr ultimate, and
that's big.
Doesn't look like he's going to find the engage that he was looking for. 60 were grouped up, but just F6 maybe weren't in the position. Going back is Doku as well. Got poked out enough by Rico that he's going to have to heal up and rejoin this fight.
That's big that they know that Sotos' ultimate is down, so 60 has that information. That's one of the big things that with Thor, sometimes you can go up and go right back down and no one really knows. Sotos' ultimate leaves those big branches behind. It's obvious.
Blink forward from Rotwen, beats out by Rico here for just a little bit of poke. That's about all this one has. Sotos still a quarter of the way to his ultimate. Fire Giant wondering why everyone is standing around him and not doing much fighting. The thoughts are there, but again, you talk about how this has been 60's game. You're effectively even 38 minutes in. This could be the engagement, though. Damage drops down from Dobson. Turtle's just going to move forward, and once more, it looks like this one will fizzle out.
Just using Switch's healing to their advantage. Switch still has Blink, so Switch should really just be standing at some of these choke points right around here and looking for that, but didn't catch Doku nearly, though.
Odie's able to just walk his way around. Rico drops down onto Rotwen, who doesn't have the ultimate for himself, or might just have to. That's a double kill, double execute from Turtle. Swooping through now is Odie, just has one more before he has to drop right back in. Sotos does that, 3 members down. What a fight from 60. Odie will fall, and 4 men down. Toddy left defending. Ryan, this is looking like it could be game.
No doubt about it. The Deicide 5 for 0 for 60. Took them a little bit longer than they would have liked. They had that game in the bag a while ago, it felt like, but a really good defense by just F6. You got to give them credit. They did a good job of defending. They had 2 Phoenixes down, 1 at 1/4 HP. Still had just as good a chance to end this game as just F6 did, but 60 ends up taking the win in just under 40.
Big difference maker there. I think Rico in that jungle.
Agreed.
Didn't have massive amounts of kills, but you could tell the game plan that 60 were bringing to the table. Let's fight around this Thor ultimate. Let's find some picks, and they did a good job of it at the end.
And Switch again finds another. Now engagement wasn't as good, but he gets the fight started, and his play throughout the entire game was much, much better on the Emoji this time around. I think that 60 is a team that certainly has the potential. I mean, Coast has a competitive experience, so did Dobson and Switch for sure. Got to clean it up a little bit. I mean, ending the game took a little bit longer than it should have, and the really good teams in the SMITE Challenger circuit, just F6, still trying to break into that category. Those really good top-end competitors won't let you get away with stumbling for that long.
Well, this is the first of 3 games we'll see out of just F6 today, so we'll get to watch their journey throughout the rest of Group B over here in EU. I think surprisingly, that might be the first time I've really seen a Camazotz kind of completely mitigated from a game. I mean, completely is maybe an overstatement, but not the same impact we're used to seeing at all, even from a Camazotz that's even or slightly behind.
Agreed. Odie had a tough time that game, and really that's because of this play right here where Rico gets all 3, switches there with the follow-up CC. I mean, that's the dream for a Thor. He gets the fully stacked passive, so he gets all that extra power. Yeah, that's you're not winning games where that happens very often, but
was that good?
6 nearly did. I think it was, Dave.
I think it was great, and I think it might have set the tone for the rest of this game. It ends up going, 30 some odd minutes, but this is a lot of the view that we saw. 40 minutes even is where we ended up. That was a fight at 20 minutes, and a lot of it thanks to Turtle and a lot of these executes towards the end. Some good body blocks from just F6 throughout this set on those Turtle ultimate or the Achilles executes.
Right.
But when he's left unchecked there towards the end, it turns some fights.
And that's why you pick the Achilles against the Khepri. If that Khepri ult is against most other characters in the game, Doku survives a little bit longer, maybe he's able to get some more damage off, get another dash off, something like that. Achilles neutralizes that right away and makes sure that fight's going to go their way easily.
I think for what it's worth, Rotwen had some good Khepri ultimates in that game. Split-second decision-making that needed to be had wasn't quite enough to push them over the finish line. 60, they take this one in 3 games, 2-1 over Just F6. Stick around, though, because after the break, we got some heavy hitters, Poppies versus Freshly Forged. The SEC EU group stage qualifiers continue in set number 2. And I said before break, these are 2 heavy-hitting teams, and I still hold that to be true. My name is Dolson Mifflin, alongside me to talk about Poppies versus Freshly Forged. So many names, I think, to look at on both rosters.
I mean, on the side of Poppies, yeah, the Poppies, you got Checchio,
Yes.
you got Draco Marino, you got Warchi. These guys have been around a long time. I don't need to talk about Freshly Forged. I mean, we've said their names a whole lot. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's my job, isn't it? Freshly Forged, we got Deathwalker, we got Fails, Pretty Prime, Joshi, Callus, Ataraxia. I mean, do I really need to? SPL, star-studded roster.
You're right.
They're all nuts of the game, guys.
I don't think you necessarily need to talk about the names themselves, but the storyline surrounding this team was that it took them so long to qualify. It took them to the 3rd and final week of qualifying to finally make it through into those semifinals and make their way in. The competition is obviously huge in this EU region, and this group is very contested as well. Why do you think that is? I mean, we were really only able to see a few of their games since we broadcasted only the semifinals. What kind of plays into that, do you think, that takes a roster like this 3 weeks to qualify in?
Well, I watched every game that they played because I had that exact same question. I was like, how are these guys not just steamrolling the competition? And Dave, I'm certain that it was a decision that they made to shift their playstyle towards unbridled aggression. Throughout every set, they ran it down. Deathwalker kind of headed up that playstyle where he just sat on the enemy Phoenixes, and eventually they would lose through that unbridled aggression. In week 3, we saw them maybe buckle down a little bit, use some discipline, slow it down, and, you know, finally won once they started playing Smite and not Arena.
I mean, Poppy's very good team, but maybe Freshly Forged as the favorites going into picks and bans here for game number 1. I like the way you word that, though. Unbridled aggression. I imagine that's something maybe we start to see reflected in these picks and bans here. Gods that are maybe more forward-facing, let's just run at you.
I mean, both teams are no stranger to an aggressive playstyle. The Poppies, their entire region is used to that type of just run-it-down playstyle. From Freshly Forged, I imagine that we might see a little bit of that shift towards what we saw in week 3, a more calm, calculated playstyle, maybe a 2 unbridled aggression characters, especially coming out of Deathwalker in that soul lane. But you got to get Pretty Prime and Josh on these late-game hyper carries. That's what I imagine to see here.
Well, what we saw in the 3rd and final game of the previous set that Ryan and I were calling was Persephone and Merlin banned out. Morgan was banned out as well in that set. But we ended up seeing a Toth versus Scylla mid lane. Morgan unbanned this time. Kukulkan unbanned as well. So at least some normalcy with Kuku, but you don't get to see all that much Morgan.
I mean, what we have seen from Morgan has been potent.
Because she's banned, right?
Yeah. And, you know, when we do see her,
right,
she is so strong. The Morgan form is undervalued, I believe. The damage out of stealth, I should say, is so high. Her pick potential is so high, as well as the utility of being able to switch to one of these high CC gods. We saw 2 Hun bots coming out of a team last week. Now, Daji and the Morgan, that's going to be 2 ways to burn beads. If one burns the beads, the other one's definitely going to get the pull.
Now, this is a god we hadn't really seen all that much of in the Chiron. How do you like that if they end up locking this in going up against that Jingwei?
I'm watching it intently because I'm hoping they don't lock it in. I'm not a huge fan of Chiron, but Chiron into Daji is a decent pick in that he can use his first ability to cleanse off the chains. Outside of that, Chiron is a very iffy god to me. His dash is survivability, yes, but less so than a jump or even a standard dash that'll get you out more quickly. His damage output is a little bit lower. And he does have death immunity in his kit through that ultimate, but at the same time, having to find a kill off of it, not always the easiest thing to do.
Is that kind of the saving grace for his kit for you? Maybe with his ultimate, that's why you pick up a Chiron?
The only reason you ever pick Chiron for any reason at all is for the cleanse on the first ability.
Fair enough.
So, looking at Daji, I understand why they picked it up, but preferably I would have liked to see something a little bit more aggressive for Joshi.
Very specific situation, maybe, that Freshly Forged are rotating over to that Chiron. Ratatoskr in our last set had an impact. They kind of countering out what that Thor was attempting to do, and I think pretty well most of the time. What do you like in Rat?
I mean, I love Ratatoskr. He's got so much in his kit. The stun on his 3, the slow on his 1, the 2 is just such good damage, as well as a global ultimate to pressure the map. However, I'm not a huge fan of Ratatoskr into Jingwei, especially when Thor was available. You've got the same amount of global presence as a Thor, but Jingwei can dash out of the knockup from the ultimate on Ratatoskr, kind of making dual lane a moot gank, whereas Thor could have just dunked down and got a stun.
What do you think about that solo lane matchup now? You got an Amaterasu most likely up against that Arthur.
Good luck, Ama. Arthur's a bully god. Ama's really looking to rotate into the late game, farm up, use her auras to help out her team, whereas King Arthur's looking to win that lane. And when you are Deathwalker, looking to win the lane is not a foreign concept.
Yes, Deathwalker good at Smite.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Yeah, I think he's pretty decent. Freshly Forged versus Poppies. John Finch, game number 1.
Should be a pretty good match here. Thanks, Dolson and Mifflin on the desk. It's Finch and Goremizer as we move into set number 2. And sort of as Mifflin was alluding to, I don't think Freshly Forged need any introduction. Really, neither do the Poppies. Both of these rosters storied in their own way. The Poppies storied in that they played together, and obviously Freshly Forged in that they've just played forever individually.
And I think that's the biggest thing. Poppies have been together as a team for so long and at this level of play, so they always have a little bit of an advantage in my brain just because of that consistency from them. And granted, you go back, if you look, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, whenever they started, yeah, there's some different names there, but for the most part, they've been coming around here. But again, Freshly Forged, it's so interesting because you look at that, and that's such a stacked team. I literally can't think of how they couldn't make it into group stages for 3 weeks, but it took them 3 weeks to get here. They're one of the few teams that we've watched that have played once every single week.
Yeah, I mean, I got to imagine they just flipped a switch in week 3 and said, all right, we're getting this done. I did notice that Marcus picked up the Hog, the Hand of the Gods here this time. That's something that I think is worth talking about some. We don't always see it picked up, but sometimes you want a little bit of extra help accelerating your clear. It's worth grabbing. There's aggression on the left side. Collis low.
Oh, he's going in.
Warchi wants to dash in. First blood for the Jingwei indeed as Collis ends up falling. Poppies strike first.
All right, and I know Poppies fans, there better be some Warchi spam for that one. I mean, it's not often that you get the stars aligning for your boy to come in and get that aggressive. But very clean, and that's kind of showcasing, I think, one of the side notes of this game, which is that Ratatoskr we've seen be successful, but kind of falls off compared to where we've seen other assassins. And the Chiron's kind of a big old question mark in terms of aggression, not as much damage as the Jingwei, but he does bring his own utility into the game.
Yeah.
I'm just interested to see how those picks will fan out for them as the game goes on, because for Freshly Forged, those are the two weakest because King Arthur dominates his lane, does really good in late game. Kukulkan, there's a reason we've seen him banned a lot, and the same thing for Xingqian. So I think they've got a lot of control, a lot of good damage. It's just where does Joshi and Fails kind of fit into this?
Yeah, it's a tricky matchup because Joshi can use that cleanse to get Collis out of the abduct, right?
Yes.
But it's also their best clear tool here in the early game, so he's probably likely using it on the wave. And so that combination, the abduct into the persistent gust from Jingwei, it's really potent in lane, but you'd think that normally they'd be able to stop it. If there's more aggression in the jungle, it's Chekio, that's low, Fails, which about from Deathwalker bring him low, but not enough for the kill. So now they threaten the speed buff, and I don't know if Marcus can stop it on his own.
Who cares about the kill? Kills don't matter. Just ignore him. Yeah, let him back, whatever. He's effectively out of this game. Strip that speed and make the perfect rotation. Fails knows, hey, you know what? Second buff of the game, guess what just respawned? Blue. But he might get caught out for trying to go for this. Creed's still in the neighborhood, but the rest of Fails' team, all freshly forged, kind of abandoned him.
Yeah, Deathwalker TP'd back to tower so he wouldn't miss the wave, but Fail steps up, finds the stun, and I believe he was able to defend that blue buff there as well, too. So that's pretty crazy from Fails to be able to make it in there. A nice sequence to make up for that decent start for the Poppies and left.
And they've got pressure. If Deathwalker wants, he can walk up and take that, but I think even better, he doesn't care. They just want to take it away. You get a little bit of XP for Fails, which at this point is going to put him effectively ahead of Marcus because he now missed out on the speed and the blue, and it looks like maybe his back camps as well. Fails is just looking for blood more than anything. He's waiting for a gank right now. But you're just taking the blue buff away. It's going to make this Ama have even more trouble in that solo lane, trying to keep up with Deathwalker. Now he has his own blue buff on his belt. He's just going to control that lane so heavily that I won't be surprised if we start to see a pretty big level disparity over there as time goes on.
Fails being impactful even pre-level 5 on the Ratatosker. And I know a lot of the
impressive.
times he's thought of as needing that ultimate to get online, but I really don't think so. He is tough to deal with in the jungle, even just with his base kit, and then obviously the ultimate adds even the extra dimensions onto that too. So a good early game so far for Fails to try and make up for the fact that they fell a bit behind over on that left-hand side. But despite them finding first blood, Joshi does tick over level 5 a little bit ahead of what Warchi was able to, so looks like the lane is not too far out of control.
And the weird thing is, to me at least, Fails has been farming pretty effectively and was able to strip away 3 jungle camps away from the Poppies, and is actually just now hitting 5 compared to where we saw Marcus hit it a little while ago, as it's just been this matchup. And as you had said, Joshi just slightly ahead over here. Little things like that last little play will make the big difference for him. And I'm not looking at a lot of solos happening over here. Maybe Warchi will have more potential, but Joshi is definitely going to kind of play the farm game. Much more efficient, I think, when he rotates into fights. Definitely going to be a big team player. I don't know about the 1v1.
Look at this grouping in right, though, Gormizer. There's a bunch of members of Freshly Forged rotating over. They wanted to try and make it there for speed buff, but couldn't get there in time, so they'll settle for blue to try and strip that one away. Deathwalker makes it in and does strip the buff immediately. Takes one up to the sky with the ultimate. They get grabbed by multiple members inside the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. And in comes the ultimate from Prime. Creed gets flattened. Draco Marino makes it to the ultimate, but then gets knocked up. Perfectly sequenced from Fail. Deathwalker cuts Marcus down to size as well. Freshly Forged with the swift 3-0.
That was just beautiful. That's all I have. That's my breakdown for it. That was just gorgeous.
Tough.
Everything about that looked great. The invade, the steal, the focus on the buff, immediately into Collis going for the ult. They still want some aggression. And I mean, Chekio is kind of in a bad spot. Yeah, you can go into the ult. You might even pull some people here, but I don't know what it's going to matter for him. They're in a position to potentially kill him anyway. Instead, Pretty Prime, not enough mana, I think, to re-engage here.
No, not at all. Chekio finds a way to turn that around. What was a 3 against 1 where he should have gotten flattened
decimated.
instead. He managed to find the kill and the Fails pretty big. He turns that one around. But that fight on blue buff, that starts with Deathwalker coming in kind of as bait to make sure he gets that blue buff.
Yeah.
Then they're thinking, all right, we got Deathwalker. He's a little bit out of position. Immediately gets up out of the fight with Marcus and helps turn that fight around. That's huge for Freshly Forged.
It was the second 3-man ult, I'd say the second most effective 3-man ult from Xingqian that we've gotten to see in the qualifiers. Of course, when you watch
defense,
3 people get thrown into the fountain, you have to rank it number 1. And it was the play afterward, right? He throws them immediately to his team. Deathwalker, they're hitting the ults, they hit the gas pedal, and then Pretty Prime doesn't go for where they are. He cuts off their escape route with the Spirit of the 9 Winds, makes it so if you retreat, you're going to get hit by it. They force the ult out of Draco Marino, and it's just moments like that that showcase why these players are so touted by us, like why we keep talking about them.
And here's the thing, as much as we're talking about how good this early game has been for Freshly Forged, look at the gold. Poppies actually are a little
Ahead,
bit
yeah.
ahead in terms of gold at this point. Not by much at all, but
Not
you
a
would have
first blood
expected it to
bounty.
be freshly forged, right? After all this aggression.
Yeah.
I think the Poppies need to find a way to respond to this blue buff aggression and the speed buff even too, as another blue buff gets stripped away. But for the most part, it hasn't really hurt them that bad. Creed, though, is a good bit experience-wise behind Deathwalker. That's really where that lead is materializing.
Yeah, it's going to be much more XP than gold right now, although both of them have been relatively stable. It's like give and take, right? You have Deathwalker up 2 levels. He's getting all these blue buffs. He's going to be able to dominate that lane, which should translate to clean rotations. But you're starting to see maybe the mid lane have a little bit of a favor over into Chekio just because of the kill that he's got on his belt and the farm that he's been able to find. It's if they can continue that amount of pressure as freshly forged, right? If they can keep it up and they can keep pushing this as far as they can, it'd be great. But I mean, this is just superior shot calls from freshly forged.
They've got Pretty Prime's ultimate, so even though Marcus is here, they've got the better secure. If they can burn the objective enough, they use the ultimate to avoid getting pulled. Gold Fury now quite low. Freshly forged secure it, but Pretty Prime is in some
One
trouble.
shot.
Marcus gets to him with the Trickster Spirit. It's a 2 for 0, but Freshly Forged do manage to get the Gold Fury.
It's that weird kind of wash. I'd argue Gold Fury is worth it for 1 kill. When you lose your mid laner, and when you lose Pretty Prime here specifically, he gets to back and finish his top. So actually, maybe it's worthwhile for him as well. Like, yeah, it sucks that he has to spend another 6 seconds in the timeout box, but he's kind of happy because he gets to come back and he's going to be itemized perfectly with his passive. But 2 kills is, like, arguable. Like, okay, Gold Fury's still pretty worth. Then you hit that 3 kill mark, and it's like, okay, that wasn't worthwhile for you at all. I think they invest a lot. You get a really good rotation from Marcus and the rest of the team here for Poppies. But you've got to be more careful, I think, and be more willing to drop an objective in the event that you get caught out like that.
And even though it hasn't entirely worked out for Freshly Forged, because you do end up losing 2 for the Gold Fury, which makes it probably closer to a wash than anything, especially because one of your mid laner goes down, you want him farming. But I like that Freshly Forged are active. Look at where Fails is yet again, invading that blue buff the second that it spawns, and no one can rotate over there in time to prevent that from happening. They go start the Gold Fury around this Kukulkan with the best confirmation on the map. They are playing active in the early game, and they're not letting a couple setbacks stop them from continually looking for aggression. I think if you have a Ratatosker jungle, you kind of have to play this way.
And I like the fact that they've adapted to it. Again, Ratatosker is the one that I've been looking at as potentially being the weak link for them. It might come down to Chiron. We'll have to see how that translates into the late game. But right now, Fails is playing the god the way it needs to be done. Unfortunately for them, he's still at a level deficit right now. He's still behind Marcus. They're still, as a whole, behind in gold, although right now, definitely a lot more equal than they have been in the last few seconds. Stripping away these camps has been really nice. It's been effective, but it's helping Deathwalker more than it's helping Fails. And I think that's something that is going to start playing up a big role because Deathwalker's been in these fights, which has been weird for a solo laner. Normally they're kind of standoffish, at least until 15 minutes, right? Like you don't expect to see them rotating over, but Deathwalker has been in on the Gold Fury, he's been on these blue buffs, he's been in the mid lane. Like he is making the rotations.
And he's gonna have to keep doing it because all of this early game has been about getting Deathwalker ahead of Creed, and that's likely gonna happen anyway. King Arthur over Amaterasu in the early game is gonna favor the King Arthur, but they really focused it. As now the Poppies are potentially looking for an invade. Marcus steps up, takes quite a bit of damage. Chains are relatively blind, and so he's not gonna be able to find anyone to pull. But it looks like they get the blue buff invade anyway. Marcus tricks her spirit away. The ultimate from Fails doesn't find anything, but maybe a bit of a flank as Joshi takes half his HP, and now Chekio turns into the dodge. He has to use his own ultimate and doesn't really find anything.
I mean, he's trying to potentially pick up Collis. At this point, you've invested a lot into getting this. That's 2 big ults on your team. They're still going to be shooting around. They're going to be able to go in. Fails is deep in the backline.
And Warchi gets the kill on the Joshi. That means this aggression does end up favoring Poppies. The Poppies, they do find a 1 for 0 kill and the red buff invade. I mean, as much as we've been talking about how we like freshly forged aggression, the Poppies have answered the aggression relatively well.
And they've been grouping up well for these fights. I mean, Creed is kind of left, out to dry in this case, but for the most part, they handle that scenario in the best way possible. Marcus knows to fall back instead of try to get aggressive with his ult. He is able to kind of fall back with the help of Draco, stay alive with the help of Draco. Chekio takes a little bit of the pressure off of them. Like, it's a lot of good handoffs for their team that if they can keep that up, even though Freshly Forged have been getting into these fights, Poppies are winning them.
They really have been. And what we could end up seeing develop now is that it's going to be a question of how well does Deathwalker match up against Warchi as this game goes on. Because look at Warchi, 3-0-1, already has that Rage finished. He is the beneficiary of this early game for the Poppies, but for sure, so far, it's the same for Deathwalker on the other side. He's been that beneficiary. Is Deathwalker going to choose to try and attack Warchi in the backline throughout the rest of this game? That could easily be the thread to follow.
Yeah. I mean, just, again, being able to choose someone and try to take them out of the game effectively, something Deathwalker's really good at, by the way. Yeah. And honestly, with Warchi getting as big as he is, like you had mentioned, finishing that Rage, now just finishing his stacks on his Devo Gauntlets as well, he's got a pretty big target painted on his back,
I'd say.
Meanwhile, it's just weird to me to think about it because I don't know if Creed is going to have to do that as much with Joshi. Like, I think Pretty Prime should be his target.
Probably.
Because Joshi now has got Transcendence. He started up in the Mace tree as well. Like, looking for any of those items could be big, but it seems a little early for any percent pin, so he's more than likely going off onto maybe some anti-heal, maybe something else for his team.
We'll get a chance to see now, though, as he's sent back to base, right? And now there's trouble for Collis here, too, as Chekio finds another kill. The Poppies have suddenly turned on the gas and found themselves a 2-for-0 in the jungle. That's twice now they've stepped up into the Chaos side and come away the victors.
And being able to clean up these kills around the red buff specifically, it's helping get their duo lane ahead and shut down Joshi. That's going to be Spirit of the Nine Winds going right down the mid lane, though.
Yeah, Marcus forces that one out by getting aggressive on the dodgy. Deathwalker wants to step forward now, too, but ends up taking Draco Marino up to the sky. When he's waiting, there's going to be 4 members of the Poppies hungry to try and take down the king. But Deathwalker so far is surviving this fight. Now another Palau comes through, and Deathwalker bit off way more than he could chew. They pull Fails back in, and suddenly they're lambs to the slaughter as Chekio finds a double.
And just beautiful play. That double Palau right now is doing a ton. Warchi, who cares about rotating into the fight? He was done with it. He just stays over there. And that's the glory. Again, staggered kills have been the key for this. Collis and Joshi were still respawning and coming back into the fight. It's a 3v4 over there in mid lane. You don't need Warchi. Yeah, 3-0-1 Jingwei, maybe higher now. 4-0-2 for him. It's going to be nice to have in a fight, but at the same time, she can take that tower down, no problem.
And you have to think about the way that this early game went, right? And that's how you can kind of dissect, I think, how this mid to late game is going to look. Freshly Forged, heavy focus on those blue buff invades. They did get Deathwalker ahead, but now look, he's virtually tied with Creed, and the left side of the map has been forfeited. That belongs to the Poppies, so now they've got a big problem with this level 16 Jingwei to deal with.
Yeah, she's gotten ahead and then some. Like, there's no other way to word it. 13 there for Joshi, and so far, not even able to finish that 4th item. I guess 3rd item, technically, if you want to look at it. After that, Mage's Blessing goes away for him later. But the towers, health-wise, all in favor of Poppies. Of course, that control now on the left side. You're looking for a Primal Fury. You've got more than enough time to be able to take it. The red buff finally gets picked up by Freshly Forged. Pretty Prime's in the area, potentially for a steal.
Primal Fury's low. Collis goes in with the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Does pick up Draco Marino, but Marcus takes to the sky with the dodgy. Collis getting pulled back in, and Marcus shreds him easily. The tail end of the ult does manage to get Marcus, bring him down quite low as Creed has to ult defensively. They may have lost their support, but Freshly Forged have stopped the Primal.
Holding on to it. Now Spirit of the Nine Winds is gone as well.
Yeah, that's their
best.
best.
If you want to make sure that you have secure, it's off the board there for Pretty Prime. So they can start it up, and they feel a lot confident about this. Deathwalker maybe getting baited out here. That's a 5v1.
The Abduct pulls him back in, and an easy kill for Draco Marino. Now 11 on the board for the Poppies. Fails, has a great view from up top. Does find the knock-up onto Creed, but there's not going to be any more follow-up damage on that. 2 members have fallen so far, and the Poppies still have not gotten the Primal Fury yet. But Freshly Forged finally relent, and Poppies take the objective.
And they're going to be able to move this over. Looks like potentially Pyromancer is open. I also think you could take a tier 1 in mid if you want. I like clearing up the minions as you go by because it's a sneeze away from dead there. They can strip away some of the jungle. They set themselves up perfectly for at least one more jungle boss. And Poppies are playing objectives a little bit better. They're playing team fights a lot better right now. And I mean, you can argue 7,000 gold, that's a lot. I can't really argue that that's not going to be effective. But the 9,000 experience, I mean, a lot of it's on Warchi, but it's definitely a hefty chunk in their favor. Deathwalker was ahead, now he's even, and every other member of the Poppies is ahead of their counterpart on the side of Freshly Forged.
It is a problem. I mean, I talked a lot in the early game about how Warchi is the one that came out as the beneficiary, but Chekio's had a really good game so far here as well, too, on this Morrigan. You did a great job pointing out how problematic those 2 Powwows have been from the double dodgy so far. So now Freshly Forged have to figure out how to answer Warchi, how do they answer Chekio, and they don't even have their big big King Arthur they were expecting to have ahead of everybody else, because now he's virtually even with Creed and everyone else on the map.
And that's where I'm starting to look specifically at Joshi, right? These double Palas, it forces your beads or any CC immunity that you might have if you want to like ult for it, which is what we've seen Fails doing. But now you have a Jotuns on your Chiron. He's going to be in these fights a little bit more. I need to see these cleanses hitting, and they need to be on point every time, but you're just never grouped up enough.
Marcus gets aggressive with the Powwow. I think he finds the beads from Pretty Prime as the Tier 1 tower comes down, and Prime might be thinking he dealt with one Powwow, but the problem is Chekio, and there will be a second. I don't know how the Kukul Khan is going to stay safe. Joshi had to use his Purification beads as well. Good catch as Draco Marino goes in with the abduct. They found another target. It's Hollis, and the ultimate from Prime only hits Draco.
I think, honestly, a lot of these fights from the Poppies right now are putting pressure onto Pretty Prime to use that ult. Once it's gone, you're open to go in. That's such a huge source of damage that once he's out of the fight, you can play around a lot more. You leave Deathwalker isolated, you open up objectives for your play, and this Tier 2 seems to be the next one they want.
Chekio has to use the beads. Deathwalker catches him out, but the silence into the abduct. Deathwalker never stood a chance as he ends up getting caught in the jungle. Hollis does grab two members, throw him back underneath the Tier 2 tower, but there's just no follow-up. Chekio gets Joshi first. He knows he's going to get the pull to Pretty Prime for a double as he takes down one more. Chekio finally completes that double kill. Marcus found one too. It fails. The only member left standing. The Tier 2 tower comes down, and Poppies are just running over Freshly Forged.
I mean, they've got 30 seconds of clean time right here. Fails can try to go in, but what are you going to do? You're not going to accomplish too much in the 1v5. They might even be able to push into it. It's very dangerous game, though. They have 15 seconds. They have to burn the Titan fast.
They're going to try and see if they can burn this Titan quickly. Fails, the only one up to defend for the next 9 seconds. Titan drops down to half HP. Fails, blinks in, but the Titan still taking plenty of damage. This Jingwei just gets to pumping in, and the Poppies in 18 and a half minutes take down Freshly Forged.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of mind blown by that.
You need to catch up.
I'm just going to throw it out this way. Most of the time, a Tier 2 in mid goes down. Teams immediately, in that kind of position, 4 people are dead, Tier 2's down, Fire Giant's open.
Yeah.
We know Kukulkan doesn't have his ult, and we know he's not going to be here for a little while anyway. Let's go take that objective. Poppy's ignoring that normally. Okay, cool. Let's get this Phoenix then. The fact that you were able to read that and run into the Titan, I think, is just good caliber play on their part. And they just played those fights so well, so cleanly. Deathwalker was isolated so much at the end that it just felt like a scramble from Freshly Forged.
It really did, man. I mean, they knew that the double dodgy was going to be a problem there for them, but even with the Chiron cleanse, they could not answer it. Freshly Forged stumbled in this very first game, but maybe they can bounce back. Let's see what the desk thinks.
We figured it would be lopsided, but maybe not the way this one ended up. Poppies in 18 minutes are able to take game number 1 over Freshly Forged, and I'm here once again asking you to jump into game and pick up the Viewer Pass bundle. You get exclusive skins and double viewer points for exactly what you're doing right now, tuning in and watching these streams, and then you can get even more exclusive skins with those viewer points. So jump into game and take a look. Mifflin alongside me to talk about game number 1. And if you blinked, you missed that one. We figured Freshly Forged would have a serious maybe lead going into this one, the advantage on their side. They did not stand a chance.
I mean, all signs were pointing towards a Freshly Forged win. If you look at their records, you look like at the individual player legacies left behind by each individual player in this game, it's going to go Freshly Forged, but looking at that match and watching it back, it looks like Freshly Forged is lacking a shot caller. They don't have any cohesive unit play. They're always mechanically bars above the enemy team. Each individual player is playing at a mechanical level that is above their counterpart on the side of the Poppies. However, they're staggering their rotations into these fights. They're taking the fights very strangely. We saw Deathwalker dominating these fights, but on his own, he's only able to drop people to about half health and fall himself, and then afterwards, the rest of Freshly Forged walk in and die.
Well, he did the second most damage in the game, Deathwalker did, and then nobody else on his team was really even close. I like the way you bring that up, sort of the mechanical advantages, because you saw outside of this first blood, Freshly Forged had an amazing 3-man kill fight, beautifully executed, to put them up 3-1 kill-wise. But that was about all we saw out of them. They couldn't push that advantage into much more. Warchi was the beneficiary of some early game kills that put him up 3-0, and they being the Poppies, kept that lead going. We were wondering how this Daji would look with the Chiron on the other side, and when Chekio is transforming into Daji, it's hard to kind of cleanse everything.
Yeah, you got to use your own individual beads for the first cleanse, and then hopefully Chiron's there to get that second one, but unfortunately, we didn't see that at all this game. If Freshly Forged want to make themselves more involved in this set, they need to start delegating to a actual shot caller. It seems like they are just lacking cohesion. The second they choose how to use their lead and start to leverage that into maybe an objective or pushing down another team fight or going towards a tower, that's when we'll see some success from them. But right now, they're looking pretty bad.
Well, I'm so surprised. I mean, that is easily the fastest game we've seen over the last couple of days, and it truly wasn't even close against a team that, again, they waited until week 3 to qualify, but that was probably the most surprising thing about Freshly Forged, that it took them so long just by name recognition alone. Look to bounce back here in game number 2 and kind of wipe the slate clean after what was a very tough game number 1. Morgan banned out here by Freshly Forged. She makes good things a little bit better for you, so a good ban there. Yamoja takes a backseat as well. Camazotz and Merlin, though, both banned out. Nothing surprising there. We have seen a lot of Merlin bans, though, I feel like, today.
I mean, Merlin, so much damage out of your mid laner. He's one of the safer gods, but not completely safe. Flicker being a very short-range jump. However, the objective burn that Merlin brings is his highest asset.
Well, Kukulkan was picked up last time for Freshly Forged and really wasn't able to find much. Unbanned here again, so maybe high priority in that mid lane. But Heimdall is a consistent ban. And Freshly Forged are going to get him here first. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Heim Dingley Donger he's a high damage god. He's got the in-hands that are going to swing so hard. At level 1, shooting out 80 damage with auto attacks. That's pretty high. About 6 auto attacks will drop about any hyper carry to dead at level 1. However, as Aggro said on the desk yesterday, I believe that him Dibita is very good in mid lane. I don't truly like him in that long lane. He's a little bit unsafe. He doesn't have the kill potential that he might otherwise. You want to get this early game focus hunter involved as quickly as possible in the center of the maps where you're going to do it.
And Terra has been, I think, a great conversation piece in that Guardian role. Banned out sometimes in that, usually not in those first 6, but sometimes in that second wave of bans. Bologna as well now picked up here. What do you like in that, Terra?
Terra, especially looking at Kukulkan and Jingxen, the ultimate is going to completely counter any sort of disjointed dot damage. So if Jingxen ults, Terra ult's going to get that chunk heal. Kukulkan tornadoes, Terra's going to get a chunk heal, as well as she has lockdown potential on these less mobile gods. Picking Hell into Terra is interesting. You have the cleanse to get yourself out of that root, but short of that cleanse, you're an easy root target. So it's whether or not Hell can play safely. I imagine we see her head over towards the solo lane. Playing in a Deathwalker on an immobile mage like that might be a little bit rough.
And we've only seen Bologna once over the last 2 days, and I think even over the last 3 weeks. And it wasn't the best showing out of the Bologna, but obviously still prioritized here in EU with it being picked yesterday in NA.
Bologna's always been one of those gods that can win lanes. She's got a slow in her 1, she can immune auto attacks, the bludgeon AoE autos, as well as the huge burst damage. So good. Stopping enemies from using a literal game mechanic, auto attacks with the Scourge. That's pretty strong too, and she's got a traditional leap that is also a stun in her ultimate. It's an all-rounder god. She's not really a master of anything, but she's a jack of all trades. Hunbots for the Poppies, though. That's a very strong pickup.
Agreed.
As I said before, Terra does counter him slightly in that her heal is going to be triggered by his ultimate, but the CC that Hunbots is going to be able to bring to peel out for the Kukulkan, peel out for the Hell, that's a huge asset looking at this game.
Well, there was some mid lane priority in early picks and bans, and they're going to have to drop all the way down to that Discordia for 10th pick. What do you make of that matchup up against the Cuckoo?
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not a huge Discordia fan. Aggro likes it. I do not. Discordia, she has damage. It's not confirmable very easily. She's a very easy god to dive onto. I'm not hugely a fan of Discordia.
Well, Freshly Forged obliterated in game number 1. The Poppies look to make it a clean 2-0 here in game number 2.
Well, things should go a little bit better for Freshly Forged this time as they banned away the Morrigan, so the double dodgy problems that they could not figure out in game 1 have already been removed. But I think they brought some decent tools with them here into game number 2 to potentially get us to a game number 3 here, Goremizer. How do you like this early draft as Draco Marino goes in aggressively? Looks like Fails had the hog, though, to defend, which is he keeps his speed.
But he's forced to take a different path here. I don't know, like, Draco Marino has no assistance with him right now, but forcing Fails to potentially go to mid lane instead of the blue buff. It's going to get Creed online maybe a little bit faster than this Bologna. It's going to help in other portions of the map. The biggest thing I'm looking at right now, though, is realistically going to be the draft. I think if you say Hunbats, Kukulkan, and Xingqian, that's a solid team just for 3 parts. Add in the fact that Warchi had a stellar game on Jingwei, the weakest link is going to be this Hell, and honestly, she's just going to contribute a lot. I think Creed's going to have some trouble maybe in lane, maybe in some of these fights, especially with like Cursed Ankh, potentially a Divine Ruin coming in later, and maybe a Brawlers to help Fails out against it. Anti-heal's going to need to be prioritized, but that's going to end up, I think, helping Poppies out a little bit more. It'll suck for Creed and maybe for the healing, but it forces them into very specific itemization.
Creed, we don't often see the Hell taking over the solo lane. She's in mid a lot nowadays, but can certainly still work over there on that side, even if it can be a bit hard to defend your buffs. Draco has finally found his way back over to the long lane after harassing Fails at the start of the game. We get a little bit of duo lane action for a bit here at Gormizer. Joshi on this Heimdall, who's a bit a subject of conversation. You know, is he being overvalued? Should he be getting banned out of every game? What's your read on how strong Heimdall is right now?
Honestly, I think he does a lot, and I think in the right hands, he is that strong. I mean, vision, realistically, is what I look at with him. It's always going to be incredibly strong for him. But it's more of what Joshi's doing right now. It's making sure you can use that Bifrost teleport effectively. A lot of people like to leave it in base, and then it's on cooldown for 4 minutes, and it's like, no. Keep it close, keep it nearby, and you can just almost instantly get yourself out of a bad fight.
Use it much more like sort of a short-range dash or leap as opposed to the long teleport into tower, right, is likely what you're wanting. But there's so much that Heimdall can do well. His damage on his autos and on his abilities are both absurd. It can feel so difficult to trade with him at that medium sort of range when he can outpoke you with his abilities too. And looks like he's got the Discordia passive on him, at least for now as well, so he gets a little bit of extra poke here in lane to help out as a purple buff invades in the cars. With Vorti's nearby, not able, though, to stop him. That purple buff gets stripped away.
That's just good confirm. I think that's going to be something that's completely different from the last map, or the last game, which is just going to come into the fact that Joshi on the Chiron felt negligible, didn't matter in the game, was just kind of a weight. Joshi on a Heimdall? That's going to be, well, as it is right now, aggressive and effective.
Fails, gets aggressive onto Creed, pulls him back in, the bludgeon there too. So they look for the dive, but it's just barely not enough damage. Creed able to survive just barely.
The biggest thing out of that, though, they don't get the kill. Creed, credit to him. That blue buff, though, does not go the way of Creed, so they get to strip that out of there, which is going to make it a little more difficult. Hell, I mean, against a physical laner, might want to go for something like a breastplate, but that's not online yet, so he's not going to be protected.
And look at his relic selection. Did Creed take Shell with that first relic option?
Oh, yeah, that
it's
is.
a little hard to see because it's the timer over, but he took Shell. That means he doesn't have the teleport to back and get back into lane a lot quickly. So missing that blue buff for Creed, I think, is going to be a lot more impactful here in the soul lane because it's harder for him to back and refill.
And in my mind, again, this is where I gravitate to breastplate because it's going to give you the mana, the physical protections, and some cooldown. More heals mean more mana, helps you in your lane a little bit more, especially in an instant like this. But without a teleport, you almost need that sooner rather than later. Like, I would want it as soon as I possibly can, just because of the fact that it's going to be difficult. Fails seems to want to hang out over here on this side of the map anyway. He knows he can punish you. And if they can keep this up, granted, it's a lot of how they started the last game.
Yes.
I think it can pay off a little bit more just because the aggression Susano is going to have.
They should be able to capitalize on a little bit better here this game. But I mean, they had an aggressive jungler last time with Fails on the Ratatosker, so we'll get a good look at it. The thing is, though, you don't necessarily pick Hell to win lane, right?
No, you pick it for the late game.
Yeah, you kind of accept that Hell is likely going to get bullied, so I have to imagine this start for Creed is not so far out of the realm of expectations. In comes Marcus, though, with the Fear No Evil to try and defend this blue buff for Creed to keep him standing. The Poppies have rotated over an entire coalition to try to help out.
And they're trying to wait around. Fails, I'm not sure he's been fully spotted out as he's standing around this corner, potentially waiting for something on. No, yeah, he's right in that ward vision. They dropped it, they plopped it, and they know. And I think that's why Creed can fall back that way. But I'm looking at this Hell, like you said, not necessarily for the early game, and that's why the Shell kind of perplexes me. Shell is going to be great for when she makes rotations, but again, for another 5 minutes, I don't expect to see her making some massive rotations. I mean, maybe she comes in, tags a heal, has good damage, but for the most part, she's going to be hanging out over here. Realistically, it just opens him up to have two very heavy team-based relics. It might hurt him more in the laning phase, but like we have both said at this point, that's not going to be the worst trade-off for him.
It's not, and it is this upgraded shelf. So when you're up against someone like Bologna, and you want to make sure
that you're blocks.
Yeah, that you want those blocks to actually try and make it out of there. That's nice too. you know, fails weaving in autos in between the abilities. So I sort of understand where he's coming from there, but maybe not traditionally where you want to go right away as the ultimate from Prime can't quite find the target. Marcus, though, does end up using the bead, still gets hit by Typhoon, but man, how many times are Freshly Forged gonna just barely come up short on finding first blood? They have been right at the door.
I mean, this has been kind of the same feeling last game had, where the Poppies are just playing around the fight a little bit better, whereas Freshly Forged are getting objectives on the map a little bit better. The problem is that fell apart for Freshly Forged around Gold Fury, around the Pyromancer. There was never a Fire Giant, which is weird. Normally we at least get one in a game, but Poppies finished it too fast to make that matter. And the biggest issue will come down to the fact that, yeah, you're getting all this extra farm, or at least it feels like this extra farm, but then you come look at it and, well, XP per minute, Hunbats is still right next to you if your fails, even though you've stripped away a lot of what he's normally taking.
Yeah, I don't know that Freshly Forged have quite created as much space in this early game as they would have liked, Gormizer, so they're going to have to keep up this pressure that they've had so far. But it is going to get harder. Creed went with a Lotus Crown for that first item, which is going to provide a bunch of tankiness, but Orchi has Airstrike. That's why Jingwei is so safe. The ultimate just lets her get right on out of there.
All right, so Warchi, I admire this more than anything. He went back in to try and steal, like, just dangerous enough that if Joshi decides to, you could potentially die there. But not so dangerous that he's forfeiting his life. I like the little call, though, just because, hey, if you can take it away, take it back, you can maybe finish off what I'm going to assume, since he did it last game, is going to be his Devo's Gauntlets. Try to get those stacks online a little bit faster, but he doesn't get that gold, so he's going to have to sit on that a little bit longer. It's Freshly Forged. They're still fishing for something. They want to kill.
They're going to try and get this red buff invade to go their way as in come the Poppies to try and make the defense. Now Freshly Forged are on the full retreat after, like bandits, coming into the jungle to try and grab their prize. And I think Freshly Forged are going to have to keep doing those kind of smaller plays for now, trying to find those invades. Looks like they weren't successful. I think we saw Chekio with the red buff around him, but I think they've got to keep making those kinds of attempts to see if they can try and get ahead of the Poppies.
The only issue is, again, how much of it will end up floundering like last game. I think they need to be careful and cautious about it, but there's not double pal out this game, right? Which so
life's a lot easier when Morgan's not in.
You're not going to have your beads burned and then still get CC'd by something huge. Typically, you're going to keep hold of them. Like, I don't see Draco Marino being able to pick up 4 people, burn all of their beads, and then Marcus comes in with a huge ult. Someone's going to be able to maintain their beads throughout all of that. But that is the duo, right? Right now, it's Marcus and Draco, I think, to set up Chekio, to set up Creed when he rotates, and Warchi when he rotates, because that's going to be your relic burners right now. Get rid of the beads, get rid of the Aegis, and then set up your Kukul Khan, set up your Jingwei to find those kills. As of right now, I haven't seen Poppies really engaging at all.
No, it's felt defensive from the Poppies here, hasn't it? And with their draft, that makes some sense to me. I mean, Jingwei makes me think of someone that you want to give time to get some items online. The same for this Hell, too. And then you'll have a great team fighting presence with that jungle, mid, and support combination. But if you're Freshly Forged, you got to be feeling better about this game. Last time,
yeah, it feels better.
When they had all these invades, Deathwalker was ahead, but everyone else was behind. This time, they do still have that lead for Deathwalker, but everyone else is experience ahead a little bit in their direct matchups. So I think Freshly Forged are looking better this time.
And they've managed to keep a gold lead that's substantial, right? It's about 1,000 right now, versus last game it was fluctuating between 500 in favor of the Poppies and 200 in favor of Freshly Forged.
Right.
Now they've actually got something to build on. And granted, 1,000 gold, you can blink and it disappears if you do things wrong, but it's still something that's enough to say, look, we've got a substantial lead in feeling. That gives us a little bit of extra vision, maybe a little bit more sustain and healing potions right now where we're spending it. And so it's showcasing the farm for Freshly Forged is working out a little bit better. They just have to maintain it. Continue getting aggressive into that jungle and trying to strip away whatever you can. Doesn't matter if you always get it, just showcase that you're willing to push that fight, and it puts Poppies on edge.
Another early Gold Fury from the Poppies. They've done this a lot this set, and they've got the Kukul Khan to try and confirm it. In comes Freshly Forged. The Typhoon is charged as well, but the Poppies secure the objective, but it's Fails that finds first blood. Draco Marino ends up falling, but we talked about this last game. A support for a Gold Fury, probably worth.
And that's the biggest thing. It's just the support. Last time around, it was the Xing Shin plus the Kukul Khan, which is weird to see them both on the order side for 2 different teams, but having it work out this way has been better. But Chekio's a little bit in trouble. He used a beads just to try and escape Collis and fails. He's lurking in the waters.
So that means he can come punish Chekio, who he knows doesn't have the purification beads. What a great sequence. Collis sets that up by getting aggressive on the Terra, and then Fails is right there to follow back up. So now Freshly Forged are going to head over and try and claim their prize. The Pyromancer starting to be burned.
It's the question of, is it going to be worthwhile? Not going to give you as much gold, but it's still going to make sure you take a big objective off the map. Honestly, it enables you to be a lot more aggressive. They can spend whatever they want off of a good, clean sequence of kills, plus a tower that they've been able to get to it. And honestly, that makes it so that last fight, Gold Fury now, I'd say comes out as maybe even a negative for the Poppies because they took it. You can see the spike. It goes immediately in their favor and then immediately up against them thanks to the tower, thanks to that Pyromancer, and thanks to those clean kills.
Fails having a great game on the Susanoo so far. Collis playing this Terra well too, and that pressure in solo onto Creed has been strong as well. So now Freshly Forged enjoy about 2,300 experience, about 1,300 gold in their favor. But as always, it's not a question of did you get the lead, but did you get enough of a lead when you're up against a Hell, who is such a big gain for you in the late game. But I think so far, Freshly Forged have done just about everything they can.
Yeah, honestly, getting Fails ahead right now I think is the most important part, just because your jungler is maybe going to start to feel less effective than a Hunbats is in the late game. But Marcus and Draco Mariano are specifically the two players that I was highlighting, like you want to beads burn, you want to get in there, you want to engage. And they've not necessarily been doing that. Draco tried to in that last engagement, but Freshly Forged are doing it just fine. Terra's going in, making sure that you're using your beads, like in the event of Chekio. The Aegis is going to not be on, or is on cooldown for him right now as well. Like things like that are going to open it up so Fails, who's already been playing aggressive, can get even more aggressive. And it's paying off for him. I mean, 2 kills. He's got both of them on his belt. It's a slower pace, but it's working out better for Freshly Forged.
It has been working well for Freshly Forged so far, and if you're the Poppies, I feel like you have to find a way to start dealing with some of this aggression from Freshly Forged, but I feel like they've just been getting out-rotated here so far. I liked the call on the Gold Fury, but it just ended up coming at too hefty of a price tag for them. Once Freshly Forged sort of recognized how many resources were used in the objective, they just stepped on the gas pedal, and the Poppies were kind of out of answers. But on more even fights, they've got not Defender of Olympus, excuse me, but they've got Fear No Evil, they've got the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, they've got the Hell, they've got some tools to slow down the aggression from Freshly Forged.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be solid, but the problem is when they actually can use them, right? Because they haven't been rotating. Like, Creed hasn't been a part of anything as of yet, and so he has been hanging in there. I mean, he's doing well level-wise, honestly, with how abused this Hell should be in lane by a Bologna. Just being 1 level behind is perfectly fine. Finishes off the breastplate. They're looking for blood on Josh, but there's a good example of the Bifrost. That crystal is so helpful. I mean, Freshly Forged just have this one figured out right now.
It really feels that way, doesn't it? I mean, the purification beads hadn't even fallen off yet by the time Joshy was out of there on that Bifrost. But that's good from Draco Marino. You kind of got to do that, right? Blink in, force out the relics, and as long as they follow back up on that engage with Joshy, who now without beads is going to be more vulnerable, then I think that play from Draco still works out for him.
And now Freshly Forged are the ones looking for something. And this is what they've been doing all game. Right now, they're just kind of looking, any buffs for us to take? Anything tasty in the jungle? No, okay, something tasty in the lane, though. There's a Jingwei, there's Draco. Either one's going to be a good pickup for him.
This is a hefty rotation. Prime is here as well. They want to go for the full Tier 1 tower dive. I say that, but they don't initially get anything, and they're on their way out. A heavy rotation, they really don't find much of anything.
I'm waiting for the blink from Marcus. If you wanted to close that gap, it's that question, can you get to Prime in time? And if you can, then it's Prime time for you. You can go in and try and kill him off. But they were just far enough away, and maybe just not worthwhile enough with the Fury respawning in 30 seconds to commit that hard on, especially since you know that Pyromancer will be coming back very shortly thereafter, so you know the timer's on things. Keep your ults while you have them. Take it as a net neutral. You didn't lose anything, you didn't gain anything.
Chekio in some trouble, has used the Aegis already, but has held on to the bead so far. The ultimate, though, does force Fails to stop the aggression, so Draco Marino grabs the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Now Fails is without the purification beads alongside Joshy if the Poppies don't look for a fight, but Chekio had to back.
I would argue, though, that's a huge win. They not only force Chekio out, they get rid of his ult, they get rid of Draco's ult as well, so Xing Shin can't aggress. Marcus is the biggest threat on the board right now from the Poppies. And honestly, that means that this Fury maybe is not wide open for Freshly Forged, but it's an available option. They can force a fight here, try to find a pick, but Creed's rotated over, healing on the board, cleansing on the board. Collis specifically is going to have to kind of keep track of that in his mind, because he's been the one going in, looking for the roots, the stuns, to lock people down. And even without beads, Chekio is safe as long as Creed is watching over him.
It's gonna be tough there for him. Creed's got to make sure that he's got to
be
those
on
cleanses.
point.
Yeah. Or Chekio could be in some trouble. He doesn't have Aegis either for this next fight. Joshi considered starting up the Primal Fury, but they end up dropping it, so they're not gonna try and force that fight here just yet. But you were saying, Gord, that you're gonna need a lot of anti-heal to deal with this with Creed on this Hell. It's already starting to come through. Divine Ruin for Pretty Prime. The Brawler's Beat Stick is there for Fails. That's a start. And the upgraded Cursed Ankh too. So they've got just about everything that they need. They're feeling good.
And the thing is, upgraded Ankh, it's one of in my eyes, it's just such a good relic, especially when you're going to be shutting it down. Because, hey, now not only are you not healing, but I'm going to hurt you a lot harder. So it's like effectively doing the opposite of what you want to do with your abilities. You are just going to take damage now as we dish it out. But Chekio's in the neighborhood as this Fury started, and he has the Spirit of the Nine Winds.
That's the best way to contest that objective right now. And the Poppies do enough to stall out Freshly Forged on this Primal Fury, who got up to about 1,000, 1,500 gold, but they plateaued there for the last 6 minutes. So this next fight's critical. As the Primal Fury comes low, the Poppies are the ones that secure it, but Freshly Forged wants to fight on the back end, but Whirlwind of Rage and Steel grabs two. Fear No Evil is there to follow up, and Chekio buries Collis on the Terra. Good strike, though, stops the aggression.
It's only going to be a 1-for-1 right now. It's solo for support, so overall, I'd call him Freshly Forged a little ahead, but they finally get rid of Fails. They're chasing down Prime, trying to get rid of him too.
Marcus gets to the backline, but Joshi is there to peel, and that's what your backliners have to do. They got to have each other's backs as Joshi gets the double kill, but Orchi wants to find another one of his own. It's 2 for 3. Ooh! Make it 3 for 2, or 4 for 2 rather, in favor of the Poppies. They get the Primal Fury, and they run over Freshly Forged.
Now, it's been a while since I've gotten to say this, but that's just a classic lazy back. Hey guys, there's no way they're chasing me anymore. I'm gonna back next to my red buff. You walk a little bit further, you're under your tier 1, you're perfectly fine. It's just that mentality. I want to get back to base. I need to get back into the fight or get out of here as fast as possible. Pretty Prime punished, I guess, for his sins in that case, and it's opened up a little bit more here. A good clean fight from Poppies, a Pyromancer immediately, and Chekio's got his ult back in his favor. I mean, they're opening up objectives more and more for this side. He might have to use it here since Collis is lurking and waiting.
Collis can't quite get there in time, so Poppy's able to take the Pyro.
He might die.
They do take the Magai's cloak away from him. Draco Marino gets that in the back half of the leap, and the Poppies are right back into this. And this is what you were talking about, Gormizer, right? You said 1,000 gold lead's good, but it's the kind of thing where you could blink and it's gone.
Yep.
And that is exactly what's happened. Now it's 1,000 in favor of the Poppies on the back of that Primal Fury fight. It's one thing that they secured the objective, but how the fight goes so handily in favor of the Poppies.
I mean, it's just I think the maybe laziness that comes down a little bit at the end there. I think if you don't get that kill on the Pretty Prime, it's pretty good, but Fails overstays his welcome. Deathwalker overstays his welcome, and Collis was isolated thanks to the Fear No Evil. Like, Draco picked up 2, Marcus then Fear No Evil 2, that's 2 clean kills. Deathwalker's on an island trying to fight everyone on his own. Pretty Prime tries the lazy back. Poppy's just read the scenario. The fact that Chekio decided to just peek around that corner, see what was going on, just showcases they have good awareness. And honestly, if you go back and look at the graphs, you can actually see the Gold Fury dip, the team fight dip, then the Pyromancer dip. Like, all 3 of them in favor of the Poppies. And that's just clean objective calling from them.
It really was clean objective calling. And it's so funny, you know, when I was talking about the Fear No Evil and the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel and how good those tools are, you had a really good point. You're like, it doesn't matter how good those tools are if they don't get a chance to use them in the team fights in the optimal way, right? Especially because Creed wasn't in the fights just yet and that they hadn't seen very good Fear No Evils. But that time Freshly Forged kind of walked into the wood chipper, didn't they? They let those tools from the Poppies be used almost optimally, almost perfectly, and the fight goes their way. If it's a grouped up team fight, it is hard not to favor the Poppies.
And yeah, it really comes down to how, like, are your beads available coming into this? And the problem is, I think Fails didn't have his, but Deathwalker as well as Collis are going to be susceptible to Draco. If you can burn them on someone like Fails or on someone like Pretty Prime, now all of a sudden Pretty Prime is a target here for Marcus, right, in those events. If he burns those beads, you set it up. But Draco has to go fishing and find a little bit more in those scenarios, right? He comes into that one, just kind of uses his ult and buys his zone.
Yeah, I don't know that that's a super favorable trade for Draco there. Blink and the ultimate, and really all Pretty Prime drops is his own ultimate. He uses that erratic behavior to get a range, and then the ultimate for CC immunity on that apple of Discord. So well played by Pretty Prime to avoid that aggression. But it's 4-4, only 8 kills in 20.5 minutes. But it has still felt like there's been plenty of contestation, there's been plenty of fighting.
Yeah.
It's just that it hasn't resulted in a ton of kills.
Well, it's been a ton of pressure, just not in the form of kills and fighting. It's been pressure in the jungle, pressure on objectives, doing these like Gold Fury and Fire Giant dances, but at a higher level than really we've gotten to see. And that's kind of what I expect out of these two teams. One team, star-studded SPL player roster. One team been doing the damn thing for 5 years together, so you expect them to keep it up. And right now, well, what better way to keep it up than to go for a Fire Giant?
This is a little bit more than keeping it up, Gormizer. This is a, what, a 60-40 at best of the ultimate. It's a little early from Chekio, but it ends up working out. The Poppies secure the Fire Giant, but the fight on the back end is looking good for Freshly Forged so far. Fails his way in the back line, but he takes a ton of damage. Marcus can't find the return damage. Now they need some help for Creed as well, who's been locked down inside the blue buff, and Collis swinging away with the Terra autos. It's just not enough. Creed has survived inside all of it, but Prime finally gets in there to shut him down. Now Deathwalker wants some action as well, but Marcus gets the first one. Deathwalker enters back, but Chekio finds one of his own. Make that 2 as he gets the double, and now Deathwalker's in some trouble. In comes Orchi. They make it a 4 for 2.
And that the biggest thing in that, it's not going to seem like a lot, but Draco gets an ult that doesn't find anything except a ton of relics. Look at the cooldown timers on Freshly Forged. They're going to be waiting forever on those. You lose Chekio, which might hurt. Creed honestly was kind of a sacrificial lamb. He lived way longer than he should have anyway. You keep Warchi alive and you keep Draco alive, which I think are the two that you need to siege down at least one tier 2. Ideally, I don't know, 10 seconds left, you can look for this Phoenix. I'm looking at the other tier 2s personally. I just don't know if you have the aggression you need and the safety you need to get this one in full effect.
Well, Collis is going to be up here in a few seconds, but they are shredding the Phoenix. I got to wonder how much the Aussie's helping out with that flat pin or for Warchi. Or not Aussie, excuse me, I'm looking over the other side of the bill. No flat pin available for Warchi, but they shred through the Phoenix just that quickly anyway. That's how good the Fire Giant buff is to help him out. A nice fight for the Poppies. And here's the problem that I'm seeing. It's feeling like now twice in a row, Gormizer, Freshly Forged have kind of gone with a pick-based type of draft.
Yes.
And they have gotten good solo lane pressure, but they have not been able to translate that over to the rest of the map. And then they're running into these big team fight compositions from the Poppies that they can't beat in these mid to late game team fights.
And the biggest issue is, in all of these fights, the one common factor has been Poppies have the better secure. I mean, Kukulkan is hands down the best secure that you're going to have in the game, but they don't really have anyone that I'm looking at afterward is like, okay, here's who can steal it away from a Kukulkan. You know, Chekio missed that ult in a way, got the Fire Giant really low. They were still able to clean it up, but he didn't secure it with that ult. The team fights have just been better for Poppies.
This is aggression for Freshly Forged, though, even though it was the Poppies that are the ones with the Fire Giant right now. They want to try and take this fight while the Poppies might be reeling. Draco Marino grabs Josh, and he ends up falling, but a kill does end up going the way of Freshly Forged on the Marcus as well. A 1-for-1, and the Poppies fall back to their tier 2.
I mean, you force Warchi out as well, so you're going to slow this down. Only 2 people left standing with that Fire Giant. But it's still on Warchi and Draco, which, again, arguably are the 2 best people to have it. One for sustain so he can tank, and the other so he can do what he did to that Phoenix to these towers as they come forward with it. But kind of odd aggression in my eyes coming down from Freshly Forged. I didn't expect to see them, 1, that far, but 2, looking for kills that deep. Still, it's beneficial for them. Again, Joshi, I don't want to count him out, but he hasn't been a huge factor. Last game, he hasn't really felt like a huge factor. This game, if you're going to lose someone, it kind of feels like he might be the best one to have drop.
Yeah, at this point, maybe it's not quite what you would have expected from this highly prioritized Heimdall. Tier 2 goes down, but Freshly Forged again want to take the fight. Deathwalker knocked up by the persistent gust. In comes the apple from Pretty Prime, but it really doesn't find anyone. Now Deathwalker is on an island, and the island is a deadly one. They send him right back to the base the hard way. Now the Poppies with their 5v4 advantage. I say 5v4, and Marcus hasn't quite caught up, but they're going to press onto the gas. Draco Marino grabs one. It's Collis. He gets flung right back to the wolves, and Chekio takes another kill.
I mean, you're looking at it now, the chin size have been finished for Warchi. If you thought he was going to hit hard earlier, now he's hitting just as hard. 4-0-6, like, it is definitely his day on this GUA. Like, he is feeling comfortable. He's going to help burn through that Phoenix. I mean, now your 2 Phoenixes down. They've got a full 5-man group. They just burned your beads. This is looking good for the Poppies.
It is. They're looking to play aggressive here as well. They lock down Joshua on the right-hand side. He gets the ultimate off, but Chekio makes him pay for it. You got to stand still when you're casting it, and he ends up paying the price for it. Poppies now have 5 members strong, moving in the Titan room, and fails.
Good
Has
kill.
been taken out of the equation. It's just Prime still standing to defend, and Marcus puts him down as well. The Poppies, to surprise of just about everyone, I got to imagine, have just 2-0'd Freshly Forged.
And that, I mean, it just showcases how well they work together. And a lot of these, again, everything in game 1, everything in game 2, it came down to the team fights, right? Freshly Forged controlled the early game like no other, but it didn't translate to the objectives. Gold Fury was easily secured by Poppies. Pyromancer, same story. Fire Giant, a little closer, but still ended up going so heavily in their favor that it made that big difference. You got to look at Chekio. You got to look at Warchi. I mean, those slash lines speak for themselves.
And I got to look at the picks and bans here from Freshly Forged. In game 1, they give up the Kukulkan, the Jingwei, and the Morgan, and it ends up being too much for them. And here in game number 2, they're still playing into that Jingwei from Warchi, still playing into the Kukulkan there for Chekio, even though they took that Morgan out of the equation. And I think we're seeing why Kukulkan is so highly valued.
Yes.
He gives you such an early credence to go for these objectives and know that you've got the best confirmation.
And I think that's the biggest thing. And some of these fights, you see Chekio throw his ult out, and it's like, okay, now's the time to get aggressive. Like, this is where you want to fight, but they never quite had it. Of course, that honestly, that might have been that turning point, right? Like, 18 minutes, they just won the fight, a 3 for 2. It's not in your favor if you're Freshly Forged, but it's something that you can shrug off. And then you lose that 4th person, and then you lose Pyromancer. Like, it started to stagger much more heavily in favor of the Poppies there, that it kind of feels like one little lazy back, especially at this level, might be one of the main reasons your team started to fall much further behind than they were originally.
That's a huge win, though, for the Poppies, Goremizer. I mean, beating Freshly Forged here, who I think a lot of people would have had as one of their top teams in this group, is a huge win for them. Because, I mean, the Poppies, I think, are also in that upper echelon.
Yes,
I would have expected the Poppies to make it out. And now they've got a win that not a lot of other teams are going to be able to match.
And this is what I would argue is probably their biggest win. A lot of the other teams in this group are strong, but Freshly Forged, again, has one of the strongest names behind them.
They do.
And now that we've seen it this way, Poppies might be the strongest team in this group. So that is a good stamp to have on your side to say, hey, you know what? We're going to make it into the circuit.
These guys have been playing together for a long time. They are hard to beat. That's going to do it for set number 2. But don't worry, there's plenty more SMITE here in Europe coming up after this break.
You know, Isaiah, the more I think about it, the more we should just go back to the Cobb Energy Center. The fans loved it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hey, let's ask Bart.
Keys, where are my keys?
Hey, Bart, what do you think about going back to Hi-Res Expo at the Cobb Energy Center?
I like it.
It just feels good to be back, doesn't it? That's exactly right. HRX, Hi-Res Expo, going to be happening at the Cobb Energy Center back in January as well, which I know works better for some of you all, so hopefully you're looking forward to it as much as I am. But back to the SCC qualifiers. We're in the middle of those group stages, about to go into set number 3 between Just F6 and I believe Picari Noobs, and Just F6 are the team we're kind of going to be following all day long to see how their path ends up going here. Gormizer, we saw them earlier on today, and I think they actually impressed us, didn't I? I mean, I was a bit surprised. I was not expecting
they
them
were
to look
able
that
to
strong.
hold their own pretty well against 60. Again, some things started to slip out of control for them. Sotos is definitely one of the kind of stars that I have my eyes on. The jungle was definitely more impactful, I think, from them than what we got to see. The problem is Picari Noobs are strong. And I mean, I said the same thing about 60 earlier. We saw how they were able to handle them, but they got one game up and then lost 2 in a row. You don't want to do that multiple times. One, because you absolutely will get knocked out of contention for the circuit, but you're going up against overpowered USB, Rapio, Picarino himself, and Davey specifically are the names that I'm kind of looking at when it comes down to it, just because you've got 3 guys who were really good on console, and then Picarino, who kind of showed up and absolutely blew me away a few weeks ago when we got to see what he was able to accomplish from that mid lane.
Yeah, it's a bit surprising, hasn't it? It feels like we've got actually a lot more of those console teams than I expected from that EU Xbox scene, and they've all been playing well, so I'm excited to see what we're going to be seeing here from Davey, some of the rest of those guys, from Rapio as well. I expect them to be able to put up a pretty strong fight here. Sort of as you said, I think this Picari Noobs team might be a bit sneaky good for what some of those other teams were expecting. So into the picks and bans we go. We shall delay you all no longer. It'll be Picari Noobs in that first spot. Just F6 will have to make up for it with the second spot. Hopefully no more Morgans making it through.
Yeah, that's going to, well, yeah, immediately she's not going to be making it through. I think every now and then, one of the top bands, I think, deserves to make it through the top band.
Just as a reminder.
Just to make sure everyone remembers why they get banned so much. Because it's always that question like, man, is Morgan going to be able to accomplish that much? Like, what can she do? It's like, well, we saw what she can do. Get rid of her. Just keep her off the board for a while.
Does Kukulkan really give you that much objective confirmation? Oh, yeah, he does. Let's get that band away, too.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want to deal with that.
I think things like that, like when Camazotz comes through, Camazotz is actually a really rare instance because, like, some games he makes it through, and it's like that fresh reminder of like, oh, yeah, let's ban him again.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you watch and you're like, that wasn't that bad. Why do we have to ban him away? Let's let him through one more time.
And sometimes it ends up being too heavy of a price for you to have to pay. So I like this.
Yeah,
These
too
bans
heavy.
are all fairly standard. The Emoja, the Camazotz, the Morgan all taken off, the Kukulkan, the Merlin, the Unbots. Xing Chen, I know, is someone that's getting highly valued lately, so he could certainly get picked up. Persephone, still available too, and that's going to be what Picari Noobs choose to take with their very first overall pick.
And that's more than likely going to Picarino himself,
Yeah.
somebody, namesake of the team when it comes down to it. And my biggest issue really, realistically, with Persephone lately is nothing about her, but really the consistency we've seen, the level of play with her. Some teams have made it look phenomenal, and we've seen her be maybe the reason her team wins. You go back to yesterday, the one that sticks out to me, I'm sorry to rip on you, but Shadow Chair had a not-so-stellar game with her. It didn't really translate to what you expect out of Persephone, especially with how high she has to be valued. And if you have that wide of an array of games for her, then you never really know what you're going to get seeing her locked in this early.
Odin gets locked in alongside the Xing Chen here for Picari Noobs. But I'm a bit surprised at how highly valued Bacchus has been these last few days. He's been getting picked up a little bit more. At least while we've been here in Europe, at the very least, Bacchus has been getting picked up. Are you on board here with all this Bacchus we're seeing?
I like Bacchus. I don't know if he's my go-to support.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't think he needs to be in your top 2. I think you could absolutely swing him as a 5th pick and maybe even force things out. Like, if you're not picking up your Guardian at this point in the game, all of a sudden Picari Noobs are maybe looking at banning out like a Geb. Maybe they're looking at other supports. Kumba, who's been actually kind of nutty
some of those
these last
aggressive
couple of
warrior
days.
supports. You've seen some of those
Being able to come through. But Bacchus that early, it worked for him earlier once, but can you keep it up? Is it worthwhile picking him up this early? I like him. He's aggressive. He does good damage. is it going to pay off? It did once for them again earlier, and that's kind of what I hope to see.
Well, the Vamana locked in for just F6, and this guy has been a real nightmare for teams to deal with lately since his return back to prominence. He just feels almost unpeelable. He is going to pick a carry in the back line, sit on them, and tell them to stop playing Smite. So whoever it is that he ends up picking in the back line, the Persephone or whatever hunter they lock in, good luck trying to get away from him.
I mean, just F6, if I remember correctly, this is almost the exact draft they ran, if not the exact draft they ran earlier against 60. And it didn't do him too well. The Vamana didn't get to take off. Bacchus on the Chaos side for some reason. I think he was 0-6 that game. The Jingwei never got anywhere. The Thor. And I think it was the Scylla. I actually think this might be an exact runback of that game against 60. And it didn't work out for him well then. Granted, Picari Noobs, it's the first game, so they're going to have to adapt to the style of play. That might give F6 the exact benefit they need.
I don't know, man. I mean, Scylla does some things well, but I don't know why we're seeing this much of her. I feel like she's been in every other game here to this point, but these players are valuing her. They're going to keep locking it in. She's got some opportunity with the decent setup from the Thor and the Bacchus to be able to find that damage here in this next game, Gormizer. But we are just about ready to start game number 1. It's Hindu Man and Aggro on the mic.
Thanks so much, analysts, on the casual set consortium of whatever.
Consortium of knowledge.
Okay, I've not seen much knowledge so far, but it's a consortium, I guess, for the most part.
Rude. Gormizers are doing a great job.
Oh, they can hear this, can't they? I forgot about that.
Yeah, they're right over there. Oops. You can make fun of Finch all you want, but I will stand for no Gormizer slander.
That's true, especially with that Blue's Clues notebook. You expect very knowledgeable.
Handy dandy.
And to be fair, he did mention that Just F6 ran this composition earlier on today, up against 60, and didn't find the result they were after.
No, not in that set for sure, but I still think the draft is good. They've got good setup for the Scylla, they've got good CC, good enough damage.
Good enough damage there coming through from Totti, who was getting very aggressive alongside this Bacchus. And sure, in the early game, I would say Picari Noobs in the duel lane are going to struggle a little bit against this, I would say. Hachi isn't too bad at wave clear, but Xing Ten definitely struggles.
Yeah, Xing Chen usually takes a back seat a little bit in the lane, but really good at playing aggressively when it comes to poking. Usually you see him paired with more aggressive clear hunters. Hachiman, not really that. I mean, Jingwei is not really a clear hunter either, but Bacchus is so aggressive. He can clear the wave pretty well these days, doesn't have that same weakness that he used to. And of course, Belly Flop is such a great fight turner that it's difficult to fight into him.
Well, really important set, this one, between these two, because Picari Noobs have kind of struggled so far in the group stages. Some of those games haven't been broadcast so far. However, Just F6, we got to see them take on 60 earlier on today, and they did struggle there as well. So this is almost a do or die for both these two teams to really stay in relevant contention. And I would be favoring Picari Noobs. I think the fans at home will be too.
I think they had a much better showing in the week that they qualified into the group stages. This was an impressive team whenever they made their way through. I mean, you've got Rapio, Gnome, Davey. These guys played together quite a bit and just have played a lot of competitive Smite on the console scene. And Just F6 ended up losing to a team that was very similar and that had a bunch of console recognition at the same time. Rapio is kind of the premier European console player in my mind and has really translated that over very nicely to the PC. I'm excited to see if he can continue to do it on a hyper carry in the Mercury.
Now, we did mention as well Just F6's composition being one that we saw them run earlier on, whereas Picari Noobs, first 3 picks, Persephone, Xing Ten, Odin.
That's pretty good.
Follow that up with a Mercury, thanks very much, right? I mean, you can't be complaining there at all.
No, this is a pretty stacked draft for Picari Noobs, and I'm surprised that they got what they got, frankly. I mean, the Odin pick, maybe not as good as you would like it to be. Basically, every character on Just F6 can get out of it, but that's less of a big deal than it used to be with Odin because the cage will still deal damage on their way out. So you can blink in, drop the cage. Let's say Doku uses Sentinel, gets out. He's getting hit by that spear that comes flying out of the cage, and then you get to jump after him and still do Odin things after the fact. And Odin things are just better now than they used to be because of that stun added into the kit. I just think that with Xing Chen in particular, Xing Chen and Persephone and Odin, that's a lot of gods that you have to be ready for at all times.
Mobile.
And then there's Mercury, who can just one-shot you in the end of the game. It's a tough composition to go against. I definitely favor Picari Noobs.
Well, we did have a little look at Rapio go towards that right-hand side for that solo lane gank earlier on. He was kind of looking for Captain Oti on the rotation back from base. But as you can see, Oti here on this Vamana went for the blink start, not the teleport. So now he's going to look for an opportunity in mid instead. Rapio gearing up for a shot on Doku. No wards available to see this coming through as it will connect. Beans haven't been used just yet. Has to be after the fact. But Sotos was there nicely with the wall to prevent some damage. Still, though, Picari Noob had his ultimate available and will secure first blood for the Picari Noobs.
Really good job of going in waves there for Picari Noobs. Rapio in first. Doku very late on the beads, though. I mean, he looked at Rapio, and you can tell he's got his ult charged. And you got to just hover your finger over those beads. You should be able to beat that pretty quickly. A little bit too late. He takes a little bit too much damage. Mizega goes in, knocks up. That means Doku has to Sentinel to the side, and Picorino is holding that ultimate the entire time and guarantees it very nicely after that dash. That's good communication and a good execution of the 3v3.
Credit where it's due for Sotos, though. I love the wall that he got out straight away, almost
It was
reactionary. Quicker than the beads, in my opinion.
Yep. Yeah, maybe if he could have walled off the ult, that would have been an insane play, but certainly a good play by him. Either way, just needed a little bit of extra help from the mid laner.
Now that first blood did go over to Picorino in the mid lane on the Persephone, so we'll see if she can accelerate her build a little bit more so. At the moment, though, hasn't traveled back to base just yet, just for those tier 2 boots so far. With Remak Doku dying in that mid lane, he had to fall back and got that Shoes of Focus. And Rapio going to do the same thing. It will be the Shoes of Focus rush once again. Is it still expected this year that we're going to see the boots as the main first thing to be picked up?
Yeah, unless you're going stacking, you just need the mobility. Smite is a game where you get to rotate a lot in the early game, and just because of how potent wave clear is.
Yeah.
And so if your opponent has boots and you don't, they're going to get to far more fights than you. And they're just really efficient for their cost.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, these major focus boots, at least for mages, cooldown and mana, right?
Yeah, and a good amount of power on them for very cheap. It's a core item for the vast majority of everybody, especially the cooldown boots.
We're going to rotate in, get the Bell Jobs. Sonic Boom used by Rapio in mid, but Doku avoided that one. Up down from Rotwin wasn't the best idea. He had Sotos in backup, and the monster comes through. Sotos will at least get Rapio, but so far it's a 1-for-1. Support for a jungler as the chase is on for a double for Sotos on this door. Nice blink out from Mizangi to avoid the damage out of Doku. But is there going to be any further follow-up? No, Sotos going to fall back. 2-for-1.
Oh no, Davey catches his back. And
the wall
Sotos,
catch.
wrong
that was
way,
cool.
homie. If he just would have gone through the
Through the
wall,
wall, yeah.
towards his own mid-harpy, Soto's out.
I give him some benefit of the doubt there, but at the same time, I probably would have jumped over the wall in the first place before backing, right?
Right.
Little
I
bit
mean,
lazy.
his hammer was down, I think, when he started that back. But yes, a little. You got to keep that. You can't start shopping until you are back in base when you're backing in enemy territory. Bit caught sleeping.
It's funny because like even all pros do this. We've seen it happen at every single level of competition.
Yep.
And it's still something that people underestimate, right?
All the
And
time.
just so many times we see kills dropped or kills lost based off that factor.
It's crazy. You know, you'd think that they would learn, but I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I've been
We all
playing
are,
for how
yeah.
long, and it's just. It's so efficient, Hindu, man. If I don't have to press I when I get in base, I can press it beforehand. I buy right there, and then I'm out of base faster.
You get your shop open ready.
Yeah, exactly.
Go into the right section to find your item. I get it.
It's perfect. You know, it's looking at the restaurant menu before you go to the restaurant, and that way you don't have to waste time. You can sit down.
You say that, and then your server turns up late, right?
I know,
and then
all
you're like,
the time.
"Ah."
And they're like, can I get you drinks? And we're like, actually, we're ready to order. And they're like, okay, but let's do drinks first. But then you know
And then
that
it disappears.
means for so long, and we just got water. How long can it? I don't know.
Disaster. Now Mizagi, or Mizega, I guess. is what it
Mizega,
is,
yeah.
On the Xing 10 here. He did start the game off with his Hand of the Gods consumable, which is one of the newer ones. I'm a bit surprised, though, that we've not seen him, use it at some point in this earlier stage of the game. Is it worth just holding on at this point with it and waiting for, that invade when you're 1v3 trying to defend it on your own? Is that the idea now?
I guess. I'm not a big fan
It's not
of
worth selling, right?
I think I would either sell it or
Really?
I would
use
just
it.
go, all right, we're doing red buff.
Yep.
Hog it.
Pop. I thought in the first rotation, the second rotation of purple, we'd probably see that get used there. And I think that's one of the things we might see more of this year with these teams, because these invade strategies, this Hand of the Gods is there, but it can put you at a deficit by using it.
It's still 100 gold. You're not getting it for free in the build, so it's.
Is it 150?
No, it's 100.
Oh, okay. I thought it was 150.
100 gold.
That's not as bad as I thought then. I thought
Still
it
a
was going to
pretty
be a lot
hefty
worse.
investment. I mean, that's 2 potions. That's a lot of effective
I mean,
HP.
if it's a support's used to not getting any gold, Rapio forced to beads away from the wall, and as Mizegi comes in there to try and slow down Sotos, he'll just rotate back, although Captain Oti's now making a rotation towards mid 2. Big 4-man group and out of just F6, and now Thor to the sky, looking for a prime target. It will be the Xing 10, not the best one you're after, with the escapability he's got. Just F6 will not find a kill, but now Odin is back and blinking in from Mizagi, trying to throw him back into the ring, but that's not going to work out as well as you hope for. Good enough, though, for Picorinops to get another kill.
Yeah, the wall maybe not doing as much damage as you would think, because Gnome just keeps him from going towards his team, but good reinitiation. Bezega's played the Xingqian very well.
Oh, yeah.
So far, has been in the right spots at the right time, has initiated well, and just a good recognition. I don't know if Rotwin didn't have his leap up, or I don't know. I mean, Rotwin could have blinked in reaction to the blink from Bezega, but not able to get it off in time.
Well, gold is around even, a little bit of a head for Picari Noobs, even though it's 4-2. I will note, though, as we chuck him in the duo lane there, I'm still not a fan of this Toti build, you know, this Assy rush, especially on someone like Jing 10, right? Jing Wei, I should say. I understand that trying to get, it's a good item. Is it first item worthy? I just don't see it.
Me neither. I think that this was the conversation I had with Dolson earlier. It is everything you want. It is power, flat pen, attack speed, lifesteal, and a relevant passive. Sounds phenomenal. Why wouldn't I want this early? But it's all of those things, but not enough of any of them is the way that I would describe it.
I'd say the power is the biggest loss, right?
Yeah, you just don't do a whole lot with the Aussie. And that's the big thing when you compare it to the Bloodforge power spike that Davey just got. That's 75 power. I mean, look, flat pen is worth a lot of power.
Really is.
It's really,
what,
really
20
strong.
power, 55 gap there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. 15 flat pen makes up for... You can basically 2.5x your flat pen. That's the amount of power that item is giving you. And that's still not enough.
Thor in the sky again. No, looking at Gnome this time. Will connect. The wall is already down, though. The ring is down for Gnome. And he's going to have a hard time getting out of this one. Sure, Odin's strong right now. But can he still escape? Well, the leap's good. The blink in from Captain OT. Rapio there with a sonic boom to end his life. And now the grasp of death was there, but it won't slow down Otti. He's tanky enough for now, still looking for Gnome. But Gnome doing a very good job of buying as much time for his team. And just in time for the ring around the roses. Mizega credited with the kill.
Yeah, that's something right there that Gnome gets out of that one. I mean... Odin, I don't know if that's Odin or if that's just the Breastplate of Valor pickup, because normally you're seeing Glad Shield in that spot. If that's 10% CDR, Gnome is 1,000% dead. But the fact that he gets his shield up in time at very little slivers of HP both times, a beautiful ultimate by Rapio, perfect by him to stop Sotos from following up, because that hammer would have certainly done it, and Rapio's able to basically insta-kill him off of it with that Erendite finished. But that's the thing about Odin, is that with this iteration, where instead of that spin that's pretty quick and then it's over with, between channeling the 3, jumping, and shielding, he's always doing something.
Yep, he's always got a button to press.
He's always got a button to press. There's always something to do. And with that 20% CDR, it's even easier for Gnome to always have something to do. And that's a good example of it right there. He's not just running around without buttons up. He's doing something.
And there's a chance there that you can look from just F6 point of view and say, hey, when the rotation came in from Rapio, Otti could have left. And instead he continued on for the kill. It was a really good job from Gnome to buy time, but I really think he should have just backed up.
I agree. And Odie probably feeling like he should have gotten the kill in the first place. I don't know if we were locked into Rapio at that time. Maybe he missed an auto or two on Gnome, because I feel like that should have been a kill with Odie's blink ult, but ends up not going his way, and that's a bit of a tilter. And you also don't want to get Odin ahead, because that new Gungnir's Might swings when he is ahead. It does a lot of damage, but you have to be able to channel the whole thing in melee range for that to really be the case, and that's not always easy to do. If you can, you're doing a lot. 560 base damage if you can get hit with every pulse and the throw.
Seems pretty good, you know, and a stun.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Just in case you need a bit of setup with Odin, for your bird bomb combo that's going to follow, right?
Yeah, but that puts all his buttons on cooldown at the very least. There's some good news if you're a mage.
A couple of power spikes coming through from mid then. Picorino has finished his Chronos Pen and the Divine Ruin. Lifesteal's not hugely needed in this game. Also, anti-heal in this game isn't hugely needed, but I will say it's such a cost-efficient item for these mid laners these days, Divine Ruin.
It is, and you're buying it against Vamana every game.
Good point.
It's pretty simple. You see Vamana, you buy Divine Ruin, because otherwise it's going to be really, really hard to kill him.
I just think of Cursed Onk every time. I just shut him down with Cursed Onk.
Yeah, and you can still go Onk. You just, you're basically guaranteed to kill him if you have the buttons up to do so. But Divine makes it so that even if your Cursed Onk is down,
you've got a chance at it.
And meanwhile, on the other side of that, Mag Doku on this Scylla went for the Spear of the Magus first of all. Sorry, Spear of Desolation earlier on here. Hasn't finished off the Chronos Pendant or Rodder Tahuti this time round. Just like the Spear Rush before finishing?
Yeah, this is an interesting start. I think this is something that not enough players have explored is the
just leave it.
Hold Restored Artifact, then finish Charon's or Rod later on, or Chronos Pendant, though not on Scylla because she's not really a CDR-dependent character. I think this is fine. Just not in love with... Deso's a really, really good item. It's a lot of power, it's CDR, it's flat pen. All those stats are really strong, but it is a little bit expensive.
Yeah.
Is this really the first item that I want? Not always. It feels a little bit lackluster, but maybe in conjunction with the Restored Artifact, because there was a while where starting Mage's Blessing Magic Focus, finishing Boots, and then going into Deso was really strong. But I always felt like I wasn't getting enough regen with that start. Now with the MP5 from Restored Artifacts, maybe that's not the case, and this start feels a lot better. I haven't tested it yet, but it certainly could be good.
A lot of attention from Picari Noobs towards this left-hand side of the map here. I think it's because the gank on Toddy did force his beads a little bit earlier on, and Picari Noobs are trying to make a play around it. However, Just F6 are here in force as well. You can already see Captain Otti has made this rotation on the Vermont. The problem being, though, he's going to lose a whole wave to the tower for this rotation, as the fact that Gnome had already proxied the wave, but now Gnome could be pinched here from that middle area. Whole team of Just F6 in mid. However, he's at Odin at level 15. He'll be able to hold his own for a little bit and allow his team to get in position if required.
It certainly has that potential. With the blink as well, it's pretty easy for him to find those initiations. I wonder how Gnome's going to play it. Is he going to lead with Blink Cage, or is he blinking and channeling the 3, trying to set up, make someone use their escape, and then Cage after them?
Gold Fury at half health, forced to reset as Gnome gets aggressed on for a second. Picari Noobs really look to fight here more than anything else, as Rapio in mid will use the Sonic Boom.
Ooh.
Sotos has his ult. Does he really go into this is the question, though. His health bar is relatively low, and the call is going to be to fall back. Rest of the fight still going on, though, as I'm a Monster was consumed by Doku, and that root cripple combo was really good there as well to deal some damage. But a blink in from Mizega, and it's poor Doku under pressure. He beats away, but he will just about escape the ultimate. Meanwhile, Captain Oti, a different story. No ultimate available to speak of as he falls down. Doku now with both relics on cooldown. He falls down to Gnome, and the Odin and Jingten combo has come to town.
But Sotos is back and at least half HP, still has his Aegis available, but with no ultimate, it's going to be difficult for him to get involved here. Nice ult by Picarino, using that extra little range the Vines will provide. And again, Mizega really patient with his initiation. Love the way he's playing.
Gnome on zone duty. Sotos trying to get to the buff. Jumps over the wall with a hammer and catches Davey. Meanwhile, though, Picarino still alive on the backside. Rapio forced to clean up by Sotos on that Thor and gets the double kill on Totti. Jumping from Gnome 2 towards Rotwin. He's the last man standing here for the team of Just F6. But the damage has kind of been done here. Picari Noobs, they can't do the golf here anymore.
No, that's a great individual play by Sotos. He's played Thor a lot so far today, and we've seen it, and it's been impressive. Another freehand hammer that finds Davey. And listen, man, you know I'm not one to give backline players excuses when they misuse their relics. I'm usually very critical of that. I don't think you can fault Davey for not using Aegis. That was a hammer that was right on the very edge.
Blindsided
and it was over the wall,
Yeah.
Can't see it coming, and that double tap damage happens basically instantaneously whenever you're right on the edge of it. I think you just got to give credit to Sotos more than blame Davey in that spot.
So with this, Picari Noobs still in a comfortable position now, up about 4,000 gold, even though they've not had a chance to get out of that gold feud. The experience, though, an even bigger story then, approaching 8,000 at this point in time. And I'm looking at where those experience leads really are, and it's mid and jungle for the most part.
Especially jungle.
Sorry, solo and jungle, I should say.
Yeah, both sides. I mean, mid also has a slight lead, but jungle in particular, 3 levels for Rapio. He's top net worth, which is not what you want to say about any Mercury that you're up against,
Ever.
because you really don't want to let him get 4th item Deathbringer
Yes,
less
please.
than 18 minutes into the game. Yikes. That is scary. And Rapio's playing it really, really well. I think the Picari Noobs, I mean, the last set that we have, Poppy's Freshly Forged, that's clearly a higher tier than what we saw in set number 1. Picari Noobs look very close to that tier to me.
Picari Noobs start up the Gold Fury, Frenzy pops, and immediately Totti forced to get away from Rapio. Great zone work from Rapio there, as Gnome was also doing the same thing in mid lane. And that's Just F6, kind of caught with the pants down, not in a position to want to contest it again.
And look at this, staying as 5, right on over to this right-hand side. Let's pull Pyro, or if really nobody's around, we can even consider Fire.
Possible, actually. At first, I'm like, it's a little bit risky, but maybe it might be now. You've already given the warning sign of, hey, we're at the Pyro.
Yep.
Going for
like
the
that.
fire straight after. This could be tricky. Keep an eye on mid lane. Thor and Scylla on the way. And Otti doing a good job of zoning away. Picarinum's forced to fall back. I expect they know Thor will be around. Mizega's the one under pressure right now. Sotus again thinks better of it. So often I see Thor's second guess, and it's nice to see for a change.
Good decision making there from Sotos. You definitely do not want to dunk into that team, but
This fight
Rapio?
could be a bit more awkward now. Sonic Boom's available. We'll be looking for Doku or Sotos if he can. But with all 5 members of Just F6 over towards this middle area, and Cat appointed no on that left-hand side, making sure the tier 2 doesn't get pressured down there. He won't look to pull the trigger just yet.
Teams, going back to this, let's finish Pyro and then pull Fire.
But I don't like it either.
I don't like it, but there is a reason for it. It's because you want to, let's say we just pull Fire, we don't do Pyro, but we don't know for sure that they have no wards on our way over here, and they show up and we got nothing for being grouped as 5. Pyromancer guarantees that at least we get something, no matter what the outcome of this engagement. And let's say that we are doing Pyro as the entirety of Just F6 just backed. They hear you get Pyromancer and they go, boy, I hope they don't pull Fire because there's nothing we can do about it anyways. In the best case scenario, you get both. In the worst case scenario, at least you're getting one. I still think that there's a way to assess the situation.
I understand the reasoning, yeah.
We can get Fire here without them realizing it. But that's a much harder line to find.
There was also one other thing involved in that, to be fair. And on the left-hand side, Just F6 had 3 members grouped on that tier 1 tower.
Yes.
If they don't go for the FG there or bait out the FG, that could become a tier 2 relatively quickly on that left-hand side. So, in a sense, it's not too bad to try and draw their attention away from that tier 2 tower.
And secure is difficult when you've got a crit Mercury on your team. It messes with your numbers pretty quickly.
That's true.
And even though,
mess with those numbers. Davey gets a kill. Sotus in the sky. Davy's in a bit of an awkward position here. Will be forced to beat. He's going to take the battle. Most of his cooldowns are down, and I'm a Monster will not secure the kill. Aegis was well timed. Bird Bomb kicks on Rotwen, and he's trapped in the ring still, so Doku gets credit for the kill still. Rotwen will fall down soon after to Mizega or Picarino, and Captain Oddie's going to beat down with Doku finding that big old root. That should shut up RT enough to find the kill as he sneezes to find it.
No way that the backliner ever gets away from that one. Nice return, though, by Just F6. A little bit too aggressive by Davey. His decision to beads and then stand and fight is okay, but you can't be walking the way towards the Scylla. The Scylla, as soon as she knows your relics are down, you're food.
It was good Aegis, though.
It was a good Aegis, but you can't have Aegis for the crush that's coming soon after that.
And that's one of those things about this new left-hand side of the map, the Gold Fury side, these choke points around the enemy red buff, so dangerous.
True.
That I think a lot of teams are falling into a bit of a trap there of realizing just how scary it can be to walk through those angles.
It's a good point. I think last year, or any map before this, Davey beads and then walks down the mid-harpy
and no problem
angle and doesn't have to worry too much about that crush. Now it's a different conversation.
I am definitely interested about where those little baby harpies are now, that there's a couple of gods that can now leap over that wall with some of the changes. I just want to see how many can really make use of that. Jingten, for example, can now get over that wall with his 3. So just seeing some of those gods that could potentially abuse that situation. We could see some interesting ganks eventually.
Xingchen, pretty good right now. Not only the ability to get over the wall, but one of the hardest Guardians in the entire game to kill between his natural protections, his good mobility, his insane HP 5. It's not quite worth it to just build anti-heal against Xingchen all the time just to stop that HP 5, but I'll be honest, I'm tempted at times.
I do love the idea that we see RP Karinubs, though, with Rapio going for crit, Davies going for instead penetration and chins, just to make sure it's not all doubling down on crit. Well, we could see more of those spectral armors, which I'd like to touch on sooner rather than later, but Davey baits himself out and ends up dying for it. Rapio just too late on pulling the trigger. Sotos was over here too, just to reinforce, and that was a case of Davey really allowing Mercury to be in a position more than anything else.
Yeah, Rapio's telling him, don't worry, I'll be there. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll be there. And then he shows up a little bit too late. I mean, neither Hunter had relics, so that should really be Picarinoob's understanding that, yeah, we got this great idea. Let's gank the ADC with no relics. Just F6 was a little bit quicker on the trigger of doing the exact same thing.
Zega in mid on the rotation. Won't be able to do much on his own, though. Picarino further behind him, looking to contest those oracles. You can see Primal Fury's just about spawning now, and Is Primal Fury even worth it anymore? I don't even know if I like this overall.
No, it's good because,
Really?
yeah, in close games like this can be the difference between burning an FG before you even get there.
I don't
Maybe
know.
you have only 1 or 2 people left and the other team's on fire.
I'd rather have an Oni every time, though. That's my thought process, you know? I'd rather have the Oni. Give him every Primal, I'll take every Oni. I think I'd be happy with that.
I don't know. Oni's strong, but there are a lot of situations where it's no problem for the team to spread out and just clear the waves. Primal makes a difference on Fire Giant.
Dance of the Fury begins, and Mizega going to take a bit of damage on the front line, but he's got some good regen with Jing 10 too, so he should be able to just regen back up by landing some abilities. Gnome is really holding that angle around that Gold Fury pit, that Gold Fury pit there, just into Just F6 side of the map. Very, very well, just locking people down, making sure if you're going to rotate through here, I'm going to cause you problems.
But look at the ward coverage for Just F6. I mean, they've got wards
That's true.
everywhere.
And they're all sentries too.
They're all sentries.
Yeah.
I mean, on this top side, they know that Pika Noobs have no vision. Underneath the Gold Fury, that's all warded by Just F6. Not easy for Pika Noobs to find an angle in.
You can keep seeing Just F6 trying to check to see how many members of Pika Noobs are around. This is buying time for Pika Noobs to slowly just push up into that half of the map. Look for an angle, look for an opportunity. And see if they can find one. It's going to be on Totty, first of all, from Gnome, who does connect the stun and forces out Totty to use the ult defensively. I'm a Monster forced by Mizega, and the I'm a Monster only connects onto his own teammate. Rotwin's going to go in, though, force Davey back, Soto to the sky, and the focus is really on Davey, out of range of the jump in from poor old Sotos, who will at least find the wall onto Picarino. And with Captain Otti using his ult too, that's a lot of ultimates used by Just F6 here.
That's all 5 ultimates used by Just F6, and they don't find a whole lot for it. Rapio still has his.
And he will try and connect just off the mark to hit Rotwin there, and the carry's out of the way, but Gnome at full health still charging in. And you can actually see Rotwin and Sotos both blinked there, or so Hammer Toss, I should say, away from the danger, and that's enough for Picarinoobs to find themselves a second Fury of the game and their first Primal Fury.
Picarinoobs just look very controlled in these team fights. I think in the couple of the earlier sets, we saw a lot of team fights that were a little bit out of control.
Yeah.
It's just hitting whoever we can hit, no matter where we can hit them or with what we can hit them with. Picarinoobs, in as a team, out as a team. Get relics and ultimates, back up, make sure that our backline is okay, then we go in again. That was well played by them. That was an earned Fury.
And you can kind of see that. We were 25 minutes in, and the damage numbers are about 10k for player damage on most gods. The Hunters haven't really been involved yet. This is on positioning. Battles of will as the Pyro and the contest. Just F6 will get hold of it. Iron Monster connects with Mizega. Chase on from Rotwin, but he won't be able to find it. Sotos to the sky, though. Will he go for Mizega and pick up the kill? The answer is yes, and he will find just that. Picarino, who find that grasp of death at the wall. That didn't work out well for them, but can they continue the fight? It looks like that's the case. It's Totty under pressure. Rappy and Davey are into the mix, and Davey gets killed onto Totty. Still Doku under pressure as well by Davey, but Otti doing a good job zoning. But the two of them have just overextended too far, and it's only Vermont that will live for now. Sonic Boom connects. Stun available soon. Won't be needed. Picarino will find it.
Man, Rapio this is the best time we play in Mercury, man. You're 5.5 items deep, plenty of crit. He just put down Doku from a distance from a 3rd HP. That time a little bit too early for the front line for Picarinoobs. I mean, Mizega and Gnome go in on a Pyromancer a little bit too early. The rest of the team isn't close enough. Mizega eats enough cooldowns to where Picarinoobs are able to get in there and make them pay pretty quickly. And another fight where Gnome, you feel like, has no chance surviving. Ends up getting out again. 1-0 and 10 for him now on this Odin.
You can see good old Doug on the camera showing off that Magi's cloak that we've got Rapio picking up here. Because when you actually do look at the composition they've got there, Just F6, a little bit awkward in terms of CC. Sure, they've got CC, but it's going to force something just to burn that out in the first place.
Not good low commit CC
Yeah.
is the big thing where Magi's looks really strong. The one low commit CC that Rapio has to worry about is that Thor wall. As long as he stays clear of that, all the other CC that Just F6 would throw it at him would be a heavy commit. Even Scylla Root is a big deal to lose in a team fight. That's going to be hard to hit him with, especially if he's running you down. You can root him, but he's still going to be on top of you. Normally, Scylla self-peel by rooting and then slowing with Crush. Rapio can immune the root with the Magi's and then pop the 2 to get rid of the slow from the Crush.
And the danger of that, the Sonic Boom connects, right? And by the time you try and react with 1 CC, it's going to take 2.
Yep.
He's still punching you in the face.
Oh, he's going to kill you in that amount of time, no doubt about it. I mean, no spectral armor for anybody quite yet on Just F6. No, not a lot of pen, and by a lot of, I mean any at all for Rapio, but it's one character in Mercury that you just don't hit tanks that often, so it's not that big of a deal. He'll probably sell his boots for a Titan's Bane and be smooth sailing.
Well, with how it stands now, Picarinub's really stepping it up a little bit here. They're in a comfortable position so far. Just F6 are not out of it in the world of SMITE at this moment in time, but it's a big best of 3 for both of them. How the groups have gone so far. This battle around the FG, though, continues. Otti just trying to frontline to the best of his ability. Has got that Hasten Cantata online. Is that still really needed on Vamana these days, you feel?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm not so sure about it myself.
You got the big movement speed buff now. Kind of the midi Atalanta is built into the Vamana ult at this point. I always felt like I needed Hasten Katana, but I watched the best Vamana players in the world. You watch a guy like Baskin. A lot of times he doesn't end up going for it, and I think, how does he stick on people? And then he does really effectively. Vamana's not a character I vibe with. I don't know.
Zega a little bit far forward there, but jukes out the flop and keeps the pressure on. All the while, Otti forced to use his ult on this right-hand side to deal with Gnome. And Gnome has to reset as well. I think he'd be happy with that result. One of those cooldowns is definitely shorter than the other.
Blink in from Zega. This initiation not as good as most of his.
Nice try, though, but now he'll leave some damage for that, and that could be a trip back to base sooner rather than later. But at the same time, Picarinub still control around this Fire Giant. Remember, there's a Persephone on this team. You can see those plants are just being pulled all around this Fire Giant. The farm is being set. The trap is there. And the worst thing is just F6 can see it. They just can't do anything about it.
Not interacting with those. They're just interacting with you. And that's why Picarino is kind of trying to bait just F6 in to his area. That's where they want to fight.
Mizega, a little bit out of position. Will end up dying for that. He was setting up a trap again, but Rappi uses Sonic Boom and misses. He will look at Rotwin though, who loses most of his health. Salter's in the sky, looks for Picarino at the back and does good damage. But Picarino already took down Rotwin with that fight so far. Gnome on the other side has got a hold of Totti and doing good work there. But the backline of Picarino is staggered, and Otti smells blood in the water. He'll take down one. On the back of the fight, though, you can still see Totti has managed to survive, and it's Gnome left on his own now. He is Odin, though. Will be able to get away as Rapio goes over to support. Just F6 win that 2-for-1.
Mizega has played really well so far, but maybe was feeling it a little bit too much.
I feel like a Rapio bait again.
Ethereal Staff, though, is the item, and if you're trying to, if your whole job is to stand there and bait cooldowns, build tanky. So you can actually do that.
I'm more of a fan of actually going gem over the Ethereal, in my personal opinion, just because it's going to give you some health, but it's also going to apply slow, consistent.
Yeah, but you don't need it.
No, you're right.
You don't need it. If that's a mantle in that spot, if that's a spirit robe.
There's some crit. Spectral wouldn't go amiss.
Sure. Spectral looks good. I mean, you're chilling if that's a true defense item, and I think that fight goes much, much better for Picarinubs.
30 minutes in then, and Picarinubs had an opportunity around this FG, I feel, but just F6 found a window and capitalized. You can still see all these plants around that just weren't used there by Picarino. They weren't in the right position to really do so. So just F6 are able to come back out of base, get their respawns through, and set up one more time. Sentry wards all even so far in terms of inventory.
Certainly both teams should be able to get some good ward vision around this Fire Giant, but Gnome's caught out a little bit. Doesn't take too much damage, though.
I don't think we can ever say that Odin's been caught out at this stage,
I suppose
right?
that's true. So much CD. He's max CDR. He's actually overcapped on CDR, but not a big deal. You want all those items, regardless of if they had CDR or not.
This is the combo they're looking for. They can just chip away at Mizega. It kind of reduces some of the engage potential Picarinubs have. We saw it in the last fight too. And so Mizega's just got to really pick his windows wisely. He's definitely the aggressor. He's going for those blinks time and time again. But if he keeps eating those crush combos, he's not going to have a lot of fun.
Looks like he doesn't have a whole lot of HP in the build. I mean, E-Staff does have some, but Hide of the Urchin, mostly protections, does have 250 health. Pridwin, all protections.
And meanwhile, also Thebes does a little bit of health on that too. Back of the fight, Gnome goes in on Doku, but loses half his health. Sartos to the sky again, as Poro Picarino is left 1v1 against the Vamana. It ain't a lot of fun to deal with that, especially with Thorns up too. But can Otti get away again? No is the answer. Mizagi gonna pull him back under the tier 2 tower. Otti's still alive and will escape. Can't same be said for the rest of the Picarinubs who were trying to kill him as the whole team of Just F6 turn up. Appointed Gnome and Rapio watch on.
Where's the frenzy usage by Mizega there, Hindu man? I mean, he's got it.
Yeah.
Doesn't end up using it. And
Would it have been enough though? Oh, it would have killed Otti, I guess.
I think it would have, but we were talking about Cursed Ankh. This Vamana's a problem. No way. Vamana is an unpeelable god. There are certain gods in Smite that you just can't peel. Yorm is one of them. Yep. Nothing you can do about Yorm. There's nothing you can do about Vamana.
And if you're not going to have Cursed Ankh, which I'm still okay with because people haven't really realized it, there's only one anti-heal item I can see there, right?
Yeah, only Divine Ruin.
Only Divine Ruin, and you've got all
Now
these
a
other
Toxic
characters.
Blade for
Finally,
Davey.
there we go.
But the Vamana of the unpeelables, Vamana is the most peelable by just killing him. It's the only way to get rid of him when he's in that ultimate, basically. And Curse Tonk just guarantees that you do that.
Especially with like the changes to Vamana in terms of he used to be blocked by walls, right?
Yep.
No longer a thing. Walls don't prevent him anymore. He doesn't get trapped in Odin Cage, which was once upon a time a great pick into a Vamana. So you have to end up killing him or just running away. And in Smite, you can't just keep running.
No, because he's faster than you. He's got more base movement speed than you. He's got a giant cone auto attack.
Is he still second fastest in the game? He is, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got 380 movement speed. It's insane.
Yeah.
You can't get away from this character. You need to be able to kill him. You need to be able to turn and burn him. And without Curse Tonk, that's very difficult to do. I don't know if this Toxic Blade is enough to change it, but this means Picorino and Davey have to stand close enough that they're not going to get double Thor dunked, but that they can peel for each other with damage when Odie's in the backline.
Well, that was an enhanced Fire Giant as well for Just F6, and now they're going to barrel down. They've got the gold lead for the first time in a while in this one. I'm going to say a while, the whole game realistically. However, it looks like Picorinoobs do want to try and potentially put up a defense on this left-hand side. Tier 2 towers will crumble relatively quickly against this whole team of Just F6. But Just F6 being methodical here. They're not going for a Phoenix just yet. I mean, old relics, are, I guess they're waiting for Soltos' beads is all I can really see here. Want to get the towers down first, is that it?
Could be. They also know they've got Oni Wave or Oni Fury in a minute.
True.
So maybe they're trying to wait for that and just get ready to play around that Oni Wave.
I think you've got time for a Phoenix push into a, fall back to Fury, if it's not working out well.
That's true. But if you lose one or two members, then you can't really pull Oni, and then that means Picorinoobs get Oni. And
good point.
Is that really what you want, is to give up an Oni Wave to a team that is still very, very potent at this stage of the game?
I was going to say, Just F6, a relatively new team. I've been around a long time, and I don't really recognize most of these names.
Same.
Mainly, Spaniards, and I think they're like the Pappies too is kind of how I'm viewing them, because I know some of the Pappies players have played with one or two of these before. And so it shows, they've been around a little bit themselves, I'd say, but they're doing the right decisions. I think the one thing that you'll see at this level of play is you start to struggle about making a mistake, right? You get in your own head a little bit.
They slow to end.
Oh, not like that. Not without blinking from what when he goes straight to the back and forces out one of the carries. Sotas in the sky. Where's his target? Davey could be an opportune target here. He's going to go on the front line on Gnome. And Gnome evaporated. Grasp of Death does hit the back line, though. Causes a couple of issues. Phoenix still alive. But all the while, Otti is making sure that Picorino is not going to play Smite today.
Oh, Rapio's ult was going to be sick, but it got blocked by the wall from Sotos. That would have been a 4-man ult, I think, from Rapio. And it got absolutely crushed by that Tectonic Rift. I feel for him, man. That would have been big.
50 seconds left on the fire buff, give or take, and this middle Phoenix is dwindling quickly. This game has turned all around that Fire Giant fights consistently here. The patience out of Just F6 and the lack of engage, or confirmed engage with Picorinoobs really came back to haunt them there.
I mean, I feel like the engage isn't bad for Picorinoobs. You've got a Blink Xing Chen, you've got a Blink Odin. Those are good engage tools. It's just that as soon as you engage, you've got Vamana in your backline creating a continent worth of space. You want to talk about space created, Captain Odie has tons of it so far.
Would you rather have Davey or Picorino to be the trap for Otti? Because I think one of them is going to be like, hey, I'm going to be the one that's going to get focused. Should I put myself in the position, or should you? Should that be a call even? It has to be, right?
Picorino dies, but can still ult the backline of the enemy team, so that makes it more appealing for him.
So do you not charge in this Picorino then to bring Otti with him? I'm trying to think of a sort of way to deal with a Vamana, right?
The only way is to kill him.
But if they're not going to kill him, there's got to be something else.
There isn't. That's
Surrender?
the only one.
Just F6.
There it is.
There you go. That's why the name's there.
Yeah, because you don't build Ankh against the Vamana, so just F6.
All right, well, with that, the Oni Fury wave is down, and that's going to be some really empowered waves coming down left and mid for Picorinoobs to deal with here. And in terms of wave clear, it's not the greatest in the world, if I'm honest, for them to really push this down. Obviously, one real damaging ability from Picorino, unless he wants to use some of those plants. But with the Fire Giant spawning, decisions are for Picorinoobs to try and climb back into this one. Good news is it's a best of 3. And I tell you what, Just F6 are looking mighty fine game 1.
Yeah, they are, but they didn't for a lot of this game. I thought that Picorinoobs looked like the better team through the early game, but they've clearly struggled here in the late, and I think a lot of that credit goes to Odie. I'm a little surprised that Picorinoobs aren't setting the trap in trying to spring a fight around this Fire Giant, because relics are just now coming up for Doku and for Sodos, and everyone had relics on Pika Noobs. I think that's as good of a fight as you're going to get at this point in the game. Instead of trying to fight with a bunch of fire waves, they did a good job. Look at how far away all those fire waves are, but they'll be here eventually.
Gotta agree with you. I think Captain Otti and this Vamana might be the real critical thing that's caused Pika Noobs problems. Ban it game 2?
Either or play around it better.
Yeah.
It's not an unbeatable pick. It's really not. It just requires attention to detail and focus and dedication from the composition. And I just don't think that Pika Noobs did a good enough job of that.
Maybe they can get in and take him away from the fight or keep him busy a little bit longer. Rapio in the back line, looking for the Sonic Booms, and it's one of the reasons they're playing so deep too, is because they want the Sonic Booms to come through, but it's just allowing Just F6 to choose their moment. Keep an eye on Rotwin. He's been blinking in early on in these fights a little bit. He did so on that left-hand Phoenix on that Bacchus, and that caused a lot of problems for the backline immediately. Rapio going to have to clear out mid lane with these fire minions pouring down. Left-hand side will be a little bit longer with a minion way to block it. But I think it could be time if they actually go for another wave here. They could just be patient here, Just F6.
Absolutely. No need to rush. What are we rushing for? You can clear out a buff. You can make sure that Rapio loses the Magi's potentially. But wait until that left side wave is bearing down, especially with the Phoenix coming up. That's more pressure.
Love the idea of Santos going towards the middle area, trying to split the difference up. And Otti is on Picarino again. The Aegis will buy him enough time to get back to the fountain, but the frontline fight, it's Davies' turn. Grasp of Death rips through, but doesn't really find a target it was after. It only really hits onto Rotwin, and Totti gets himself a double kill. Into the fountain room they go. And Just F6, well, Picarino's know now. Deal with the mana. You're going to go down heavily. Although, this is very patient out of them, surprisingly enough. Normally we see teams barrel on in at that point.
Yeah, that's one word for it. Patient is certainly one of them. Rapio's going to get forced back, but this should be game 1 in Just F6's favor.
Drop in from Rotwin, only at half health. He'll get Titan aggro, will fall down to it. Oh no, cancel that. Shell was up. And still, they're taking a long time because they're even not after kills here. Tony gets a kill. Keep an eye on Rapio, who gets hold of Rotwin. This is a mistake. Picarino gets one. Finally, we're going to... No, this isn't going to end, is it?
Oh, no. Picarino.
Oh, no. This is messy as I've ever seen. All dead, though. 2 members left. Or is it? Oh, my. That's a really good passive. Imagine killing people when you're dead.
Yeah, it seems okay, but not good enough to defeat Just F6 and the Vamana. Clean 19 kills on each side, but again, I just think that the Pika Noobs had that game exactly where they wanted it. They were in a perfect position to win this game and ultimately just didn't play around these late game team fights well enough. I think that a lot of credit deserves to go to Just F6. I think Odie played it very, very well, and they used that space that he created very well, but ultimately, I feel like Picarino's dropped the ball here.
Gotta agree with you. I think Just F6 did what they needed to do, but I do think Picarino's dropped the ball in a couple of areas there. Rough situation then for Picarino's, but it is a best of 3 in this group stage. Let's get it over to the consortium to see what they have to say.
Nice. Say, consortium of knowledge, Hindu man. Dig deep and you say it. There's going to be knowledge happening here on this desk as we move into the post-game from game number 1. And you heard them talk about it at length, ad nauseum during the game. You got to find some kind of answer for this Vamana, or it's going to be hard to win games. It's still Finch. I'm still joined by Gore Miser. And Gore, do you agree with them?
Just so you know, this is where the knowledge part disappears.
No way. There's knowledge from both of us, man. Come on, Gore Miser. Let's give them all the knowledge they could possibly want. Do you agree with that assessment of them during the game, though, that it was the handling of this Vamana that was too weak?
Yeah, it didn't. I mean, Odie, there was a certain point where he just got to the back line and decided Picarino specifically wasn't going to play the game anymore, and they never handled it very well for him. He just stuck to him like glue. He did exactly what you expect out of a Vamana. But it's also a lot of what Aggro had mentioned as well, where it's kind of a mishandling of the situation, not just in the Vamana, but I think as a whole. They had a pretty distinct lead for Picarino's. They were doing really well throughout a lot of these fights. And then Odie starts getting into the back line, stops Picarino as well as a couple others, maybe distracting them. And then Toddy all of a sudden is like, oh yeah, Hunter, by the way.
Yeah. Picarino had a really good view of that last fight from the fountain because that's where he spent 80% of his time during it, because Adi just sat on him, man, and pushed him all the way back. And there was no form of peel. I don't know what the peel is that can exist to get you away from the Vamana. It's kind of what Aggro was talking about, right? In those situations, your team kind of has to turn and burn, or this is just going to keep happening. It'll just follow you, stick to you, and take you out of the fight right away. And this is what a Vamana unchecked can do.
And if you've been watching the timer, This all started at 30 minutes. So
Yeah.
that was essentially 30 minutes of mostly control from Picari Noobs. And then Vamana was like, oh, no, you don't play for the last 10 minutes of this game, right? We're just going to cut you off from this point on. A lot of it is getting back to him, and again, fumbling around it for Picari Noobs. I look at either banning it or figuring out a better draft around it. We've seen people handle it. You just have to go really hard into the anti-heal, and you have to turn and burn. Aggro said it best, and I always feel like a fool when I say this, but sometimes the best way to counter him, and admittedly the most efficient way, is to just kill him, which makes sense on paper, and it works out in actuality.
And this has to be frustrating for Picari Noobs too, because I mean, Rapio had a really good game. Picarino had a really good game. I actually kind of liked the build path that we saw Rapio on with the Aaron die into that double crit build. He had the Titan's Bane and the Blood Force to facilitate that as well. If he could have gotten some room to operate, I think that he would have been able to seal that game up. But unfortunately, it was just F6 that came away on top in game number 1. So into game number 2 we go, and Picari Noobs going to keep doing things that makes a lot of sense to me here, banning away that Morgan, and then just F6 going to do the same thing did in game 1, ban away the Kukulkan.
And honestly, everything will probably remain par for the course in the bans. A lot of it, like the Vamana got out of hand, so maybe Picari Noobs either look to pick it away or, again, draft just better against it, play maybe a little smarter against it. But they don't have to ban it. If they do, they want to ban it maybe in the second phase. I don't know. It was picked number 6 for Just F6 last time, so it is something that they're valuing before those second phases of bans come through. And
there you go.
Well, they answer the question here.
Yeah, we're going to see Odie get it done with something else, as the Vamana has been banned away. The Persephone gets taken away towards the tail end there from just F6. So still some value going to be coming through, and this time it will be the Yamoja. And Gore, I know that you're happy to see her getting picked up. I mean, and we saw, I think, a little bit of a struggle with it earlier. Switch didn't quite have the game that you want on the Yamoja earlier, but certainly still a really valuable
I think realistically what Switch showed is that she's not a guaranteed win, which is perfect, right? Like when you have someone, any of those bottom 6 bans that come through in most games, if you see them a lot, like Morgan, it's a little bit like questionable. Like, okay, she definitely makes the game harder for you.
A lot harder.
Yamoja made the game difficult, but it showcased that she is susceptible to losses, one thing, and 2, positioning. Like, there's a lot that can go wrong with her. I like the way it was played in a couple of the games. I think she got picked a second game earlier where her Omi management was a lot better, her positioning was a lot better. Things like that will make a big difference, and I think Picari Noobs know that.
It looks like if you are too far out of position with the Yamoja, you can absolutely get blown up. Just F6 picking this Bacchus. It continues to get picked here in Europe today. They are
because I'm wearing the purple.
Maybe so, yeah.
That's the only thing I can think.
Yeah, and match with Gormizer. It's looking good, by the way, over there, bud. Heimdall coming in for Picari Noobs as well, and we've seen Heimdall played here throughout the day, but not always maybe quite living up to some of the value that we've seen from him.
It's that question mark of where you want to send him. Do you want to put him in mid? Do you want to put him as the hunter? Is he going to pay off? And, you know, my mind goes to Joshi. We were kind of like looking at it like, yes, this can be a big deal. And then realistically, he was one of the ones that, for Freshly Forged, it was okay to lose him just because he wasn't really contributing too much. You get good vision out of him. He's got really good damage if you can get to the point where he's like winning those fights, but early on his attack speed just feels so slow that his kill potential might not be there as early. A lot of people like him in mid lane just because it can get into that fight a little bit faster.
Yeah, it was good damage from Joshi in that game. I just don't know how relevant all of that damage was. If he's doing 10% to everyone instead of 70 to one guy, you know, that's a lot less valuable. Where does it end up? And I saw someone in chat earlier, I wish I could remember who it was, saying they really wanted this Raijin to get played today. So there you go, our Raijin has been picked up by Just F6, has a great deal of utility on that Taiko Drums ultimate. It feels like he can, once he gets online too, he can really clear the wave and just keep right on moving.
And honestly, his passive works, it's essentially just a small Chronos pendant. Whenever he uses 4 abilities, so maybe not as much on a timer, gets 2 seconds off everything, which is nice to just kind of keep him rolling in the game. I remember, this is a really weird thing to remember, but someone at one point equated it to Chalk's passive as well, and I was like, give or take it, like Chalk's passes is a little better, especially if you want to put it on a mage, but I think for Raijin it's going to be solid here. I'm interested to see how he does.
Just F6 managed to squeeze out a win in game number 1, but what about game number 2? Let's get it down to Hinduman to find out.
All right, the knowledge was pretty good there. Not gonna lie, it wasn't too bad on the consortium of knowledge, if that's what we call it.
There it is.
Why,
nice work.
Why are we calling it that? Where did that come from?
That's a Nick Pretty Hair Keo original right there.
Okay.
So you know it's genius if he came up with it.
All right, I'll give it a benefit of that. I was gonna be kind of impressed that any of you could say those long words together.
No.
I was like, wait,
absolutely not.
I don't normally work with that sort of person. What?
No, sir. Definitely not the option.
Confused.com.
Can I say, by the way, how glad I am to see
Raijin in the game. Now, this is a mage, Hindu man.
Go.
This is a mage.
This, right?
Yes. Yes. Why are we
right.
seeing so much Scylla and Vulcan and Discordia?
What's wrong with them?
They're bad. They don't
How
do
are
it.
they bad?
They don't do enough damage, Hindu man. They don't do enough damage. Raijin is a god that does enough damage. Got a buff recently. His one does more damage now. I think that he's a god that doesn't. He lost a lot by losing Spear. This was a good Spear god, but he's one that does enough damage anyways that it's still good enough. You can do it from a distance. Tycho Drums is still an insane ultimate. I like Thoth as well. I'm just glad we've finally seen some Raijin.
Lovely little flop there from Rotwin again, who really loves his backers play. Now, obviously, when we look at the picks and bans from this game, Ryan, once again, I've got to say, Pikarinum's draft is great. Like, I think they've done a really good job of getting the picks they want for the most part. They recognize Vermano is an issue. They've made some adjustments. And, again, I feel confident in their draft. But can they execute it this game?
Yeah, I think that they can. I mean, this draft, even though I like the Raijin on the other side, it can be vulnerable against a god like Thoth, who can force your dash very easily and then ult you when you're in Tycho Drums. Pikarinubs have Yamoja, which is always a pretty big deal.
I'd say with River's Rebuke as well. I mean, when you see that Raijin jump into the ultimate, drop the River's Rebuke, there's no chance he can escape it.
No, and it's hard for him to see through it, to see exactly who he wants to be hitting all the time. I think that's a big thing, is that ultimate messes with your information very, very easily. It's really hard to see through it, so I think that Pikarinubs have a very good draft. Rapio had a great early game on the Mercury, fell off a bit towards late. It's usually the other way around, but I think that just F6 just had better team fights and didn't leave themselves as vulnerable.
I don't think that's just Rapio then. I think it was the first 20 minutes. Pikarinubs really were methodical. They had full control of this game.
Yep. I think they maybe I don't know if it was emotionally they got a little bit, overwhelmed or something like that, and they just stopped making as clean of comms or as clean of calls. Definitely can. Absolutely. But I know that if they can execute as well as they did the first 20 minutes of game one and keep that consistency, they're going to be just fine.
Especially if you got moonwalking 4 hammers like that, that's for sure.
That's
Rapio
skill right there.
Picking up that blue buff, giving it over towards Gnome now, and we'll just see what happens at the beginning of this one. Because as you said, I completely agree. I think this is definitely an advantage for Pikarinubs, but worst time to have issues is these group qualifiers for any sort of situation.
Most important games of the year for you so far.
Well, just to get yourself into the SEC in the first place, that's what these two teams are playing for. And with some of the bracket going the way it did so far, as Otti solos down Gnome. Hello, Sailor.
All right, well, that's not a great start for how we want to contain that solo lane.
This Otti kid's getting a name for himself, I'll tell you that.
He's played well so far today. He did have a Camazotz game that wasn't very good, and that's not a great sign.
Okay.
If you're not carrying on Camazotz,
Hey,
bro,
but if you can bounce back,
that's
right?
mental. That's right.
And King Arthur, who people not necessarily sleeping on, but he's starting to fall a little bit more out of favor these days, right?
Yeah, I mean, Glad Shield getting a huge nerf is massive for King Arthur. King Arthur gets hurt the worst by a big Glad Shield nerf, and it's specifically basically a nerf against King Arthur because it's that subsequent heals after the first from a single ability, only heal for half of the original amount. That basically reads King Arthur just got half as good. Yeah, that's basically what it is.
And that's one of the things that Arthur was really potent for, was staying alive in team fights forever because he was getting so much healing. But look at this, after the death of Gnome, the rotation comes in. Rapio and Mizega on the way here, looking for the dunk, and will find it onto him. Wall double tap, beautiful, and the Rebuke is there too. And the water rolls down, but look at the health bar of Gnome. The Fear No Evil, though, from Sotos was not very clean at all, but it's enough to keep Otti alive. And now it's Gnome that's going to fall down instead. That was 3-on-1, and it ends up being a kill for Pikarinubs as Just F6 rotate again.
And again, that is the worst version of King Arthur, by the way, because he would have been healing even more than that had it been the old iteration of Glad Shield.
So the nerfs are good, but clearly they're not good enough.
Well, not to completely remove him from the game, but that's not what we're looking for, right? I mean, King Arthur's, I think he's cool. I like him. Nerfing him is probably a good idea, but he's in a pretty good spot now by my estimation. Give him the solo kill. He backs, gets Glad Shield. Gnome takes too much damage to set up the gank.
Yeah.
That's an art form, man. I mean, setting up ganks is not a brainless activity. You have to really calculate, okay, how much damage do I have to take before Odie feels like he can kill me, so he wants to commit, but not so much that he smells out the gank coming. Gnome just rode that line a little bit too hard to where he just got too low.
Where he shoots at Just F6, though, that rotation, the counter rotation to answer that gank was quick. It was
very
relatively fast in terms of getting there, but they do both have Blink, and that's one thing I'm still a little bit surprised I'm seeing this Blink back as so much. especially at, like, you know, the start of the game. Sometimes you can see him go for it as a second relic.
Sure.
Over the likes of a Shell against this composition, it's definitely something that I'm a little bit suspect about.
Yeah, I mean, Shell's good against Picari Noob's composition, but it's not an absolute necessity, I would say. I just like, I mean, you see what Neil Ma did on the Bacchus at the World Championship. A lot of starting fights with Intoxicate, and then using my buttons after the fact and taking advantage of that extra damage.
Flop on Mizega, but a very good use of the Riptide to just reposition. And now with the Rebuke down, is he trapped inside? Just in time with a stun, I would say. Off the back of that came Rapio, but it's Rapio as the focused target. Will get to his hammer, but pulled back in by Doku and killed as well. Mizega still alive for now as Gnome rotates in and gets a good ring down. And Rotwen will be a casualty of war. 2 for 1, still in favor of Just F6.
Thank goodness if you're a Picari Noobs fan that Gnome made that rotation, because otherwise it was going to be a bit of a rough one for Picari Noobs in the mid lane, but a good cage, at least make sure that Rotwen dies. But too much focus on the Bacchus, who we haven't seen that much Bacchus in the last year or so. I know Neil pulled it out a little bit,
Chug,
but
baby.
he is the tankiest character in the game with Chug.
With no points in it.
With no points in it. But the Drunko meter alone is a huge deal for him that gives him damage mitigation at a pretty insane level. So even though he didn't get protections from Chug, he was still drunk, which meant he was taking a lot less damage. He is really, really hard to kill, and just an overinvestment from Picari Noobs, and a great use of the ultimate by Doku to pull Rapio back in. They know he didn't have Purification Beads from that right-hand side, understanding that he didn't have to be the one to do all the damage. Bring him in and let Sotos kill him with that overhand smash. Nicely done.
You can see Just F6 starting to try and change the pace a little bit. They just grouped around the Gold Fury for a second, checked to see if Picari Noobs were going to be in the area, but I like the idea of them now getting on the aggressive. They've kind of shut down this Odin for now. That was an issue at the start of last game, and now it's Mizega in mid, taking more damage than bargained for, and having to use those Riptides defensively instead of heals and potential damage and clear and stuns. It definitely puts you more on the back foot.
Absolutely. It's getting someone's mana pool down is always a strategy to try and get them off the map. It's a little bit different for Umoja, but it's effective.
Riptide used, that's all of it. And straight into a middle of the Fear No Evil, but the Rebuke was up, as was the Shell. Rot used to survive there, though, from Mizega. That Shell as well. Although same can be said, because Sotos did use the Fear No Evil. Another one?
Almost. That
could still go.
Gnome should have jump up soon, but he's just trying to keep Odie under tower for as long as he can. Rapio, I do not think wins this.
Should be a 1-for-1 here in this scenario, unless something crazy happens. I would say that minion wave will come into play. Artie trying to buy time. Early beads, and now Artie going to heal back up again, and Rapio has to walk away all the while, though. Left-hand side, Rotwind did fall. Mizega still alive. Will die to the tail end of the dot damage out from Doku. But still Rapio dealing with Artie on the right-hand side. Not too bad, I would say, for Picari Noobs, considering their jungler and solo were dealing with Captain Otti.
And they both lost in that fight. I mean, Gnome gets soloed, Rapio loses beads, nearly ends up dying. This is, I know chat is going to be Omega lolling King Arthur the whole time, but that's just fed solo laner basically no matter what.
And with a 2-level lead now, it's just all about domination. Gnome just needs to focus on clearing the wave and getting out of dodge wherever possible, really. He's done just that, but I think he keeps getting trapped by the fact that Arthur's low on health and mana. It's not really the case. Ring is down, rotation in from Rapio again. They're really not happy about the captain, and the double tap will try and end his life. The wall will not prevent it just yet. Spin to win and heal back up one more time. Step to the back and Rapio dead. Get 2v1. Look at me. I am the captain now, says Artie.
Okay, all right. That is not fed solo laner. That is Arthur exclusive nonsense. No other character does that. He's still good, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's fine in the world.
Man, Mizega has used his Riptide more than any other ability I feel in this game. Finally, though, couldn't see a kill for Sotos, but no, he can't find the monkey toss. No will jump away to safety. And Just F6, they're up in a good position now. Last game, it was 20 minutes of Picari Noobs. This game, well, it's a 2K lead at 10.
This is not a good look for Picari Noobs. We were expecting more of the early game dominance that we saw in game number 1.
Are they still in their own head?
I mean, I think that could be part of it. I think that loading into this game, there was probably very little residual tilt from game 1. But when Odie 2v1s you 3 times at this point,
it's time to abandon ship, right? Like, just leave him alone there now. Just let him farm.
Oh, this is where you tell Gnome, sorry, bro,
you're on your own now.
This is your problem now. It is no longer our problem.
And that happens in ranked games too, but people don't realize
All
it
the
happens
time.
in pro, right? It
All the
also
time.
happens in pro.
It's not even worth Rapio's time. It's not even worth his time to go over to that lane because it'll just happen again.
The confidence will just be zooming on this Just F6 team, knowing that their solo lane is having a whale of a time. They're just going to shore up the line a little bit more on this mid and left-hand side of the map now. At the moment, it's about farming for them. They're a little bit behind in terms of farm for Davey versus Totti, as once again, Mizaga stunned out again. Rapio to the sky, though. Flop is down for Rotwin. The rest of his team are out of range, really, to try and collapse. But these right-hand Harpies are being looked at for a second. And there's another defensive... Most Thorals I've seen in a single set that haven't just been thrown for aggression.
Yeah, nice and patient so far, and that's a good idea because Rotwin's a level up on Rapio right now, so he's not doing any damage to that guy. No chance.
Some of that is Rapio making rotations to that right-hand side, correct?
Oh, a lot of it is. He spent a lot of time over there. Even before they got 2v1, he spent a wave and a half on that side of the map just trying not to die.
Doesn't seem, though, that Just F6 want to give up this right-hand side for any further freeness. They want more. Sartos is over on this right-hand side too now with this Hombats lurking, but that has created a bit of a choke point around this Gold Fury where Picarinubs have a man advantage. I just don't think they realized it. If they did, they would have looked to commit. Flopping from Rotwin early, looking to flop. Rivers Rebuke forced by Mizega. He just after the regen more than anything else. And it's Rotwin going to eat a bit of damage on the front line, not too much to speak of. Meanwhile, the Hunter is just continuing to duel away in that duel lane.
But you get Mizega's ult, which is game-changing a lot of the time for an aggressive flop that you took next to no damage on the back end for. It's a tough position now for Picarinubs. You're basically looking for Just F6 to make a mistake and let you get back into this game because this right side is so dominant for Captain Odie. The 3v3 in mid has been solidly in favor of Just F6, and Picarino's farmed well. He stayed close. Rapio has stayed fairly close to Sotos, and Mizega is about to level down himself, so it's not completely game over, but in my mind, if I'm on Just F6, I'm feeling like we have to mess up to lose this game.
And we'll see if that can even happen at this point, because everything seems to be working out for them. Rotwin, though, we'll mention that Belch that Bacchus has is anti-heal, so it's pretty effective against Yamoja as well, right? Just to reduce some of that down.
Absolutely, and you've got the Divine Ruin already done for Doku. Raijin, a great mage at spreading that on-hit effect because it refreshes constantly with his dot from his 2, and it's going to bounce to multiple members of the same team, so it's pretty easy to affect 2 to 3 or 4 members of an enemy squad, and that's before he uses his giant ultimate.
And I think that's the danger of Yamoja. The later the game goes, the more sustained she's going to bring. In the early game, generally she's a CC and control bot, but in the later stages, you're looking to just spam those heals and shields consistently and keep your team topped up.
Yeah, for Yamoja players you're playing ranked, somehow someone forgets to ban her, you lock her in. If you're trying to stun lock people in the late game, I'm upset with you. Hit the 2 button.
At least in support, right? Just to be clear.
Yes, in support.
Yeah.
Only play it support, by the way. You just press 2, and then when you have 2 again, press it again. And then again, press it again. This ability is absurd. This will get you thousands of effective HP across your team in a team fight
Friendly
with
ring
ease.
toss is how I see this.
It's so good.
Yep.
It does healing and shielding. They can't play around the shielding. They can buy anti-heal all they want. There's no anti-shielding.
Well, Picarinubs realize they can't out-contest that Gold Fury, so instead they're going to go for the Pyro. Sotos
Smart.
is around the area. And I like Sotos being here just in case a weird Fire Giant attempt goes down or something, which probably wouldn't have happened really without Davey really being in the area. Gold Fury to Just F6. Nice further advantage gained.
Agreed. I like the idea from Sotos. He's not needed on that left-hand side. Let's make sure they don't pull fire.
Linking in mid though from Rotwin, looking for more. Will look for the stun and find it onto Mizega. We saw Picarino forced to rotate back to safety and dash away. And this opens up that tier 1 tower in mid. Captain RT now with that pressure on that solo lane is starting to make his presence known elsewhere.
He's just rotating in. This is how you transition lanes out of solo lane. Just get your 3rd item, group up. That 3rd item power spike is the key one for solo laners. 2 items, everyone else is on an item and a half. You're not that far ahead. Sure, some people have their 3rd item completed, but not very many. And no one's going to be as effective.
I thought that was like Golden Hand or something on the numbers on the left-hand side. No, that's player damage. Yeah, that seems about fair.
Listen, man, if they're going to keep ganking them and letting them heal off their bodies, then yeah, it'll look like that just about every time. By the way, I'm seeing a lot of this build for Hunbats, this no pen, Transcendence, Erendite sort of build. I do not like it. And it's because Hunbats is going to kill squishies really, really well, basically at all points of the game. Sometimes he's a little bit short on damage at this point, so this build lets you 1v1 squishies really well.
Right.
But in the early game, so much of what Hunbats is doing is setting up to kill tanks. You're using Fear No Evil to separate a tank and kill them, and if you have no flat pen at all, it's very hard to do that, and it throws your whole engagement off. Don't be surprised if Just F6 tried all in onto Mizega or on the Gnome off Fear No Evil. They come just short of killing them, and that loses them to team fight, because we've seen it a lot with this build.
Is crit not as viable anymore on Humbats? We used to see that once upon a time.
Yeah, you don't get free crit chance anymore, so now you're just looking for the good luck, basically, on that empowered auto. It can be good, but I think just he does so much damage late game. If you just go Jotuns or Crusher, Transcendence, Hydras, Titans, Heartseeker, you're chilling and you're killing everybody.
I love what I'm seeing out of Just F6 though. 3 members now in left. Davey forced to sit his tier 2. The rest of his team are not in position to help. You can see Rapio just trying to get farm on the right-hand side where he can, steal it away from the jungle. So another tier 1 taken down, and Just F6 is just methodically going across the map, going, okay, where can we find more of a lead, and developing it in the right areas.
Very smart, but credit to Picari Noobs, they're staying close in XP. The gold lead is growing pretty substantially, 4,000. But you would think, I mean, normally you see gold leads at for something like 4,000, XP 5,500 to 6,000. Yeah. It's usually more of an XP lead than a gold lead. That is not the case here, and that's credit to Picari Noobs being smart with their farm. You mentioned Rapio going over to that right-hand side, stealing away what he can, just making sure that he's getting something so he can try and stay relevant for if and when Just F6 make a mistake.
It's a good point. I think where the experience difference really falls at the moment is on Mizega, which you kind of expect a support to be the one to give up their farm for the good of the team, and it's kind of showing here as everybody else is almost caught up, starting to catch up their opponents. Still, Gnome is around 2 levels down, give or take. It's about 1.5, honestly, with those differences there. Once he gets that wave, he should be a little bit closer. But yeah, 7-2. And now the question is, what does Just F6 do now? Because like you said, Picari Noobs are just trying to farm this one out. If the team's farming it out, you want to try and get aggressive quick to stop that.
Yeah, group up as 5 again. As soon as his Fury's up, you got about 1:20. Try and finish off some power spike items. You got Executioner done for Toddy. That's pretty important. Maybe if we can finish Soul Reaver for Doku, that would be a huge power spike that Just F6 could really leverage.
Tell you what, I don't think they realized how alone Gnome was on this right-hand side there, and that's that they do now. It's just a little bit too late. He's back at the tier 2 tower, but so is a minion wave. And the whole army of Just F6 is with him. Davey and Rappy on the left-hand side. They may get a tier 2 there, but they'll lose a tier 2 near the FG. And not much Picari Noobs can do about this with only 2 members in the act.
Uh-oh, King Arthur actually teleported to that left-hand side. He gets sent on a trip to Niflheim, but ends up coming back in. Still a tier 2 for tier 2.
Baby.
This is scary to me.
Well, especially without Captain OTB in here, who's been the lead team leader so far. And this is Picari Noobs in the area. Keep an eye on Picarino specifically. Toth is great at secures from distance. Doku's in a bit of an awkward spot here. Gets hit by the River's Rebuke too as Rapio wrapped on the back. Good block from Rothwin. And the Intoxicate too to try and zone away. But Rapio in the sky. May look towards Doku. Held it long enough. Ultimate used by Doku. And it was onto Sotos. This is where Rapio went. All the while, Otti now in the fight is just shredding the backline. And Rapio will at least get credit for 1 kill onto Sotos. Rothwin will re-secure onto Rapio. And Gnome gets lower. Just F6 lost health bars. Picari Noobs lost lives.
That's pretty good still for Picari Noobs considering where they were in this game. That fight a little bit split up. I like the idea. They know Odie's on the left-hand side. Let's try and get over and get this fight going before he can show up, but just a little bit short on that engagement. Doku gets poked out. He's got to be careful about where he's standing in these team fights because you can't really use that Raijin ultimate as defense against Thor ult. He'll just freebies as soon as he lands, and he'll kill you very easily.
And funny enough, Rapio didn't even go in him. He went for the Sotos instead of that. I'm not sure if he really realized how susceptible Doku was in that instance there. Mizega, though, I think he played that team fight relatively well, although he's struggling this game for assist and survival, I would say. Died 3 times so far. A lot of investment from Just F6 towards that. Is that what we expect against Yamojas because of the threat that she's going to bring later?
She's definitely recognized as one of the best gods in the game, so teams are going to be very tuned in to how they can try and shut her down, no doubt.
Well, anti-heal's one way, that's for sure, and we've already
pretty good
seen a little bit of that being picked up, specifically on Doku, who's actually frontline in here.
That's what I'm saying, Graham. Scylla Crush does that much damage,
yep.
Sure, but Raijin gets it up more often. Sure, it's 2 abilities, but it hits AoE on the whole team. Give me that.
We don't have to talk about it. Yeah, no, that's not what that's about. Mizagi under pressure here, flopped on and dead. Did get the rebuke down, and Rapio's in there. The waves crush in, and Doko loses his life. Though Rapio is under pressure himself as sort of somersaults in and takes his life in response. Totti gets away for now, and the damage is 2 for 2. Primal Fury did go the way of just F6 though, so as long as they get away without losing too many more lives, they're in an okay position here.
Still feel like just F6 frontline is diving a little bit too much. Not a whole lot of peel, and frankly, their composition isn't really designed to peel particularly well. That's why you want a god like Raijin and Jingwei who can peel for themselves fairly effectively. But this dive from Rapio and Gnome is working out.
I think the one thing I'm noticing is Rotwin really is the initial diver for this team. If they can play around this Bacchus a little bit more, you know, maybe force him into a spot where you set a trap for him, you could find a bit more result there.
I agree. I think that it's proven that he can find himself caught out, just like this.
Got himself caught out there. Nice little wave from Gnome with the back of the Picorino in tow. Will at least close the gap in kills to 5 now. Fire Giant's looming, and without Totti being available, Picorinoobs might want to start trying to get aggressive here. Actually, Pyro just came up.
Perfect timing. Totti has been ineffective so far this game. Bottom of the player damage charts, just not doing enough damage right now. I mean, Doku's been doing good damage. Odie has been beasting all game long. Just not enough. From Soto's had a tough time finding initiations, and Totti's been having a tough time staying far enough away to not get hit by all this damage and still providing damage at the same time.
Well, Picorinoobs are trying to gather some speed here. They take a tier 1 on the right-hand side, and now they're looking towards a tier 2. Rotwin up downs on Rapio. Rapio forced to jump away. Now with Otti rotating in, Gnome will leap back towards safety along with Mizega. Ring was dropped down there too. This isn't the greatest of fights, I would say, for Picorinoobs just yet. For Final Judgment charge, and boom goes the dynamite. He did find Doku, had his Aegis up, but Rapio got hold of him and will get credit for the kill. Still in the fight though is Sotos, and into the sky goes one. No choice for Bacchus to be involved so far. He comes back down to find his death to Picorino, and it's the Picorino stepping up when they need to. 2 members dead, and the health bars are relatively good. Guess why? Yamoja, baby.
Yep, Yamoja keeps them all sustained throughout that whole team fight. That was good damage coming through from Odie. Doku put a little bit out, but great dunk by Rapio. He takes Doku out of this fight instantly. And it's another team fight where if Doku is going to get hard focused, Totti has to pop off. Totti has to do more than this. And if Doku gets full kitted by Thor, why is Totti not there to insta-kill him off of it? It's because he was on respawn that whole time. He was never really a part of that fight. By the way, Mizega doubled his healing in that engagement.
Oh yeah.
He did that much work.
And that's time. That's the right time to do it too. David did go on a wild ride all the way across towards the Gold Fury, by the way, at the end of that fight. But now the Fire Giant under threat. In comes Picorinoobs, and just F6, but Picorinoobs will get it. Expectedly so in a 3v5. But it's a little bit closer for comfort than anybody would have liked.
Double blinks from Sotos and Odie, nearly got in there and stole it away. Not a great job of zoning by Picorinoobs, but
We're all tied up now.
sometimes.
Well, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, this is Picorinoobs' lead, no doubt about it. When was the last time they lost a 5-on-5? They haven't. They haven't all game. It's even with just F6 being in the lead, every team fight has either been a wash or in Picorinoobs' favor. And I think that you can thank Yamoja for that one. That's what she does. She makes it really, really hard to team fight against her.
Overall, I mean, look at compositions, and we normally talk about late game. Kind of balanced. I think both of them have good, decent late game compositions as they get there.
I agree.
Maybe slightly just as 6 falls off, ever so slight, I'd say. More so than Picorinoobs.
I don't know. I mean, Bacchus pretty good late game. Jingwei's phenomenal.
Yeah.
It can be difficult to team fight as Heimdall late game because you just get jumped. I think Raijin's great in late game. You can do it. You can hit people from a distance. His damage output is really, really high. His scaling is good. It takes a little bit to get there. He's nearly to 5 items. It's just that he's been focused out by Rapio so far every fight.
We are zooming down mid with the Picorinoobs now in this FG buff. Not an enhanced one just yet, as Davey couldn't do a good job as Sentry Ward and actually zone Sotos away. But I think they'd rather have him looking to try and hit onto the Phoenix than zone away the Hun Bats. Keep an eye on Rotwen, he's one of the engagers. He's the only one with really Blink available right now, unless we see a somersault in from Sotos on this Hun Bats. Rapio, though, trying to watch the angles, look for the opportunity. Patience, because the other waves haven't pushed up here. This is all about mid, and in goes one, and the other of the frontliners. Rotwen needs a ton of damage from Picorino as Gnome did get the ring down and force everybody back. The Phoenix is below half health and will now fall. Final Judgment destroys Tati, and now it's Rotwood under pressure too. But his jukes are just good enough to get away for now. And with Rapio dunking in and jumping to his hammer, Rapio needs to be a little bit more careful than that. Won't end up getting punished though. And Picarinums rotate straight to the left-hand side. A little bit risky, but they're actually doing a good job of tanking it for the time being as Otti gets to the front line.
Rotwin up front finds a decent stun, but eats one in return,
Ouch.
and Davey is swinging right now.
Heimdall, especially with Chins and Trans, you're going to have a good time. Now the Phoenix under threat. Remember, no minions on this either. Well, that just shows how confident this team is now playing and how useful it's coming up. We see healing again, Doug. Just want to see how much that's popping up. All right, didn't achieve too much more there.
Hey, only 2,000. Only 2,000 healing that engagement.
I mean, he did 4K in the one before that. That's why I'm like, hey, 2K's not as much.
Yeah, but how much shielding? We don't keep track of that stat.
Good point.
He's getting both of those at the exact same time. Really, I feel like I should be doing a little bit more work here, new man, but this analysis seems pretty simple to me. It's another fight where Toddy is a non-factor. He gets one shot.
Wait, do you ever work?
Well, work is in quotations,
Okay.
you know what I mean? But usually I have to think a little bit harder than this. I have to use my brain power a little bit more, as limited as it is. I don't know. It's all it's not enough damage. It's just Toddy and Sotos are doing nowhere near enough damage. This wouldn't be enough damage if there was no heal shield machine on the other side, but there is a healing and shielding machine.
Jingwei, Sotos, 5K player damage each. Below the Bacchus, sure, Bacchus does good damage. But then again, your Moja's higher than both of them, and your Moja's kind of becoming in the healing part of the stage.
Yeah, she's not doing any damage outside of dropping that ultimate, and maybe it crashes on one or two people, but it doesn't hit you that hard. It's really a displacement ultimate.
Someone's going to talk to Totty about this build. If you're in EU with this guy, let him know this Assy start is not working out. Okay, Assy's a good item. Give him power. Tell him to buy power.
It shouldn't matter at this point in the game what he started with. We're 5.5 items in. We're
He's still got no power.
He doesn't have a lot. You're right. Rage is not a high power item. It transfers your power into more damage. It's not a particularly high power build. But
his most powerful item he's going to have this game is Deathbringer.
Yeah, that's 50.
40.
Is it only 40?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a whole lot.
See, you don't think. I told you that would work.
Yeah, you're right. I don't.
I only knew that because Mifflin and me were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I know.
I'm being honest. You know.
Yeah, I know. I know that if I get corrected by you on an item stat, you must have looked at it 5 minutes before we started talking about it.
But I'm honest about it, at least, for the most part.
Only if you get called out. This time.
I can call myself out. It's
this
safety.
time you did. You're
safety
right.
This FG coming up soon. And will Picarinus be able to close out this game and tie the series of this best of 3? Honestly, coming into this and seeing Just F6 against 60 earlier on, I expected this was Picarinub's game, you know?
I agree.
Because 60 and Picarinubs, two teams that arguably on paper would battle back and forth.
I think Picarinubs it should be the best team of those 3, personally, just by what we saw from them in the qualifier stages, but maybe not.
Well, not this game, they're not so far. Sotos is wrapping around the back, but you see all that ping spam. That's coming
Davey,
out
baby.
from Picarinubs to let them know what's going on. How did you know it was Davey?
Heimdall vision.
Of course.
He sees
what
all.
What a great ward that is. It's the first time Hunters have got an excuse to not ward. Rapio in the sky, dunks on Rotwin, and straight after the fact, he'll jump away. I guess he was trying to get Doku's ult, maybe. Bit of aggression out from there. Won't be the case this time. I do like Sotos' position. He's not getting good ults or good damage off in these games, but I do like his decision-making of where he's rotating around.
I agree. He's put himself in good positions. It just hasn't paid off in the end.
2 Phoenixes down. This is rough. This is be-all and end-all for Just F6, I think. Try and get in on this FG. They stole one earlier on today. We'll see if they can do it again. 2 blinks are available. Frenzy pop, though. FG getting very low. Gnome trying to zone away one. Blink in. Picarinums get the FG. Rotwin's going to die to the planes of the FG. The ring is dropped. I'll cancel that. Rotwin lasted a little bit longer than expected. Sotos is out until Gnome says no. He'll dunk down. No. On the backside, though, Mizega will at least fall down to Captain Otti. But Captain Otti, for all the work he did in the early game, he just couldn't get this team to the promised land of the 2-0. Instead, he'll just have to keep fighting away against 3 as Totti has to clear out minions.
But Davey ends up dying, never got a chance to fire off that ultimate, so maybe this won't be game. I don't think it is. I mean, you've got mid and left Phoenix up. None of these waves are pushed up. You don't have that traditional hunter. Still, a good job by Picarinubs, good secure by Picarino. He used that ultimate at the right time, clips 1 or 2 at the same time as securing it. Toddy finally has a Deathbringer and
40.
40 power as you called.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
Sotos did more damage this team fight. He did about 2K. Toddy still only 1,000 player damage in a late game team fight. That's 3 autos.
I give him some credit of the fact he's probably had to base for those Phoenixes because both Phoenixes are all back up off that.
Yep.
So I can understand that if he's a little bit lower there, sure, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But he is lacking power, and you can start to see why we talk about power being so important. But there's a lot of stats on Hunters. Crit, pen, attack speed. You want all those things too. But the be-all and end-all, if you're going to hit one basic attack, make it swing like a truck if you can.
I mean, he'll be critting for 600, 700 probably. It's still not bad.
But it could be 12, 1300.
On Heimdall, sure. On Jingwei,
So
you're
1100 then.
Yeah, you're critting like 900.
Sorry, I've been watching too many Zap streams. That's what, you know.
Oh, okay.
That's
see
the
how-
reason why.
Yeah, that's
Normally, the reflect damage is so much.
yeah, he's going to be critting for 1100, if only so that the Thorns and Nemean on the other side. Right.
No, from lining, gets straight towards Toddy, and the Bird Bomb tries to connect. On the back of that, Sota's got in, but a great play from Davey to yeet him into the stratosphere. Now, though, the chase is on for Davey, and Doku jumps over the wall, but Davey got credit for one before Otti took his life. And Otti's now looking at Mizaga. Mizaga still alive, though. How, I do not know. Still, the chase is on, and finally, Otti will get a double. This is a good fight for Just F6 to an extent, but now Totti focusing again, forced to airstrike away. And where can he get away? That's the real question. Blinking from Gnome. All the while, Otti and Totti are having a really hard time, I should say, is Totti. Otti, on the other hand, 8-1 and 5. He's really keeping this team in this game.
Poor Picarino, Rapio and Gnome having the time of their life, taking no damage, chasing around the ADC, and Picarino is screaming and crying for his life behind them. And Oni just has all the time in the world to cut him down.
I mean,
no
that's
bias,
why
by the way.
Picari noobs, right? They don't protect Picarino.
I suppose so, because he got no peel that team fight. But Audi, again, has a great job. You called it, though. Davey killing Sotos before he can get that ultimate off is the game-changing fight.
Because that blink was great.
Great blink, put himself in a perfect position. And Davey just didn't really feel like getting Fear No Evil that team fight, especially because he had no relics at all. It's a great individual play by him.
However, at the tail end, Picarinums will at least get the Fury. Fire Giant's going to take a little bit longer, about a minute and a half's time. But it's starting to stall a little bit here. Sure, Picarinums do have a substantial gold lead at 8,000, but that becomes less and less important as everyone starts to get closer and finish off these 6 items. The gap will close. And this is where I'm seeing a bit more score, because Picarinums have 2 Phoenixes down this game so far. They've kind of squandered a couple of opportunities, I feel.
I agree. Same kind of story as last game, right?
Yeah.
They've got a good opportunity, though this game, Just F6, got off to a great lead and then ended up throwing that away with Picarino making a couple really good comeback plays in this game.
A little bit of zoning work going here, but we can have a little back at what we just saw there as this Pyro started up. It was a crazy little replay situation. This isn't the replay, this is the replay. That was the little ult that came out from Davey just onto Sotos, who'd leapt over that wall.
And it one-shot him. I mean, the full power Heimdall at this stage of the game. I like the no crit on the Heimdall. You want as much power and pen as you can get, so your abilities are really solid at those moments, for sure.
Rotman gonna go in though, onto Gnome, but Gnome straight away has another shield. Not his own. Oh, is it? Yeah, it was. That's the confusion. Which shield is it? Is it a Yamoja one, or is he gonna explode?
Or is it Shell?
So many shields these days.
Some people may think it's just always Shell.
Flop on Gnome. Gnome under pressure, though. He ain't taking a ton of damage from Doku. And Gnome just jumped in. He's going to die before anybody else can get in. But great ult from Rapio to the backline. BZ gets shoots by Doku. And he got the wall off to stun Doku away from the jump. With Doku out of the fray, this opens up. Sotos trying to answer back on Picarino. Overhand smash is good, but it's not enough damage to bring him down. The heals from Mizega are just causing so many problems. And a slap to the monkey's head is going to end his life. The bird is doing well. 9, 1, and 4.
Rapio has had such a good game on this Thor. It's kind of what we expect from a guy who's played as much Thor as Rapio has. Nearly caught Toddy with that wall, but the root was still good.
Still the chase is on, though. I'm surprised they could have gone for FG here instead. They're trying
Left
to
side
run
Phoenix.
it down to the right-hand side. Good call, actually. Left hand side is the reason we might be seeing this, trying to prevent them from clearing out that wave. I don't think that wave's going to do it on their own with it.
I don't know. It's an Oni wave.
3.
Those things are
Let's go, boys.
rushing. Those boys have been hitting the gym. You see how fast they're pulling those arrows back? Goodness. Left side Phoenix down to the Oni wave.
Okay. Into the sky goes Rapio again, though. Otti going to be the prime target. Rot was in the other area. Bit of a hard situation to Mr. Stun there, I'd say. And Otti slips the noose for now. They find that pick. That could have been really awkward for just F6 around this FG.
Still feel like Pikarinoobs can pull this if they so choose. I mean, they've got 5 strong right here, but maybe they're just waiting. If just F6 are going to leave this left side Phoenix entirely and not even worry about these fire minions, then I suppose it's right for Pikarinoobs to just stand around and wait for the fire minions to do the work themselves.
Just keep an eye on that green wave on the left-hand side of your map. Just as it slowly marches up there, it'll cause some problems. In goes Otti first of all. He puts a wall and a pretty decent amount of damage. But talking about damage, Doku is really causing some problems. Ultimate out from Rotwin, and there's the drums of war sounding. It does hit Davey and force him right out of the fight. Talking about being forced out of the fight, there goes Captain Otti.
Finally, this is only the second time this game someone's been able to take him down. And Picarino's had a great game so far on this Thoth. Long-range artillery mage, still doing all that good stuff. He's actually overcapped on penetration between the Charon's Coin, the Divine Ruin, and the Obsidian Shard. But it's working for him so far. I don't know about the Obsidian Shard. Maybe I would have gone with something different there to not overcap, but you kind of get away with it because the passive from Ob Shard, maybe.
Charon's Coin, one of the newer items, the mobility it really gives you when it's stacked is so useful to mages.
Sure, isn't it? Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, you get that 8% movement speed, not what boots provide, but kind of like what a katana will do for assassins.
Sure. Now with the Fire Giant started up again. No, I'm going to attack this one out. Rotwin in the area, so is Totti, and look where Sotos is, wrapping round the back again. FG's taking a while. Davey will see this when he steps on that portal, remember? That's the line that Doug's just pointed out. Into the sky goes Rapio early on. Fair Weaver was early on to Davey. Davey being focused. Great somersault from Sotis. He avoids the judgment too, but he still falls down to Rapio and the Doug squad of Unpointed Gnome.
Man, he avoided 2 ultimates and 2 ones that would have one-shot him. The third is what ends up catching him out. This Fire Giant should finally go down. No one else from just F6 is going to be close enough to contest. It's Totti again, forced out.
On the run consistently, although no may have overextended for a second. Otti back in the fray, but the whole of Picariniums with an FG. Now they're starting to barrel down the right-hand side. Everything's with them. It's looking good here without Sotos being up for a while. However, Otti and Doku still have their ultimates up here.
Doku has beads this time as well. He's been in the last few team fights without a whole lot of options to end up surviving. He's just got to try and stay safe. He and Totti have to stay far enough away from each other. They're not both going to get zoned.
Couch going out from Rotwin, trying to slow them down, and it's way more than bargain for. Flop on Gnome caused problems though, and Gnome has to jump back out. Into the back goes Rapio, looking to clean up Doku and Rotwin, but he's having a hard time doing so. Will get away to his hammer in time, all the while Davey swinging those big old axes at the Phoenix. The job at least has been done at taking down the Phoenix. But that could have been so much better for the Picarinoobs there.
It could have been, but good relic usage by Doku, slams both beats and Aegis against the Thor right away. And that time, Totti's right there in order to put in the auto attacks necessary to keep Rapio from just waiting out those relics and then stunning and auto attacking him as soon as those relics are down. Better fight from Totti that time, and what do you know? The team fight goes better for just F6.
And great play from the spectator. Doug again, the hero. We need 17,000 healing now for Mizega. That's healing. That doesn't include the shields, as we were mentioning, that Yamoja's going to bring to the fray in the late game.
Imagine not picking or banning Yamoja. That happened yesterday in an NA game. Can you believe that?
What was the comp? I mean, there's gonna be
Who cares?
Generally in SMITE, right, there's always 1 or 2 gods that really cause problems for other gods.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what Yamoja's counter really is just yet.
The ban button. That's the only one.
Okay, well, that's fair.
That's the only counter.
That's fair.
Can't beat it.
Aggression,
Ban button
though.
needs a nerf.
Just F6, we're positioned around the primal for a bait trap, it looked like there. They were trying to wait for some staggered members of Picarinoobs, but Picarinoobs came as a group, and now it's them coming in the world of hurt. No, go to front line and ring them all in. But one by one, they leap away to live for now until Rapio comes to the back. And Doku just bought time with his taunt to allow Totti to take Rapio's life. Big fear, no evil out from Sotos, though. It's not enough to get a kill as Picarino over the wall will take out Totti. And now the re-engages begin. Mizega begins the healing train, and Picarino will continue to chase. Right-hand side has fire minions, Ryan, too.
It's a bit risky, but no Davey means this Phoenix is going to take a little bit longer to go down. What a taunt, or fear rather, by Doku to keep him and Toddy alive at least a little bit longer.
Now with this 5-minute wave on the left-hand side, they've got a bit more of a chance. Ring out from Gnome, trapping Otti in place alongside Doku. Doku will leap away and get away from Gnome in time. No focus on the Phoenix, and Gnome's going to fall down at the tail end. No, he won't, because Mizega's just going to keep him healing. All the while in the back of the fight, Picarino got left 1v1 against Sotos. This game's going to keep on going for now.
Feels like it, man. I mean, another staunch defense by Just F6. Mizega.
Can they get a Phoenix?
You got 9 seconds on Rapio, 15 on Davey.
Yeah.
Probably not. You can get Primal Fury if you want it, but
Primal
Fire's
tier
not
two
up for a
mid,
minute
that's about
40.
it, yeah.
Not a whole lot.
We are at that stage of the game, though, that if you wipe like that, you can see the time is 58 to 60 seconds. You're starting to really think about, hang on a second, we may have to stagger our deaths if we're going to have a bad fight and fall back a little bit earlier.
These fights have just been a little bit sloppy, but as soon as what really changed for Just F6 is that Rapio's been punished for going on Remag, where he really wasn't for the majority of the early game. Toddy's been able to put in enough damage at this point. Still pretty low on that damage chart overall, but it's been enough effective damage onto Rapio to keep Doku alive long enough for him to make a bigger impact.
How do you feel about Rapio's build at the tail end here? Because obviously, Mantle of Discord's great, but then I was thinking Magi's Cloak might have been more useful, right?
Maybe.
Avoid that first taunt, you know?
Maybe. If your whole plan
CC.
If your whole plan is a suicide bomb onto Doku, Magi's is better. But if you're trying to get the kill or force some relics then survive, Mantle's better. And I think that you're going to find yourself in more positions where Mantle is useful than something like that Magi's. Not to say the Magi's is bad here. It's pretty solid.
In game one, we saw him on the Mercury go it. That's why it's interesting, because it's a very similar S composition. If not, there's some more big old CCs like Kafirna Weaver that you can kind of avoid or prevent a little bit of.
Now, did he sell Heartseeker for Bloodforge, or has he had that Bloodforge this whole time? Because that's the item that I'm like, I'm not so sure on that one. The reason that Heartseeker is so good on Thor is whenever you dunk, you get a Heartseeker proc. Then whenever you 3, you get 2 Heartseeker procs because it procs off your lightning damage from your ultimate and the spin. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, that's a lot of damage that we just saw Toddy there. Was that a Soul Gem proc I think I saw? It was indeed from Picarino. And Soul Gem's an item that's been a little bit slept on. I've seen some of the pros start to talk about Soul Gem being a little bit more impactful on some of these mages now. It's a pretty good spot. Honestly, with that 80 power, it did get a bit of a power buff, and that's why we started to see more of it.
It did. I mean, it's basically just adding 30% scaling to whatever ability you get. It's just a matter of how consistently can you get that stacked up and ready to proc. It's really good on gods like Giannis because he needs that extra scaling, and it procs off Threshold, Portal, basically everything you do. Thoth, it takes a little bit longer at times to get that stack up, but when you get it, it's worth a lot.
Well, the dance of the Fire Giant begins again. All 3 Phoenixes back up again for Just F6. But this time round, a better position for Picari Noobs. Rapio to the sky, more than likely looking at Doku and will do so. Beats used, Aegis used, and Peel prevented. Doku in the backhand nice and deep, but that River's Rebuke is trapping in some of that front line of Just F6. Where is Sotos? There he is.
Oh no,
and there
not
he goes.
like this.
Absolute disaster.
No,
The caster curse asking
bro.
where he is. We didn't want him there, boys and girls, that's for sure. Huge win for the Picari Noobs for that, because now they're going to try and march in even deeper. And that final judgment from Picarino didn't even need to charge it.
Oh no. Nothing feels worse than dropping the Fear No Evil in no man's land. Yeah, I don't know if he got hit by something and canceled the blink, and maybe the blink was in a wall.
Happens sometimes, I tell you. I've seen it happen to the best of them out there too. Middle Phoenix, it was already weakened, should go down relatively quick with Davey here. And Picarino's really swinging at this point, man.
Yeah, 53k damage, 6-item Thoth, has been able to do whatever he wants.
Who's supposed to get to this top?
No one. That's how Thoth does it.
Vamana!
Vamana, yeah, exactly. Vamana gets to him. That's pretty much it. It's really difficult to get on top of him, and you just don't have the same dive that something like a Thor has.
Rapio going to the sky, and with all 3 Phoenixes down, they've got no minions for this, so this is a little bit weird, a little bit dangerous, but they are in a pretty potent advantage, 5 on 3. Sotos gets in, and Sotos is relieved of his duties for game number 2. We're going to a game 3 between Picari Noobs and Just F6. I was not expecting to say that today.
Especially not after how well Odie started off this game and how dominant he was.
But man.
It was nuts. It was nuts, but ultimately not enough. He finishes 9-3, but 13-2 for Picarino. 56k damage. We do be liking that one.
We do indeed, especially if you're a mid lane mage, especially when you're complaining about Discordia picks and Vulcan picks, right? What was it, the
Compare
one-
what Thoth just did to what Vulcan, Scylla, or Discordia could have done right there. Why are we picking those characters? Pick Thoth. He's better.
2 games down. We're tied up. Honestly, the loser of this is probably not going to make it out of the group. And right now, I don't know which way it's going to go. Let's get over to the consortium and see what they have to say.
Don't worry, we're going to break that set down and go into detail, but I got to say, man, you don't get to go 9, 3, and 10 and be second in player damage and lose that often in this league, man. I feel bad for my man Odie. What a performance he had on the King Arthur, but obviously congratulations to Pika Renoobs for pulling this one out, because for most of this game, they were under the boot, man. They were struggling. Goremizer, talk to me a little bit about what you saw happening earlier on in this game, too, because eventually Pika Reno got online on this Thoth and just was unanswerable.
Essentially, there's a curve, and I guess 2 curves that go against each other, right? There's one that is Odie starts
Odie's
up
line,
incredibly high. He does amazing early on. He's controlling the game. Honestly, if you could cut this off at 20 minutes, ask anyone what's going on, Just F6 win the game.
Yeah.
And then about that time, that curve for him that started up at the very top of the graph just tanks down into the ground. And about that time, if you were running the stocks, if you had bought Thoth early, it'd be perfect for you because he just skyrockets in what he's able to do. I mean, the difference between the two, 21,000 damage. And it's just ridiculous to see what Picarino was able to do. And it showcases how much that Vamana was doing in Game 1.
Right.
If Picarino was able to do that on the Persephone, we wouldn't be at Game 3. It would have ended here. Picarinoobs would be moving forward happily with this win. But as of right now, I mean, you got to figure something else out because that Thoth, he did way too much and had literally no care in the world. No one could touch him.
He absolutely did, man. And we talk about this all the time. Thoth has such a nice range that he works from. So if your dive is not on point, then there's no way that you're going to get to him. And that's why I think we got to talk about Sodos a bit more on this Unbots. It's someone's job to get back there to the Thoth, and it kind of does fall to that Unbots. But, I mean, I don't want to harp too much on that last Fear No Evil, but, I mean, come on. That wasn't it, right? That was like in the wall. Yeah. That almost loses the game for you all at that point. I mean, it's obviously you're in a position where you're on the defensive, you're already on the back foot, but if he can get there, he's in the position where he's right in the middle of everybody. Yeah. If he has an impactful Fear No Evil there, maybe we're still in that game right now, and maybe Just F6 still have a chance. I mean, there just was not enough to get back there to that Thoth.
I mean, there is something to be said. After like the 35-ish minute mark, a lot of the fights become like, especially depending on the state of the towers more than anything, it kind of becomes whoever wins this next fight can win the game. Right? It's just run it down mid, kill the Phoenix, kill the Titan if you're in the right position. And that's where both of those teams were at the end, where it's just that Fear No Evil or maybe just something else goes right for them. They can get to that Thoth and stop him early in that fight. Then you're maybe not only in it, maybe you're winning it and it's a 2-game set.
Yeah, we got to give plenty of credit to the Yamoja. I think it was Mazega that played that one as well. Makes life a lot harder for you when you're trying to fight into that. Let's go into the picks and bans now for game number 3. And no one is happier to see that game number 3 showing up than my man Gnome, because he got absolutely worked in the solo lane, man. Just used up by Odie in that last game. I mean, that early game was brutal. I don't know any other way to talk about it. 1v2'd, diving him beyond the tier 1s, multiple solo kills. He's trying to put that performance behind him here in game number 3.
That's one of those games that, like, you forget about it.
Hopefully.
Like, there's a lot of things that, I mean, it will haunt you forever. But if you can just push it into the past, like just especially for this one, this is the most important game that you have as of right now.
Yeah.
Just forget. Just shrug it off. Just or try to if you can. It's very difficult. I can understand getting tilted off of something like that, but it's that much control. You know the Vamana was really good in game 1, but you know, hey, you know what? Even though he dominated me this entire game, it didn't make a difference. So maybe we can like hold on to it. Maybe I just, you know, shrug it off a little bit and hope for the best here.
Yeah, do you know if Picarino is really looking forward to Animal Crossing or something? Pick that up for him or something, my man. You got to help him out after that game because he bailed you out.
Your conversation afterwards, like, dude, what's your favorite cereal?
Yeah, man, what can I help you out with?
You know, I like, man, hey, what? You remember this funny video? Here's like 10 cute cat videos and 5 cute dog videos. Like, whatever you want, like, here, just stop focusing on that.
Yeah,
don't worry about King Arthur right now.
Well, it's Kukulkan first picked here for Just F6. They'll pair that with the Shibalanke and the Geb, and already they've got a great team fight. You're exactly right, man. I mean, you turn off the light to that Darkest of Nights, it's so much easier to find a good Kukulkan ultimate. The Geb's in there for disruption as well, some peel if they get to that backline. These first 3 they picked up are pretty strong, but I'm a bit surprised. We haven't seen Vamana or the King Arthur prioritize the 2 solo lane bullies we've seen so far.
And honestly, I think it might just be because of the presence of Kukul Khan, the presence of Xingqian. Like right now, there's just a lot that's open, that's strong, that you kind of want in favor, I would say, over your solo lane. Although Geb is kind of interesting there. Like Xbalanque, we saw heavily prioritized yesterday in NA. Geb, I think, is the reason that it's like, hey, we can peel now. Like, if you're Vamana, here's a health shield. We can at least turn around to help, which is something that Picari noobs weren't able to deal with earlier.
Is that all?
So they go the Osiris, which is going to give some anti-heal, which I think is going to help fight into this a little bit more as well.
I think so. Osiris also a bit of a lane bully too, so that should give
I like
a bit of a better chance for Gnome there in lane to battle, especially if he ends up against this Achilles, which it looks like with the Thanatos locked in, he might be able to win that matchup. I am a bit surprised though, without any bans, that we're suddenly just moving away like as gentlemen from the Vamana, King Arthur. Those guys have been really strong, but that appears to be the case here as the Habois being hovered.
It's like saying, hey, here's one, like, here are two things that kind of helped us win these games, and then just like,
yeah, we
throws
just
it off
don't
to the
need
side.
them.
Who cares? We'll go Achilles Thanatos. But it's going to be interesting to see how they manage it. I think there's a lot of power for Just F6 and a good power curve for them.
Yes.
Thanatos to kind of help keep them coast in the early game to transition to the Kukul Khan Xbalanque late game, which is going to be nutty. But you have to look at Merlin, Osiris, Habois, Xingqian. Like, Picari noobs just have a solid lineup.
They really do. I think that they've got a chance to win this one, but Just F6 have come well equipped to this match too. Game number 3 could be a decider. Let's find out.
Thanks so much, Finch and Gore. Yeah, it really is a decider, to be fair. I think Picari noobs definitely favorites coming into this, and if they do well here, they're going to be in a good spot to potentially qualify. Just F6, meanwhile, they lost to 60 earlier on in the broadcast we showed, and, well, this is kind of a do or die for them here, too.
3 losses is guaranteed L.
Yep.
You're not making the groups. 3 wins, you're guaranteed. I think there is a scenario where you can win 2, lose 3.
But then you've got to have a head-to-head situation,
right.
and like the
Here's my
head-to-heads will buy
advice:
out.
win 3 sets.
Wow, Ryan, what analysis breakdown!
And then you won't have to worry about it. Smile.
Great job.
Thank you.
Cuckoo and Thanatos. Interesting from Just F6. Captain Otti going to be playing the Achilles this game. I'm definitely paying attention to Otti after the last 2 games he's had. The Vamana game, he did his job, and the King Arthur game, he did his job.
Yep.
Can he do the same on Achilles? This time, though, Just F6 have 2 executes here.
I like it. I mean, no, usually you see the double execute against things like Kepri, where it's like, oh, we got him now. But Geb's oftentimes the same sort of idea where, oh, I'll shield you so you won't get killed at the last second. Execute doesn't care about that shield. So I like the idea. I do think Thanatos is pretty decent right now. It's a high execution god, though, and Sotos did not execute particularly well last game.
Been a while since we've seen Hebo versus Thanatos in the jungle, too. I do know Hebo is on the rise in terms of play at the moment. I'd say he's not in a terrible spot, but I'm not sure how the Phantom matchup really goes. It's a battle of, well, raw, unadulterated power and damage more than anything else.
They one-shot each other.
Yes.
So that's fun, you
But
know?
one of them heals off that when the other one needs Bancrofts to heal off it.
Yeah, but he's going Bancroft, so it doesn't really matter. That's going to be the game plan. I'm looking forward to seeing if Rapio is going to go with the full lifesteal kit and go with something like Bancrofts into boots and Typhon's there.
Pressure from Sotos, he blinks in, looking for the kill on Rapio, but he can't get it
Got
off. Doku, though, will spit onto Rapio and find first blood. The power of Kukulkan compels you.
Just such greedy pathing. So we see people die for this pathing all the time. Just walk around, take the scenic route, enjoy your day. You know, take a nice 5-minute walk outside. It's good for you. Take it through the jungle. That is a very, very risky pathing. And you can't do it against Thanatos. Good blink in recognition and good accuracy by Doku.
And a great start for Sotos as well. Kind of struggled last game for my liking here.
Yep.
Game 1, okay, I think he had an okay marginal game, and now he's going to get a double if he's lucky. Just needs a couple more basics, and we'll find it for a second kill. A pointed gnome, that's all the pressure that came from mid, just rotating to his side of the map.
Perfect, and that should have been communicated by Picarino that which side of the jungle Sotos
Second
went
just
into.
caught the dash out of Toddy, and Davi realizes he's in a lot more pressure here. But the blocks out of Rotwen is great, really frontlining his game to the best of his ability, allowing Davey to, well, be stuck in no man's land, and now blinking from Rotwen looking for the kill. Not enough levels in that shockwave to find it there, Rotwen. Not so sure about that one.
Yeah, but Davey beads, what is he beadsing, bro? I mean, he's still taking the
knock
damage.
up after it, yeah.
I guess. I don't know. Just ambitious from Rotwen, but he was in Davey's head, bro. He had him locked down. Nearly, he got the beads, so that's worth his blink for sure.
Really fun, though. I mean, the support matchup there was great. Mizega started that off by catching the Rising Jaguar more than anything else with that root combo. And that's where Xbalanque is a little bit susceptible. Not many people realize that.
Yeah, that startup frame is more than one frame. It's a pretty decent amount of time where he's on the ground and hasn't risen into the air. So it's the Jaguar part of the rising Jaguar. You can interrupt that part.
Aggro.
But what?
Toti is rushing Asi.
Oh, nice.
Sotus, though, he's rushing
Oh, no, he's going Transcendence.
He rushed Asi every game so far.
Yeah, but he's not this time.
I know, that's what I'm like, oh, he's
Oh,
not
you're
rushing
excited.
Asi.
Ah, okay, yeah.
He's adjusted. They might win this game just off that alone.
I mean,
they have a carry this game.
Transcendence, pretty good on Xbalanque. Lets you keep your one on permanently, so that's pretty solid. I wonder if he's going to go crit, because we've seen Xbalanque's kind of forego it. I believe Coast didn't go for crit in his set with Xbalanque, and I think that's a no-brainer almost for me.
Really?
I'm getting assists across the map.
That's
Give me
true.
Rage, and I have the
free
highest
stats.
power of any hunter because of my passive. Give me Rage, but maybe he'll go for that pen build. We'll have to wait and see.
It's a good point. A lot of people don't realize that global ultimate from Xbalanque procs those sort of stacking items.
Oh, yeah.
And stacking items are something that, people forget about those little intrinsic details.
Assists across the map, it gives you global gold, and of course the stack for your Rage seems pretty solid to me. I think that it's hard when you go Transcendence though because you're lacking sustain at that point. Hunters love to have that lifesteal, so maybe they delay the Rage until later, or they going Trans, Boots, Rage, delaying Xe, getting Bloodforge. It is hard. I don't think it's an easy build path. I don't know that anyone's found one that feels particularly perfect.
Speaking of build paths, you can see the mid lane. There's a bit of a difference there, obviously, with Kukulkan on the map. You expect to see the Book of Tarth Rush, and that's what we got there. Picarino playing the Merlin. You'll more than likely see that Chronos pendant. And more importantly, the two support players, I love their choice of boots here. Normally, it's choose a focus, hold our fault, Cataclysm use, and the response is straight away onto Rotwin's face. The up down on the dome was good, but it's not enough for a kill. Rotwin tanky enough just now, thanks to those reinforced Greaves, funny enough. But Sotos, who came on the back, dies, and straight away we answered back by Captain Artie as Rapio then rotates in to make it a 2-for-1 in the solo lane.
Artie wanted to put Gnome in Eski range so badly,
Oh, yeah.
but he ends up just hard committing a little bit too hard.
Doku's in a bit of pressure there. We'll get a nice shield out of Rotwin at the tail end there, just to prevent any more. And I do want to bring up those reinforced Greaves here, because it's not something all supports get. But when you look at what you've got from Kukulkan, and you've also got a Merlin on the other side, these are really good for staying in the battle.
Huge. It just makes such a big difference when you would normally be taking true damage from Dragonfire. Instead, you'll have a little bit of prot left over. It's also pretty good against things like Geb, where you're going to get CC'd and then CC'd again. Starting yourself with a lot of CCR means that you'll get DR'd very quickly, and then the follow-up stun or silence that from either Achilles or Thanatos will do a lot less to you.
Not gonna lie, it's hard as a support to want to go these though. That cooldown is so useful for you. The extra mana you get from the Shoes of Focus, so impactful, but it's the right call.
It is.
And that's the big thing here.
Also, it's really good against two-stage CC abilities like Hook Slam from Xing Chen, because you get max DR'd right away, and again, you're starting at a higher CCR rate.
Picarino just under a bit of pressure here, tries to get back towards Rapio, blinking him Sotos. Sotos will find the silence, and the ultimate will secure the kill out of Doku. But Sotos needs some help against Rapio. Rapio with the ultimate, and there's a tail end of Mizega rotating. Will at least make sure the jungler dies for the mid laner. And on the tail end of this, look at Otti. He's actually going to be able to catch Rapio. No, the rollout misses from Rotwin, and instead it's Otti with one of his first real mistakes of the game. Will end up falling down there, and it helps out Picarino some more.
Tough. Tried to get the execute, but just couldn't find it. Wonder, no, Sotos wouldn't have lived if he channeled the ultimate, because he would have still taken damage from that whirlwind of Rage and Steel, no matter what, I believe. So, bit of an overcommit maybe, but I like the idea of fighting Picarino in the wrong spot. And there is some value, even though you lose 2 in that engagement and only gain 1. Doku is getting really fed on this Kukulkan, and Picarino starting to fall behind.
Yeah, 2-level lead for him over Picarino right now. And that just spells more doom and gloom for you, because there's a lot of talk at the moment. Fitch was bringing this up, like, do we call it the library build? Should we not just call it the nerd build, is what he said, because, if you've got that many books, you probably are a nerd, right?
Oh, so reading's nerdy now, huh? You can't get educated without being called a nerd?
I mean, chat will agree, yeah.
Oh, well. I don't know. Does chat agreeing actually help an argument, by the way? I think it sometimes hurts
When I feel like it.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of the rule. Do I agree with chat sometimes? Yeah, when it suits me. And then this time it suits me.
Oh, fair enough. I think I've always called it the library build, but
I like
maybe
both, honestly.
Maybe that makes me a nerd. I don't know. Wait a minute. Finch did debate in high school. He can't call anybody else a nerd.
That's true.
Are you kidding me?
That is true.
No way.
All
Get
right.
out of here with that
All right.
nonsense.
It's the library build then.
He did debate.
Okay.
That's so nerdy.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess you cleared that one up for me. Sortus on the left-hand side, and you can see Doug wants to just get right into the action too of like that little conversation we're going off there. I still might see a bit of pressure Gank, but it won't be the case.
And listen, I'm not judging anybody else who did debate. Only John Finch.
Oh.
That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
okay.
You know, reaffirming your points for safety there, huh?
Yeah, I mean,
That's
I still
a
want
debate
chat.
tactic, isn't it?
It sure is. But I didn't take debate because I'm not a nerd like John Finch.
You did read a lot of books.
I do like to read this.
Okay. 3 members strong for just F6 in mid, then gold lead is in their favor at this point in time, even though the kills are even. It's not a huge gold lead. It could have been a lot more, but there's an execute that will be avoided by Gnome. The up-down comes up hopeful, and now with Rapio rotating in, it's Otti that will lose his life. I like the idea of make sure Rapio gets the kill there too. The ultimate I don't think was needed, but I think it's wise.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want Otti to start healing off both of you.
Again.
Listen, Hindu, when you get 3v1 twice,
Yep.
you're not taking any chances. Different god, I don't care. You see Otti on the street, you're crossing the street. Because you never know what's going to happen.
He's
you know?
made a name for himself in these group stages so far, that's for sure. At least in the broadcasting games with how this stands. But now, Picari Noobs at least even the field. Rotman really trying to rotate around the map a little bit more. I wonder where he's going with this build. It looks like he's going magical defense early this game, which is intriguing to me because normally we'll see the Rush of Thieves, which is relatively standard. It gives you magical defense and physical, as well as some health. This build is all for magical, which means the physical dealers can do a lot more.
Yeah, but look at the other side and who the physical dealers are. It's Davey on Jingwei. That's going to take a little bit to ramp up and really do relevant damage.
So
that's true. More damage overall, but and then Gnome, who's not going to do a whole lot of damage to you anyways. Everyone else is magical. The vast majority of damage that you and your team are going to be taking this game is magical.
I'm not sure if I go Heartward though. It must be Heartward, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, Heartward not exactly the best aura item. I do agree that it's not a staple for a reason, but in games like this, I'd be going Heartward. I think it's strong.
Yeah, Heartward will just give you a team a little bit more magical defense as a whole. And the only buff it really got recently, if I remember, was just a bit more MP5. And MP5 definitely useful, although there's other ways to find MP5 at the moment, is what you find for most supports.
Or MP5, so it helps your team. Let's be real. It was an Assault buff. Assault mains loved the extra MP5.
It doesn't get picked in Assault. I'm an Assault main.
You don't buy Heartward in Assault?
Don't buy. No, because everyone gets Blackthorn, Hammer, or Chronos Pendant. They don't need it.
You're trolling, bro.
If you play support, you go Thieves.
No, if they have a bunch of magical damage,
don't talk
you build
to me.
Heartward.
I'm an Assault main, okay? Like,
I'll put you in the dirt.
Rapio forced to ult away. Good choice there, interestingly enough. He could have beads or he could have ulted. I don't think he was under as much threat as he maybe thought he was, because he could have just walked away after the ult, because Rotten was a little bit far forward after that blink. But the decision at least was to go with the other alternative than losing those beats.
Well, Sotos has ultimate that gets him a pretty far distance pretty quickly over those walls, so it's not too out of an idea to use something in that spot. But I agree, it was it's just a lack of information overall that leaves Rapio.
Knowing that ultimate's on cooldown for Rapio, sure. Picari Noobs know this gold view is under threat thanks to that ward, but they won't be in here in time to stop that. Mizega arrives, will catch a Geb, not the prime target you're after. Luckily, Rotwood doesn't have his ultimate, remember, so he's not going to be able to just get away as easy as he wants to. Body blocks out of Mizega, we're okay. Not enough to slow him down. Picarino wants to make more of this. Now look at him charging forward. Got to be careful, however, as everybody on Just F6 relatively healthy here.
Still, they use a lot of ultimates in order to confirm that Golden Fury. You got Spirit of the Nine Winds and Darkest of Nights. Sotos uses his ultimate to get away towards the tail end. So it's a good idea by Just F6, even though Picari Noobs were pushing up pretty quickly. Don't want to take that fight. That's a pretty good general rule of thumb. If we use things to get the objective, whether it be Gold Fury or Fire Giant, we are not fighting afterwards, no matter how tempting it looks.
I am liking what I see out of Just F6 though. When they get a lead, they kind of try and roll with it, right? Sotos, Doku, both ahead. They were the ones trying to control the pace. They're rotating right, they're rotating left. They see that Gold Fury and they take it. This is a sign of really good teamwork.
They played well so far. I've certainly liked what I've seen, but we've seen them get off to good starts before. And Game 2.
Don't cast a hit. Don't cast a
and
curse
then
hit.
it's not really a curse if I'm just saying what happened in the past. This is not predicting the future. It's
True,
looking at
true.
the past. It's a very different.
I think Picarinos are going to do very well this game as the game goes on because Just F6 will win in the early game.
That's a pretty good indication. That's kind of how the set's gone.
That's what I mean. It's
so
perfect,
far.
right?
Wait, how can you be mad at me for caster cursing when you said exactly what I said, just differently?
Chat agrees with me.
Chad agrees with me.
Okay, that's just awkward now. Because now neither of us can even see which one chat sides with. It could be Mixer versus Twitch, right? It could be split.
Yeah, I guess it could be,
There's
but
also
I think
YouTube. There's also Steam as well. Like,
I think
everywhere.
all chats agree with me, and I don't have any proof, but neither do you, and that's what matters.
You win that one.
Thank you.
For now, Pyromancer started up by Just F6, and in comes Gnome to try and slow this down. Rotwen tacking up a Storm, gets the Cataclysm off early. Gnome at half health. Into the sky goes Sotos, as the ring around from Mizai there only hits with Rotwen. He's still tanking up for the time being. Sotos completely dipped out of this fight, by the way, and Pyro was reset. That tornado damage did tickle onto Gnome just a little bit as the fight continues. This is all for naught, however. A lot of ultimates used on the side of Just F6 there.
Sotos really has not been able to use his ultimate aggressively at all so far this game.
Afraid of pulling the trigger with it?
I guess so. I mean,
kind of saw that in the Thor game too, you remember?
yeah, he was pretty conservative with that one. I mean, on Thanatos, it's even more nerve-wracking to go in because you don't have a hammer to get away. You're killing someone or you're getting killed. There's pretty much no other way out with that Thanatos. But he's pretty strong right now in itemization. No anti-heal quite yet, and I wonder if he's going to go into a Brawlers, but probably not. You don't want to hit that. You're going to hit the flat pen cap by going 2 flat pen items on Thanatos. Once you pop your 2, you get awfully close to that flat pen cap already, so you don't really want 2. He's made his choice with the Crusher, and he's just going to try and outright kill Rapio before he gets any sustain off.
Both teams do have a little bit of anti-heal already as well. Both mid laners gone for that Divine Ruin earlier. Ooh, Picarino. I expected Kronos, but he went for the Charon's core in this game a little bit earlier. He's losing a lot of cooldown off this.
He is, but he needs it with the Heartward Amulet on the other side. This is actually a pretty smart decision by him, in my mind, because you get the big magical protection item for Rotwen. Already has the reinforced Greave, so he's going to be awfully tanky if you don't go percent pen as early as possible. And you get more effectiveness out of that 20% pen than you normally would, because even Doku has more magical protection than normal, courtesy of that Heartward Amulet. I think that this makes sense. You're still doing not that much damage overall with this sort of build. It's a pretty low power build, but it still has a place, and I think this is a smart one for it.
You can see a bit of advantage there for Picarino because we set up a bit of a trap around that left-hand harpy area, and it actually allowed Davey to get a bit more aggressive on Totti for a second, knowing he had back up in tow. Nothing really came out of it, however, though, as now everyone rotates around to the right-hand harpies, which, honestly, this season, I think those right-hand harpies are going to see a lot more contest.
Don't have the same big harpies on the left side anymore. You got the minis over there, so maybe that is where we'll see more mid-lane fights, because it's the only side you can do it on.
At least on the angles, that's for sure. It goes Mizegi, though, and he's going to pick up 2. The ring was racing, the ultimate was available, the shield from Rotwen was up, but he got caught. Sartas in the sky again. He was looking to follow up if needed, but he won't be there in time as Davey takes a trip back to base. As Totti gets an advantage out, blinking Rotwen, though. Will at least keep the pressure on Rapia, who used the beads there once again. Worried about the reinitiation or the ultimate out of Doku.
Picarino also used his beads, which is big. To get both carries beads for just that blink ultimate from Gab, that's what you're hoping for.
Doku's in no man's land. He's trapped between a rock and a hard place, or rather, water and Osiris. In goes Osiris at the tail end to find the kill. Doku will now fall. Left-hand side, Davey back in action, but Sotos lurking around means he can't rotate in. Doku is just out of position.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Everyone else got the memo. we're walking out, but Doku did not want to do that same thing.
With Doku being dead, this is a great opportunity for Picari Noobs. The Gold Fury is up, or should I say Oni Fury at this stage, and they're going to start this one off. Only ultimate available is actually on Captain Otti in this fight. Sure, Picarino has his, but it's Merlin, and that's just mainly a stance change and damage. Taking a long time on this Oni Fury, though. A little bit worried here, Picari Noobs, about a re-engage. They're trying to wait for the right opportunity to try and secure this one. But the zone away has been good. Picari Noobs get it, as Otti did go in for the kill. He's now going to ult away back to safety, but the chase might be on.
Should be able to catch him with Rapio's blink, unless he tosses his water spout into Timbuktu. Goodness, that wasn't even in the area code.
So he'll survive, but the good news is they still get the Fury.
Yeah,
However,
that was big.
a tier 1 tower in the mid lane does at least answer some of that back.
Yeah, that is a good decision by Sotos to just go towards mid, make sure you get something back in your favor. Odie's going to be able to TP to the right-hand side, farm up this right side wave long before Poison Gnome comes back over to his side, and that should take care of just about every single one of these Oni waves. That has caught me off guard because normally Rapio is really good.
Yeah, I think we all
mechanically.
expected a kill.
Yeah, I thought that he was dead for sure, but
That's
Rapio
awesome.
feeling generous.
The chats will agree with us. Pyromancer getting below half health here. Captain Otti in the wings, but he's got an ultimate this time. Or his blink available. Still trying to contest because Doku's back in the fray. Ultimate is there and will secure the Pyromancer for just F6. In the tornado, though, not many were standing. The ult down from Gnome is pretty good to slow down Rotwen. He'll get body blocked by Rapio to cancel the rollout. Well, support for a Pyromancer. I'm still not sure if I'm sold on that one.
Especially with its tier 1 tower in both mid and solo lane, pretty vulnerable at this point. Doku, no ultimate, no Aegis. He's not going to want to step up too far and get involved in this fight. I don't think losing both Rotwen and your tier 1 and right is worth that Pyro.
Nice little work from Picarino so to get that tier 1. Now they're all going to recall back to base. I would have preferred a bit of a stagger there because there was a little chance if Just F6 saw that, that could have been an easy FG potential attempt or trying to get some towers of their own. Sotoso on the left-hand side. Davi saw him coming in here on that Jing Wei. Didn't fall for the trap just yet. Sotos is still equal level, has the speed buff, and will attempt to steal away the purple too. Davi would just watch on, realizing he can't really do much about that.
Good decision not to try and take that fight. It's an even fight in terms of levels, but not in terms of damage output at this point in the game. Davey is a late game hunter. All hunters kind of inherently late game, but particularly Jing Wei really just needs itemization. She needs effects on those auto attacks more than anything else.
Well, you did mention, sorry, will he go for some crit? This game, he has picked up that rage now after the Yassi to go that Transcendence. And he's doing a lot more player damage this time round. Davey, meanwhile, gone for the Chins route on Jing Wei.
Wow.
How do you feel? I'm still not sold on Chin's Jing. I don't know why. I think it's just because she's got crit in a kit. Right?
Yeah, when crit's this good, buy it. I mean, you can get 100% crit chance without a 20% crit chance stim on your 2, but Jing Wei can get it a lot earlier. And I get it. Oh, you know, I don't necessarily want to go crit against Geb because Geb takes reduced damage from crits.
But then there's also Spectral Armor as well this season.
Yeah, I mean,
Not seen too much just yet.
if you're going to get to hit Geb with 10 autos, he's going to die no matter what build you have at some point, right? Like,
Yeah.
maybe the crit build makes you auto him 2 extra times, 3 extra times, and that can matter, but I just think it's so much better against everybody else on Jing Wei that that's not the way route I would have gone.
I'll say this round from Just F6 nearly caught Gnome in an awkward spot there. The whole team basically got here before Picarino didn't know what was going on. Now Picarino's are back here again, and it's kind of a dance-off. This 20-minute mark, and I'm not confident for either side. This has been all 3 games that it's kind of come down to 25, 30 minutes before we start to see any sort of redevelopment.
He's got to use those beads in mid. Rotwen still gets tossed back, but he's a little bit too tanky to really have too much to worry about. I agree that both these games have been slow to develop into the ultimate end game. They've been fast in action at times early on, but a lot of it has ended up being not that important, which makes me kind of question this Thanatos pick for Sotos. If we know that's the way the set has gone, were they trying to just blow it wide open and get him off to a lead early? They did. They got him that early assist, but has done very little since then. He's below Rotwen in player damage.
Yeah, and Rotwin just going to continue to form. I mean, for Rotwin specifically this game, it's kind of the engage, I guess, alongside Achilles once again. Blink initiation, Geb is standard, and Blink, you know, want the Achilles to do the same sort of thing with the stun. They're the only real options of engage they have here. But then again, when you look at Picarinubs, they're kind of relying on the same sort of thing out of Mizegia again here, where he's going to have to Blink initiate, because outside of that, what is it? Run it down with Osiris, right?
Not a whole lot. You do have to just wait to counter initiate or maybe find Rapio on a flank. Rapio does have Blink, so maybe he finds a carry out of position and tries to one-tap them, but a little bit harder to do that with a Geb around.
Primal Fury coming up relatively soon. You can see everybody starting to rotate towards this part of the map. Position so far is in Picarinub's favor. We'll see what they can make use of this there, but the Kukulkan is always a threat at this sort of range to try and strip it away and force a reset. Gnome front lining, pops the Thorns early. Darkest of Nights will force a reset out of Picarinubs and the Primal Fury, funny enough. And that gives a bit more of a window for Just F6 to answer back, because Gnome Did lose quite a bit of health there.
Getting back and upgrade his TP and be back here pretty quickly, though.
And so, ooh, Soros with a blink. Did look to try and cancel out, but I don't think he realized that someone was going to be that close all there. Primal Fury getting low, getting real low, and it's going to be just stripped away by Just F6. But Rapio may want to try and get back involved. Good ultimate from Bizega, only really catching Rotwen, who returns with an ult of his own. Focuses on get out from Pikarinoops, and Davey will get credit for the kill. Spirit of the Night wins, connects on Davey, and that will take him out of the fight. Sotus in the back was dealing with Rapio, and unfortunately, Davey goes, thanks very much, I'll take a double on my exit.
Hey, maybe the pen builds the call. He killed Rotwen awfully quickly by dashing in, and that's because the double magical defense stacked by Rotwen.
Yeah.
Rapio, Picarino, and Mizega are going to do a decent amount of damage to him normally, so he itemized against that, but...
Ooh, nice blink in from Picarino, getting aggressive against Doku, who will use the Aegis defensively. I know it's Artie who turns it around, knowing Picarino doesn't have the flicker available. Overextension from Picarino there, punished, and now it could be time for Just F6 to get aggressive again.
I don't know what the dream scenario was for Picarino, but he should have known that the rest of Just F6 were all on vision for Picarinoobs. They were sitting.
His team to like just rush in with him, like, you know, all in.
I guess, but they still never save him in that spot. He still always dies in that situation. He at least holds on to the relics, which is positive in my mind because he was dead no matter what relics he used, but not the best decision making there from Picarino.
Still a 2K goal lead for Just F6 up against Picarinoobs. They took game one. Picarinoobs answered back to equal this one out. And in this group stage, I've been saying it a couple of times, this is very important for the two. Losers probably going down to the SMITE Open circuit.
Huge, and we only got one set left today, so that one is probably going to determine quite a bit. This also has a lot riding on it. This is a must-win for both of these teams.
And now Pyro pulled again. The last couple of these objectives have gone very favorably in Just F6's favor, mainly because of the Spirit of the Nine Winds being such an impactful ultimate around these objectives. Sure, Merlin's great at clearing it, but securing it, different story.
Not good at all. And Kukulkan has a lot of different tools to secure. Zephyr is honestly a pretty good secure in its own right.
Yeah.
That first ability does a lot of burst damage.
Once you got the poly online too, it just helps out even more.
Yep, not yet. It looks like that's going to be a 6th item poly, if at all, for Doku. This Divine Ruin that he picked up to try and knock down this Bancroft ceiling. I think I would have preferred something else.
Nice little burst at the tail end there from Just F6. Everyone just like throw out an ability at the same time. Don't want to use the big time ultimates if we can. Picarinoob's not really in a position to do much outside of maybe Gnome. Throwing out a bit of damage there to try and secure. Just F6 being quite patient here, it looks like.
Still a little bit scared, I think, of the turnaround potential. And Picarinoobs have really just waited oftentimes for Just F6 to get a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
Think back to that Gold Fury fight. That's pretty much exactly how that went.
It's the tension though, right? Like when you're in a situation like this where it all matters, you played yourself, right? Do you get tense in those? Did you ever get a situation where it was important? I don't know, right?
Yeah. There were some pretty important ones. You feel it, but not as much as you think. It's kind of just in the back of your mind.
Back of your mind, but not like on the forefront.
No, not at all.
It looks like you can see that. So Doku gets in on a Gnome. Gnome doing a really good job there. Good Spirit of the Night wins and gets himself peeled. Does good damage to an execute range. But where's the executors? There's one! As Sotos takes his life and the chase is on for Mizega. Blink and a nice little shot will secure it. But now Sotos is overextended and the rest of his team are nowhere to be found. Nice little bit of damage again onto Davey to really shut it down. But Rapio's ult is great. Not enough for a kill at all, and Sotos is still alive.
Really good shield by Rotwen. That saves the life of Sotos in that moment. Rapio has to use the beads. That silence from Sotos came up clutch. Good fight for the Thanatos. That's the first time Sotos has really been able to make an impact so far since
But a good one.
The very beginning of the game, and it's a huge one. Execute the 2 tanks. That's the whole game plan for Thanatos right there. Get the tanks low late game, execute them, then use the scythe to kill the other one because of the percent health damage, and then we try and waterfall from there. We're still working on that last part, but the first 2 worked well.
Credit where it's due, though, to Remek Doku. He gets caught out of position, first of all, but the turnaround play of at least having the presence of mind to use his ultimate and get that much damage off, turn that into at least a 2-for-1 before the tail end of that fight. So it bought Just F6 a bit of time, and Picarino's got to adjust off that. They're going to be aware that that's what Cuckoo's going to do if you all in him.
You have to save that Osiris ult to get up and over Spirit of the Night win. That's basically the only way to do it. I say it a lot as a mage player. Don't worry about dying. Just get your damage.
Like using the last fight means this could be a bit of a trickier task for Picarini to get in and defend the Fire Giant. Remember, Cuckoo's up is up, and it's down across the Fire Giant's brow. With that, Just F6 can now walk back again. And the Primal Fury is coming up soon. Not too many towers to speak of for either side here, just tier 2 towers remaining.
I feel like Picarino just lacked a little bit of urgency there to get back and be in defensive posture. Look at how many wards they have in inventory. They didn't really get a chance to place any of them around that Fire Giant. They didn't get there with urgency, and that's a big thing, is how quickly are we backing, getting out of base, not wasting any time stopping at back camps. Things like that, it's discipline that's important.
Talking about discipline, that's a really good play from them, though. Just to answer back real quick at that Primal, they had a sense that Just F6 were on the right-hand side, probably basing, spend some of that gold, and get ready for the Fire Giant push. So denying that Primal Fury is important. Gnome on the back. Did find Doku for a second, but Just F6 spotted it out in time. Gnome actually ate that Tornado a bit more than bargained for. Has to be a little bit more careful here. Has a bit more magical resistance, though, now at this stage, so it's not going to be too doom and gloom. He's going to be eating a lot of those tornadoes, I expect.
But Doku's got a little bit more pen than he did last time that fight started. He's got a Charon's coin, so that's a 20% pen item. 30% total. He's in a pretty decent spot. Looks like he's building towards what will be a Polynomicon. Could also be a Book of the Dead, which is a good item against the draft Picari noobs. You want that against characters who are going to try and one-shot you. Hopwa and Jingwei both fit that bill. Maybe I think I'd go Poly, wait to sell boots for Book of the Dead. I think that's the way I would do it. And then I'd have the whole library right in front of me.
That's true. You do. The whole one. You nerd. Just F6, though. I love their composition here. Because on Phoenix Siege, oh, we got Darkest of Nights. No one's going to get to see where these Spirit of the Nine Winds are coming from. I've got Hovering Death shooting on 3 potentially to cause problems. And they've still got an Achilles and a Gem to shield teammates. This is tricky for Picari noobs now. I understand that they're giving up the tier 2s because they think Phoenix line is going to be their best form of defense. But boy, oh boy, does Just F6 on a really good siege.
It's just always hard against Gibalanke. He makes everything you do harder at a competitive level. He's just a really strong god to have to play around. And I think teams are struggling a little bit against him right now because he's back in the meta for the first time in a little bit. I bet you we're going to be seeing a lot of X-Ball.
It's maybe the branching bowler is what got a bit more love, right? Just increase the amount of damage that it's going to do off the Splinter, which is making more of an impact in the laning phase and team fights too.
It's huge, and I don't think it's even in this patch.
No, it's not.
I think it's in the next one that's
why I
coming
didn't
out.
bring it up yet, but I was like, well, I know it's getting buffed. You mentioned it.
Yeah,
so.
it is going to be getting buffed, and so he's only going to get better. Works well with crit. I already highlighted that he has the highest power of any hunter because of his passive in the 1 stim. Gets an extra what?
Do you reckon Asi without anything on Jiba could be a viable mod because he gets that bonus power?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this build path looks good to me.
Yeah, it does. I agree.
I mean, maybe you could trade out that Aussie for Blood Force, but then you're a little bit low on attack speed, so that it doesn't feel great.
Oh, no, you said Blood Forge. Yeah,
yeah, it feels a little bit bad.
It takes longer to build that, too. It's a much more expensive item, I guess.
It does.
Although, again, Asi's, what, 25.50 now, right?
Yeah.
So it's surprising how much more expensive that did get over time.
Man, what I would kill to have one of my expensive items be only $25.50.
There we go.
Let me tell you, hunters have it so easy, man. They have it so easy, and they complain the most. I don't understand.
It's part of the role.
I guess so.
When you sign up, you have to agree to certain terms and conditions.
Yeah, I guess that's the case.
One of those is complain about being underpowered
all
even
the time
when you're overpowered.
They've been the best carry role. If you don't count junglers as carries.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying, like, of the backline carry roles between mid and hunter, how many seasons, in season 7, how many seasons do you think mid was the best of those two? I think it's been 1 season. It was like...
Mid was best? I'd say probably 2 to 3.
No, 3 seasons, you're on something, man.
Probably
no.
Probably 2.
No, which ones were they better than hunters?
Can we discuss the fact that we put mages in the dual lane last season?
Right.
Why?
Okay, I'm saying mid versus hunter.
Oh, here we go.
Mid
you can't
versus long lane.
You do role or you do class. You don't do both. You do position.
Okay, role.
Or you do role.
Okay, I'm doing role.
Right.
Mid versus long lane.
Okay.
Mid has been
mages went into the long lane.
Okay.
So that says mages are better than hunters, clearly, because we put them in the long lane.
It meant the role was better, not the class.
Okay.
The role was better.
32
Thank you for
minutes
coming
in.
to my TED Talk.
Chat didn't come to the TED Talk. Chat did not like that TED Talk.
Are they here?
Yes, they
Then
are.
they came to my
in
TED Talk.
spirit.
Then they came to my TED Talk.
Waiting for the next Fire Giant fight to really begin at the moment. 15 seconds or less on the FG spawning. It will be an enhanced one again, and the majority of the enhanced ones is what we've kind of seen today. There wasn't too many early fires so far in the series between the two. But this one's going to be a big one, and I'm definitely favoring Just F6 at the moment. Something has to happen for Pika Noobs, though. I need to see some of these players get involved. Merlin really struggling on the player damage and getting involved here so far. Same can be said by the other carries. Rapio and Jingwei all really around 11, 12,000 player damage at 33 minutes.
Right in that same area, and it's not because the solo laners have been on top of them this whole game. Normally that's what you'd think when you see low carry player damage numbers.
You just zone so much?
Yeah, it's just been these team fights have been over pretty quickly, and they've been pretty split. It's really been the backline from Just F6 getting dove and getting their damage off, and then getting the front line, killing the enemy front line, and by that point, Rapio and Picarino and Davey kind of have to get out of dodge. They only have 3 deaths between the 3 of them.
See all those pings on Sotos again. And still, again, his jungle presence of mind of where to position is something that we see out of pro players a lot of the time, where they're just off to the wing, causing problems where they can. Tornado hit Davey, and that caused problems. Rotling got flipped around by Mizega, and Mizega ends up eating some of that Spirit of the Nine Winds. Rapio's health bar's too low, and Gnome, who was trying to front line on the other side, is under a lot of duress as well. Execute Threshold has been primed, and Sotos will take the life of the solo. And the chase is on for the rest of the Pika Noobs. Rotwin slows down Mizega. No double dash available this time round, friend. He gets a bit of help out of Merlin, but it ain't enough. And that's the front line dead for the Pika Noobs.
That's the perfect team fight for an assassin. You spend the whole fight going, oh, I didn't see, oh, I get it, I got executed.
Yeah.
You never see him until it's way too late.
You get the heartbeat sensor too, but you're like, yeah, I'm dead.
Yeah, he must not be here. We haven't seen him the whole time, and I'm dead. That's usually how it ends up going. Really good fight. And again, Pika Noob's backline just too scared to go in. Every relic is up for everyone on
It's the
Pika
choke
Noobs.
points against a Kukulkan as well, right? Like,
Scary.
They tried to funnel through that gap, and they were far enough away to avoid the ultimate, but that also meant they were far enough away to not deal any damage.
Exactly. They did no damage at all in that team fight. Try and get,
Close.
That
Close.
was really close. I thought Oni was going to end up getting it. That's big to get the Oni Fury, because that would have really helped the siege of Just F6. It doesn't matter too much for Pika Noobs to get it. It'll be very easy for Just F6
one wave
to
clear, right?
Yeah, easy to do. But it just matters to take it away from Just F6, because their siege would have been that much better with those Oni minutes.
Really surprised by Pika Noobs really struggling here, but to be fair, this Just F6 team that's come out of nowhere is given as good as they got.
Yeah.
You know, like, you don't often see players appear at this sort of level where people haven't recognized too much before, making names for themselves today so far.
They're playing well. They're playing well
With
so
9
far.
kills to 10, by the way.
A little bit of a more EU pace
Yeah.
for sure. That's
It's
the
been
way
a
I play.
while.
Yeah, wait. We've kind of had EU pace the last 2 days. We've had some long ones.
And that generally happens, like the fans at home will know been around too. It generally happens at the start of the year because a lot of people kind of learning the meta still. No one really knows what's OP and what's not. Sure, your mojo's really strong, right? But like, what's a good composition? What's a good pace? Where do we find advantages? They're harder to come by at the moment.
I agree.
Until the pros get hold of it, and then who knows?
You either see lots of long games or lots of blowouts, because some teams figure out the meta and then some teams don't. So far, it's been a lot of long ones so far, for sure.
Just F6 trying to split the map up a little bit. They do have 5 minions on that right-hand side. You can see the pings that just went towards that solo lane to show that green is what that 5 minion wave will be. And so having Sotos in mid to try and split the difference is a good option, because Sotos keeps it up late to these fights anyway with the ultimate for execute.
Easily.
So if he can keep someone trapped in mid, it's harder for them to get over there.
But can Rapio take this 1v1 against Sotos? That's usually a big deal. Which assassin
discussed that,
wins
right?
this 1v1? If Rapio hits the knockup, I like his odds. He's got a lot of
Sotos
sustain.
hits the scythe, I like his odds.
That's true. It's often also which one leads. If you're leading with Scythe, then Rapio can heal a lot of that up by
point.
knocking you up and water handsing you. If you get knocked up and then you land and immediately silence and one him, then maybe the Thanatos wins.
I think like silencing a Thanatos is one of the. It's almost a bait trap for a Thanatos to do it because
Takes
the
too
wind
long.
up
Yeah,
is
it
so
takes too long.
right?
You'll get interrupted. Rapio should be good enough to just knock you up as soon as he sees that animation.
Oh, engaging mid from Otti. He's going in on Rapio, but backup is there for Pika Noobs. Rapio's going to be fine for now. Sotos to the sky. Won't be able to find the execute on Rapio, who got back to safety. Rapio actually blinked away back to the fountain just in case Sotos did go for that execute there. But that middle Phoenix is still alive.
But Sotos gets to heal back up between Fire Giant, his own passive, and the Blood Forge that he has in the build. So
not too big of a deal for him. He still has relics up as well.
Ultimate still available for Doku and Rotwin here. Blink available for that Geb too. He's the real initiating factor here.
The biggest thing is that Toddy had to use his ultimate.
Yeah.
Having Darkest of Nights on cooldown is a big deal.
Rotwin walks in, Alti's tanking up the front line for now. Rotwin tries to get to the back. Tornado from Doku's zone. Rapio trying to get in there, but blocked by Mizaga for a second. Unfortunately, everybody falls away again. About another 40 seconds or so in this FG, by the way, before it tails off. You see the pings on the right-hand side as Rotwin goes in. Catches him, only catches Mizaga. The flick from Picarino was good. Gnome jumps in on the other side of that to force back the carries. And they're still going to hold firm here. Nice work from Merlin for the first time this game, I'd say. Dealing some relative damage, but it's not enough to slow him down just yet. In goes Otti again, and oh my god, look at that Titan!
He's already low, half HP from that fire wave, but Rotwin even lower than that. No way he can get involved now.
And with that, they're going to slowly have to limp away just F6. All three Phoenixes are alive. And actually, in doing so, that actually gives him a bit more of a chance. By letting that minion wave into the Titan room, it means that Phoenix will regen a little bit.
True.
And so will the Titan now that all these Phoenixes are up.
Yeah, a bit unlucky almost for just F6 that their waves don't sync up nicely enough to end up killing that right side Phoenix at the exact same time. A good defense by Picarino. That's Merlin on defense, man. He's really, really tough to get through.
Should you not just rush it down and just ult the Titan at that point as Doku? That's what I'm thinking about.
No.
In some of your ranked games, you've definitely seen players go for that.
And then they insta-die,
Yeah.
reset the Titan to heal
Throw
it,
the game.
throw the game, and everyone hates them.
Report.
Yes, yeah,
Kukulkan.
exactly.
Yeah, okay.
That's why
We've
we
been
don't
there.
do that. Yeah, we don't do that one.
That's a good point on the kill still. 19 kills in 39 minutes. Oof.
That was a whole Fire Giant Phoenix siege.
With no deaths.
With no deaths.
Yeah.
No deaths whatsoever. That's clean play. That's the way I'm going to do that. EU play, baby.
EU version,
That's what
version
NA,
7.
we don't care at all.
Because you just hold W.
Yes, that's
You
what it's
don't
all
think.
about. Get
No,
in
it
there,
is.
baby.
You don't have any logic in NA. That's the issue.
Who needs it, man?
There's no brain cells.
Logic.
You lose them all playing American football in school or something.
There's no W in logic, you know? you can't use W key and logic at the same time. We're getting in there. We get the hands dirty.
Fire Giant again then for just F6. I'm not surprised that Picarinos are not here to try and defend. They're going to wait on the line because it worked for them last time round.
Yeah, exactly. They defended against an enhanced Fire Giant last time. Why not just do it again this time around? I think it makes a ton of sense.
Do we split them up again? 4 in right, 1 in mid.
Yeah, I mean, Sotos can't really be in the initial engagement. He just he's got a little bit of tankiness, but not that much. I feel like it's correct for him to just wait until the engagement gets kicked off and proper.
I did like the idea on just F6 in the last siege where they just like blinked in with 2 into that middle area trying to make a 2v1 scenario. But Picarinos were just wise to it and escaped the danger. Now though, with this weakened Phoenix on the right hand side, a little bit trickier to defend it this time around. I guess this is enhanced Fire Giant buff. I think a lot of people don't realize how little damage they'll actually take from the Phoenix these days.
You can get in there for a little bit, especially when, you end up getting this enhanced Fire Giant buff. You're regenning a lot.
Yeah.
Feels pretty tough. I mean, especially when you have all these tank items. I'm surprised, honestly, that boots are still there for the tanks.
Oh, in goes Totti onto Picarino, who didn't panic there. No beats used at all. Good whip from Mizaga to create some room, but the Darks of Knights will make the biggest of rooms for that right-hand Phoenix. Great shield out of Rotwin, though. Keeping Sotos alive, but Rapio's around. And you saw that preemptive silence just in case Rapio started to get fancy. Phoenix been down. We're still in the same spot as we were a few minutes ago.
Yep, exactly the same spot. Without beads this time, though, for Sotos. Even despite the really great shield from Rotwen, Sotos instinctively beads on that ultimate from Mizaga. Still having no ultimate for Davey. He still has relics, though. He had a really good ult just to keep himself alive without having to use a relic. No Heartseeker in the build for Sotos, so that one-shot potential really isn't there. You kind of need that if you want to one-tap someone off Thanatos ult without any sort of time to react.
The only problem I see for Picarinos is they're really relying on just F6 making a mistake.
Yes.
But I've not really seen enough of a mistake to really throw the game at this point. Sure, we are approaching probably 60-second respawns, but there's still how many towers still on the other side of the map to try and run it down and end the game in response?
Oh, Picarinos can end. If they 4-for-1 or something like that,
they can still push.
They can still end. Yeah, I mean these respawn timers are so long, and yes, there are a lot of towers, but there's so much more power in the builds for Picarinos at this point than the usual 25-minute wipe or 30-minute wipe that I think they could end.
Just F6 then on the front line. Once again, just keep an eye on Rotwin. He's the only real engage alongside Captain OT. but OT doesn't have his blink available just yet. A bit trickier to do so. He can take a couple of shots if needed. There's the blink. Davey immediately beads away. Rotwin eating a bit of damage. Mizega trying to slow down the front line and catches Rotwin in the ring. Throws him back under the Phoenix, but the Phoenix not under threat. Meanwhile, Rapio against Sotos.
Oh, Mantle!
Big plays from the Mantle to keep Rapio up. Sotos is dead. And the left-hand Phoenix, it's gonna finally fall.
Finally, Soto's able to get it, but he was a little bit too focused on killing Rapio. Mizega or Gnome, one of the frontliners, was in execute range for a little bit. Maybe if he would have took off the gas pedal a little bit and gone for the execute, we could be talking about a Just F6 victory right now. But
Just F6, funny enough, I know we talked a little bit earlier about, like, you know, the pressure of situations, stuff like that. For a team that we don't recognize playing against these guys with a shot at the SEC, like, this is a big scalp to take in this Pika Renoobs team, right?
Pika
so, like,
Renoobs is good.
Playing it really safe for how Just F6 is doing it, I can completely understand.
I get it for sure, but you can only play safe
more windows,
for so
right?
long.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, you're just buying time for them. I believe they're
this is the play.
This
is the be-all and end-all.
Did they just pass a ward? No, that was their own
trap.
ward. Okay.
Well, the problem is who they're going to try and trap. Well, Doku went left and red. They pinged
Odie
him.
saw them. No, he
Chases
didn't.
on. Doku's trying to get away. Up, down, disconnect. Beach use ultimate use as well. Great ultimate onto Doku. Doku is out of the game. Big play for Pika Renoobs. Next on the list would have been Rotwin. Recognize the danger and blinks away. We're going to stall a little while here. That's not enough to allow Pika Renoobs to turn this game just yet. But they are the keys to potentially a comeback.
Smart. I mean, you get the Kukulkan beads, you get him down for a minute. That's a minute that you don't have to worry about him. I don't know if that's going to be enough to let Pika Renoobs get fire. That's spawning in 35 seconds, but...
Did you go for fire?
I wouldn't. No, I mean,
wouldn't?
no, your defense is still strong. You still play defenses fairly well. That last one didn't go perfectly, but
mean,
the
this
one
is
before that did.
Best chance, though, with Doku not being there on that Kukulkan. Like, this is your window.
I suppose. You've got your left wave pretty pushed, and your right side Phoenix is coming up, so...
Looks like they're thinking about it, though, but without the map's
It's
positioning
tempting.
right now.
It's tempting, for sure.
Still-
But Rapio, no beads for 30 seconds. The biggest thing that would tempt me is that we know that Doku's beads are down for a while.
That's true.
65 seconds. That would be the biggest temptation to try and get in there right now before Just F6 can reset and get those beads back up.
FG up, 6 seconds on Doku respawning. Right-hand Phoenix is about to respawn and has done so. The dance of the FG begins, and they've got about as much time here until those green minions on that left-hand side of your map get to that Phoenix area.
Just got to clear out this last fire wave on the right-hand side. There's one more pushing.
I don't think they got
Close
it.
enough.
They pulled the FG instead. That's what Pika Renoobs chose to do. Rotwin's
Doku's here.
watching on, and Doku is back in the fight. Knockup not available for Mezaga. His ego's aggressive again on the front side. Tries to zone them all the way, does a good job. Just F6, very patient, very willing to allow Pika Renoobs to be in this position. The ping to the right side, see? Just giving the window that someone's going to have to defend. Pika Renoobs would do that. And as soon as that happens, the charge in from Just F6. And Potty Gnome's the furthest forward, gets knocked up. Follow-up damage isn't really there. Left-hand side, remember, look at those Phoenix minions, fire minions, sorry. They are creeping up nice and quick, and the pings are there. Fire Giant pulled. What can we see next?
Doku's beads are back up, so that window is now gone. This is just risky now.
Oh, blinking from Mizega, looking at Sotos. Sotos will get a nice shield out of Rotwen. Mizega's in very deep, looks for an ultimate, only finds one, and it's a Geb. Not the prime target, who follows up with the Cataclysm back. In with the Spirit of the Night Winds goes Doku and takes out Rapio before he can even get his ultimate off. After that, Totti into the front line, looking for the carry and Dabby at the back, and Otti and him will do good work there. The rest of Just F6, busy dealing with Mizega. Fire minions, by the way, where are they, Ryan?
Oh, they're on the Titan, but don't worry about that, Graham. Let's just keep on fighting as long as we can.
And Davey being chased to make sure he can't get back to base. Another fire minion wave pouring in towards that Titan room. The Picarino has respawned though. Luckily enough, Merlin will hold this for now. But guess what? I don't think Just F6 care anymore.
Nope, 40 seconds on Rapio, and he's the next one up. Now, their front line is a bit weak in Rotwen. They have to kill one Phoenix so they can get in there and try and end.
Okay, so it's down. Only
They don't
two
have
alive.
fire. They don't have any sustain. They actually can't end.
I think they could have. I really think that
No,
should have
because
been right
they
there.
had to get a Phoenix because the Titan was a mute. They had to get a Phoenix because they couldn't have hit the Titan with all three Phoenixes.
But I think
have
after the Phoenix,
respawned.
they still could have done it. The
Maybe.
Phoenix's health, the Titan's health is so low. 1 tornado is all they need. 1 death scythe, alongside some damage out of Totti. The 2 characters of Picarino and David can't kill them all.
I think they
damage
can.
dealers.
I think they can. I mean, Picarino had all of his relics. Here's what you do. You throw the Eclipse on the back line, the Vortex. The front line comes on you. You immediately beads, flicker past them, change stance into fire. You kill both carries like that. You can do it.
Well,
and that's not even to say what Davy's doing with that Odysseus spell.
Better safe than sorry was the call from Just F6 here. Left on Phoenix down, Fire Giant again, but Picarinoobs are back in force one more time. Relic situation. Frenzy down a little bit longer here for Mizega. More importantly, Rapio's beads are on cooldown for another 40 plus seconds. I wonder if Just F6 know that.
I think they probably have a good idea.
Because I think Doku's ult kind of caught Rapio
It
square.
did, and it's because Sotos used that Darkest of Night, or Toddy rather had the Darkest of Night and obscured his vision, but Rotwen got his beats with the Cataclysm after Mizega kind of delivered a good
Mizega
initiation.
can't be in mid here. He needs to be on the right-hand side more importantly, but Rapio gets a kill on sight. That's huge. But how can Rapio get away? Davey dashing in to try and get out to Doku. Great ult from Rotwen to slow him down, but an even better one from Mizega. Doku does at least take down Rapio. Davey went to the back, and Davey's in no man's land now. Back to Davy Jones's locker, so to speak. Left-hand side, fire minions pouring on him once again. 3v5, sorry, should I say 4, without Totti. This is tricky.
It is, but those left side fire minions, I mean, you can just sneak past and just keep everybody
Keep 'em busy.
here, and Sotos might be doing just that.
And that's why you can see Gnome trying to keep track of him too. The charge into the
Oh,
Titan
that's
room.
cheeky.
We're all going through. Just F6 are going to take this game 2-1 over Picarinoobs.
Man, hard fought. Just 27 kills in 49 minutes. That last team fight, I mean, Rapio makes the big play, one-shots the enemy, late-game X-Ball. That's as good as you can ask for the one-for-one trade for Hebo. But Davey overcommits a little bit, tries to do the same sort of thing, and Doku's able to stand strong, Sotos as well, and he's the one who ends up ending the game.
Just F6 is a team, though. I mean, talk about them for a little bit as we look at the standings and the stats at the end of that game. There was no standout player. I felt like it was a team. Unity is what I saw there.
Yeah, Doku had a really good game.
It's like very much a old Cyclone.
A little bit, yeah. They
You know what I mean?
they definitely have good teamwork. I think that they still, I mean, 12k damage out of your jungler doesn't excite me too much. I know he's
7k out of a Gab at 40 minutes. That's a bit crazy. But
yeah, I mean, we got to be doing a little bit more engagements here, but 41,000 damage. If you were wondering why Kukulkan is pretty much a permaban at this point, I think you got a pretty good idea.
This was that blink initiation straight away from Sotos at the beginning of that game 3 that really just put the ball into Just F6 court. And from that moment on, it really felt like Picarinoobs in game 3 were always trying to play catch-up.
They were, and Sotos got off to a really good start. Remember, he went over, got the kill in mid with the assist there, got this kill, and then, frankly, did a whole lot of nothing for about 40 minutes after
Well, then
that.
neither did
but
anybody else in the game, to be
That's
fair.
true.
It was
Well-
much a battle of wills and positioning that came down to objectives more than anything else.
And Doku was on point on this Kukulkan, ultimately. Rotwen had a couple really nice ultimates. I think that Mizega tossing the full health Geb right towards his team at the very end, that is not where you want the front line at that point
If
in
you're
the
in
game.
Gab and you've got ult, you're like, yes, please.
Yeah, exactly.
Put me there.
And Mizega kind of got the free blink, so to speak.
Great work out of Just F6, though. Obviously, Picarinoobs in a very tough spot. I don't even know if they can get out of the group anymore. But it does mean that Just F6 now have an opportunity. I think they've got to take on Froy in the first-time Combine. And I think whoever wins that is going to take that last spot now.
That's huge. That's huge. Because this team is not a team that I think everyone would have expected to make it out of this group
Especially
stage.
after
And
60 earlier on, right?
I know, losing to 60, but you go 1-1 in the 2 broadcast games we have. If you can get to those 2-3 set wins, you're in the clear and you're going to make it into the SEC.
Well, with that, we're going to take a quick break. But during the meantime, we'll have a little look at Mulan, who's available right now.
She's fun.
Is she?
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody, as we're nearly done with the day, and Just F6 is just one game away from somehow qualifying in the SMITE Challenger circuit with a tough victory right there in set number 3. Aggro joined by Mifflin here on the Consortium of Knowledge, a.k.a. the Bologna set.
Why do they call it the Bologna set? Oh, yeah.
There you have it. Look, Just F6 have gone through kind of the console ringer so far. First, they had to go up against a Porsche Coast team in 60. They did lose that set. Then they just beat up on Rapio in a very, very long, hard-fought set. Now they go up against Dinosaur and a lot of these other console boys, in addition to Stefan and Freudian. How well do you think they're going to be able to do against this Froy in the first-time Combine team?
I mean, had you asked me before the last set just happened, I would have given it 100% to the Froy boys, as I like to call them. They should change their name, truly. I'll handle branding from here on out. But
okay.
Predators also, one of the most nutty solo laners there ever was out of console Europe. You know, Europe, the weaker scene historically, as I grin slyly. But,
yeah, why are you grinning slyly there, Mifflin?
You know, we used to poke fun at the EU boys. We'd call them the Rapio boys because that's the only player we were truly worried about. But
you know, after you left, they became a pretty decent region. That's all I'm saying. Maybe it was you keeping them down.
Yeah, I was. I kept my foot firmly placed on the throat of Europeans' console scene, and they just couldn't get me off. I had to remove myself.
Sounds like a personal problem. Well, we'll have to see if this team can do a better job now up against Just F6, because the other console boys have gone 1-1 against them. We'll see how it turns out here. Picks and bans ready. As Just F6 have gone with pretty consistent compositions. It's been a lot of backline dive for the jungler, Sotos. I mean, he loves the Thor, the Thanatos that last game. And Odie has been a real standout member in that solo lane.
I agree with that. Backline dive is so good at this level of play, especially this cusp right before you hit the real true top level. The coordination from these teams isn't 100% there. So if the jungler can find himself onto the mage, generally it does result in a kill. However, at the top level, you might have a little bit more coordination. You need a bit more than just one diver to get back there and finish him off.
Cuckoo Khan banned away by Froy in the first-time Combine pretty quickly, as Sotos' Hun Bats is taken off the board, though. With the performance that he had on the Thor versus the Hun Bats, maybe this is a bit of a blessing in disguise. Yamoja is open here first overall for Froy in the first-time Combine, and that's where I'm always going. If Yamoja's open, give it to me. I don't think there's any other god that matches that output, but seems like Froy would rather have the Persephone on their side. How about you? You feel the same way about Persephone over Yamoja?
So when I choose gods, especially gods like Yamoja, you have to consider the frustration factor. Geb, Khepri, Yamoja, they all bring that frustration factor in that I could go in, I could play perfectly, but Khepri's going to revive, Geb's going to drop a shield, and Yamoja, she's just going to heal everyone, also drop a shield, put up some walls, and then stun me forever.
Sounds like you didn't play perfectly.
Yeah, maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't.
It sounds like you didn't. That is also so on brand for you to just want to frustrate the enemy with whatever gods you're picking. It's less about winning for Mifflin and more about winning his way, which is with you ending up as angry as you possibly can be. No Yamoja, though, on either side with both Bacchus and Horus. I don't think they're going to be picking it, bro. I mean, they've got a Bacchus on one side, a Horus on the other. We haven't seen Horus anywhere but support for a long time. And the Hachiman there as well for Froy. I mean, this is just, when you think about safe hunters, it's Jingwei and it's Hachiman for me as the two safest.
I'm looking at this Scylla hover right now in absolute disbelief. Yamoja's still available. But as you said,
Bacchus.
You can still put the Yamoja in solo, and if you ask Weekend, Yamoja can go into jungle.
Nah, okay, pick the Yamoja every game and then put it in support and never anywhere else. It's a trap to put it anywhere else. Vamana instead of the Scylla.
That's smart.
I saw Finch's thumb go up over to my left. He's a fan of this pick, and I have to agree with him. Vamana just feels like he is really hard to deal with right now, and Odie in particular has played him pretty well today.
I mean, speaking of that backline dive, Vamana's going to lodge himself in your backline, and you're not going to get him out. He's going to go into that big baby form. What's Persephone going to do about it? She can't ult him away. He's CC immune in his ultimate. Her jump is relatively short range and on an insanely large cooldown. The second that Persephone uses her escape ability, Vamana's like, all right, bro, see ya. And that's exactly how it's going to go down.
I agree. I like that matchup a lot for Vamana, not so much as the Persephone players. Froy in the first time Combine, ban away a couple mages. That's Merlin and Giannis off the table for them. And the Thor gets all the way down to this point. I mean, I feel like if you're just F6, and we've seen them, this is the third set we've seen them today. We've seen them play a lot of Smite. These are 4 of their gods that they would like to get just about every game. At least that's the way they've picked so far today. Just waiting on what Doku's going to play in that mid lane.
Maybe a Yamoja.
Hope not. Kukulkan, Bastet. We see very little Bastet, Mifflin, but I know you think we should be seeing more.
Bastet has so much ludicrous damage within her kit that you can't really justify saying she's bad. She's going to be a one-man artillery army. It's like she's like the Iron Man of Smite. She's just a normal person with a ton of weapons. That's a bad. You know what?
That's a really bad example.
So Bologna's like the Iron Man of Smite, is what I was trying to say. And Bastet's awesome.
Send tweet works for me. Send tweet is right. Listen, bro, you would have gotten away with that if I hadn't just casted a 3-hour set. But unlucky for you, I did just cast a 3-hour set, so I'm calling you out on that. I'm not getting baited by this Yamoja hover. No chance. The Scylla hover, I imagine, will go through.
It shouldn't. Scylla sucks.
Doku played the Raijin so well, and then they go, nah, man, give me the Scylla. Now, there is some merit. Root cripple against Bastet. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's all right. Crippling anyone with a jump is pretty good, but picking Scylla for it, if you want to.
Man, this is the consortium of knowledge and the Scylla hater lounge all at the same time. We'll see if the Scylla hater lounge extends to the casting booth, as we've got Finch and Gormizer standing by for game number 1.
Oh, it absolutely does. Let's go into game number 1 between Froy and Just F6, who we've been following along with all day. I now stan Captain Odie, by the way, after that performance he had earlier on. I find myself rooting for him. But let's talk a little bit about this draft. We're seeing some Horus, who I feel like we should be seeing more of, Bastet, who I feel like we should be seeing more of here in this game, and Just F6 with the same draft they've been running all day.
I was going to say, it's the same thing. Like, we can really only talk about Froy's draft here because we've broken down this same draft from Just F6 at least 3 times a day. I can't count how many times they started the Jingwei Bacchus. And hey, if it works, it works, and I'm not going to take it away from them, but they have gone Jingwei, Bacchus, Vamana, Thor, Scylla, at least in the first game every single day, or every single set so far today. And man, I actually really like what we're seeing out of Froy. Now that I've gotten that out of there, I was kind of flipping out for a second there just because we've seen it so much, but having the Bastet, like you said, something you should see a lot more, paired with the Persephone, a lot of good damage there, and I think she can make up for what you might see out of him, Mr. Stefan. I'm expecting a lot out of him on this Persephone, but as we've seen in the last couple of days, sometimes it works out wonderfully. Sometimes you're just off the mark and maybe it doesn't quite close out the way you want it to. Then you add in the Horus into that mix. I think you've got a good little trio in the middle here that is going to just provide a lot of power, a lot of utility to this team.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried that Froy is kind of control light, which is why I think the Persephone is a really good pick for them. The ultimate's going to taper over that.
Yeah.
But Horus does have a lot of really good tools, right? He does have the stun, the knock-up, but it's not quite the same as some of the other Gardens that you see brought. And the Predators on the Kukulkan really doesn't have a whole lot at his disposal unless he's in that Rage transformation. So that could potentially be a problem, but hey, maybe if Froyzen could find an early gank, then they won't have any problems. Aggression from Dinosaur, in comes the leap. The Bastet finds the root, but the knock-up is perfect from Rotwin to provide the peel, and Toddy just barely makes it out.
And Dinosaur using that ranged auto as best as he could, but unfortunately for him, it's not going to be enough. Luckily for Froyzen, you get rid of Toddy. Toddy's going to lose a lot of this farm to the tower here, and you steal away this purple buff, and you can take away the Alpha Harpy if you really want to, but as we've pointed out in the past, it's not necessarily worth as much, especially trying to split it 3 ways if you have Curve maybe rotate into it. Take the purple, get the buff, as you can see now on Dinosaur, and then get on out of there. Froyzen backs up, speed buffs up. He knows exactly where he wants to go.
And Dinosaur has picked up this blink. I became a pretty big Dinosaur fan watching him over his time in the console league. And you know, a lot of attention went to Vaporish Coast. I think deservedly so. Obviously, he's very talented. But I think we're kind of forgetting that Dinosaur was his partner in crime for a lot of that at the very beginning when he first made that name for himself. They had that separation last year where Coast ended up playing with Switch a lot more, and you saw Dinosaur with Davey. But I still think that this guy is a really strong player in the support role. I'm glad to see him here as part of the SEC, and hopefully he'll be able to make some noise.
And I mean, we've been able to see it so far this game. He's been very aggressive in this lane. Like, Curve has just been chilling. Dinosaur is ready to go. He wants to fight, and he wants to be in there. Even just now, Toddy was backing, and he's just like, wait a minute, I can try to stop this.
I can get in there.
And just the attempts to fight, the attempt to find anything, it showcases where his strength is going to be in this lane. And I think, honestly, in this game, which is, yeah, he might not have the most control, but he's got some prot shred, very close range knockup. I doubt we're going to see that come into huge plays in the late game, but the fact that he can then give himself a ranged auto, drop ship the entire team, heal you, and shred their protections and set up someone like Stefan or Curve to just melt you down. Or, if I'm talking about melting, the person who does the most damage on this team, which will be Froizen as it goes on. It's just going to be interesting to see how they handle that kind of power curve for him, because Dinosaur is definitely going to be a little more utility-based than I think we'd see out of some Guardians.
I think so, yeah. He'll have a little bit of extra help coming from that heal, too. But Dinosaur's partner in this frontline war is Predators. And if you've watched Predators play for any extended period of time, then you know that my man is aggressive. And I know that we say that a lot, but Predators takes it to the highest degree that you can think of. There are so many times when you're going to have to scroll way out of frame to find the next person that is on his team coming in to back him up, because that's how much he likes to go dive to try and create space for everybody else. And it's just like this, exactly what we're seeing now. He's going into the enemy jungle, looking to see what he can take. Predators loves to play this way. He's going to be on the enemy side of the map, probably more than his own.
Yeah, and honestly, it just makes me think, if you go back in time to where we saw Wolves, but right now Predators maybe too deep. Dinosaur in the neighborhood. This dunk is going to be coming down.
Soto can't find anything with the initial knockup, and Predators finds First Blood. Has some backup here for Froizen as well as the root. Ends up coming out. They'll complete the dive under the tier 2, and that's 2 quick ones on the board for Froy.
That's exactly what you need in that kind of scenario. Sotos is trying to make the judgment call, but because of the angle he was at, you couldn't quite see as much, I think, as he needed to there. And so Froizen and Dinosaur kind of able to make a free rotation. Even if you go in there, you're like, well, you know, it's a 2v1 at first. We'll melt this guy, then turn on the next guy. Didn't have the melt, I think, that they thought was going to follow up. Odie, even though he's been phenomenal on this Vamana today, did not hit any marks there. I don't know if he was able to actually hit anything because of how quickly they just dove in on him.
Yeah, I don't think they recognized just how outnumbered they were going to be in that fight. And I love this from Froy. I think this is how you're going to have to play if Predators is your solo laner. Because Predators are going to make that exact same play whether you rotate or not. On your team, I mean, his own team.
Yeah, no, he's always going to be back there. He's looking for the fight. That's actually, again, something I was going to say was, like, the two players that come to my mind when I think aggressive solo console players is Wolves and Predators.
Yes.
And honestly, both of them have been very successful. Predators.
Yeah, they were 1A and 1B for a while.
Is just going to be up there, and if Froizen's not there, maybe he gets dunked on and he's melted. But the fact that they had Dinosaur and Froizen roaming as this duo right now, it's been very adventurous for them, but very crucial, at least in taking control of this map. I mean, they're still going for some aggression.
And I know that Froizen is on the way. He leaps in, but they were ready for it. Rotwin going to try and use the belt, but Purification Beads allows him to get away from the stun. Can't find a flop either, so Froizen makes it out of there. Another thing to note is that on that aggression that we saw earlier on Sotos, who fell for that first blood, his Purification Beads went down, and they're still down for another minute, so he's not the safest jungler in the world. No. Might not matter if there's not another fight, but just one more thing to keep in mind as Froizen had to use his beads here too.
Froizen, I think, honestly, we're going to see it maybe come out of Froizen a little bit more. Depends on where Stefan comes into the mix for these fights. Yeah. But Froizen, if you're looking at the fights he's going into, Scylla, she's going to be able to CC him. Hawkes, he's going to be able to CC him. Same thing, Odie, maybe not CC him, although I guess the knockup will always be there. And Sotos can look for a stun. So right now, Dinosaur is looking for something else.
It's got to be the blue buff that's just about to spawn, and Predators is already aggressive. So in comes Mr. Stefan and Dinosaur, but they cannot find the stun. That's a couple ultimates already expended, really just for pressure on this blue buff. I think that we saw this earlier on in the day, right? Repeated ganks on solo, stripping away the blue, and trying to get your solo laner ahead. You got to make sure you transfer this lead if you get it to other parts of the map.
Yeah, you don't want the freshly forged syndrome, where the team fights just don't quite come in for you. So if you're Froy, you're definitely looking towards what can we continue doing, not just on the map, but in terms of our engagement. And admittedly, that's why I like their draft. I think Stefan ultimately is going to be an ultimate machine, but you're going to need Predators' help to get there.
Predators does have the Rage transformation coming, but there's 3 members here, and that's just too many. He bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but This is all within expectation if Predators is your solo laner. For every double kill first blood you get one of these also where he dies alone behind the tier 1.
Look, I'm just saying, 1/3 of the time so far, of the times that I've seen him cross that tower line before it's even taken a 1/10 of its HP, he's been helped, or he's fallen, right? The other 2 times his team was there to save him, whether it was using an ult or just diving in for him. It's worked out so far, so I don't expect him to slow down anytime soon. The only issue now is that first kill he was able to be a part of and the second kill he was able to be a part of were maybe going to give him an advantage over Odie, but now Odie is sitting absolutely comfortable. He's gone for the breastplate, so he's going to have a little bit of extra mana. Doesn't necessarily care as much that this blue buff is getting stripped away, although the cooldown reduction would also be helpful. And he's got that physical protection to kind of keep himself in the fight.
These oracles are controlled by Just F6, but they're not going to do anything else around this Gold Fury for now, so they're going to continue to fall back. Really, the middle and left side of the maps have been relatively quiet so far. All of this action has happened over on the solo side, and I think the real beneficiaries of that have got to be Curve and Toddy, right? They just get to build up comfortably over there in that long lane.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
And I think we've noticed this with Toddy, is that he's going to rush this Aussie almost every single game. We've seen him do it almost every single game so far. I don't love it, especially with Ninja Tabai. You are missing a lot of power in this build, but it's clearly comfort for him as another blue buff fight's about to kick off here. Gormizer and Sodas is already low. He makes it back out of there with that hammer, because the rest of the team is going to look for Rotwin instead. He gets locked inside the grasp of death and an easy kill.
And that's exactly why Mr. Stefan is going to be very deadly in these rotations in a team fight. That's the perfect example for it. They burn the beads on Thor, they get a kill, and, well, who cares whether or not you get the blue buff this time around? You come in and get something you're looking for, which I think is pretty solid. But circling back over to the Aussie, and I want to say lack of power, as you had pointed out. Aussie is like one of my favorite passives late game, because it's that, oh, hey, I'm almost dead. Here's one camp. There's 3 people up. Boom, boom, boom. Now I'm full health again. But it doesn't do, as like you said, as much for you early. Lifesteal's really good. The attack speed's nice, but you only get the 20 power versus what you're going to see out of the Devo's Gauntlets or what you would see out of like a Bloodforge, which would give you the 75 drop. So it's a definite slower curve, which I think is why what we've seen out of Just F6 has been Toddy doing almost nothing early on, and then 16 minutes, 25 minutes as you add on time, and depending on these last couple of games, 40 minutes. Toddy all of a sudden just starts being part of the fight more than anything, causing trouble for everyone that stands in his way.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the argument I was here for this Aussie, right, is that it feels like that's the best tool for trading in lane. But it's not as if Toddy does a whole lot of that, especially not on
he's
Big
just
Way.
chilling.
He's mostly just chilling, which is why it seems so odd that he wouldn't go for a more sort of greedy power bank item in that slot. But to each their own, I don't think you can ever say it's strictly wrong as there's aggression happening in the middle lane, but Remag Doku makes it out of there. It's just probably a little bit less than optimal, I'd say, but certainly still an item that Jingwei can use well, so, you know, I can't harp on it too much.
Well, if you want to look at it, I mean, they've won half the games that he's done it in. They've lost half the games he's done it in. This actually could be the tiebreaker, depending on how often we see him go that Aussie first and how this one goes. But if they keep up this pace right now, I mean, they're not too far behind. This Gold Fury would help equalize everything.
But it's not going to be a secret. Throy should recognize this is happening, but the only person particularly close is Curve, and they know he's there. He's walled off. The objective low. In comes the Horde. Just F6. Secure the objective well, but Mr. Stefan took a shot from middle lane, and the Grasp of Death actually has lockdown 1. It's Rotwin who could be in some trouble, but if they only end up losing the support for this, it's absolutely still worst. Dinosaur wants to cut him off, but he ends up getting away with the dash. Remag Doku, though, drops in the middle lane. That's Frozen that caught up to him.
I mean, normally we say support for Gold Fury is going to be worthwhile. As much as it sucks to lose your mid laner, yeah, it's fine. It's still worthwhile, especially with the way things are going. He has the Spear of Desolation online, so he's doing fine over there, although we'll give Mr. Stefan some necessary gold. Sodas is going to get caught out, and he might get melted before he can go up.
He ends up falling to the dot damage from Frozen, and if you needed more proof that this is how Predators is going to play, you've got every bit of it you could possibly need. Up in the speed buff, behind the tier 2, in between the Phoenix. I'm telling you, that's just how my man likes to play Smite. It does end up setting for one more kill. I believe they also got the red buff invade on the back of that, so even though they didn't lose the Fury, 2 kills, a buff, I think they managed to get enough back to kind of keep it even.
And honestly, it still keeps them ahead, which is more than anything they needed.
Right.
Actually, at this point, they're 2,000 gold ahead, so I think they've ended up further ahead than they were pre-Gold Fury.
Yeah,
you can see just a little bit, but being able to build a lead that big, plus this experience lead, you're feeling more than fine letting that Gold Fury go down the way you want. Now, the next Primal Fury, maybe you want to be a part of just to make sure things don't go out of hand, but I mean, 13 minutes in, you've got this big of a lead. Curve has been a little bit more a part of these fights than we've seen out of Toddy. And I think that's going to start making a big impact here as they start finishing off these next tier of items. Rage already online for Curve.
You're right. He got his finish a little bit ahead of Toddy. That's a big deal. Should be able to get that stacked soon. But the real biggest deal is between Froizen and Sodos, like without any doubt, right? I mean, it's a 3-level disparity between them, and you really need your Thor to be able to come online a little bit sooner than this. The good news is Thor still has, 2 stuns. He has some ways to contribute even if he's behind, but obviously it's nowhere near as much as what you'd expect at this point. So they got to do something to help Sodos catch back up.
Playing the game of the Sentry Wards right there in mid. You know what? I should stop being surprised when we come over to the solo lane to see everyone pushed up against this blue buff because of how often it's going to be. But this time it wasn't Predators, it was Froizen. And granted, it was only because Froizen was here waiting on Predators to come forward and then take said blue buff. And they still want more. They know that there's someone lurking in the waters. They've seen Thor, and they're going to be going deep for him.
Trying to see if they can find him, but he can hammer over the wall and make it out of there without too much trouble. I like these solo lane builds, though, to talk about these a bit. It's Mystical Mail for Predators, something I think a lot of solo laners are picking up, but especially Kukulkan. It goes so well with his second ability to add onto the Pulse. And on the other side, Odie has the Shoguns, which increases the attack speed, which you know that the Vamana wants. As Pyromancer started up, but Just F6 are nearby for this one, Gormizer. I don't think it's going to be free. Crush over the wall allows Just F6 to strip it away into the I'm a Monster, but it doesn't actually find anyone, and now potentially a chance for the collapse on the Rot when he's been knocked up, and Froizen gobbles him up.
I mean, still going to be worthwhile overall for Just F6. Stealing away that Pyromancer is huge in keeping them in this, but it's going to be how do you follow up on this? What's your disengage like just as much as your engage? And Doku's going to be able to get out of here, but that was incredibly close for them. And it also showcases what Scylla is good at. Rotwin was able to contribute a fair amount of that too, and he's done it today where he stole a Fire Giant.
Yeah.
But Scylla, if we talk about her as being only damage worthy, and that's kind of all she does, the next best thing you can say is that she is really good at securing objectives away from somebody just because she will burst it down faster than you. So she's got that going for her, and that's kind of where I think I see Doku maybe transitioning into this late game. As time goes on, he's going to be very important for Just F6 around Fire Giants, around Furies, and around Pyromancers. And if he can follow up on some damage, he's going to be really solid on kills.
Yeah, I think between Crush and I'm a Monster, he's got the best confirm here on the map right now. Does remag Doku, so that could be something worth keeping an eye on as this game goes. Another thing worth looking at is the anti-heal from Froy. That was a big conversation earlier on when we saw these teams playing up against the Vamana, right? Was how much do you commit to blowing him up during that Colossal Fury, during that big baby? They've got the Divine Ruin. They've got the Brawler's Beat Stick available. This Talisman could easily end up going into something like a Pestilence, but no Cursed Ankh. Look at all the relics. Those are already full up. Or excuse me, there is one there for Dinosaur. So yeah, they're good to go with this one. They're geared up.
Fully upgraded as well on top of that, so it's going to be helpful for everything that you would want from it. Being able to potentially deal with Odie. And again, that's been one of the biggest things. You roll back to, what, game 1 of the last set, and Odie's biggest thing was just making sure Persephone didn't play the game. Picarina was just not allowed to be anywhere near the fight. And now you've got the itemization going in your favor, and only because it's Kukulkan do I expect it to actually turn into a Pestilence. I think that'd be more beneficial there. That it's all of a sudden, and there it is, the full Pestilence buy. It's going to just shut down Odie.
Tier 1 tower dive, though, and with that ultimate tick, and Froizen is coming into the backline trying to take care of Toddy, but he makes it out of there. But up in the sky is Sodos, but I think they might be out of range for the dunk. He ends up coming down instead onto the Persephone, and with working together with Odie, they're able to take him down quite easily. Mr. Stefan falls, but still gets that Grasp of Death off. In comes the Cursed Ankh to try and lock down the ability for this Vamana to come in and help out, but the wall stops him from getting any further to the backline. Just F6 will have to settle for their one pick.
Honestly, I think it's worthwhile. You get rid of what I would argue is one of the biggest targets. Right now, Froizen is huge. I mean, 5-0-1, 2 levels ahead of his opponent on Sodos. But stopping this Persephone from feeling potent is going to be big for you. And I think keeping her offline makes it easier for Odie as well as Rotwin to maybe be more of a factor in these fights.
Though. Dinosaur is using the To the Skies to try and catch up with Toddy. He's already used the ultimate, but they end up missing the knock up there from Predators. And that means easy for the Jingwei to make it out.
Well, and that just goes back to the conversation we were having earlier, right? The lack of engage or maybe just
not a ton
they
of
have
control,
in being able to kind of get in there and keep everyone locked down for them. On the other side, though, there's plenty of it. I mean, Thor dunks alone are going to be big, but Doku in the right position is going to root, 3 of you now since he's been able to finish off leveling up his 1. So you got to be careful in these narrow jungle quarters.
Primal Fury now getting low, below 2,000. Just F6 confirm their second Fury of the game, and Froy have not been able to contest them around those objectives. Look at the gold now, Gormizer. It's virtually tied up here at this point. There's still a bit of experience favoring Froy, but only 2,000 experience now, 18 minutes in, and an ultimate, it looks like, or not an ultimate, but some damage going the way of Cat Mode. Doesn't find a whole lot. I mean, I think Just F6 have tied this back up.
And when you look at it, that experience is almost all entirely in that Bastet. And I mean, as time goes on, she's still going to deal a lot of damage, but Thor has been more potent, and I think in the team fights, it's going to prove to be so. Freuzen's been finding a lot of picks, but every time they have these huge groupings, it hasn't been a huge swing in his favor.
Predators making the rotation. I don't know if they recognize he's here in the jungle, but he does not have the blink, so if he wants to engage over the wall, it had to be a jump. The Tier 1 tower ends up going down in favor of Froy. They've also gotten the Tier 1 tower in mid, though Just F6 have gotten a couple Tier 1s of their own. So far things still pretty darn even, but Freuzen could be in some trouble. Manages to leap away. Rotwin doesn't want to commit the leap.
That last engagement was potentially a 3v4 because two members on the side of Just F6 were over there in solo lane, stripping away whatever buffs they could find as well as pushing down that tower, but still not a necessary, like, hey, I want to jump under a Tier 2 fight that you want to take of your Froy. So I admire their patience and being able to hold on to that, especially because now Pyromancer's going to be coming up as it just respawns. Fire Giant's going to start entering the conversation here 20 minutes in, so you have to be prepared for it. And honestly, if I'm looking at any of these objectives, you have to get rid of Doku first, because so far he's been able to take the Pyromancer away from you, and a big reason both of these Furies have fallen in favor of Just F6. Persephone's great, but you just don't have anything that screams objective secure to me on the side of Froy.
Not quite the same way that Scylla does. I got to agree with you on that one. Some aggression around the Fire Giant, but no one actually starting it up. Freuzen manages to get the leap off in time to avoid the belly flop. And Predators just be careful with the Mystical Mail. We saw him proc the Fire Giant by accident earlier. Pyromancer being burned quickly, and Froy finally able to claim an objective for themselves. Just F6 can't make it in time to contest that, but Pyromancer certainly not the end of the world, especially we're 20.5 minutes into the game. A little nice bit in the pocket for Froy, and if they want it back, they'll get back faster, but that's about it.
It just keeps you in the area faster. That's actually like my favorite thing about Pyromancer, because when you look at it like Gold Fury or actually any of the Furies, you have very tangible effects, although Primal Fury you might argue isn't tangible, it just helps you burn something a lot faster. Fire Giant, its effects are very obvious on paper, just straight up, you know what you're getting. But Pyromancer, like being able to get back into a fight, let's say something, a big grouping around Fire Giant, you get poked out, but you have Pyro, you're back in it before anything substantial can happen. And it's moments like that where, again, it showcases how important movement speed can be in pretty much all aspects of the game.
Wow, look at this build from Remag Doku. I'm getting the sense that he really wants to be able to blow up these frontliners, the Karen's Coin and the Soul Reaver and the Spear of Desolation. There's 3 of the first 4 items all dedicated to penetration for Remag Doku, which makes me think that when Predators or Dinosaur try and initiate and start these fights off, they're going to be looking to counter and blow them up right away.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very well done from Doku. And what I like more is that Charon's Coin, he's been sitting on that restored artifact the entire game. He just now upgraded it. So he's waiting, you know, 4th item is typically where we saw a lot of that like percent pin being bought throughout years of Smite. And now it's still his 4th item ultimately coming online. But with 30%, like you said, Rotwin, other side, Predators, Dinosaur are going to be under duress if they try to dive in on the Scylla. Even if they don't try to dive in on the Scylla, they're the ones that you're going to see near the Pyromancer, near the Fury, near the Fire Giant when they're trying to tank it. And that's just going to be free damage for Doku versus what you have out of Stefan, which again is going to give you a lot of percentage. But I haven't felt F6 dancing around the objectives as much. It's definitely been in Froy's kind of playbook right now. And so I'm feeling it more from the Scylla than I am so far from the Persephone.
It's just something that the Scylla can do really, really well.
It's hurt people.
Yeah, if they lock down someone on that front line, even a bit more than what Persephone can do, despite similarities in their build. Plenty, though, of that Anthill. It ended up being that Pestilence for Predators. He also has the Spectral armor with which to try and deal with Kadi, who's building some crit now, and this Jingwei has the Rage and appears to be working on a Deathbringer there in that 5th slot. I like this Relic Dagger for Dinosaur too. You want as many Cursed Onks this game as you can get off. The next Fury going to be spawning here in about 5 seconds though, and I got to imagine this is going to be a pretty big fight here, Gormizer, if they choose to fight around this, because the game is virtually deadlocked right now. You could potentially get a lot of momentum off the back of this.
I mean, just S6 have been ready for it and waiting almost every single time, and I mean, for good reason. Again, they can take control of it, but Mr. Stefan was able to set up his garden.
Predators goes right to the back line, has the grasp of death coming in for Mr. Stefan as well. The Fury has already gotten by F6, but Remag Doku had no help coming his way, and Predators able to take him down quite easily in that rage form to the skies to try and lock down this Vamana. It nearly works. He gets the dash off, but they're still close. Mounted archery for the slow, but he blinks over the wall. He was out of combat, but that means Rotwin's now been left in the line of fire, and Curve finds those shots easily. A 2-for-0 in favor of Froy.
They get that Oni Fury, and well, the waves are going to be helpful, but I don't know if it's going to make the big difference. Again, dropping 2 for any Fury is not going to feel worthwhile, especially because now, and you can kind of see it from Froy's movement, they're looking over towards fire. They want to get aggressive over here. They're going to strip the jungle. They're going to be looking for anything and everything they can find. If it might just be a tier 1, but it might be, as it looks like, the big buff on the board.
No relics available for Captain Odie, and no purification beads available for Toddy. So this is going to be a trick defense for them, a tricky one, rather. But it looks like it was a bait. Froy dropped the objective entirely and instead come for the fight. And so far, they really have not gotten much out of that at all. They might be letting their window to do this Fire Giant at the 5v3 start to fade away as everyone's back up on the side of Just F6. And it looks like the window has closed. They're not going to be able to start at the FG.
Predators. At this point, he's tanky enough, but it's still like awkward walking through that Fire Giant area just because of the Mystical Mail. Luckily for him, it's not going to end up hurting him at all. In fact, the team's doing well, although that Oni Fury wave in left is now just successfully taking a tower. So your Titan's taking a little bit of a toll, and you're taking another little chunk of gold deficit. But the thing that's been remarkable to me is how many Furies we've seen, 3 in favor of Just F6. Pyromancer's kind of getting split down the middle, but I think more often than not in favor of F6. The gold lead is just a little over 1,000, 1,300, 1,400. Like, it's not enough to say anything big about.
No, not at all. It's basically tied, I'd say, at this point. What I feel like we have seen, Gore, is that this dive composition from Froy is really working as Predators takes a good bit of poke. It kind of doesn't matter that they don't have a ton of control because they're just running over Just F6 exactly like this. Predators with the Blink 2-man knockup and the follow-up from To the Skies from Dinosaur, but Sotos is up in the air as well. He comes crashing in the back for a 3-man dunk. Mr. Stefan falls early on, but because it's Persephone, he can still contribute, but they lock down the Thor on the right-hand side, and Curve is the one that gets the kill, but Nadi now finds himself a double. He takes down the Hachiman as well, and Just F6 starting to run over Froy. They take down Dinosaur as well. It's a 3-for-1.
I like the call. Don't go for the chase. Bastette's still in the area, but she doesn't have her ult, so she doesn't have that damage amp. Still a dangerous game to be playing. You don't have the I'm a Monster, but Crush gonna do a little bit more damage than that pounce from Bastet. You should have Secure. This should be your buff.
That's crazy though, man. It's hard to imagine Froy starting mini fights better off than that, right? It's the 3-man knockup from Predators, followed by the To the Skies from Dinosaur, and still it was not enough for them to win that fight. Sotos does a great job recovering with that Thor dunk. What, Gore, how did they lose that fight?
Honestly, it turns around with that dunk. I think it's looking like a complete, not disengage, but they're trying to fall away. Predators has done a lot in terms of zone. But you land, you spin, everyone's incredibly low, and Odie gets the first pick, which is the Persephone. Then all of a sudden, running back, you isolate and have split up. Predators is alone, you have Curve on his own. And Frozen and Dinosaur are just kind of in the middle of everybody. Locked away by a Thor wall, there was just nowhere to retreat to and no one to save them.
That's such an impressive fight there from Just F6, and think about how important that this set is. Very likely the winner of this set will just be able to move on out of the group stage, and the loser might be left wanting. And Just F6, who followed them all day long, it's been a difficult journey for them to make it even this far. They had a tough set 1, bounced back later on there in set 3, and now up against Froy with some seasoned console SCL names here on that roster. And even being down in the early game was actually a really good start to this game for Frozen. They're fighting right back into it now with this FG. They should be able to get this tier 2 and left pretty easily.
I mean, that's a few games we've seen from Just F6, and honestly from a few teams today, where they've been down early on and been able to turn it around. The fact that F6 are playing well from behind consistently honestly makes me feel like maybe they want to get behind a little early. I'm like, you know what? Like, hey, yeah, go ahead, take our farm. Do whatever you need because we play better this way. And they've been able to turn it into such a huge advantage. This Fire Giant's getting put to good use right now. That's going to be 2 tier 2s minimum that they find. Right now, I mean, they might want to sniff out a way, try to break through a Phoenix, but it's going to be difficult. It's just so hard to fight against the control they have on Froy in a small area, right? If you dive under the Phoenix, it's going to be just enough range for every single one of their abilities to matter.
It is going to be strong. Check out these mage builds real quick before this starts. The Rada Tahuti for Doku so we can finish off those low HP targets. And Mr. Stefan, I think, working into the Staff of Mirrodin, not quite finished off just yet, but after the ultimate, he'll have 2 cast abilities on the back, so we'll see how that works for him, as it appears that left side Phoenix is going to be the play here for him.
Well, they're trying to find the way in, and honestly, with that Rada Tahuti, again, big old chunk of power in the pocket for Doku. I think 160 that comes off of that, and then some with the passive that comes on. He's going to be hitting hard if he gets into the right position, but it's getting into that position, I think, that matters most.
Yeah, I said
trying
earlier,
to find the pick.
He's going to be blowing up the front line. I don't think it matters who he hits at this point, Gormizer. As the Blink initiation goes in, Frenzy popped as well, and Sotos has his eyes on the back line. Can't quite land on Mr. Stefan, though. Has to use the Purification Beads, but he didn't even need to land the ultimate. Mr. Stefan pops immediately, and Sotos on his way out. Mr. Stefan does get him, though, with that passive. It's 1 for 1 so far, but the Phoenix is actually falling down quite low. The shots coming in from Toddy are able to land. The Phoenix finally ends up falling, and Just F6 got what they came for, but can they retreat? Froy want to keep right on pushing.
Oh, that's going to be a good turnaround on a Dinosaur. Froyzen's going to be able to get Rotwin, but right now the fight's in favor of S6.
It's been a 2 for 2 so far. Curve ends up losing his beads and his Aegis, but manages to get away from the trouble right at the back end of that fight. So Just F6, it cost them Sotos, it cost them Rotwin, but they've opened up the base of Froy now by taking that left side Phoenix.
And now they're stripping away whatever the jungle they can. The Primal Fury is going to go down, which is going to make the next Pyro and Fire a little bit easier for them. They only have 16, well, now 15 seconds left on that Fire Giant buff, so they're going to go ahead and backspin what they have. I would argue Sotos, he almost gets out of there, but the biggest thing he does in that isn't even killing off Stefan. He baited out Dinosaur, going deep with the ult, forced Dinosaur to dropship backwards into the base.
Right.
And then Sotos was just like, all right, and teleport to Hammer, and I'm out. Luckily for Froy, they did have some chase, so they were able to shut him down ultimately. But then you lose Rotwin. Worthwhile to trade your Guardian for something that big. You get Doku having a lot of damage, a couple more kills on Odie. And Toddy, again, we mentioned it earlier, but this is where he starts to shine in these games. The 30-minute mark has been hit. He's going to go big from this point on, or else he's going to start breaking a streak that he's had all day.
You're right, man. I mean, I expect this Jing Wei to be doing plenty of relevant damage and remag Doku. Their backline is plenty scary at this point for Just F6, and they've got plenty of setup coming from Sotos and Rotwin. They've played well these last few minutes here, too. And now, around this Fire Giant, Gore, do you like Froy coming out to defend this FG? Do you think they can take this fight? They're down about 10,000 gold.
Froyzen, I think, can be around in this area because he can play it safe. And then you can commit. I would choose Predators or Dinosaur. Keep them in the area, keep everyone ready for a fight, but I don't know if you full commit into it because that's going to happen to you. Dinosaur's already half.
He's been chunked, man. Crush just hit so hard at this point, but Predators goes right to the back line, forces the airstrike out from Toddy, but meanwhile, Sotos has continued his assault on the back line. He gets a double kill, taking down Mr. Stefan as well. Just F6 saying hello. The knockup comes through, and Predators manages to avoid it. He does get 1 kill, makes Sotos pay for his dive, but now the Cucullin starting to get chunked. The Sikkim doesn't quite land, so Predators can keep on running, leaps to get away from the Crush as well, and now Froyzen wants to come to the back line, but no one is able to help Predators. Toddy gets to him and shreds down the Cucullin as well. Froyzen in some trouble. Make it a deicide. It's Just F6 ready to go take the game potentially off that.
Yeah, you've already got Fire Minions in there. You've got 30 seconds. Make the run go as fast as you can here. Dinosaur's going to respawn. He's not going to be your threat. You're really having to look towards Curve's respawn, maybe being the big player here.
And what we're noticing, Gormizer, is that these early leads just are not safe, as Just F6 absolutely will clean up game number 1 here in 32 minutes. Getting up by 3,000 gold or so, 4,000 gold in the early game. It's not enough, man. These teams are hanging around. They are staying sturdy in the late game. And if you make a couple mistakes, they will absolutely punish you.
And it's so far been working out for them again. I think in a lot of these sets, maybe in every set, they've won that first game. They've done the same draft. They've made it work the same way. If I'm just S6, I'm loving the strategy. Whoever their coach is should be paid double, I guess, because it's been working out.
Yeah.
But then you have to figure out where it goes. Again, they've won 3 games. They've lost 3 games, won 1 set, lost 1 set. This is the one that's probably the most important for them, because losing 2 in a group setting like this could very well just knock you out of there.
It really could, man. This is going to be a difficult one for them. But Just F6 now up 1-0 over Froy. We'll talk a little bit more about what happened specifically in Game 1 over at the Consortium of Knowledge.
Thank you very much, Finch. A Game 1 victory for Just F6, and it looked like it wasn't going to go their way for a little bit, but especially with Freusian on that Bastet doing as well as he did. Aggro joined by Mifflin. I mean, Miff, put yourself in Freusian's shoes. You're playing Bastet, so it's already pretty easy.
I'm already tilted.
Right, okay.
I'm tilted right now.
You're playing perfectly.
Literally
for
perfectly
sure.
tilted, yes.
Yeah, okay, obviously not perfectly, but
Perfectly.
that's a tough
well,
game to lose.
I'm in his shoes or he's in my shoes?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, well then he's playing perfectly.
Okay, perfect. But obviously it doesn't end up with a perfect result.
Yeah, story of my life.
Tough game. I mean, he only takes his last at the very end. I mean, Sotos had a big dunk at the end, killing Curve, getting Mr. Stefan low as well. What went wrong for Froy? Freusian was off to such a great start.
Froy just lacked the cohesion. I mean, they did abuse Ramag Doku in the middle lane very well off the back of Freusian's masterful play, putting myself in his shoes right now.
Naturally.
I mean, 6-1. What more do you want from... You know what? I'm getting tilted thinking about it.
Cool.
Just F6 played the maps better, despite the fact that their Scylla was literally useless for the first 25 minutes of the game. If you're in the Twitch chat, I don't need to say this, but you all know that she had, what was it, 819 damage at 24 minutes in the game. You need more, especially in the middle of the map. You need someone that can deal some actual pressure to the map, some damage, be it damage or lane control or CC. This Scylla brought nothing. And Just F6 won despite that, off the fact that anytime they did get a slight lead, if they poked anyone out, they moved in towards the Gold Furies, the Fire Portals. They just played the map so much better. Froy got the early game lead and did nothing with it, and eventually, a lead that you don't use is going to go away.
This fight right now at 25 minutes, such a good one for Odie. I mean, he eats the Discordia, or the Persephone ult rather, entirely by himself, sets up for a 3-man dunk, and Sotos had plenty of good dunks in this game. Maybe not that one in terms of accuracy, but in terms of impact, that's exactly what you want out of your Thor. We've seen teams take Sotos off this Thor. Is that the direction you're going for Froy? I mean, it's tough because your jungler did a good job as well, but maybe you want to limit what Sotos can do on the other side.
I mean, as far as bans go right now, the first game's bans were as standard as you can hope, and they've shown that they don't really respect Yamoja, so you can sacrifice one of your bans for Thor if you're really that worried about it. If I'm Just F6, I'm banning out Bastet.
Maybe, but they just beat it, so we'll see if they do just that. I'm looking at this Vamana pick. That has kind of been the story of the day for me, is how dominant Vamana has been. It's felt pretty much impossible to play around him a lot of the time. Is there a certain pick that you think teams could be abusing this Vamana with, or is it exclusively build? Is it just build anti-heal and a Curse Talk?
Back when Vamana was core in every single game, I'm going all the way back to Season 4, the pick was Nemesis and Ankh. Vamana uses his ultimate, Nemesis drops hers, Ankh gets dropped on him, and everyone has to turn. If he doesn't die within 5 seconds of all of that happening, you've already lost the fight. So it is a hard to institute counter pick, but it does work perfectly.
So maybe Nemesis. Maybe Nemesis.
Nemesis is nice.
Haven't seen a whole lot of her recently. She is getting a buff in the new patch, though, but not in yet,
And a skin.
obviously.
Let's go. You guys seen that skin?
It's
sick.
It's pretty sweet. Again, Umoja open. Not going for it, though. Morgan banned away again. I was going to say I thought she was open, but she was the first ban there for Just F6. And Jing Wei, first overall for Froy. I've been historically fairly critical of Jing Wei first pick. I think it's just we have first pick, but we don't want anything in particular, so let's just take something that can't be punished in the Jing Wei. But with the crit meta, maybe she's worth picking.
Oh, man.
I don't know about all this, though,
Come
bro.
on.
Giannis has not been prioritized at all today. He got banned in the second phase in game 1, and then a top 2 here by Just F6. Why?
I mean, Janice, high mobility. I hate justifying Janice. I'm not a fan of this character. High mobility, and if you can get into their backline and use unstable vortex early on in the fight.
Is that my fault? I used to spam Giannis against you guys. You don't like it because I played it against you. I've already decided, and you can't say anything different to change my mind. Ratatosker and Merlin, though, for Froy. Rat very, very good at abusing the early game, and if Froy gets off to as good of a start as he had on the Bastet, you'd think. You good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, bro.
Okay, cool. Just making sure you didn't look good for a second there. I was talking about how Ratatosker is a good pick. If Froy can get off to as good of a start as he did last game, Rat can snowball the game out of control pretty easily.
Yeah, Rat is such a potent pick. You can control the map so well. Rat with a lead can also look to moving into a more bruiser path. He's one of the few junglers that can really benefit from that. If you go Bruiser Thor, you're really missing out on a lot. That's where Rat can come in. Bruiser Rat, you can jump in, get into their backline, be a backline mage disruption tool. Pretty decent pickup into the Yanis. As long as he can get onto Yanis the second he uses his first ability, the portal, Rat's going to be able to take that fight 1v1 just about any time of the week.
Okay, so riddle me this one, Mifflin. You get destroyed by Thor late game in the last game. It's open. They haven't picked the jungler. And you ban Kali instead of the Thor. That leaves me a little bit confused.
Well, you see, Kali is really good and has damage. And Thor is the big bad. And that's how Froy's thinking right now.
Okay. Do you agree with them?
No, not even a little bit. They should absolutely ban out what they know works against them.
Right.
But
He's proven that the Thor works, right?
he's
That's the
proven
crazy
beyond a shadow of the doubt.
Well, no Thor. Maybe they were onto something. Mercury instead this time around for just F6. Do you think they close out the set here with Giannis and all?
I'm going to go ahead and give it to Froy based purely off the fact that they have no reliable front line on the side of just F6. Me and Finch have been preaching it all along that Sun Wukong is good at exactly one thing. Count them one.
Living.
It's surviving.
Yep.
And even then, there are better gods at it.
And he's annoying. Got to give him that credit too. Maybe
Super
two
annoying.
things that he's good at. Finch and Goremizer, they're good at casting. We'll give them game 2.
Thank you,
At least
Aggro.
one of us is.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to put that caveat out. Finch is sick,
Thank you.
and I exist.
I'm happy to have you by my side here, Goremizer. Odie, man, I've been really proud. I've been really impressed by everything that he's done today, but I agree with the desk, man. It's going to be so hard for me to endorse this Sun Wukong pick. I consider him the you're not going to deicide us god, and that's about it, and I would consider his great strengths. Meanwhile, Predators is on the King Arthur, which we saw 3v1 earlier today, and they've got Mr. Stefan on Merlin as opposed to this Giannis. And I don't know, man. It kind of feels to me like Froy might be ahead just based on this draft. It's hard to know for sure, obviously, how it's going to end up playing out, but I don't know, man. It's a lot of reliance, I think, on the Sodos and Toddy to make this Xbalanque and Mercury really work.
Yeah, they are going to have to take hyper carry and then redefine it, like in this game, because otherwise it's just going to fall apart. Stefan, I've seen this guy play Merlin before. It is going to be a beast already on its own. He's great at melting people down as well, just in general, let alone in the hands of someone who's capable with it. Giannis can do well in the right hands, but Doku has to show me that his hands are the right hands for this, because it's just one of those things that it can be very potent, it can do a lot of damage.
You're right.
But it can also just not exist realistically for your team. It depends on how these fights go.
Well, this looks like an early gank here for Froyzen, and this is something Ratatosker excels at. Perfect body blocks. Keep the Khepri locked in for an easy, persistent gust. You should record that gank because that's exactly how you do that. First blood for Froy.
And that's going to help out this duo lane so much. They already have an advantage early on compared to Xbalanque and Khepri.
Yes, that's a slow
now
start.
with that Khepri's not there to help that clear even out, pressure him out of there. Either you're going to get a kill or you're going to make sure his farm disappears. And I love this from Curve. They also have done so well in just kind of stripping away picks that I think have been working for Just F6 all day.
Yeah, the string away.
And I mean, I'm trying to figure out my way. Like, it's literally all going to have to come down to play, but I'm trying to figure out in my mind how the draft from Just F6 works pre-25 minutes. Like, you get crit online for Mercury, and he's one-tapping people. That's going to be great. Same thing for Toddy. But they have to go different than the builds we've seen out of them so far.
You're right. It feels as though they're almost kind of giving up this early game to a certain extent.
Which, hey, I mean, that's worked for them so far. Who cares about their early game lead? They dominate the late game.
It's a good point. They have not truly prioritized the early game here so far from Just F6, as Dinosaur does get caught by the abduct, but nothing too wild coming from it. You did see Doug highlight this Light Blade start for Curve, and I'm not a huge fan of this start. You definitely want to try getting your stacking item as soon as possible. Having that spiked gauntlet, that tier 1 of that, and finishing out the Devourer's Gauntlet as soon as possible is good, as Froyzen finds the pressure into Captain Odie, and they should be able to get this blue buff invade unless a cudgel over the wall a little bit too early. Captain Odie just barely makes it back out of there and does lose his blue.
I mean, he's at that state right now where he only has one ability to keep him alive on Wukong. That's going to be his 3, his transformations to be able to come through. Bull helps you get out of close engagements Bird lets you just get out, period.
Yeah.
And so he's going to be able to use that. But once his ult comes online, I expect to see his death count plummet from where it could be. The potential to kill him will drop. But it'll all come down from pressure. I mean, a lot of the games that Just F6 have been winning have been off of Odie's pressure and what he's been able to do to the backline.
Yeah.
And
so
that's
put him
not
on
going to
Sun
happen.
Wukong.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's
Yeah.
not going to happen too much. I mean, his damage can be irritating, and if he uses his 72 transformations instead to try and find a stun onto Curve or Stefan and set up the kill, there's potential.
Sodos, though, has a really good passing that he's taking. Finds one with the special delivery and
kill.
Curve. Ends up using the beads
good
too
block.
late. Abduct ends up landing on Dinosaur as well. This could be a double kill in the left lane for Sodos. What an answer back from this Mercury and a well-timed gank.
You need your Mercury to be a huge hyper carry for your team. Get him ahead as fast as possible. Both of those kills going his way. And he is wasting no time on this one. That's going to be a rage.
Yeah, it is.
Just second item off the bat. Doesn't care about power. He's going in on it. And I'm kind of living for it.
And Mercury's not traditionally thought of as a great ganker without Sonic Boom. And normally the ultimate's pretty important for him, but he takes really patient pathing through that Gold Fury pit to come all the way underneath and catch Dinosaur and Curve off guard. And then Rotwin does a great job backing him up. A good abduct ends up landing on Dinosaur. And really, there was no way out for Froy on that one. They end up losing 2 over and left, gifting those kills over to Mercury. That is going to help out a lot. We were worried about the early game. Well, it looks a lot better when your Mercury starts out 2-0.
Yeah, it's going to be need a lot more of that is what I should say. It's going to be good for them now, but can they hold on to it, or is it going to slip away? They're still about 1,000 gold behind, which again, can disappear in the blink of an eye, but it's still very important if you're Froy, because you've planted the seed that you can now grow into a flourishing plant, which is a gold lead and potentially a win off of something that small.
Been watching too much Persephone Gormizer as the ultimate comes out from Dinosaur. Predators is quite low, but they managed to push Just F6 out all the same. Captain Odie, that was still nearby. Tiger Stun locked Predators down for a second, but they can't get the CC chain going through space and time. A bit off the mark if it was for damage, and they are not able to punish Predators. He makes it back out of there.
I mean, Predators is doing the thing that you expect, which is being able to stay alive, although he's not doing the other aspect of King Arthur, which is bullying the lane. It's kind of weird to see Wukong with a lead over him.
I would say so. He's got that Glad Shield online now, though,
Frozen.
so maybe this is the time for him to get active. Froizen's going to have to use that ultimate defensively in order to make it out of there as he gets caught in the enemy jungle. But I'm with you. I'm a bit surprised to see that the King Arthur has been a bit behind, but perhaps we'll see that kind of snap back into the King Arthur's favor over these next few levels.
Especially now that Odie doesn't have access to a blue buff, stripped away from that last one, and I don't expect Predators is going to let his own get taken away, but the pings have been coming out, and Sodas is making a rotation over. They might. Honestly, I just say go for it. Go take the buff. No, the teleport comes through, which is enough to ward them away. So, unfortunately for Odie, I think that Glad Shield plus this blue buff might actually end up being the demise of the control he's had in lane.
It might be. King Arthur, before he has that Glad Shield kind of online for a minute, you know, I think he just got it online towards the tail end of that last fight. You know, he's not quite as impactful in lane, so it might make some sense that the Wukong was able to come out on top. But Wukong is not too bad in lane. He was able to clear with the cudgel. He's not going to really bully a whole lot, but he'll be able to kind of get his, so to speak. He'll be able to get his farm usually pretty consistently.
I'm excited to see where Froizen goes more than anything, because we've talked about Ratatosker a few times today. Very early game oriented, although we've seen it transition pretty well into late game in a lot of these hands because of the lead they cultivate.
But
he
he's
got
calmed
that
down a
one
bit,
like
hasn't he?
really good gank,
Yeah.
and now we're just watching him because I actually am excited to see where he goes, but he hasn't done too much. He's been kind of quiet since that first gank.
Yeah, it looks like he might be working on a Transcendence for a second item as a big sort of power bank and to get it stacked early. And you won't hear any complaints from me. Two-man root from Rotwin, not bad to slow down the aggression from Froy. Red buff is about to spawn. Dash in finds the sun, but Rotwin makes it out with the portal. And that is something only Giannis can do. A good play from Remag Doku. But that's going to leave their red buff undefended. Froy should be able to strip that one away relatively easily, make it right on out of there.
And that's kind of the biggest thing I'm seeing. You know, Doku being able to save his teammate is huge, but that's one of the big misnomers, I guess, when it comes down to Giannis. He can do a lot of damage, but a lot of what he can do is keep you or your team alive. Yeah, there's potential for dropships. There's a lot of potential for him, but between him and Odie, there's a lot of retreat out of there as well. And I'm wondering if it's going to be like, which Giannis are we going to get? Are we going to get defensive, protective Giannis? Or are we going to get, I'm going in to see what I can do and try and kill you off Giannis?
This is something Just F6 has done a lot, but typically when they start up these early Gold Furies, they've had the Kukulkan at their disposal, or a Scylla, or some other mage with a ton of really good confirm. I don't know that Giannis fits that same build. This time when they start up the Gold Fury and Froy sniff it out, Froyzen comes over, they have to drop the objective and give up on it.
I think that's going to honestly hurt them. The biggest amount of control they had last game was who cared about the early game lead. We're getting every objective that matters.
Right.
Now if you're not able to confirm the objectives, what do you have going for you? Granted, through space and time as well as the Unstable Vortex can do a lot of damage and potentially close it out.
Yeah,
but it's not going to melt you faster than a Merlin.
This is about how this matchup is supposed to go, by the way, over here in Solo Land. Just about everybody up against King Arthur, this is the kind of thing that happens. The ultimate forced out defensively from Captain Odeon, so Predators heads right towards the blue buff to be there for the invade, but he's alone. It's going to be a 2v1 battle for him for now. Froy and the rest of the squad know that there's two members over here in right, and that Predators is winning the battle, takes down Sodos, and they've got the numbers advantage in left that forces the ultimate defensively out from Remag Doku, so they're going to head right to the Gold Fury. I love this sequence from Froy off of Predators' pressure.
And Predators, he's still giving the pressure. They're going to be able to get this Gold Fury, and Rotwin going to get poked out a little bit. Odie, you're not safe, man. He still wants to go. Predators will dive a tier 2 more often than not.
Yeah, he absolutely will. He does end up taking quite a bit of poke for it. A good Tiger stun from Odie underneath the tier 1 or tier 2 tower rather. But now add in a red buff invade here for Froy on top of being able to find that Gold Fury and the pick on the Sodos that Predators got in the 2v1. And you can tell just from this chart how that kind of shot them up another 1,000 gold or so in terms of this lead. Froy now starting to play pretty well here around their early game draft.
Again, cultivation is the biggest thing. It's just build yourself a small lead, see what you can do with it. Where is it going to give you that advantage? And yeah, there was a 2 big kill swing for Just F6 early on in this game, but Mercury's been real silent since then. How is his Rage online now so he can start stacking that up? And it's the first Rage of the game, but they don't have the control that they want to. They're losing over in solo lane now. Even Wukong trying to get deep. I don't think he's in a safe position. They need this Pyromancer to help try and stabilize.
That's really what it is trying to even up a bit this fight. Captain Odie is in some trouble. Still does not have the Somersault Cloud available. He gets taken to the sky. Froyzen has his ultimate too, catches them out, gets the knockup, and baits out the ultimate from Rotwin. He was being patient there to not commit into that revive potentially happening. But now Captain Odie might be in some trouble here in right. They defend the Pyromancer successfully. The stun lands, and Froy takes the objective.
Honestly, in that moment, Froy just go, hey, you know what? Thanks for like making it easy for us, right? It's kind of like when you're opening a jar for someone and you can't get it open yourself, you hand it back and they pop the lid off like it's nothing. Like, I loosened it for you. That's what that Pyromancer was. It's just loosening up from Just F6. And Finch, I'm looking at it. This game, the more it goes on, the better it is for them if they can just prolong it. And as much as I don't want to see another 45-plus minute game, I'm sure if they can make it there, that's actually their best bet. That gives you a full build for the Xbalanque and for Sodos. As long as they play it appropriately from that point on, they can win the game. The problem is you have to make it that far in the game. And right now, Froyzen, Stefan, and Curve are not letting... Well, actually, Predators is more susceptible to that than anything. They're just not letting you get that lead or that prolongation.
There's more aggression, though, happening over near the red buff here, Gormizer. Froy are looking for yet another invade. Wall stun ends up landing on the Sodos. Dinosaur drops the ultimate as well. Forces the ultimate defensively out from Remag Doku. And as you noticed earlier on, this team is pretty good at running away. But I'm wondering now if they're going to end up spending too much time doing that this game. They're now down about 4,500 gold. Make that 5,000 when you add in this tier 1.
Yeah, it's good from Froy, honestly. And that's about all it can go. It just... From Just F6, the problem really isn't their playstyle, because they're playing the gods exactly as the gods are intended. They're just not a good draft. I mean, from the top to bottom, it's just not a draft that makes me think winning. Whereas, well, Terra, guess what she does? Guess what everyone does? Sodos is the one you need to get online, and he's now got 2 deaths. He hasn't accomplished much since that early gank.
You're right, man. That early gank was really nice from him, but if you look at it, I mean, Just F6 haven't done anything since then. Froyzen posturing like he was going to aggress in, but my man was all alone. There was no way he was going in there, so he ends up falling back. And now Froy have leveraged this Ratatosker in the early game, right? This King Arthur in solo lane with all of his pressure. And I think Dinosaur's played really well, too, for what it's worth.
Yes.
They have turned that pressure now into about a 5,000 or so gold lead in their favor. And Just F6, as you said, are kind of treading water, trying to make their way throughout this early game into the point where they've got a lot of crit online for Sodos and for Toddy, and Remag Doku's damage is there too, and they can all be protected by this Kepri. I just don't know if they're going to make it.
See, what I like is, you know, Sodos recognizes where the crit needs to be, but I feel like he could use one power item in there somewhere.
Sure.
I also wouldn't mind seeing an Erendite at some point because I love the way it synergizes along with a Mercury, but right now he's going full on in for the crit. And I don't hate it. I don't know if I like it. I think it's just, again, just push it back one item and maybe you feel his impact right now a lot more. That Rage doesn't even have a single stack on there. And you can kind of see, getting that passive up as you see it go up. But I mean, 200, not necessarily batting where you want him to this early on. And that's kind of the counter. Froyzen on the other side, I mean, with this Transcendence, now with the Hydra's Lament, he's going to be feeling it. He's going to be able to get aggressive, keep doing what he's doing, and then some in the jungle of Just F6.
Yeah, particularly onto these squishies, he's going to be doing a ton of damage. He doesn't have really any pen at this point to try and speak up. Sonic Boom does find Predators, but I think Predators laughs that one off. Not really going to get much more out of that, as it's really just to try and stall his aggression. But I think it gives you an idea that Just F6 are not planning to try and be aggressive really anytime soon. But they got to be careful. This Fury's about to spawn, and Froy are already in position to take it the second that it does.
And they have Curve, who, by the way, has completely just stolen Toddy's build from last game. And I mean, hey, it's the build that works on Jingwei right now, so I'm not going to complain about it. Again, Aussie early on maybe isn't going to help you in the trades, but it's going to help you in the team fights, and that's where Curve has been excelling. Dinosaurs in the area, and they're going to be going in.
Just F6 considered starting up the Fury, but immediately drop it once Dinosaur gets aggressive.
Good body blocks.
And Rotwin is in trouble. He drops the Scarab Blessing on himself, but he's just going to land right back in front of everyone else. I do not love that ultimate usage there from Rotwin. Might have been better off just holding it, and now it's time for the Primal Fury to start up here for Froy. They're burning it quite quickly, and I don't know if anyone from Just F6 are even going to try and come in. This Primal Fury has been earned by the Order side.
I mean, honestly, the only person who could try to do anything is maybe Doku. I guess Sodos could go in for something big if he was on that side of the map, but Doku's the only one who can impact it from that far away. And I think this is the difference. Last game, Froy get a pretty big early game lead, and it gets taken away by Just F6. This is what happens when it never gets taken away. They just start to run away with it. It's 15 minutes in, but I mean, this feels like it could be over any time now. I mean, towers are still falling slowly, but Fire Giant control, I give over to Froy right now. It's going to need something big and maybe nothing short of a miracle to keep them afloat with it, because I just haven't seen enough out of the mid and jungle to feel impact out of them.
You're right. I mean, 0-0 and 0 for Remag Doku. He has not done a whole lot here this game. Does have a decent amount of player damage. He's right there with everyone else, but and he's made some nice saves there too. So I mean, I don't want to give Remag Doku too hard of a time really at all. I think it's sort of, I think you identified it already, right? I don't think that this is a draft that's meant to frag in the first 15 minutes of the game, right? That's just not what this composition's really going to be doing, and Froy has taken advantage of that. They're now looking at the Pyromancer, and Just F6 are not in position to defend this one. In fact, Froy get this objective for free as well, as Froyzen and Predators have done a great job making space all game.
And that kind of zone is going to need to be broken if you're Just F6 here. The biggest strengths they have, Chronos Pendant online, once the damage is there for Doku. Again, late game, I'm looking at him. You could potentially, with the right zone, get 2, 3, 4 unstable vortexes off in a fight, and that's a lot of damage if you can connect it properly. Sodos, if he can get to the backline, which his ult enables him to relatively easily, that's a 2-tap onto Stefan or Curve, which are going to be your bigger targets. And same thing for Toddy in terms of melting people. But he's just now, in terms of Toddy, looking to get his crit online. Sodos, I believe, going for a Deathbringer, still hasn't been able to get that because of how expensive it is. Just now buys it off. And you're losing so much in the meantime. I mean, you've got to be in a comebackable position when you get those items online later. And with 2 Spectral Armors, count them, on that side now for Froy.
Yeah.
Those crits from that Mercury aren't looking too good.
And this is kind of, I think, another reason why you might be right about maybe not doubling down the Deathbringer there so early, right? Because it always leaves the chance to maybe even pivot out of going entirely crit. Rage is good enough where you can just build that by itself, really, if you want to.
Yeah.
Fire Giant started, but this is more of a bait. They've got Captain Odie in a bad spot. He barely makes it to the sky with that somersault cloud that is now healing up, but they did cover the option indeed. Scarab's blessing too. A lot committed just to keep the Sun Wukong alive on the right-hand side, though there was a lot committed for the kill.
And hey, Just F 6 have proven the same thing we've said all game, but I think it's worth saying again, they keep themselves alive really well, and that's about it. I mean, they need a little bit more. Portal keeps you alive, although this time you don't have much room to run away. Froizen's still sniffing him out, trying to figure it out, but that ult's just big.
Fire Giant, though, is incredibly low now for Freud. I don't think Just F6 are going to be able to make it in there in time. They forced out Remag Doku. Sodos is all the way over and left, and the other three just couldn't make it in. That is a pre-19-minute Fire Giant secured now by Froy, and their pressure has just been relentless this game. Look at these charts. It's just a steady, slow and steady climb right on up, and Just F6 have not been able to slow it down at all. And there's still 3 Tier 2 towers up for Froy to go grab on the map. That gold lead about to get even worse.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to spiral out of control. Level advantage is heavily in their favor to the point where normally, like, you can look at 20 minutes and start to say, yeah, maybe ignore the experience, but you've got 3 in the jungle, 2 in the solo, 2 in mid, and 1 over there for your hunters. And they're perfectly happy with that. Get them some more items online. They're going to be able to close it out pretty comfortably. Sodos is now starting up that Gem of Fate.
You wanted the Erendite.
Yeah, the Erendite.
Yeah,
so I'm excited to see it, but again, I just don't know if it maybe is going to come out too late for him.
At this point, it really might be. It's not a cheap item to pick up, so Sodos is potentially going to be on this Gem of Fate for a while, and it's just 900 gold for 10 CDR. It's certainly not great as it is. They grab Captain Odie and force the Somersault Cloud defensively again. I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but that's what we're going to see Sun Wukong doing almost all game, man. It's just not a tremendous amount of value coming out from him. They've got 2 players sitting on the 0-0, and 0 just have not really had much impact. I mean, to be fair, there's only been 6 kills this game, but you'd want a bit more as Froy get the Tier 2 and are now threatening the right side Phoenix.
I think the best way to look at it is between the Yanis and the Wukong, they have had no positive impact, but they've also had no negative impact.
Right.
There's no deaths that come on with the no kills, right? So, I mean, I guess there's something to be said about it. They keep themselves impactful in the sense that they are still around and alive, but it's not doing much to deter Froy right now. They find 2 Tier 2s. This third one might as well be gone. Well, no, they're going to ignore it because the Gold Fury is going to be a little bit easier. But as long as they have Fire Giant, that third one might as well be gone. The only difference it's going to make is, well, exactly what they have right now, a substantial gold lead, 12,000 in their favor. I mean, if I am Curve, this is looking like the next step towards a Deathbringer. If I'm Stefan, he's looking to go into potentially a Staff of Muradin, which is going to give him a lot more casts off of that stance switch. It's just a dangerous game to be playing if you're Just F6 because you're falling behind so heavily.
Heartseeker just finished for Froizen there too. That is scary. Adds a ton of additional power to this Ratatosker and a ton of kill potential for him as well. The Void Shield for Predators does a good job adding some extra kill potential and reducing the damage that's going to be coming out on the side of Just F6. So these are some big power spike items they finished pretty much across the board. I think Dinosaur got a full Spirit Robe off this back as well. He's going to be way, way harder to kill after picking this item up. So this last Tier 2 tower, as you just got through mentioning, Gore, that's going to come down here now too, extending them up to about 13,000 gold in the lead. And they've got another minute with which to consider making a Phoenix push here as well.
That gold lead just keeps on climbing. They've been winning team fights. There's no reason not to go in here, and Froizen seems to have the same idea.
Got to take to the sky, wants to try and zone this Shibalanki out of the fight because he has to worry potentially about getting hit. Forces the Darkest of Nights out from him early. Left side Phoenix is still healthy, but Odie has gone to the backline already. Already had to use the Somersault Cloud. That is the clone up in the front line getting shredded. Rotwin has to ult himself again. That is just not what you're drafting the Kepri for. And now the left side Phoenix has been burned. What a clean Phoenix siege from Froy. And they might even get Odie, who barely makes it out.
Again, it's not often. I think I said this yesterday when we saw it, that you get to see a Titan die with 10, like all 10 gods alive in the game, but it's not often you get to see a Phoenix die with all 10 gods alive in the game. It's just good control coming down. Merc finally going in for it all, looking for something, but Sodos is just running away.
Really quick beats from Curve that allowed him to avoid getting hit by him, and he was crippled as well. That delayed the portal, gave time for the squad to show up and catch him the second they walked through. The 5th kill of the game, and one for Dinosaur too to get him on the board as they take down the left Phoenix and now are threatening mid.
Man, and Froizen's just waiting for a pick. They have vision on him because of those wards, but he's just been sitting back there patiently, still sitting back there patiently, and it's going to be dangerous for your Jenna or your Yanis as well as your Shibalanke. Otherwise, they're going to get taken down.
You did see the Fire Giant buff has fallen off from Froy, but that has not deterred them at all. They nearly get the kill on Remag Doku as they now threaten the mid Phoenix. They've got some low health bars, but they were able to grab the mid Phoenix now too. They take down Captain Odie on the Sun Wukong, and now it's the full retreat. This has been a really clean game from Froy so far. I know there's only been 8 kills in 23 minutes, but I think you have to have an appreciation for how systematically they're dismantling Just F6.
I mean, they have a checklist and they just went off one by one. They're like, all right, okay, so we need to get Fire Giant? Right, okay, good. Let's go ahead and move forward. We have a couple of tier 2s to take, guys. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab those. Oh, that Gold Fury? Okay, yeah, we'll add that one. It wasn't on the list originally, but since it's there, we might as well go ahead and do it now.
That's near the cash register. Like you see some gum or something up near the front. Yeah.
And so they take everything they need. Pyromancer's up, and well, there's no one from Just F6 in the neighborhood for that, so that should be an easy capture. And then pivot onto the Fire Giant for Froy. I mean, you're too busy having to defend these lanes, too busy trying to figure out what items to buy to keep yourself alive in this to do anything if you're Just F6.
Yeah, this has been the in-game equivalent of curling up into a ball. I mean, yeah, they prevented the death blow from coming, but it's just been a bunch of really small body blows, and now I don't know that Just F6 can really defend. I mean, they're down 20,000 gold here at this point. They have to give up the Fire Giant entirely, and Froy can start barreling down the middle lane. They'll keep those minions pushed up in middle. The ones over in left were pushed out by Remag Doku, but they've got 4 members threatening the right side. Phoenix Predators goes right onto the back line and Curve all the while just pumping into shots onto the actual Phoenix. Froyzen is up in the air as well. He doesn't find anyone with a knock-up, but heads towards Sodos in the back line and keeps him from engaging. Now the right side Phoenix already at half, even below that down to a quarter, and Froy very nearly grabbed it even without a fight.
I mean, they're looking to just be able to poke it out, although they're low, and that's going to be Sodos going into the back line. Stefan's gone.
They end up getting the kill on the Mr. Stefan. That makes it a 1-for-0, but that's now all 3 Phoenixes down. Minions are starting to attack the Titan at this point, too. Someone's got to get back and make sure the Titan ends up remaining healthy. Froy may have lost a couple members here, but I mean, I think they got just about everything they wanted off the push. The Titan fell to half just from minions.
That's clean for them. And
gotta keep running, though.
You get Jingwei back. You have now Froyzen and Curve full health, ready to go in. And maybe they don't immediately dive, right? You don't just go into the Titan room, no problem, but 3 waves of fire minions left is about to respawn, so they know where they want to put their focus onto it. That's right around here where this Primal Fury is. Like, the map's working for Froy right now, and it's just making it a lot cleaner of an engagement for them. Luckily, because they're still waiting 10 seconds for Mr. Stefan, it's going to open up a conversation for Just F6 to try and stay afloat, but I mean, 3 Phoenixes down is nigh impossible to fight back from. We've seen some teams do it, but man, you have 4 towers, 3 Phoenixes, and a couple of Furies and Fire Giants that have been playing against you here. Yes. You're going to need them, again, a lot if you're Just F6.
It is, in a lot of cases, a death sentence from this point. Gore, to give you some context here, remember how this game started? Sodos got that double kill over in left, right?
Oh, yeah, that happened.
And we talked
once.
about,
I forgot about that.
That was nice, accelerating the early game. My man's 2-0-0. It's been 0-3-1 since then. Only 2 kills for the team since then. Really nothing has gone right since then for Just F6. It has been the Froy show, I would argue, since 2.5 minutes into this game. From that point on, it has been dominated by the Order side team, and really Just F6 have had almost nothing to say.
I think, honestly, you can look at the level of the ganks, too. Like, Froyzen's, like, first gank, like, beautiful body blocks, a lot of control. It was textbook. And that's just been this game from them, has been textbook. Everything that they played has been right to the note. And like you said, not a lot of kills. In fact, a lot of the people on Froy are just 1-1, but they've been so objective-oriented. They've won so many of these little fights that they're just in good positions for everything. The Titan is getting more fire minions on the way. Phoenixes are falling still. This is what you want from Froy.
They're going to need something big if they're going to grab this. A big sonic boom. I'm thinking Gormizer. Rotwin's got to res someone that isn't him, perhaps in this next fight as well, to try and see if they can keep him alive. The problem is they've been taking this Khepri out of the equation early on. They are going to need something dramatic to change that has not worked for them up until now. In goes Captain Odie, but he takes a ton of damage. There's the sonic boom that they need, but it only really finds one target. The ultimate from Dinosaur comes out as the great equalizer, and already Just F6 F6 are on the defensive. Captain Odie comes down, and Captain Odie goes down. He vanishes the second that he drops from the cloud. Left side, Phoenix now under siege, and that one's going to fall as well. No Phoenixes to defend the base of Just F6. Froy should be able to barrel on it.
Yeah, Froizen's looking for blood still. They're going to be able to back up if you're Just F6 into your fountain, heal up. They're backing away a little bit, but this is more to push the minions forward. They want some of those backdoor protections out of there, and they have a fire minion wave coming down the right. They have their fire minion wave, or well, right now a regular minion wave, then a fire minion wave coming down mid. They're looking to just try and coast into this Titan room and get rid of the last 50% of health.
Yeah, Froy's kind of just vibing right now. They're like, all right, guys, now let's go on in and take the Titan. It's already down below half health. Yeah, I mean, there was just no way Just F6 were going to defend from that one. 28 minutes on the clock, and that was clinical, surgical for Froy. I mean,
top to bottom.
I might make the argument the game was lost at picks and bans.
Yeah, I was actually going to say I don't like saying that often because I like to think everyone's available. I just think that their draft, if you take any of those gods, maybe not Wukong, any of those gods, though, and put them on another team with some power, they can work. We've seen actually Stefan run this the Yanis with success in the past in the last couple of weeks. So it still exists. I just think they put too much on one side. They couldn't do enough, and they lost it early, and then it was just a slow roll for Froy to win.
I do say, though, sometimes this is the kind of loss that you can write off. They were really never in this game at all.
Yeah.
Game number 3 going to be happening right after the desk breaks it down.
Thank you, Finch and Gore. The Ratatosker did exactly what we expected. Snowball the early game and keep Just F6 out of that contest. Aggro joined by Mifflin here on the desk. I mean, Miff, that's what Rat's supposed to do, right? Is just get that early lead and put so much pressure on the map that you really can't play anything aggressively.
Not only did he put pressure on the map, but he focused that pressure towards the center of the map. And from the side of Just F6, they've got Ramag Doku on his signature god playstyle. Zero pressure in the middle lane, picking that Yanis. Ratatosker abused it. And not only did he abused it well. They didn't find too many kills in the early off the back of the Rat pressure. However, they did find every single objective that they could possibly want ever. Let me review my notes here. Roughly 15 minutes into the game, there were only 6 kills, but Froy was up 6,000 gold.
Yeah, that's just objective pressure, and this level 2 duo lane gank, that's the Rat special right there. These are basically impossible to get away from. He just has more movement speed than you, and frankly, hits harder the majority of the time. I mean, it's a tough balance to strike as a team where you don't want to, you want to give things up because you know you aren't strong enough yet in order to contest objectives. You think, okay, you know, we just give this one up, we contest the next one. The next one comes around, okay, well, we can't really contest this one, but next one for sure. But eventually, you have to contest something, and it just felt like it was too long for Just F6.
Just F6 were waiting for the late game that never would come. Drafting for the late game is never bad unless you draft every single one of your gods for the late game, and it looks like that's what Just F6 did. If
Sounds
you
like
want to
it's
have
sometimes
the
bad.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you know what? You're right. It is sometimes bad. Just then it was bad. If you want to draft for the late, pick some bridge gods that can carry you through the early. Like, when I was playing for Eager, we would pick Sol and Kronos every single game, both incredibly late-game gods.
Literally every game.
And you know what I would pick?
What would you pick?
I would pick
Ratatosker.
Robin and Ratatasker.
Yep,
and why is
favorite.
that? Because they carry the early.
That is true.
And we get those guys to the late game. Instead, they had a late-game jungler, they had a late-game ADC, they had a late-game middle laner. Who's going to get you there? It's not the Khepri. He's just going to keep one guy alive, and barely then.
It's going to be hard for him. Well, no Ratatosker this time around. Just F6 have had enough
That's
of
smart.
that early game. Looks like Umoja might make it through here with these picks and bans, but it went through in game 1 of this set and wasn't
two,
picked
didn't
or banned. No, I believe it was banned in game number 2, but it is our a lot on the broadcast, so I don't know. I can't tell you for sure. Pick number 1 is going to be the Morrigan. I was going to say we're missing something here with this Rat ban and Jingwei ban. Morrigan, certainly very, very strong. I think she's a premier mid lane mage right now.
I mean, she's the magical Loki in that she can deal immense damage in her base form and then immediately switch into another one to just bring the utility that you need. Hunbat's ult, real good. Morgan's got that too, bud. Good luck. Persephone, on the other hand, that poke from the long range is actually a very decent pickup into Morgan. Able to keep her back a little bit. If you can poke her out before she can engage onto you. At half health, she's never really going to want to start a fight. Jingxian, though, that's a high-pressure support.
Yeah, that's one that gives a lot of kill pressure as well, which is very important oftentimes in that support role. Ho Yi picked up pretty early on with Jingwei off the table. I guess Just F6 wanted to grab something for their hunter pretty early on. But again, no Thor pickup before the second ban phase, and this time, Froy right on the money with that Thor ban.
I mean, that's a smart... We said they should have done it last time. They finally did it this time, but Just F6 show that they don't really care about the Thor anymore. They got the one win. They want to prove that they have large god pools, I guess. What's really frustrating me looking at the screen right now is the lack of Yemoja on it.
Yes.
No bans, no picks. These guys must not watch the broadcast or know the meta.
We could ban it here, right? Because we could just ban it, right? Okay, that's
a gap.
Yeah, that's not Yemoja.
Yeah, that's the frustration factor I was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, maybe this. I mean, Yemoja is not the easiest god to execute in the early game. Late game, just spam 2 when you're chilling. But early game to get that max effectiveness, we've seen ineffective Yemoja games. If your support's uncomfortable with it, I guess you have to stay away from it. That makes sense to some degree. As Achilles and Erlong Shen round out the draft here for Just F6.
Hey, we found some pressure.
That's a good amount of pressure between Achilles and Erlong Shen. Terra on the other side. That's another. That is probably Morrigan's best transformation. Is Terra. You get into the teeth of the enemy team, you transform, Terra ult all of them. Now you're too tanky to kill. I like what Just F6 has in this draft.
Just F6 has a very potent draft here, as well as finally they have that late game character in the Morgan, but they have these bridge gods in Achilles and Erlang Shen to get them there. Hu Yi, a hunter, always going to be better in the late game. However, he can fight at any point after he gets his ultimate. Jing Shen as well, going to be so much pressure in the middle.
Final game of the day. Who is going to the SMITE Challenger Circuit? Just F6 versus Froy. Finch, let us know.
This is such an important game here, Aggro. Thank you on the desk for breaking it down alongside Mifflin. It's Finch and Gormizer to try and close this day out as Froy and Just F6 have done a lot of battling today, Gormizer.
Yes.
It is a lot of Smite these guys have been playing for it to all come up for nothing. But unfortunately for one of these teams, that's about to happen. So
it's just so weird to think that the only clean set we've seen was Poppy's taking it over Freshly Forged.
That's a great point.
Which most people wouldn't have assumed anyway. Like,
Not me.
If you had told me out of the 4 sets we've seen today, one was going to be a 2-0, I would have assumed literally any of the other 3.
I think I would have picked that
even
set,
for Just F6.
But I would have picked Freshly Forged.
Yeah,
you know what
true.
I mean? Like, I don't know, man. That was such a surprise, but it just goes to show how difficult these group stages are.
Yeah.
You can't take any of these matches for granted whatsoever, and that's why it's been such a slugfest here, man. All these teams understand how important it is. They're all hungry, and they all want to try and make it. But Current is in some trouble. Dive bomb and first blood for Toddy over here in the left-hand side, getting Just F6 on the board first.
And you know what? That's what I've been missing from Toddy. This entire time, he's been really great from the 25 to 30-minute plus mark.
Right.
But he wasn't really there for the 0 to 25-minute mark. Get him in there, get him online, get aggressive in this lane and find some control.
And you think Just F6 are tired of spending 28 minutes doing nothing, by the way?
Yeah.
These guys came back in, and they were ready to play here in game number 3. And I do think the picks and bans just got away from them a bit in that second game,
Yes.
right? Where they suddenly ended up with nothing to kind of carry them to the early game. Remag Doku not quite able to find the stun. That's a good pin. But the CDs just weren't there from Remag Doku. Almost gets the kill to Mr. Stefan, but he makes it out of there. But I think these guys are a bit frustrated with the way game 2 went, and they've drafted now to give themselves some much better tools to fight at multiple stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get aggressive, you have Morgan on your team now. That alone is going to be enough to swing things in your favor.
That's a huge
Shin,
pick.
I think a lot of people, it flutters between overvalued and maybe just, you know, appropriately valued, which is he's good. Maybe not #1 pick ban, but he's definitely going to be something that is impactful in this game.
Yeah.
And we saw what they were able to do. A few teams have been able to do with it, specifically Draco for the Poppies earlier, and how much it was able to contribute to it. But Predators is back on this King Arthur, which has been very kind to Froy. And I expect if, you know, this Achilles doesn't get off on the right foot, once that Glad Shield comes online, we're going to see Predators doing Predators things, which is just chasing him down every step of the way.
Aggression onto the purple buff here from Just F6. They get caught by Dinosaur. Dive bomb from Toddy. He's on his way out of here. Rotwin could be in trouble, but Dinosaur blinks in and is trying to see if he can catch Toddy down. Able to find the root and the double dash through him as well. Now in comes the Heavenly Banner, but Iajutsu was just out of range. Toddy is in a whole world of trouble, but he got a second dive bomb back up and he's out of there. Just F6 managed to narrowly escape.
And he's in a perfect position. Yeah, they might lose the purple buff because of an invade, but he stays alive and he manages to get the next wave still online for him.
Another Light Blade start.
Honestly, still worthwhile, but yeah, it's, I mean, hey.
I don't love it.
It's the Toddy special at this point. I'm going to accept it. I like the idea of getting your Devo's Gauntlets or maybe just a Bludgeforth. Like, if you just want power early on, that's going to be good. Or sustainability early on, they're both going to be good for you. The Aussie, though, I guess contributes enough, again, for trading in terms of, hey, I'm low, now I'm not.
well, he's finally playing a play style where I understand the Aussie rush.
Yeah.
Actually, right? He's on Ho Yi, who actually does box very, very well. Once he's able to get that Mark of the Golden Crow online, it is hard to beat him in a 1v1 if you're the one that he's marked. And when he has that Aussie, he'll have some extra flat pen early on. The actual passive on it will be really strong as well. This is a situation where I actually really do not mind the Aussie rush.
And this actually might be the first time where I want to see him fight curve more often too, because I think, as you have pointed out just perfectly, he'll win these trades more often than not, as long as he doesn't lose any big gank fights or anything like that come over here. He already has a slight lead over curve in terms of experience, even though they lost that purple buff. I want to see him push it to the limit. I want to see this go as far as he can. He has skipped over. Originally, I think it's been Aussie into the boots. Now he's just gone for the boots, which is going to help him out more.
I mean, that's just more right, so I'm not going to be mad at him for a nice stun. Ends up landing on a Froizen. Fear no evil to give the monkey a taste of his own medicine, and another kill for Just F6 and strip away the speed buff for good measure.
I give him full applause for that one. That's Doku being on point, knowing exactly what he wanted when he wanted it. And shout-outs to Mifflin, because that's exactly what he pointed out at the very beginning. That Hoodbats gets locked in, and he said, yeah, Fear No Evil's cool. Guess who also has that? And while Just F6 showcasing that they know when to use it as well.
Looks like Froy were able to come in and defend the two smalls, but the actual big blue buff itself gets snatched up by Just F6. So a successful invade. Not only was that play from Remag Doku really well executed, but where were they on the map, Gore? They were up near the Phoenix, past the speed buff, aggressing into Froizen. Yeah, just vibing, hanging out.
Look, they've been looking, they've been reading Predator's playbook, and they were like, you know what, this guy, he might know a thing or two about a thing or two.
Froizen, using his own Fear No Evil, does force the beads out from Toddy, but they're not going to be able to actually find the kill. But it should be another purple buff invade here for Froy on the back of that aggression. Not quite as successful as when Remag Doku did that, but still I think it ends up working for Froizen that he gets the beads from Toddy.
I also like the shot. Like, I like what Toddy does there, which is I'm going to hang back, but a good ricochet, which would have been on point about 2 seconds earlier, could have been big. But you force the beads, you're showcasing that you're not out of this. But Froizen, this is the first game we've seen him in that hasn't started off his way, right? Hasn't been finding early game pressure, hasn't been finding an early gank that turned into a kill. And on the other side, instead, Doku has taken your form and actually done what Hoodbats wants to do for Froy, just a little bit better, but for Just F6.
Wow, and Odie is winning this matchup into the King Arthur. Now, it's still early days. King Arthur doesn't have the boots yet. He benefits a lot from finishing those off, but Odie's had a really strong performance when he's not on Sun Wukong here today. So, I mean, I'm really expecting, hey, maybe this lane keeps going this way.
Yeah, honestly, with the way it feels right now, if you get Just F6 a good draft every game, they're a solid team.
Wait, hold up, Doku. This is a little bit too much. Yeah, he's backing up now. He realizes he can't keep diving. Predators is absolutely going to fall. Odie gets the execute in the 2v1 in solo, but they do have Sodos locked down. He gets one nice heal to stay alive, but there were too many members there. They bit off a bit more than they could chew with that dive, and they do get punished.
Yeah, and that's, again, it's kind of straight out of Predator's playbook, so they're doing it exactly right, which is get aggressive, get a kill, then get aggressive, lose everything. But you're still in position to try and get this blue buff. You're still in position to force a fight out of him.
Okay, he's out.
And maybe knock up a little bit more of Froizen here. You can still go in for the fight. It's a dangerous game to be playing, but you have the potential here.
Froizen still has Fear No Evil. That's why they're taking this fight. Finally drops it, and it does end up severing Captain Odie, but an even better Fear No Evil for Remag Doku, who makes the rotation over on the Morrigan. Now Predators is in some trouble. He just took a spill, can't afford a second. Does eventually make it out of there, but Froizen is having a rough go of it here in the early game. The exact opposite of the way it went on Rat.
Yeah, and uncomfortable for him at this point as well. I mean, 2 times he's used the ult. 1 time it's been super effective. That time it doesn't get them too much.
I see you.
So they're going to be able to fight a little bit more over here, but I don't know. You need more out of the jungle, or you're going to have to start seeing Stefan specifically pick up a lot of slack. I just think you have to have that pressure, or actually maybe Predators. But he's getting pressured out. He's a level behind. The jungle's a level behind. Your mid's a level behind. Like, experience is starting to skew very heavily in favor of Just F6. It's the first time in 2 games we've seen them with the early lead. And, well, they're playing it really well. 2,500 gold on top of that to boot. It's good. It's clean so far.
It's been a good start. Rotwin's rotating over, but I don't know if he knows there's an entire posse behind him. Froizen and Dinosaur on the way to make life hard for the Xing Chen, so he won't be able to get aggressive. Just going to have to head right back towards the Tier 1 tower. I think he was considering try to see if we could find some kind of gank onto Curve. That won't actually materialize. But look at the difference in these Hunter starts. Curve has gone in for the Bloodforge before even the boots, whereas Toddy did elect to finish the Ninja Tabai and is sitting on the Balance Blade, which he just turned into the Aussie. Bloodforge is a really good starting item, but without those boots and that extra movement speed, it can be hard to trade.
And you're starting to look, I mean, Toddy already having a lot of, like, everything swinging in his favor, having the mark that he can throw onto Curve to make it go in his favor, having the Aussie passive help him in case he gets low. And now all of a sudden Curve can't outrun him either. It's going to be easy to chase him down. I think Curve is going to have to play carefully over in that lane. He's looking more for a farm game, which is admittedly what he wants right now. Toddy could get aggressive, but we've seen Toddy is perfectly happy just sitting around and farming as well.
He really has been up until now. I think we're finally starting to see a game where the Aussie makes some sense there for me, though. He has been taking a lot more fights in that left-hand side up against Curve. So if he's going to play this way, looking for lots of purple buff invades like he is right now and kind of getting aggressive in the enemy jungle, it's good. But he might be in trouble. There's a bit of a rotation coming out from Froy. You can see it on the mini-map. AI Jutsu keeps him stunned. The beads means that he wants to take the fight, but Dinosaur is here to give some backup. But using the dive bomb aggressively, just barely doesn't get the kill, but Remag Doku comes in to make it 1-for-1, ends up grabbing him in the whirlwind of range of steel. The Fear No Evil is there too, and now Sotos is rotating over on this Erlong Shen, and Froyzen might be too far up in the lane trying to find the overhand smash. The 9 turns Blessing locks him down, and Soto gets the kill.
And Doku, just a good use of his stealth to be able to stay alive in that one, was so close to going down. He's going to be able to back it out. Now, if Rotwin wants to, they could try to get aggressive. They're going to go ahead and call it off. Meanwhile, Odie, he's doing more of what he's been doing a lot of today, which is dominating the solo lane. Fortunately for Predators, that means he's knocked out and he's lost his tower.
Dominating King Arthur in lane, that is difficult. It's nowhere near as easy as it might look. So this has been just a really good day, if I'm being honest, from Captain Odie. I've been impressed by his play here so far. I think he's been the most consistent member of Just F6 here so far. And that's hard to do from the solo lane. It can be hard to impact the game all the time, but I think Captain Odie has done that so far.
Now, I might be saying something way too early.
Let me hear it.
And it's just because Just F6, like, we don't know who's going to qualify off this one. But this is a very important game. And honestly, as we've seen countless times today, 6-2 scoreline in this lead might not matter too much for the next few minutes. We'll have to see if Just F6 can keep it up. But the open bracket qualifiers into the Challenger circuit and what the Combine is, like, this Just F6 team is like the perfect example of why that stuff matters. They have been so incredibly strong and are potentially knocking out a team that everyone would have expected to make it into the Challenger circuit. I mean, it's just incredible. And so if you're watching this and you have a team, like, that's more reason to play.
Yeah.
Anybody can make it right now. And it's just been impressive to me.
It really has been from this squad. I mean, I said it back at the beginning of the day. These are not guys whose names I know very well, but there's no way to there's no metric for that.
Yeah.
There's no stat for it. It does not matter at all when you go to the actual battleground as Froyzen drops the Fear No Evil in an attempt to defend the purple buff. He does defend it, but that's a pretty big ultimate use just defensively there. I wonder if Just F6 can capitalize on that window where he doesn't have it.
I mean, honestly, go in. Doku now has a Fear No Evil, and where Froyzen doesn't. That's where I start to look for gank potential. This Morgan has been paying off pretty well, 2-0-2 right now for Doku. Again, just a one-level lead over Mr. Stefan, but that's been massive for them as the fight looks like it could potentially swing over to the Gold Fury here. Just F6 won it, but they are more than willing to go in and dive on you before they take it.
Yeah, Froy are here for this. This is absolutely not going to be a secret, and Just F6 really might be trying to bait Froy in. I said, can they capitalize when Fear No Evil is down? It looks like that's what they want to try and do. Take a fight where they know that Froyzen had to use his best cooldown defensively. But they can't seem to find a way to start it, so Rotwin ends up blinking in. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel forces Mr. Stefan to use the ultimate defensively for the CC immunity, but Predators have become the target over on the right-hand side. Fear No Evil from Remag Doku catches him, but Predators manages to worm his way out of there. Now they turn to Dinosaur and execute Threshold, and Captain Odie is the one that gets the credit for it. Can't find the second one, though, but they keep up the dive underneath the Tier 2 tower. That's a double kill now for Odie on this Achilles, making a triple kill. My man's coming to life here today. Wants Just F6 to make it out of the group stages.
Froyzen forced to run away off into the solo lane, and you get Sotos almost soloing down Curve and forcing him out of the fight. Either way, they're both effectively out of the game right now for him. So that lead, yeah, let's just go ahead and dial it up a little bit further. Take that gold, bump it up to about 6K, take that experience. I don't even know the number we're going to end at here because they've been farming so well for them, but knowing that they are this far ahead and playing at this level, I mean, Froy have 2 kills right now, I think their first check mark should just be, let's get another one on the board, guys. Let's try to find, in my eyes, Doku, but Odie's becoming a huge target. I think if you can kill off this Achilles, that might just save you in these fights.
It is big, but I just don't know if he's a viable target at this point anymore. He's got that enchanted buckler, so he is starting to work on some magic defense, and once that finished, the window might have snapped shut, man, and you just got to try and deal with him. Remag Doku is one that you definitely want to see if you can take out of these fights earlier, though. These transformations have been tremendously impactful, Goremizer, but they're now down 6,000 gold. It's going to get harder and harder for Froy to find some ways to get back into this one.
It's, you know, not just down 6,000 gold, but, I mean, look at the itemization, specifically the Doom Orb that was just hovered. It's pure power right now from Doku. He knows where his advantage is, and it's I can kill you real good. And, well,
the
guess what
movement
he's going to
speed's real
continue
nice, too.
doing. Yeah, it's going to be able to keep him alive. A lot of the stealth saves have been there for him. But Froyzen was willing to fight Doku when Doku was a Hunbats. When it was just like mono-e-mono 1v1, that was great. The minute he shifted back to Morgan, Froyzen had to run scared because Morgan's going to just melt him with this itemization. And now with the Spear of Desolation, you get a little bit of that flat pin online. Doku, as much as I want Odie to be a target, like you said, it's not necessarily going to be possible. Doku has to be your go-to. But that's leaving open Sotos, that's leaving open Toddy when he starts rotating. It's just so dangerous.
I think you're right with Odie. If they can catch him, like when the dash is down, perhaps, or something like that, and then maybe they have some opportunities. But I mean,
it's not going to be easy.
To me, this is really just an argument for playing something other than Sun Wukong. Look how much better the solo lane matchup went when Odie was on someone that could be more active throughout that laning phase and had impactful rotations when he started to rotate around too. Man, I don't know, man. I'm just not sold on the Wukong. Odie is clearly someone who can win the matchup and run a game when you're not hamstringing him with mediocre picks. Fear No Evil comes out into Froyzen on the right-hand side. He's low already. That's going to push him out. And Remag Doku wants to get in aggressive. Forces out the somersault from Froyzen and forcing him out to leave. The Tier 1 tower does end up going down. And with this big 5-man grouping, they're going to try and threaten the Tier 2. Dinosaur locked down, finds a 2-man stun of his own, but he gets taunted back in for the 9 turns blessing, and that's an easy execute for Captain Odie. Now they should be able to get the Tier 2 tower. Doku, not to be outdone, gets a kill of his own, takes down Mr. Steffen, and Froy now trying to step in thanks to Predators, but the Tier 2 tower is still pumping out damage. They haven't gotten it yet. Curve gets the huge shutdown bonus.
That was going to be a good kill onto the tower. They get it low, but they didn't get rid of that Tier 2. They get a couple of pickups, and admittedly trading out Odie for it may prove not quite as worth as they want, but it's still not something that's against them. And Predators actually might get caught out here just because of what they have in the neighborhood. Toddy's rotated in.
Toddy's here, and that's going to be all the damage they can need, but Predators answers back quite nicely with this King Arthur. Froy finally showing us some signs of life. If you dive all the way past their Tier 2, then they could handle that fight. So certainly Froy's still in striking distance, but I think F6 are the ones that are still in control here.
Yeah, definitely. I think being able to get rid of Odie, again, something that is going to become increasingly difficult as time goes on. But you eat his execute, you burn down him immediately afterward, and you save that Tier 2. There's an asterisk on that just because it's a 10% health, so it's going to go down pretty fast, but it's still available, which means that gold hasn't been converted over for just F6, which has made it, I think, a lot more potent for you to continue your way into this. But you got to start finding some pressure because you do not have much on any of the towers that are standing for just F6, and they still have all 6, by the way. Your ults are good, and the way you just used them was powerful. But you got to find picks, and I think they need to be big. Doku, like in moments like this, you need to be able to collapse in on them. Unfortunately, the team's just kind of scattered and all over the place.
Gore, help me out here, man. You like Morgan?
Yeah, she's pretty good.
You like her being level 17 when no one else is level 17?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think Remag Doku's in a pretty good spot here in this game right now, my man. He's had a monster performance so far, 3-0-3, and he has done it largely by just being a better Unbots than Froyzen. And here's the thing that made the matchup kind of unfair, is that Doku had access to Fear No Evil before Froyzen did in this game, right? Because he was able to hit level 5 before Froyzen and catch him rotating into speed buff. That's kind of how all this momentum for just F6 started, is they caught him out there and were able to bully him early on with his own ultimate ability. And Remag Doku just has not looked back since then. Really none of just F6 has, especially Captain Odie, who had a great start in that solo lane as well to get him accelerated on this path that they're on right now. I think that Froy still have some tools though. Fear No Evil is still huge. Dinosaur's ultimate is still a really big equalizer in these fights too. They just got to get their feet set in these fights and not get caught off guard by just F6.
And that's a lot of what it is, right? Froyzen, his Fear No Evils haven't been hitting quite as hard as Doku's,
No.
which when you pick Hunbats, you need to be the one making sure that your impact is felt, not that the Morgan on the other side is doing it a little bit better than you. And so I think if he can rotate into these fights and maybe find it a little bit more, it has a lot more power into it, but you can't really afford moments like that, right? You have to be, well, maybe you do give up the Primal Fury,
Maybe.
but around this Fire Giant Pyromancer as they've come through, or maybe the tier 2, depending on where Just F6 want to push, you've got to find the kills, and you can't afford to get caught out.
Well, I say it all the time. When you're behind, there are no more good fights to take as Rotwin blinks in with the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel that clears up a nice space for the tier 2 tower to come tumbling down in favor of Just F6. Predators does get the tier 1 tower in right to answer, but look at this rotation. Just F6 going to be here right when this Pyromancer spawns. They'll grab that, or maybe they'll just go right over to the Fire Giant. It's hard to tell from their positioning. They are probably going to go ahead and start with this Pyromancer. No, they're going to step forward and maybe see if they can bait out a fight.
I like the call here just because of where it could go, right? I think Pyromancer, it's easier to burn down. Fire Giant, like, you could have started it, but it's dangerous with Frozen still alive.
This is
and
much
still
safer.
having Fear No Evil. Right now, I think you're take this, bait him out, try to pull him in. Either Sotos gets a good pin or Doku can find a good transformation. Or you just back. You, again, with Pyromancer, we talked about it, what, 2 games ago? Maybe last game. Where just being able to rotate back into the fight around the Fire Giant pit is just so potent. And it's not something you necessarily think of as huge. Pyromancer's just a, I'm going to take it to get further ahead kind of objective. But it opens you up for this kind of play style where now you're back into it. You didn't really lose anything for that back. You actually end up gaining everything because you get to spend all of those items off. And I'm looking at Sotos. I like the chin size that he's built up. He's just becoming even more of a danger to Froy.
We see this sometimes, the Erlong Shen kin size build, right? But he's able to stick to you pretty well. Not quite as well as he used to when the Mink form had that haste on it, but he could certainly still get in some good shots every now and then. But I like this from Just F6. They got the Primal Fury, the tier 2 tower in mid, the Pyromancer, and a couple of the buffs off the Chaos side of the map. They went back, spent all that gold Gormizer, and now they're going to take this Fire Giant fight and basically dare Froy down 10,000 gold to come in and try and defend this objective. As Mifflin likes to say, you control this space when you're defending it. It's much easier to fight from this defensive entrenched position than as Froy, the one sieging in. As Doku wants to go in and find a stun, but there's nothing there.
I mean, at this point, you have a tier 2 that is quote-unquote safe over in the solo lane if you're Froy. And that's your safe haven, but if you're someone like Dinosaur, you maybe get caught out too soon.
That really was a bait, though, and Dinosaur had to come in and check
Stefan
into his
used the
face.
ult.
But this is good return damage. Take a look at Rotwin. He's already at half. There's the ultimate out from Dinosaur as well to try and even the playing field as Predators gets right to the back line, has found himself a target. It's Toddy. He takes up to the sky. The Fear No Evil there from Remag. Doku is there to play defense. The back line are able to fight off the dive for Predators and win that fight. But Curve answers Sotos, but it's a 2-for-1 now in favor of Just F6 as Captainoti shuts down Frozen. They may have lost their Erlong Shen, but the rest of the squad is here to fight.
I mean, that was perfectly played from Just F6. They waited until a couple of ults came down too soon from Froy. And because of those just slightly early clicks from them, it gives them a lot of good rotation and turnaround potential. I think losing Sotos loses a little bit of the pressure they would have had around the Fire Giant. I think he's going to be a lot of their melt potential along with that. But they weren't looking for that. They got the kills they wanted. They got the bait they wanted. I think if they had been able to find one more, we're looking at a different game state that is much more Just F6 heavy. But hey, I think they take it. 13-4, you only drop 1. And in the last, what, 3, 4, 5 kills, you only dropped 2? That's perfectly fine for them.
They've had a good fight so far. I don't know, though. I almost want to call that a success for Froy, even though it ends up being a 2-for-1, just because the Fire Giant's still up, right?
Yeah,
and
true.
Just F6 don't have it.
They're
So-
not losing as hard as they could be, which is actually a huge win.
Right, I agree. I think it could have been a lot worse there for Froy. So we'll see if they can stall these fights out a little bit longer. But look at what Remag Doku's working on. I got to imagine it's going to be a Magai's Cloak here in a moment. And that's all in the service of making it easier for him to find those dives. And so he does not get interrupted on his way to the backline when he's invisible. Then he can find the stun and transform right away, like he just did here on the Dinosaur, who has to disengage right away. He lost 70% HP.
I mean, that is just the strength Morgan's going to be able to bring to it. It also helps maybe keep him safe. Of course, he has to finish it off before it can do anything to dive in on Frozen. All of a sudden, that Fear No Evil doesn't matter as much to you. You can maybe keep your beads online, which he's waiting 40 seconds before that's going to be here. Same thing for Soda's, about 50 seconds on that one. And those cooldowns are going to matter. This fight is going to have those rotations coming through. No beads are available across the board, which means CC is just as big, if not bigger, than a normal fight, which makes me turn my eyes towards Doku. He's been the bigger Hunbats in a lot of this, and I think his ult is going to be felt even harder.
He considers stepping in. It's a good thing he didn't. Predators was waiting on Remag Doku had he walked in just now. So now they are going to start up this Fire Giant to see if they can force the hand of Freud to step in. As you said, it'll be a little bit before the Purification feeds are back up for just about everyone. So all this CC is going to hit home for a while as two members get thrown back. Mr. Stefan is already low, but he manages to survive. Remag Doku is the one that's in trouble, and Froizen finally finds the answer. But Captain Adi gets one of his own as they take down Predators. But I think that trade might favor Froy at this point.
Yeah, no, that's huge. I mean, you shut down this Morgan, who's been incredibly potent, still has a 3-level lead over Stefan, and you stop the Fire Giant once again. Every delay in a Fire Giant is a win for Froy.
Agreed.
Because they're now starting to trade off 1 for 1. I don't care if you get any more deaths on the board because you're already so far behind. If you're dropping an 0-4 King Arthur, that's perfectly fine. It's just the presence around the other objectives of the map that will matter a lot, right? Not losing Fire Giant is great, but now you have to deal with an Oni Fury wave. You have almost no towers that you've taken. There's still 4 standing here for just F6. You've got to figure out a way to turn these fights into something more beneficial for you. As of right now, I haven't seen them doing that.
They haven't been able to. Froy have, at this point, just been treading water. But as you said, when the current is this strong, I think treading water is still somewhat impressive that they've been able to hold on. I mean, look at Froizen. He's actually now past Sotos in terms of experience. He's level 19 as opposed to level 17 from this Erlong Shen. And the rest of the squad's starting to catch up. Curve 19 as opposed to 20 there from Toady. I mean, they're starting to get closer and closer to that striking distance. Just F6 probably still have 2 or 3 of these fights that they're heavily favored in, right, if they keep going exactly this way. But every one of them that Froy manages to stall out, they're getting closer to being back in this.
That's the good news about an XP lead, right? Is that there is a time limit on it. Sometimes you're not able to get there in time. But as of right now, Froy have been able to kind of maintain as long as they want. And right now, it's looking like a big dump onto Predators. They want to get rid of this King Arthur.
This is 2 ultimates they committed to him so far, but it has absolutely worked. Predators just got gobbled up by Sotos working together with Rotwin, who came in on the Xing Chen. And I wonder if they've maybe even given up on the FG and they just want to step forward and take the fight. Now that they got the numbers advantage, they are going to fall back and start the Fire Giant up. And I think Froy might have given up on defending.
Yeah, look where Froizen is. I mean, he's on the other side of the map. Wow. Yeah, maybe he can split push here and find a tier 2, but I'm going to tell you, Finch, not worthwhile with the way the game state is right now, the lead that Just F6 already have. That tier 2 is going to get traded out pretty easily. The gold that you're going to get from that on Froy is kind of negligible.
They're going to send Captain Odi back, too, so it's just going to be the tier 2 tower that ends up being grabbed. And I think this might have been a bit of a lapse of judgment from Froy. I understand why maybe you wouldn't want to try and defend the Fire Giant, but you'd want to be doing something more collected than that in the time if that was your call. Instead, Predators ends up getting picked by himself. They lose the Fire Giant basically for free. And Just F6, I gotta think they're gonna be favored on the actual Phoenix push. Maybe Froy liked their Phoenix defense a lot better than the Fire Giant fight, but twice in a row they stalled it out successfully.
I think it was where Froizen was already positioned. I don't know what the call was going into that. Fire Giant's been so big this entire time, but they sent him over there early in that fight. And the minute Predators was gone and there's no retaliation from a Hunbats, then he shows up on your mini-map on the other side. You're just like, wait a minute. I think I might smell a free FG. I mean, it couldn't have been any freer. Now you're in such a good, deadly position. Your Phoenix defense is pretty solid. I think Dinosaur plus Froizen are going to be able to keep you alive. And Mr. Stefan, if he locks down a couple of members here, can make a huge turnaround, specifically onto someone like Doku. Getting rid of him is a huge priority.
Yeah.
But you got to be able to lock him down, and you got to stop him before he jumps into the backline as a Hunbats, which so far it just hasn't been the case. I think around the Phoenix, kind of controlling it and confining it to a small area, lets Froy have a lot more of a chance to win this fight.
Well, make no bones about it, just F6 are favored here. They've got such a tremendous gold lead still, but Froy are closer than they would have been if this happened 6 minutes ago. They bought themselves about that much relevancy in this fight. This is the fight that all that stalling was for here for Froy, was so that they can try and defend these Phoenixes and stay in the game. but just F6 now have the miniways pushed up in left and mid, and they're doing a 4-1 split with Remag Doku in middle to try and threaten whoever comes over to fight.
I mean, if you want to think about it, Doku is kind of acting like a second jungler anyway. Going to be in a 2v1 here. Might be a lot of pressure, but they take that as just a 6, the gas pedal on the left-hand side.
Yeah, they've got a 4v3 in left, and they're heavily favored. Mr. Stefan gets pushed all the way back to the Phoenix, and whoa, left side Phoenix is already gone. They drop the Suns. Captain Odie does get dove on, but Frozen can't find the kill. Instead, he ends up getting blown up. Just F6 keep their hunter or their solo laner alive, and they get the left side Phoenix.
And guess what? Doku still has, he still has the potential to have something turn around in their favor. Predators has his, but that's only going to be good to take someone out of the fight for a few seconds. This is definitely a good position for Just F6. With Frozen still out of the game for another 35 seconds, I want to see Doku change, go in, and enable his team to try and get the second Phoenix.
Yeah, the only Fear No Evil available right now is on the Order side, and they didn't even draft a Noonbots. They're threatening the mid-Phoenix now. They've got Sodos located on the left-hand side to try and draw some attention over towards him. Into the actual Phoenix range they go, and Froy have to fall back. There's nobody here to defend. The mid-Phoenix has already been melted. Just F6 now on the cusp of potentially qualifying into the SCC. 5 players who really did not have a ton of name recognition coming into this event now potentially have a chance to make it in.
And right now they're making a tough call to make when you're in this much of a lead, but the right call, which is, let's not get too greedy. You have Frozen respawning, gonna have their ult soon. There's one more big engagement here before Just F6 can actually seal the deal. And they're probably gonna wait maybe a minute and 20 seconds, try and get that Fire Giant just to make sure everything's fully committed. They can back. This is the sell your boots, buy your 6 item, everything kind of back. That is going to enable everyone, I think, to become that much bigger. Once these ults come online, once you dance around, there's a kind of, well, actually, where all those pings are coming through, that's kind of where the line of scrimmage is right now. If you are Froy, going past that line's a dangerous game, and it's territory for death.
I think right now Froy is just going to have to hope and wait that their defense on that Phoenix is strong enough. Like I said, everything from about the 19-minute mark until the 27-minute mark from Froy was about trying to delay that Phoenix battle for as long as possible so that hopefully they can make the defense happen. But I just don't think that they were able to buy themselves enough time, Gormizer, and they end up losing 2 Phoenixes. Now they have to deal with Fire Minions, and this next Fire Giant I think is going to be going to Just F6 for free.
Well, they bought what Just F6 was selling, right? Which was, hey, I'm going to send Doku over here as like a gank. They sent 2 people to deal with Doku, and then nobody was able to shut him down. Meanwhile, you lose the fight on the left Phoenix, and now you're in a bad position.
Wow, Curve has been popped already, and Remag Doku catches up to him, so Curve taking out the fight early. Frozen in some trouble too, tries to get to the back line, but Captain Odie shuts him down handily. Predators tries to get to the back line too, but he's basically just running for his life at this point. Just F6 have found 2 big kills, make it 3 as Remag Doku gets his 5th kill of the game, and now it's just Mr. Stefan. No, hold that thought. It's just Dinosaur on the Terra to try and defend up against the raft of Just F6.
Mr. Stefan trying to do literally anything right now in that passive, but it's not working for him. Minions are going to be pouring in along with the gods. Just F6 are looking solid.
They are looking solid. The Titan can't hold up against 5 members down below half, and Dinosaur can't do enough on his own. Just F6 clinch the set here over Froy. The console boys, with all their experience, just weren't enough.
I mean, that is, again, exactly what you want from an open bracket qualifier into the group stage.
Wow.
Like, that is a huge win, and that's what they've had all day, right? That first win, that first set really not going their way, 60 being able to take that. Kind of looks shaky for Just F6, but these last 2 sets have solidified exactly what they're capable of, and that last game, more than anything, shows where their mechanics are at. That was really well played.
It really was there from them, man. I mean, 2 clinical games in a row, you kind of have to say that you just saw here. It is Just F6 the ones that end up coming out on top. But don't worry, if you're a bit confused about everything that happened with all these group stages, we're going to break it down for you over at the Bologna set.
Nice use of the Bologna set, Finch. Nicely done. And nicely done to Just F6, your newest team to the SMITE Challenger Circuit. Congratulations to them. Aggro with Mifflin here on the Bologna set. I mean, this is not a team that everyone was looking at when we were talking about Group B at the very beginning of the day. But here they are at the very end. They clutch it out up against Just Froy.
I mean, the entirety of today, they have been the dark horse team. I wouldn't have expected them to beat many of the people that they have. These guys really do have no name. Chat, we have to study up for some of these players to really know what to talk about when we're casting and on the desk. I went to Wikipedia. I went to SMITE Esportspedia. I called my mom No one could tell me
Your
anything.
mom didn't know any of these guys?
None of them.
Wow.
It blows my, and she knows everything.
Impressive there, I suppose. Just F6. John Finch's lab is overpowered, bro. It's undefeated. I can't help myself against it. 22,000 damage for Captain Odie, who was, for my money, alongside Remag Doku. Those two stood out to me all day today for who was the best players on Just F6. Those two, the solo and the mid, were absolutely impressive.
I mean, Remag Doku wasn't really impressing me game 1 and 2, but now that we finally got him on a meta pick, he has shown that he is actually very mechanically talented. But if I have to give anyone MVP, it's Captain Odie. They truly did not have an answer for him on this Achilles, and he made short work of the Froy boys, just constantly involved in all of these fights, finding these key executes, as well as just chaining his CC to make sure his team can. Wow, I'm sorry, this play is breathtaking.
Listen, man,
I love this.
He got the double kill either way at the very end. Pretty much gets the triple there once Predators land.
Literal triple.
Hey, that's easy for him at the end of the day. And this Just F6 team, clearly, I mean, they're going to go up against some very, very difficult competition. Teams like Belt Slap in Group A, and you can check out what happened in Group A on screen right now. By the way, if anyone in chat wants to watch these Group A games, we will be broadcasting some of them tomorrow on the SMITE game channel with the amateur casting team, so make sure you check that out. I believe right after this broadcast today, we were doing some of Group A from what we saw in North America yesterday. And here's the entirety of Group B. Freshly Forged, despite that loss up against the Poppies, ended up going undefeated the rest of the day, so they will also be joining us in the SMITE Challenger circuit. As you can see exactly who that will be. It's Belt Slap, Snake Pit, Cold Llamas from Group A, Poppies, Freshly Forged, and Just F6 at the 2-2 mark that make it in Group B.
What's your takeaway on Freshly Forged? Personally, they're so hot and cold for me, I can't truly get a read on them, and I've been personally following every single game they've played this year.
Yeah, I think that they will likely end up as a 4th, 5th team with the way that they're playing right now. I mean, it's just clearly, as you said, they're too inconsistent right now, and I think Belt Slap and Cold Llamas are the two you really have to look at in this region. Belt Slap in particular, I mean, that's, Zeros and Trix Tank and everybody. That team is absolutely stacked, and I think they're the one to watch out for.
If Freshly Forged can find a way to get themselves back into practice, it seems like maybe they're just lacking a shot caller, or maybe they just aren't scrimming as much as the other teams. If they start picking that up, they might be able to match Belt Slap and the other boys.
They've got the talent.
They've got all the talent they could possibly need. It's really whether or not they have the drive.
Yeah, that's the real question mark for them, because these guys are SPL level talent. And speaking of SPL, it's starting real soon. In 1 week, SPL begins 1 week from today. So make sure you're right here, twitch.tv or mixer.com/SmiteGame for all your SPL action, the kickoff for Season 7. Can't wait for that. Thanks so much for watching throughout all these SCC qualifiers from all of us here in the casting team and, of course, from the production studio. We'll catch you next time and next week here on the show.